Hanley cast a subtle glance, his attention momentarily diverted. Yet, as he gradually distanced himself down the corridor, the ethereal melodies resonated ever more vividly, while the once-dancing white cranes took flight, soaring gracefully along either side of the corridor, their wings unfurling in harmonious song. In the blink of an eye, amidst the enchanting strains of celestial music, all the celestial cranes underwent a transformation, twisting and turning until they morphed into young maidens clad in resplendent palace attire. Each of these girls appeared to be merely 16 or 17, yet their beauty was strikingly extraordinary, brimming with the vitality of youth. They swayed their delicate waists, seemingly languid and inviting, casting playful smiles in Han Li's direction, their luminous eyes brimming with affection, as if he were the beloved of their dreams. At that moment, the music shifted, taking on a more tender and soft quality, imbued with the essence of romantic rendezvous beneath blooming flowers and the moonlit sky, stirring feelings deep within one's heart that one could not help but embrace. Han Li's expression shifted slightly at the sound, but he quickly steeled his heart against the soft whispers of the maidens flanking him, maintaining an impassive demeanor. After traversing several dozen paces, the tone of the celestial music suddenly morphed into one tinged with sorrow and lamentation. The expressions of the maidens transformed in tandem, their graceful movements ceased as they donned visages of profound sadness, gazing at Han Li with eyes filled with endless sorrow, as if he had become the heartless figure that had shattered their dreams, invoking an involuntary sense of pity within onlookers. Quite intriguing, Han Li chuckled, finding himself unexpectedly captivated as he continued to walk, admiring the mournful expressions of the maidens, as if he were an audience to a theatrical performance. Han Li was acutely aware that since this exquisite illusion had been meticulously arranged following the trials of ghostly fog and the paths of ice and fire, it surely harbored more than mere superficial tricks. He anticipated further stratagems to unfold. Indeed, even this spectacle failed to halt his progress. The celestial melodies began to emit alluring and tantalizing notes, while the maidens outside shimmered with a radiant glow, instantaneously maturing by several years into voluptuous and resplendent beauties. These unparalleled enchantresses, their cheeks flushed and eyes ablaze, engaged in provocative gestures, gradually shedding their diaphanous attire, revealing their exquisitely fair forms, voluptuous curves, and an allure that could drive any man to madness. Their soft, sultry whispers echoed, far more enticing than the celestial harmonies, igniting hidden desires within men. Han Li momentarily paused, but upon a fleeting thought of the indecision coursing through his mind, he swiftly regained his composure. Even if real women were to wield their charms directly upon him, he would remain unfazed. Such crude illusions were certainly beneath his notice. The alluring maidens on either side grew increasingly audacious in their movements. Some cast flirtatious glances at Han Li while caressing their ample bosoms. Others swayed their slender waists with sensual grace, and some even embraced one another, engaging in playful antics before him. Han Li observed in a state of bewilderment, somewhat intrigued, yet protected by the indecision. He regarded it merely as an extraordinary spectacle to behold. As the maidens' appearances morphed once more, they transformed into various archetypes of beauty, noble matriarchs exuding grace, fiery temptresses, innocent maidens, and aloof virtuous women, each radiating distinct allure and diverse charm, as if all the world's unparalleled beauties were paraded before him. A faint smile graced Han Li's lips, yet his gaze remained icy and devoid of desire, untouched by emotion. After an hour of wandering, he finally reached the corridor's end, where a flat-topped black hall loomed ahead, its entrance framed by imposing black brick walls. Peering through the towering, darkened doorway, he discerned an abyss of darkness within, devoid of light, imparting an unsettling sensation. Just as Han Li beheld the ominous hall, the alluring melodies and the captivating maidens abruptly vanished, leaving behind the vast expanse of billowing white clouds, restoring the scene to its initial tranquility as he had first entered the corridor. Displaying no sign of surprise, Han Li regarded the black hall with a hint of solemnity, his pace instinctively slowing. Before he could approach the ominous structure, a palpable scent of blood met him heated. Frowning slightly, he scrutinized the hall anew. He soon realized that the palace was not entirely black, but rather possessed a sinister hue of dark crimson, as if the very edifice had been forged from coagulated blood, exuding an aura of malevolence. Standing at the threshold of the hall, arms crossed, Hanli fell into contemplation. Though he had not sought information regarding the intricate details of this exquisite illusion, the appearance of the hall alone suggested it would test one's fears and negative emotions, an endeavor that would prove far more daunting than before. After all, he was well aware of his own vulnerabilities. He was neither an indomitable hero nor a sage of profound wisdom at best. He was an ordinary individual with a modicum of cunning and guile. Should he encounter sights too unbearable to behold, impulsiveness could easily cloud his judgment, leading to disastrous consequences. It seemed he would need to rely on the assistance of the Brahma Pearl to navigate this trial. With that thought, Hanli touched the orb on his wrist, steeling his resolve before stepping into the dark hall. It was dark, exceedingly dark. The moment Hanli crossed the threshold, an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloped him. Whatever restrictions were placed here, Hanli quickly found that his vision extended only a few paces, and his spiritual sense could not venture beyond his corporeal form. Yet that wasn't the worst of it. The surrounding silence was so profound that it became unsettling. Unable to restrain himself, Hanli licked his lips and raised a hand, intending to conjure a fireball. However, as the flame flickered to life, it extinguished with a soft pop, vanishing instantly. Startled, Hanli stubbornly reached into his storage bag for a moonstone, but as he produced it, the white light shone briefly before rapidly dimming, rendering it as dull as an ordinary stone. It dawned on him that this hall possessed an uncanny ability to absorb all forms of light. Disheartened, he resigned himself and began to walk forward at a leisurely pace. Yet, before he had taken more than a few steps, a faint sound of weeping reached his ears, drifting intermittently, seemingly emanating from a young woman. Hanli scoffed, dismissing the sound and continuing along his chosen path. Nevertheless, the weeping grew closer, sorrowful and heart-wrenching, as if it were following him. "Bah!" Hanli exclaimed, irritated by the disturbance, his voice resonating and causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. The weeping ceased abruptly. Satisfied, Hanli quickened his pace, eager to traverse the hall. Yet, just as he had taken a few more strides, the weeping resurfaced, and before him materialized a spectral figure, half kneeling on the ground, resembling a woman clad in mourning attire. The mournful sounds emanated from her lips. Curiously, despite her apparent distance, Hanli felt a chill creep over him as he regarded the white-clad figure with a cold gaze, continuing his stride without faltering. He understood well that in such an environment, to be timid and fearful was to fall prey to the hall's illusions. Evading and retreating would not suffice. Facing the situation with composure was the best strategy. As he approached within several paces of the white-clad figure, he resolved to disregard her entirely, intending to shout her away. However, he suddenly felt an unsettling familiarity in her weeping, as if he had heard it long ago. A shiver ran through him, and he swiftly admonished himself to remain vigilant against the illusion's allure. Yet, the figure grew increasingly recognizable, and a name danced on the tip of his tongue, though he could not quite grasp who she resembled. Hanli's footsteps faltered, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the figure before him, his silence laden with scrutiny. "Fourth brother," came a timid, delicate voice from the woman. At the sound, Hanli's mind exploded with recognition, his blood rushing to his head as he blurted out, "Who are you? Could it be? Fourth brother, you no longer recognize me? I am your little sister." The white-clad woman, who had initially bowed her head, gently lifted it, revealing an exquisitely sorrowful face. That familiar visage, with its petite nose and expressive eyes, mirrored the image of his younger sister from the fleeting glance he had stolen before departing home, though now adorned in the guise of mature womanhood. Hanli merely cast a sidelong glance. Yet, as he gradually distanced himself along the corridor, the celestial melodies from beyond grew increasingly resplendent, while the once-dancing white cranes soared to either side of the corridor, spreading their wings and emitting long, melodious cries. After a brief moment, amidst the strains of ethereal music, all the celestial cranes suddenly twisted and transformed into young maidens clad in colorful palace attire. Each of these women appeared to be no older than 16 or 17, yet they were extraordinarily beautiful, radiating youthful vitality as they swayed their delicate waists, directing playful smiles towards Han Li. Their bright eyes shimmered with an affectionate glint, as if Han Li were the object of their deepest admiration. At that moment, the music shifted, becoming more tender and languorous, imbued with a sense of romantic longing reminiscent of moonlit nights and blooming flowers, stirring deep-seated emotions within the heart. Han Li felt a flicker of intrigue, but he quickly steeled his heart against the soft whispers of the maidens flanking him, maintaining an impassive demeanor. After traversing several dozen paces, the sounds around him suddenly transformed, taking on a tone of sorrowful lament. The maidens' expressions shifted accordingly, their graceful movements ceasing as they donned visages of profound sadness, gazing mournfully at Han Li, as if he had become the heartless figure that shattered their dreams, evoking a deep-seated pity within him. Quite interesting. Han Li chuckled, genuinely intrigued as he strolled along, taking in the mournful expressions of the maidens, as if he were an audience to a captivating performance. Han Li was well aware that since the exquisite illusion was positioned after the trials of ghostly mist and the paths of ice and fire, it undoubtedly possessed more than mere, trifling tricks. Other methods were surely at play. Indeed, such displays failed to halt Han Li even for a moment. The celestial music began to emit enticingly melodious tones, while the maidens outside shimmered like rays of light, instantaneously aging 7 or 8 years into stunningly voluptuous beauties. These enchanting women all bore flushed cheeks and fiery eyes, constantly engaging in provocative gestures, gradually shedding their diaphanous palace garments to reveal their fair, alluring forms, with ample bosoms and curvaceous figures that exuded irresistible allure. Their sultry whispers and sighs were even more intoxicating than the celestial music, stirring the hidden desires within men. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but after a fleeting thought of the Yanju, his expression returned to normal. Even if real women were to employ the art of seduction upon him, he would remain unfazed. Such crude illusions were certainly beneath his notice. The actions of the stunning beauties beside him grew increasingly brazensome, casting flirtatious glances while pressing their ample bosoms towards Han Li, others sensuously swaying their waists, and some even embracing one another, pretending to be regal birds of paradise before him. Han Li found himself momentarily dazzled, yet, protected by the Yanju, he merely regarded this as a rare and splendid encounter to appreciate. Subsequently, the maidens' appearances shifted again, transforming into various types of beauties: dignified, noble women, fiery temptresses, innocent maidens, and cold, proud, virtuous women, each exuding distinct charm and diverse temperaments. It was as if all the unparalleled beauties of the world were paraded before him. A faint smile graced Han Li's face, yet his gaze remained as cold as ice, devoid of any inclination towards desire. After an hour of leisurely strolling, Han Li finally reached the end of the corridor, having indulged in a feast for the eyes. Before him loomed a flat-topped black palace, its entrance and walls constructed from blocks of dark bricks. From the grand entrance, towering over 10 feet high, the inside appeared pitch black, devoid of any light, evoking an exceedingly eerie sensation. The moment Han Li beheld the Black Palace, the seductive sounds and the myriad enchanting women outside abruptly vanished, the scene reverting to the vast expanse of white clouds, restoring the initial ambience he had encountered upon entering the corridor. Han Li exhibited no signs of surprise. Instead, he regarded the Black Palace with a hint of gravity, unconsciously slowing his pace. Before he could approach the Black Palace, a strong scent of blood assailed him. Han Li furrowed his brows and scrutinized once more. He then discerned that the palace was not entirely black, but rather a strange hue of dark crimson, as if the entire structure had been coated in coagulated blood, emanating a malevolent aura. Standing before the palace door with his arms crossed, Han Li fell into deep contemplation. Though he had not sought information regarding the intricacies of the exquisite illusion, the appearance of this palace alone suggested that it would likely test one's fears and negative emotions. This was something he could not approach as calmly as before. After all, he was well aware of his own vulnerabilities. He was neither an audacious warrior nor a sagacious sage at best. He was an ordinary individual with a modicum of cleverness and cunning. Should he encounter an unbearable sight, his mind could easily become clouded by impulse, leading to dire consequences. Clearly, He would need to rely on the assistance of the Bo Luo Zhu to pass this trial. With that thought in mind, Hanli touched the orb on his wrist, steeling himself before stepping into the palace. Darkness enveloped him, an oppressive blackness. As soon as Hanli entered the palace, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Whatever restrictions were set in this place, Hanli found that he could only see a radius of 3 or 4 paces, and his spiritual sense could not extend beyond his body. Yet, that was not the worst of it. The surrounding silence was so profound it was almost terrifying. Unable to help himself, Hanli licked his lips and raised a hand, intending to conjure a fireball. However, the moment the fire ignited, it extinguished with a faint pop. Hanli was taken aback, unwilling to accept defeat as he reached into his storage pouch for a moonlight stone. Yet, as soon as he produced the stone, its white light flickered and rapidly dimmed, rendering it as dull as a common rock. It dawned on him that the palace possessed a peculiar ability to absorb all forms of light. Resolute, he quelled his disappointment and ambled forward. However, before he had taken more than a few steps, a faint sound of weeping suddenly echoed in his ears, drifting intermittently from afar, seemingly the lament of a young woman. Hanli let out a cold chuckle, disregarding the sound as he continued along his chosen path. Yet the weeping, now fluctuating in proximity, wafted around him, growing increasingly sorrowful, as if it were determined to follow him. "Ha!" Hanli, slightly irked by the noise, couldn't help but shout, causing the ground nearby to tremble slightly. Instantly, the weeping ceased. Hanli felt a surge of satisfaction and quickened his pace, eager to pass through the palace. Yet, just a few paces later, the weeping resumed, and with it, a white figure materialized not far in front of him, half kneeling on the ground, resembling a widow clad in mourning attire. The mournful sounds emanated from her lips. Strangely, despite her considerable distance, Hanli felt a chill creep over him as he cast a cold glance at the woman in white, his steps unimpeded as he approached. He understood that in such an environment, the more timid one was, the easier it became to be ensnared by the palace's illusions. Retreating was not a solution. Facing it with composure was the best strategy. As he pondered this, Hanli found himself merely 7 or 8 paces away from the woman in white. Just as he contemplated shouting once more to drive her away, he suddenly felt that her sobbing voice was oddly familiar, as though he had heard it long ago. A shiver ran through him, and he quickly warned himself that this was merely an illusion. He must not fall prey to its allure. Yet, as he gazed upon her, the white-clad figure grew increasingly familiar, and a name leapt to the forefront of his mind, eager to emerge. Yet he could not pinpoint who she resembled. Hanli unconsciously halted his steps, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the woman before him, maintaining a cold silence. "Fourth brother," a timid, delicate voice floated from the woman. Upon hearing this, Hanli's mind erupted with a resounding clarity, blood rushing to his head as he involuntarily inquired, "Who are you? Could it be? Fourth brother, you no longer recognize me? I am your little sister." The white-clad woman, who had initially kept her head bowed, gently lifted it, revealing an exquisitely sorrowful face. That familiar countenance, the petite nose, and those expressive eyes mirrored those of his little sister from the fleeting glance he had stolen before leaving home, though now, in her mature guise, she exuded a hint of grown-up allure. Chapter 471. The Inner Hall Opens. Little sister. Hanli gazed intently at the young woman before him, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Fourth brother, how could I be here? Did I not succumb to a grave illness years ago? I am so frightened." The pale-faced woman, trembling slightly, approached Hanli, resembling a frightened little bird. That a peculiar expression flickered in Hanli's eyes, just as the woman, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his little sister, was about to leap into his arms. A cold glint flashed in Hanli's gaze. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and a small azure sword shot forth silently from his palm, piercing through her forehead in an instant. With a cry of anguish, the woman transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Despite her striking resemblance to his sister, Hanli mused, they had been separated since childhood. It was unlikely that she could recognize him now, given how much time had passed. Even the memory of his appearance at their last parting had likely faded. How could she possibly identify her fourth brother at first glance? Hanli stared towards the direction where the black smoke had dissipated, a hint of desolation creeping into his expression as he murmured to himself, Afterward, he raised his wrist to examine the 4 Brahma beads that adorned it. Although he spoke with such conviction, had it not been for the sudden warmth emanating from the beads as the woman approached, dispelling any lingering doubt in his heart, he might not have acted with such decisiveness. Even in the moments when the flying sword pierced the apparition, a tremor of hesitation coursed through him. After all, despite knowing she was merely an illusion or a manifestation of some dark entity, he yearned to behold his sister's visage just a moment longer, with a tinge of inexplicable sorrow. Hanli continued onward through the darkness, solitary and forlorn. A day later, before a towering edifice resembling a colossal tower, a dozen individuals sat cross-legged, immobile. The tower loomed high above, an immense structure crafted entirely from azure stone. From a distance, it appeared to ascend in 5 distinct tiers, each tapering as it rose, with staggering gaps of at least 100 zhang between each level. The entrance at the base towered an impressive 50 to 60 zhang, exuding an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Surrounding the tower was a faintly glowing white barrier, while the figures before it, resembling ants, bowed their heads in quiet meditation. That in their midst lay a white teleportation array, quietly awaiting its purpose. Among these individuals were the likes of Ji Yin, Wan Tianming, and other Yuaning cultivators from both righteous and demonic paths, alongside Wu Chou, Xiangu, and another late-stage Jian cultivator. Notably absent were Han Li, Yuan Yao, the 2 elders from Xinggong, and another late-stage Jian cultivator. Ji Yin's expression remained calm, though a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. After all, according to the typical pace of ordinary cultivators, Han Li should have arrived here alongside Wu Chou by now. A sense of unease began to gnaw at him. At that moment, a beam of white light illuminated the formation, and a figure materialized within it. The bearded Ji Yin and the others simultaneously opened their eyes, only for disappointment to flash across their faces as they beheld the black-robed figure of Yuan Yao, under the scrutiny of so many Yuaning cultivators. Yuan Yao felt a pang of unease, yet she quickly masked her apprehension and stepped out of the formation with a semblance of composure. As fate would have it, just as the young woman descended, the teleportation array flickered once more, and Han Li's figure materialized out of thin air. Ji Yin's brows twitched, a fleeting smile gracing his countenance. Meanwhile, the bearded man and the scholarly elder exchanged a knowing glance, both perceiving a sense of ease reflected in each other's eyes. Upon his arrival, Han Li was taken aback to see Yuan Yao before him. After a moment of surprise, he offered her a gentle smile and instinctively moved towards the Grandmaster Ji Yin, bowing slightly before standing behind him. He indeed refrained from broaching the subject of the return of the Barossa bracelet. Despite Han Li's sudden appearance, the other cultivators remained seated, seemingly awaiting something. It was then that Han Li was astonished to behold the towering edifice before him, his mind racing with disbelief. This was the inner hall, and it differed significantly from his expectations. He quietly mused to himself. Seizing the opportunity, he stole a glance at Xiangu, who was seated at a rear position, eyes closed in meditation, apparently oblivious to Han Li's gaze. "Kid, stop looking. Be cautious lest my rebellious disciple notices you. Rest assured, I have already devised a plan for dealing with Gyin. It is a certainty beyond doubt. However, this must transpire only after you acquire the treasure with the blood jade spider. Until then, simply manage as best you can. Remember, do not casually communicate with me, so as to avoid revealing any weaknesses." Xiangu's voice unexpectedly resonated in Han Li's ear, first offering reassurance, then imparting a warning. Han Li maintained an impassive expression as he absorbed the words, subsequently shifting his gaze away from Xiangu. An opportunity would arise only after obtaining the treasure. What did this imply? Did this ancient demon also covet the treasures within the Shutian Ding? A wave of uncertainty and unease washed over Han Li. As the opening of the inner hall drew near, he found himself increasingly apprehensive about the aftermath of the treasure acquisition. Regardless of whether he succeeded in retrieving the Shutian Ding, his situation appeared precarious. While Han Li was lost in anxious contemplation, a cold voice emanated from across the way. The time for the inner hall's opening approaches, yet the 2 fellows from the Star Palace have yet to arrive. It seems they will not meddle in this affair. Wan Tianming, seated among the other 2 righteous cultivators, opened his bright eyes, which shimmered with a faint light, and slowly addressed the bearded man, exuding an impressive aura. "Heh, what's this, old one? Are you feeling impatient? Perhaps we should wait a little longer. After all, the individuals from the Star Palace are quite cunning. They might deliberately delay their arrival until the last moment to incite a conflict between us." The bearded man remarked with a disdainful smile, lazily stroking his chin. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianming fell into a moment of contemplation, but soon nodded and closed his eyes once more, seemingly in agreement with the bearded man's words. After waiting for over an hour, a sudden and violent tremor shook the ground. The colossal stone doors of the inner hall gradually ascended, revealing a passageway of azure stone. From a distance, this passage appeared extraordinarily vast and grand. As the stone doors swung wide open, the teleportation array in the center, which had been shimmering with a faint white light, suddenly dimmed, losing its brilliance. Ha! Splendid! It seems the fellows from the Star Palace truly will not come to stir trouble. In that case, Wan Tianming, the two of us shall engage in a fair contest. The one who loses shall be forbidden from entering the inner sanctum. What say you to this? At this moment, the wild man, without waiting for his opponent to speak again, suddenly leaped into the air, baring his white, jagged teeth with a fervent display of combativeness. No, I have reconsidered. I no longer wish to engage in combat with Brother Man. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Wan Tianming expressed a resolute rejection of the wild man's proposition. Reconsidering, are you suggesting that your righteous faction intends to concede without a fight? The wild man was momentarily taken aback, but soon wore a mocking grin as he retorted. Withdraw? Certainly not. However, it is rather ludicrous for us to engage in a skirmish over treasures that have yet to be retrieved. Instead, let us agree to take turns in claiming the treasures. Prior to that, let us exercise restraint. This way, we can avoid unnecessary conflict. After all, our true enemy is the Star Palace, not each other. Despite our confident demeanor, it is highly likely that neither of us will be able to retrieve the treasures. Thus, this confrontation becomes even less necessary. Wan Tianming shook his head and replied nonchalantly. The wild man and his companions exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, and began to converse in hushed tones. After a while, the wild man, his expression darkening, spoke. Your words sound pleasant, but who shall claim the treasures first? If we succeed in obtaining the treasures, how can we trust that you will not attempt to seize them? Do you rely solely on your silver tongue? Upon hearing this, Wan Tianming broke into a smile. Your assertion, Jiyin, is mere nonsense. Should you successfully acquire the treasures, we will undoubtedly attempt to seize them. Conversely, if the treasures fall into our hands, you too may seek to claim them. At that point, we can settle the matter based on our abilities. This is far preferable to engaging in a fruitless battle now and wasting precious time. Wan Tianming chuckled, speaking without hesitation. Chapter 472. The Mantis and the Yellowbird. When Jiyin heard his words dismissed as nonsense, a flicker of anger crossed his face, but the subsequent words from his opponent quelled his rising fury. He turned to the wild man and declared, let us heed your words and refrain from conflict for the time, being that we shall discuss everything after the treasures have been claimed. Not long after, having reached an agreement, Jiyin coldly addressed Wan Tianming. Very well. This is undoubtedly a wise decision on your part. Let us proceed together. Wan Tianming chuckled as he stood up and walked towards the massive stone door, followed closely by Tian Wuzi and the farmer-like individual. Humph! The wild man scoffed at Wan Tianming and his companion's audacity. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Yuan Yao and a golden core cultivator unknown to Hanli, his eyes flashing with malice. Almost simultaneously, the two sensed the ill intent on the wild man's face, turning pale before transforming into beams of yellow and red light, hastily retreating towards the stone tower. Seeing this, the wild man let out a sinister laugh. Where do you two think you are going? With that, he rubbed his hands together and then simultaneously thrust them forward, sending two streaks of golden light hurtling forth, swiftly intercepting the escaping beams. With a chilling scream, the male cultivator engulfed in yellow light stumbled and fell, only to be ensnared by a golden radiance that suspended him in midair, cleaving him into several bloody fragments that scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, the crimson glow, struck by the golden light, erupted into blinding green flames, momentarily dispersing the golden light. If provoked, the red light swiftly transformed into a scarlet monstrous bird, surging forth with a velocity several times greater than before, breaking through the golden barrier and vanishing without a trace. In the next instant, it materialized within the passage of the stone tower, flickering briefly before entirely disappearing from sight. How peculiar! The scholarly elder in the extreme figure had initially paid little heed to the actions of the bearded man, yet were taken aback when the red light astonishingly evaded his attack. The elder furrowed his brow and softly inquired, Bearded one, what is your intent? Why the unwarranted act of killing? Upon witnessing this scene, Tian Wuzi turned around with a displeased expression and questioned, What grievance do you bear for slaying a few outsiders? Do you wish to seek justice for them? Or are you merely intrigued by the formidable prowess of the bearded man? Unfazed, the bearded man cast a sidelong glance at the old Taoist and coldly replied, "You." Hearing this, Tian Wuzi could only glare at him in frustration before turning away. Shortly thereafter, the righteous faction crossed the stone gate and entered the inner hall. "Brother man, your skill in killing is commendable. I too find it bothersome to have a few rats scurrying about before undertaking significant matters," remarked one of the two core formation cultivators, expressing disdain for the intruders. "However, it seems there is still one person remaining. Why not eliminate him as well?" The Extremian ancestor, observing the retreating figures of one Tianming and the others, suddenly clapped and grinned sinisterly, then shifted his gaze to Xiangu. In the face of this scrutiny, Xiangu remained utterly unfazed, as if the attention of the Extremian figure was directed at someone else entirely. "This individual has ties to me. He is a descendant of an elder who has shown me kindness. Hence, I shall not harm him. You too shall refrain from harboring ill intentions towards him as well," the bearded man stated expressionlessly, much to the surprise of those around him. "Given his connection to you, brother man, Qing and I would certainly refrain from acting recklessly," the Extremian figure replied, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Xiangu, confirming he did not recognize the individual in question. "Heh, do you dare to interrogate me, bearded one?" the bearded man retorted, his expression turning icy as he fixed his gaze on the extreme ancestor. "Of course not, that I was merely curious. If brother man prefers not to discuss it, then so be it. However, the black-robed woman who fled just now may possess a notable background. You ought to exercise caution," the extreme ancestor conceded with a chuckle, yet added a weighty comment. "My eyes are not deceived. Did I not recognize that the woman employed the green fire thunder of the three young old demon? Only the closest disciples of the three young old demon could possibly wield such power. Otherwise, do you truly believe that the young woman could have escaped my lethal strike?" After a moment of silence, Manhuzi, with a darkened expression, spoke. It seems I have meddled unnecessarily." Noticing Manhuzi's displeasure, the extreme patriarch quickly recognized the situation and refrained from further comments that it matters not. Even if that woman were indeed associated with the Sanyang old demon, Brother Man's cultivation would certainly not yield to fear. However, we are currently in a critical period of contention between the demonic and righteous paths, as well as the Star Palace's struggle for dominance in the chaotic Star Sea. This old demon possesses considerable powers. Although he hails from the demonic path, his character oscillates between righteousness and malevolence. It would be prudent not to forge enmity without cause. "Let us spare this woman," the scholarly elder interjected, attempting to mediate the situation. Clearly, Manhuzi harbored great trepidation towards the Sanyang old demon spoken of by the others. Nodding absently, without further words, the series of unfolding events left Han Li, positioned behind the extreme patriarch, in a state of profound complexity, as various thoughts collided within his mind that a cultivator at the core formation stage had been slain before his eyes as easily as one might crush an ant. Yet Yuan Yao had somehow managed to evade such a calamity. It was perplexing how Xiangu had become entangled with Manhuzi, the foremost figure of the Void Sky Palace, which explained the latter's calm demeanor. It appeared that Yuan Yao had some connection with the Sanyang old demon, a figure who even instilled a sense of dread in the domineering Manhuzi. Han Li's thoughts interwove chaotically, leaving him unable to clarify his mind. That he could only listen attentively to the discourse among Manhuzi and the others, hoping to glean sufficient information to devise a more prudent strategy. Unfortunately, the scholarly elder's casual remark abruptly concluded their exchange. "We must hasten to the inner hall. We cannot allow those righteous fellows to sense our presence and slip away." Qing Yi, the scholar, remarked, casting a glance at the vast passageway beyond the stone door, his brow furrowing in concern. Upon hearing this, Manhuzi also glanced towards the stone door, reflecting momentarily before silently striding away. Extreme Yin and the elder exchanged glances, their expressions composed as they followed suit. Naturally, Han Li, Wu Chou, Xiangu, and the others trailed behind them into the stone door. Gradually, their figures faded into the azure stone passage, ultimately vanishing from sight, after a span of 2 to 3 hours. The previously dim teleportation array emitted a dazzling white light once more, and then two figures appeared side by side in a blurred. It was none other than the two white-clad elders of the Star Palace. At this moment, they cautiously surveyed their surroundings, and upon confirming that no one else was present, a look of relief washed over their faces. That it seems they have all entered. These old fiends. no matter how cunning. Could never have imagined that our star palace had unraveled the teleportation restrictions here a millennium ago. We can enter this place at will point. One of them chuckled softly. Let us proceed with utmost caution. Unless they truly extract the void sky cauldron, we must not act recklessly and expose this secret. The other spoke with a chilling tone. Of course, the first one nodded in agreement with those words. The two transformed into beams of white light, shooting into the stone door. Hanli walked closely behind the extreme patriarch, and to his surprise, he found himself side by side with Wu Chou, which made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. However, it remains a mystery what words were exchanged between the extreme patriarch and Wu Chou. Presently, Wu Chou is exceedingly warm towards Hanli, frequently engaging him in a variety of conversations. As if anxious not to neglect Han Li's company. It is as though the previous expressions of jealousy and disdain exhibited by this individual were the actions of another person entirely. Yet, the more affected Wu Chou becomes, the heavier Han Li's heart feels. Could it be that the extreme old demon has subtly indicated to Wu Chou that he would extinguish him after acquiring the treasure? This would certainly explain the drastic change in Wu Chou's demeanor. Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly at the thought. Despite the turmoil swirling within, Han Li maintained a pleasant facade, engaging with Wu Chou, their palpable insincerity detectable even from several yards away. Nevertheless, Extreme Een and the others, including the wild bearded man, appeared blissfully unaware as they pressed forward in silence, their demeanor becoming markedly solemn upon entering the inner sanctum. The ease and casualness they had previously displayed were now conspicuously absent. What puzzled Han Li was the fact that throughout their considerable time within this tower, nothing had transpired, nor had they encountered any prohibitions or dangers. Was it only upon entering those stone doors that one would provoke the restrictions? Contemplating this, Han Li instinctively surveyed his surroundings once more. Chapter 473, The Wolf-Headed Puppet. Currently, Han Li and his companions traversed a labyrinth of interwoven bluestone corridors, with towering, robust walls, and at every intersection, they encountered a stone door adorned with peculiar runes. Each of these doors was uniform in size, measuring several yards in length and width, square in shape, occasionally facing south or north, and at times opening to the east or west, seemingly devoid of any discernible pattern. Yet, all shimmered with a faint white glow, indicating that some form of restriction had been placed upon them. Consequently, the number of stone doors was indeed substantial. Upon reaching another intersection, they were confronted by a particularly striking stone door. Han Li's expression shifted slightly. This door, while bearing the same runes and carvings as the previous ones, lacked any luster, appearing dull and devoid of brilliance, as if the restrictions had been shattered. This prompted Han Li to cast a more scrutinizing glance. "Brother Han," a voice interjected, "this stone chamber has long since been pillaged. What is there to see, were it not for the fact that each individual can only use the remaining fragments of the void sky diagram to unlock a single stone chamber? And that once inside, regardless of the success in treasure acquisition, one can never exit, with those who obtain treasures being directly transported outside the Void Sky Palace. I would indeed wish to venture through a stone door myself. After all, as cultivators at the core formation stage, we can only procure treasures from the first level. As for the other layers, entering would be akin to seeking one's own demise. Wu Chou, noticing Han Li's expression, spoke with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Brother Han." Upon hearing this address from Wu Chou, despite having heard it multiple times before, Han Li felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Then why does Brother Wu not select a door to enter and procure some treasure? Otherwise, would it not be a squandered opportunity once we ascend to the second level and beyond? Ahem, I do entertain such thoughts. However, my ancestors have long instructed me to remain by their side during this treasure hunt. Who knows when my assistance might be required? Wu Chou gazed longingly at the stone door, a fleeting glimmer of greed flitting across his face. Upon hearing these words, Han Li offered a slight smile, his gaze merely skimming over the stone door. Yet, the phrase that one could be transported out after entering and obtaining treasures was firmly etched in his mind. Who could say if he would one day find this method of escape useful? At this moment, the group was on the verge of crossing the intersection to enter the ahead azure stone path. However, at that precise moment, a dull thud echoed from the opposite side, followed by a succession of similar sounds. As if some colossal entity were slowly approaching them, the expressions of the extreme patriarch and the Chinese scholar shifted slightly, abruptly halting their steps, their eyes fixated on the opposite passage, revealing a grave intensity. In contrast, the barbarous bearded man, upon hearing these noises, chuckled with a hint of excitement, and simultaneously, a flash of golden light enveloped him, as a layer of resplendent golden scales suddenly adorned his entire being, activating the heavenly support demonic art. Han Li, witnessing the peculiar manifestation of the heavenly support demonic art up close for the first time, could not help but gaze at the barbarous bearded man with heightened curiosity. Meanwhile, the heavy sounds of movement grew ever closer, seemingly just 20 or 30 paces away. Yet, the passage across remained shrouded in darkness, rendering Han Li unable to discern anything. Clearly, some restrictions within this inner hall impeded the spiritual senses of the cultivators. However, Han Li noticed a flicker of cold light in the eyes of the extreme Yin Patriarch and the other ancient figures, as if they had perceived something, before the extreme Yin Patriarch and the scholar in robes could take action. The barbarous bearded man let out a low roar and suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light, darting into the passage. Instantly, a cacophony of punches and kicks erupted in the distance, interspersed with the harsh sounds of metal clashing, creating an excruciating din. Upon witnessing this scene, Extreme Yin and the scholar in robes exchanged bewildered glances. Han Li, engulfed in confusion, was abruptly met with a resounding boom, followed by a sharp sound of shattering. As if something had splintered into fragments, the flicker of thought crossed Han Li's mind, hinting at a realization at that moment. The opposite side fell silent, and soon the raucous laughter of the barbarous bearded man erupted, seemingly reveling in delight. Let us proceed. It is all but settled now that I almost forgot. We are not the cultivators of 3 centuries past. The guardians of this first layer pose no threat to us. The extreme Yin Patriarch appeared to recall something, bursting into silent laughter. Indeed, I too nearly overlooked this matter. During the last visit by Qing, we had only just entered the nascent soul stage. The impression this entity left on us was too profound. However, Barbarous Brothers' heavenly support demonic art is indeed well suited to deal with them. Otherwise, we would have had to expend considerably more effort. The scholar in robes also relaxed, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Subsequently, the two took the lead to advance forward, with Han Li and the ugly crow following closely behind, brimming with curiosity. Meanwhile, the previously impassive Xian Gu revealed a trace of disdain, leisurely trailing at the rear. After traversing a distance of merely 10 paces, Han Li beheld the barbarous bearded man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a substantial pile of shimmering silver objects at his feet. Indeed, this treasure is just perfect for warming up. This Void Sky Hall truly possesses some intrigue. Nevertheless, it seems this item is not as formidable as the rumors suggest, the barbarous bearded man observed casually, stretching his neck as he addressed the extreme Yin and the others. It is the unmatched sharpness of Barbarous Brothers' heavenly support demonic art that proves effective here. Utilizing magical artifacts in such a confined space can be rather cumbersome for the other cultivators. The elder in the scholarly robes spoke with a beaming smile. Upon hearing the flattery in the other man's words, the burly figure chuckled in response, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The golden scales upon his body were swiftly fading away, and he nonchalantly took the lead. As if the earlier bout had not yet quenched his thirst for battle, the two individuals of extreme darkness exchanged knowing glances, and with the burly man willing to pave the way for them, they dutifully followed in silence. They passed by a pile of silvery objects. Han Li paused and bent down for a closer inspection. Mechanized puppets. Indeed, it was such a thing. Yet, what caliber of puppet could withstand a confrontation with a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator without being swiftly annihilated? Han Li felt a twinge of astonishment. The ground was mostly strewn with fragmented pieces of an unidentified silver metal, alongside a half-destroyed golden wolf's head, several thick, dull black blades, and various other peculiar items. Han Li hesitated momentarily, yet remained focused on the ground. His gaze fell upon a glimmering emerald gemstone, which pulsed with a chilling aura, evoking a rather eerie sensation within him. After a brief contemplation, Han Li swiftly gathered all these items into his storage bag and rejoined the group ahead. His rationale was simple. Even if these items proved to be of no use, the design and crafting techniques of these puppets could provide him with insights into the artistry and characteristics of ancient cultivators' puppet mastery. After all, the pinnacle of his own puppet scripture, the 4th-tier puppet, was merely on par with the late Foundation establishment stage's false core. He recalled the formidable tiger puppet beast he had encountered, which required the expenditure of a mid-tier spirit stone for a full-force strike. In contrast, the strength of these golden wolf-headed puppets seemed to surpass that of early core formation cultivators. although the burly man had not employed any powerful artifacts during their duel. Appearing somewhat playful, the extreme darkness and the elder in scholarly robes treated them with utmost seriousness, indicating their extraordinary nature. Naturally, Hanli wished to delve deeper into such valuable items. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, he was acutely aware that he would not have the opportunity to enter those stone doors to procure any treasures. He sensed clearly that the three nascent soul elders, though walking ahead, were keenly observing his every move with their divine consciousness. The notion of stealthily slipping away or suddenly barging into those stone doors was nothing short of a delusion, given Han Li's disposition. Returning empty-handed from a treasure-laden place was simply unacceptable. He resolved to regard these damaged puppet components as a consolation for his journey into the inner sanctum as for the treasures of the Void Sky Cauldron. He had the self-awareness to never harbor any illusions about them. Tsuruogu waved her hand, grateful for her timely intervention. Otherwise, she too might have faced suppression. She pondered that if someone were to rescue her now, she would gladly dedicate her life in gratitude, as otherwise, her existence would be for naught. After a fit of rage, Xie Mingyuan felt a wave of trepidation, fearing further repercussions and refraining from any further displays of arrogance. He suddenly realized that, as a member of the nation's elite, he had far more responsibilities than he had previously imagined. Trembling, he borrowed a phone nearby and dialed a number, his mother Zhang Shouqin as contact. In terms of beauty, she is by no means inferior to the wives of Feng Shi, and even when compared to the renowned Xiao Yue, the first beauty of Daxia, they shine equally, neither overshadowing the other. When he unleashed that slap, his face contorted grotesquely, his complexion frenzied, as he exerted every ounce of strength, his spiritual energy surging violently. Some of it fell onto the steps outside the window, resembling a layer of silvery cold jade adorning the stone stairs. Yet in the blink of an eye, the snow melted into water, rendering the steps damp. "Hero Yu, how is Aloe?" The elderly man, disregarding the torn clothing caused by Qin Luo's tugging, anxiously inquired of the middle-aged man in white. As he held the unconscious Qin Luo, the tightly packed tenement buildings, one adjacent to another, meant that any disturbance would draw the residents from the hallways, engaging in endless gossip and speculation. Unlike now, where merely turning right out the door revealed an intact gray stone lying in the center of the road, observing the stone immortal's intent to drain the entire gourd of water. Ningxia swiftly snatched it away, inciting great displeasure from the stone immortal. She firmly believed that Xiao Hao could never part with the young master, thus, she would take it upon herself to properly educate her. Ensuring she recognized her true identity, one could discern a tone of deep respect in that voice, which undoubtedly originated from the soul left behind by the demon blade war god before his demise. He understood that the police officer on the motorcycle would not relent. Law enforcement in this country is notoriously relentless, often risking their lives for the sake of their so-called responsibilities. However, at that moment, the square was littered with a multitude of corpses, a sight that made Shi Mingnan's scalp tingle. These were predominantly the fallen array masters, with only a scant few cultivators, as they had taken to the skies. At this juncture, Yao Guang felt utterly bewildered, completely unprepared for such a stroke of good fortune, as if happiness had arrived too abruptly for him to process. Qin Feng refrained from rushing into a transaction. The time was not yet ripe. He mingled among the scattered secret keepers, idly wandering while occasionally inquiring about prices. Just then, old Xiao suddenly felt his body tremble, and he observed evident ripples on the ground. As if, in that instant, the entire world was shifting up and down. Within this perilous secret estate, where could one find safety? Staying with you does afford me a formidable bodyguard, does it not? Xiao Linger chuckled playfully at Luing. Chapter 474, Second Floor. Ever since encountering the first wolf-headed puppet, under the formidable defense of the barbarian's absurdly powerful heavenly demon technique, these mechanical puppets were crushed to smithereens as if made of clay. Requiring neither Jiyin nor the Confucian elder's assistance, Han Li unceremoniously collected every shattered puppet remnant. This behavior naturally drew the attention of Wu Chou and Xian Gu, who gazed at him for a considerable time. Meanwhile, the barbarian and his companions turned a blind eye to Han Li's actions. However, it was evident that Wan Tianming and his group were not on the same path as Han Li and his companions. Noticing Jiyin and the others remained unfazed, Han Li inferred that these old demons must have been able to discern the general movements of their adversaries, which was why they maintained their composure. Yet, since encountering the puppet guards, Jiyin and his companions had ceased their straightforward advance. opting instead to take a more circuitous route. Nevertheless, there was one aspect that Hanli found peculiar that it is uncertain what motivations drive Ji-in and his companions forward. Hanli distinctly perceives that all the intersections appear identical, yet these three venerable beings in the nascent soul stage navigate through the paths without hesitation, confidently turning left at one junction and right at the next. Exuding an air of assurance. If it were only Ji-in and the scholar in the robe engaging in such behavior, Hanli would find it less perplexing, for they had previously traversed this inner sanctum and might have retained vivid memories of the route. However, the boisterous bearded man, clearly visiting for the first time, boldly leads the way to Yi-in, and the elder follows suit without objection, leaving Hanli in a state of bewilderment. Thus, Hanli, intrigued, discreetly examines the various intersections for any differences or hidden markers. Yet, after passing several junctions, his efforts yield nothing but frustration, compelling him to relinquish hope. Along the way, the bearded man single-handedly dismantles 7 or 8 wolf-headed puppets, guiding the group to a modest teleportation array situated at the heart of a crossroad. Emanating a gentle luminescence, let us proceed. What does it matter if they lead the way? The Shutian cauldron is not so easily acquired. The bearded man scoffs nonchalantly, striding confidently into the teleportation array. Qing-yi, observing this, offers a faint smile. Once the bearded man has departed, he and the venerable Ji-in exchange a meaningful glance before their gaze settles significantly upon Han. A chill runs through Hanli, compelling him to step into the teleportation array under their scrutiny, enveloped in a blinding white light. As Hanli steadies himself and surveys his surroundings, he is taken aback to find himself at yet another identical crossroad, with the same stone pathway. Were it not for the bearded man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Hanli might have believed he had failed to teleport correctly. Just as he grapples with his astonishment, a surge of white light heralds the arrival of Ji-in and the others behind him. Let it be. The righteous sect proposed an absurd suggestion to withdraw earlier. I found it peculiar at the time. It seems they have long harbored intentions to scheme against us. However, allowing them to seize the treasure first may not be ill-advised. After all, relying solely on Wan Tianming's golden silkworm to obtain the Shutian cauldron is, in my view, a delusion. If by chance they do stumble upon the artifact, we can still lay an ambush and seize it later, the scholar in the robe remarks with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Standing behind Ji-in, Brother Qing speaks wisely. Yet we must not linger too long. We must quicken our pace. Ji-in agrees, his expression considerably softened. Snake guard puppets? They seem somewhat intriguing. Do as you please. The bearded man responds ambiguously. With that, the group of demonic cultivators presses forward without hesitation. Before long, Hanli discerns the differences between the second and first layers. The frequency of crossroads is markedly reduced compared to the initial level, and the distances between them have lengthened. Additionally, he encounters more formidable restrictions and traps along the way. While these obstacles may not pose a threat to the likes of Ji-in and the others, some of them could prove fatal to cultivators at the core formation stage, causing Hanli, who trails behind, to break into a cold sweat. Undoubtedly, had he ventured alone into the second level of this inner sanctum, confronted by these restrictions and traps, his life would likely have been forfeit. As Hanli accompanied the group past the 5th intersection of the second level, he finally beheld the serpent guardian puppet mentioned by the elder. The appearance of this puppet was utterly repulsive. It possessed 2 elongated, crimson-hued serpentine heads, along with 4 arms affixed to its front and back, all enveloped in a shroud of dark, scaly armor. In its forelimbs, it wielded 2 jade-green short halberds, while its rear limbs grasped glossy black whips adorned with sharp barbs, exuding a grayish-white aura. Upon sighting the band led by Manhuzi, the serpent puppet transformed into a streak of black light, rushing forward with astonishing agility, remaining eerily silent. Manhuzi let out a wild laugh and, channeling his heavenly demon technique, charged to meet it. What unfolded next astonished Hanli. The serpent puppet moved with an uncanny swiftness, its green halberds and supple whips executing a perfect blend of offense and defense. Although subjected to the frenzied assault of Manhuzi's relentless strikes, it managed to shield several vital points, thwarting Manhuzi's attempts to claim a swift victory without the use of magical artifacts. The green halberds, forged from an unknown material, merely deformed upon colliding with Manhuzi's golden hand, remarkably resisting complete destruction. A flicker of surprise crossed Manhuzi's face. At that moment, the extreme ancestor and the scholar clad in robes finally intervened. The extreme Yin ancestor unleashed the very corpse fire that had instilled dread in Han Li. A small orb of black flame materialized from his hand, transforming into a slender black line that shot forth. The serpent puppet, preoccupied with enduring Manhuzi's heavenly demon technique, was unable to evade. Instantly, one of its arms, clutching a halberd, was engulfed in the black flames, disintegrating into nothingness. Meanwhile, the robed elder opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of azure light threads that swiftly darted towards the opposite side. These threads of azure light eerily encircled the puppet, resulting in a multitude of faint explosive sounds echoing around them. The serpent puppet staggered, losing its balance as a fierce expression flickered across Manhuzi's face. Seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow, a blinding golden light erupted as he unleashed a punch that pierced through the puppet's chest, forcibly extracting a gem radiating with green luminescence. The serpent puppet immediately succumbed, collapsing to the ground as a lifeless entity. Manhuzi glanced at the now inert puppet on the floor, then at the green gemstone in his hand, a glint of malice flashing across his features. He promptly tightened his grip, intending to crush the gem into dust. However, after clenching and then opening his golden fist, the gem remained unchanged, still shimmering with green light, even in his typically brazen demeanor. A look of trepidation graced Manhuzi's face. It was well known that his hands, infused with the heavenly demon technique, could easily distort and deform even the sturdiest of gems, let alone a magical artifact imbued with spiritual essence. As Manhuzi's eyes glazed over in disbelief, the robed elder approached with a grin and remarked, "The relics of ancient cultivators are indeed quite peculiar. Young man, seeing how much you admire this trinket, I shall bestow it upon you." The rough-bearded man, seemingly attempting to mask his earlier embarrassment, cast a sullen glance and carelessly tossed the object toward Han Li. Taken aback for a moment, Han Li instinctively caught the item. He then swept his gaze across the surroundings and, without hesitation, stepped forward a few paces to collect the remnants of the serpent demon puppet as was his custom. Chapter 475. Unexpected events, however. When Han Li stowed away the two somewhat deformed bronze daggers, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of unease, having glanced at the items with a bit more scrutiny. This action, though executed with utmost secrecy, sent a chill down his spine as he realized that these two short daggers were likely valuable treasures. Yet, the extreme Yin ancestor would certainly seek to claim the treasure for himself and would not demand it from him at this moment, risking greater loss for something minor. Nonetheless, this meant that the extreme Yin might now have one more reason to act against him in the future. With this thought in mind, a bitter smile crept across Han Li's previously lowered visage. However, when he raised his head again, his expression returned to its usual demeanor. Thus, despite the formidable puppets and restrictions present on this level, the trio of nascent soul cultivators managed to pass through unscathed. They were subsequently transported to the third level. Half a day later, in a certain area on the fifth floor of the towering edifice, 3 individuals were engaged in hushed deliberation. These were none other than Wan Tianming and his companions from the righteous sect. Not far in front of them loomed a colossal structure, an exceedingly grand stone platform. This platform measured over 100 zhang in both length and width, standing approximately 30 zhang tall, that a series of stone steps, spanning hundreds of layers, ascended directly to the platform's summit. The entire structure was constructed from what appeared to be ordinary gray stone, enveloped by a white light barrier that encased both the steps and the platform itself. Strangely, within the light barrier, a blue radiance shimmered. The closer one approached the center of the platform, the more brilliant the light became. The luminous glow pulsed ceaselessly, rendering it nearly impossible for the eyes to behold. Obscuring any discernible flaws, along the edges of the stone platform, thick frost had gathered, its crystalline transparency reflecting light and enhancing the platform's extraordinary beauty. "What Brother Wan said is indeed true. Let us proceed to claim the treasure," remarked the Taoist Tian Wuzi from across the way, his eyes betraying a hint of excitement. The black, gaunt elder resembling a farmer merely nodded silently, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Wan Tianming paid this little mind, understanding that although the elder was taciturn, his mastery of the jade elixir technique was formidable, even surpassing that of Tian Wuzi. This individual, despite being of the righteous path, had long engaged in solitary cultivation, rarely interacting with others, which had cultivated his seemingly indifferent demeanor. After a subtle smile, Wan Tianming led the two toward the light barrier. A thick purple mist flickered briefly, and with a crisp sound, the white light barrier was effortlessly sliced open by Wan Tianming's sleeve, creating an opening nearly a zhang high, allowing them to enter in single file. Shortly thereafter, the group vanished into the blue light atop the platform. Time passed, and those who had entered the light barrier had yet to emerge. However, below the platform, the figures of the rough-bearded man and the extreme Ian appeared, followed closely by Han Li and his companions. At last, we have reached this cursed place. That golden-haired puppet on the 4th level was surprisingly formidable. Had it not been for our combined efforts, we might have been entangled for a much longer duration, remarked the scholarly elder, his eyes glimmering as he gazed upon the platform before them. Humph, that puppet was not the issue, he continued. The barrier encountered at the 3rd level proved to be rather formidable, consuming an unexpectedly lengthy amount of time to breach. Otherwise, we would have arrived much earlier. The expression of the extreme Ian ancestor darkened as he spoke, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. Now that we have reached this point, what purpose does it serve to utter such idle chatter? Let us first ascertain whether Wan Tianming and the others have entered to retrieve the treasures. With a furrowed brow, the bearded man remarked bluntly, his face betraying palpable impatience. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Extreme Yin's visage, prompting him to lapse into silence. Meanwhile, the scholarly elder maintained his composure and chuckled lightly. Fear not, brother man. According to the secret techniques employed by both myself and Brother Wu, Wan Tianming and his companions indeed ventured inside several hours ago and have yet to emerge. We need only wait here. For this staircase is the sole passage into and out of the Hanli platform. The only one. Is that truly the case? I hope the righteous fellows Haven T slipped away through some other route while we remain here. Waiting foolishly, the bearded man cast a skeptical glance at the elder, his expression tinged with doubt. Rest assured, this is absolutely not an issue. This white light barrier is no ordinary shield. It is the renowned Heavenly Gang barrier from ancient times. Aside from this specially designated exit at the staircase, there is no way to traverse through any other part in a short span of time. Let us take a moment to recuperate here, and then we shall proceed to assess the situation, the elder declared, calmly stroking his beard. Very well, that suffices. The bearded man nodded nonchalantly, settling down cross-legged on a nearby step. Extreme Ian and the scholarly elder then leaned closer to engage in hushed conversation. Hanli observed everything intently, a cold smirk curling within him, though his countenance revealed no trace of his inner thoughts. While these sinister old cultivators were indeed astute, Wan Tianming appeared to be a person of considerable cunning. Their decision to delay entry might very well align with the intentions of the righteous sect members. Contemplating this, he scanned the surroundings and noticed Xian Gu standing alone at a distance beneath a high platform, gazing at the misty white barrier, seemingly lost in thought. Han Li's expression shifted. This presented a prime opportunity to renegotiate. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this old demon had now allied himself with the bearded man, thereby diminishing his own value in the eyes of Xian Gu. Most likely, this individual, like Extreme Ian, was also contemplating the acquisition of treasures from the Bloodjade Spider. Otherwise, why would he choose to strike down Extreme Ian after securing the treasures? If he were to approach now, it would only reveal his own trepidation, exacerbating his already precarious situation. Clearly, any means of escape would have to be orchestrated by himself. Han Li inwardly cursed, swiftly adopting a serene demeanor and casually moving to the other side. Xian Gu fixated on Han Li's retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. At that moment, Han Li circled around the massive stone platform, leisurely making his way outside the barrier. Extreme Ian and the others, confident in their belief that a mere early-stage core formation cultivator like Han Li could not possibly escape on his own in this 5th level, felt at ease, allowing him to roam freely in the vicinity. In no time, Han Li discreetly slipped behind the high platform. Here, corresponding to the light barrier, stood a towering wall of azure stone, adorned with carvings of ancient beasts and various runes, revealing no signs of anomaly. The walls that Han Li encountered in this inner hall were familiar to him. He understood that profound prohibitions were established upon them. Attempting to breach these walls was beyond even the capabilities of formidable nascent soul cultivators like Jian. Thus, even though Han Li was acutely aware that what lay beyond the wall was likely the exterior of the inner hall, he found himself at an impasse. With a resounding thud, the silhouette of Han Li, who had taken 3 or 4 steps, abruptly froze in place, slowly turning around. Incredulity etched across his face. He was struck by disbelief. The typical cultivator, upon hearing the recent sound, might have dismissed it and departed without a second thought, for the sound seemed entirely ordinary. However, Han Li, hailing from a background steeped in the martial world, had extensively studied mechanisms and secret chambers in his early years. The moment the sound reached his ears, he discerned that the slab of azure stone was not solid. Han Li found it hard to believe that, within such an ancient cultivator's domain riddled with profound prohibitions, there could exist a hollow structure. He genuinely questioned his own judgment. Nonetheless, Han Li was not one to simply walk away. Extending 2 fingers, he meticulously tapped around the azure stones he had just clapped his hands upon. As his fingers struck the 3rd slab, a flicker of realization ignited within him, and his gaze settled upon it. This stone was intricately carved with the image of a winged beast with blood-red eyes. Although the depiction was not finely detailed, it was remarkably lifelike, vividly conveying the beast's frenzied, bloodthirsty nature. Han Li merely glanced at the creature's image before resuming his gentle taps on the azure stone. He was finally elated to confirm that this stone indeed concealed a hollow chamber, and there seemed to be something hidden within. Chapter 476. The golden silkworm retrieves treasure. Han Li did not act immediately. After confirming that the formidable Ji-in and others were not surveilling him, he hesitated no longer. With a swift motion, he extended a finger. A flash of azure light glimmering as a blade of sword energy materialized, fluctuating in length at his fingertip. Calmly, Han Li traced a circle, roughly the size of a fist, upon the azure stone with the sword energy, before waving his hand to disperse it. With his other hand, he quickly tapped the circumference. Instantly, a hole appeared in the azure stone. Aware that time was of the essence, Han Li reached inside without a moment's thought. The space was confined. After a hasty rummage, something was grasped in his hand. Han Li's expression shifted. The object was slender, rounded, and soft, resembling a stick-like entity. Just as he was about to unfurl it in surprise, his expression changed abruptly. He swiftly concealed the scroll within his robes, and with a flicker of his form, pressed against the azure wall, meticulously covering the exposed hole and feigning a posture of rest. As Han Li completed this maneuver, the somber voice of the Grandmaster Ji-in echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Han Li's eyes. That wasn't it said that they would take a moment to regroup? How swiftly had their minds shifted? Had the 3 ancient fiends sensed something amiss? Upon reaching the front, the trio of old fiends stood solemnly at the steps, gazing intently at the platform above, with the grotesque duo of Wu and Cho mirroring their actions. Han Li, somewhat taken aback, glanced upward, his expression slightly altering. There, on the high platform, the azure light shimmered erratically, its brilliance dazzling, interspersed with faint glimmers of golden light reflecting amidst the movement. Surrounding the stone platform, a thick layer had formed in just a brief moment. However, due to the white luminescent barrier that separated them, Han Li remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences. Upon Han Li's arrival, Ji nodded slightly and then turned to the burly man beside him, instructing him to proceed up the steps. With a thunderous crash, the burly man reached the barrier at the steps and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch enveloped in magical energy, striking down with great force. Consequently, a massive fissure several zhang wide instantly appeared in the barrier, allowing the burly man to stride confidently inside. Ji-in and the scholarly elders swiftly maneuvered to sandwich Han Li between them, unceremoniously ushering him along. Xingu and Wu Chou followed last into the barrier, chilled to the bone. Although Han Li had mentally prepared himself while still outside the barrier, he was nonetheless taken aback by the frigid air that enveloped him upon entry. He hurriedly activated his protective light, which significantly alleviated the biting cold. The burly man paid no heed to the others, striding directly towards the epicenter of the most intense blue light. The elder and Ji-in exchanged glances and could only manage a wry smile before hastening their steps in pursuit. Han Li inwardly cursed Ji-in, the so-called master. It wasn't that he lacked self-awareness or the desire to flee. Rather, he intended to lag behind a bit to inspect the mysterious scroll he held tightly in his arms. After all, the circumstances surrounding its placement were rather peculiar, and it might provide some assistance in his current predicament. However, urged on by Ji-in, Wu Chou appeared to be reminded of something, fixating his watchful gaze on Han Li without a moment's distraction. Even Xiangu cast him a sidelong glance filled with suspicion. Han Li had no choice but to quicken his pace, yet after only a few steps, he found his speed diminishing once more. This was not by his own volition. Rather, under the oppressive chill of the blue light, even with his protective aura, each step forward made him feel increasingly frigid. Within mere moments, his complexion had turned pale, and he hastily stifled his breath, fearing that the icy air would harm his lungs. The white spirit rhinoceros I provided you not only offers protection from fire but also from the cold. What are you waiting for? At that moment, Ji Yin's voice echoed in Han Li's ears once more, Realizing his oversight, Han Li swiftly retrieved the item and reattached it to his waist. Indeed, once the spirit rhinoceros emitted its radiant white glow, warmth immediately enveloped him. Finally, Han Li had the leisure to observe how the others were coping with the frigid conditions as he walked. The burly man and the other nascent soul cultivators seemed entirely unfazed, relying solely on their protective light to continue onward without a care in the world. Xiangu, on the other hand, sported a string of gleaming red beads around his neck, equally unaffected by the cold. As for Wu Chou, who had mysteriously fallen behind, he bore an odd snake-patterned armlet that projected a pink barrier around him for protection. They soon reached the center of the elevated platform, where a small protruding altar stood. Upon the altar, several clusters of golden light danced vibrantly, while at its core, a blinding blue light emanated from a sizable opening. Han Li's spirit surged with excitement, and he quickly focused his attention to scrutinize the scene before him. Amidst those golden orbs, each harbored a giant emerald-green silkworm, measuring several feet in length, which was voraciously expelling threads of gold, each as thick as a thumb, reaching towards the cavern. Their bodies swayed desperately, tugging backwards with all their might. With each oscillation, the azure light within the cave flickered wildly. Beside the altar stood three figures, namely Wan Tianming and his companions, who, as evident to the righteous cultivators, were aware of the arrival of Man Huzi and his ilk. However, these three appeared indifferent, fixated solely on the golden light before them, their faces etched with tension. Observing this scene, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Man Huzi's eyes. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand, and two beams of gold instantly transformed into rainbows, hurtling towards the trio. Concurrently, Han Jiao, Li Gui, Wan Tianming, and Tian Wuzi turned their gazes towards this direction, each calling out coldly. Instantly, an unusual commotion ensued, as a green light and a blue light shot down, simultaneously intercepting the golden beams, leading to a fierce clash. The azure and cerulean lights did not pursue. Instead, they spiraled in place, revealing their true forms: a white little dragon several yards in size, and a peculiar semi-transparent giant turtle. Upon recognizing these entities, Man Huzi's expression shifted abruptly. "The cold dragon of the madwoman, the Li turtle of Tian Yuanji," exclaimed the scholarly elder, who had approached from behind, his face equally astonished. In no wonder Wan Tianming and his companions exhibited such arrogance. They had borrowed the spirit beasts of those two formidable old monsters. Yet, to my knowledge, those two elders cherish their spirit beasts dearly and never lend them to others. How did these two manage to acquire them? The grand ancestor of Extreme Een, witnessing this spectacle, also expressed his astonishment, his face contorted with anger. Humph, who they lend to also matters. Wan Tianming is the madwoman's own nephew, and Tian Wuzi is a fellow disciple of Tian Yuanji. It is hardly surprising they could procure these spirit beasts, Man Huzi remarked, his expression darkening. This indeed poses quite a challenge. These two beasts possess considerable prowess if they fight to the death. The three of us may find it difficult to extricate ourselves. Qing Yi, observing the white dragon and giant turtle, voiced his concerns. Qing Yi, Xianin, what are your Qing Thornbird and Tian Du corpse doing? Although they may not match these two beasts, they should be able to entangle them for a while. We do not necessarily need to defeat Wan Tianming and his companions. Merely slaying one of the golden silkworms would suffice, Man Huzi said with a sinister smile. Upon hearing his words, the scholarly elder and grand ancestor of Extreme Een exchanged glances, revealing their hesitance. Rest assured, I will also let my spirit beast join the fray. Collaborating with you two is troublesome. Man Huzi cast a sidelong glance at the two, displaying a hint of disdain. Following this, the scholarly elder and grand ancestor of Extreme Een relaxed their expressions and agreed. Chapter 477, Golden Silkworm and Tian Qing Flower. However, before the elder and the grand ancestor of Extreme Een could summon their spirit beasts and demonic corpses, a green giant silkworm within one of the light orbs suddenly trembled, and the golden light surrounding it rapidly dimmed. Almost simultaneously, the golden thread it was expelling quivered and snapped with a resounding crack. Not good, exclaimed Wan Tianming and the righteous cultivators, their faces changing dramatically as they realized the peril. However, before they could take any action, several other golden silkworms exhibited the same condition. As the golden light diminished, the golden threads of the other two giant silkworms snapped abruptly. In that moment, Wan Tianming's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. His previously advancing form froze in place. Yet, this was not the end. Although the golden threads of the remaining three giant silkworms persisted, Deprived of half their companion support, they were suddenly yanked violently, as if by an immense force, and were swiftly drawn into the great hole. Following this, a thunderous crash resounded as a heavy object struck the ground, causing the entire stone platform to tremble violently. The blue light at the cave's entrance immediately dimmed, and the chill in the air intensified. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the righteous individuals turned grim. Meanwhile, the several elder demons, who were poised to strike, exchanged bizarre glances, their faces reflecting a delightful mixture of surprise and amusement. Ha ha, ha ha. The burly man with a wild beard erupted into hearty laughter, his yellow whiskers quivering with mirth, embodying sheer delight at this moment. The extreme Een and the scholarly elder also reacted, revealing expressions of schadenfreude as they grinned slyly at the three righteous individuals. Consequently, Wan Tianming's face grew even more ashen. For the sake of obtaining this treasure, he had exerted tremendous effort and incurred significant costs, only to become a subject of mockery for those of the demonic path. This ignited a fury within Wan Tianming that he could no longer contain. Abruptly, he turned, casting a cold, menacing glare at the trio of Extreme Een. The smiles of the Extreme Een patriarch and the elder froze instantly. After all, they were dealing with a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Despite their alignment with opposing paths, they were reluctant to forge a deep enmity with Wan Tianming. What? Does the leader of the Wan sect wish to engage in a contest with me here? The burly man provocatively inquired, his expression hardening. Let us go. The expression of Tian Wuzi was equally grim. After retracting the giant tortoise, he maintained a serious demeanor, closely following Wan Tianming, the gaunt old farmer. However, displayed a relatively composed demeanor, his eyes merely reflecting a hint of coldness. As the righteous and demonic factions brushed past each other, both sides remained exceedingly vigilant, treading carefully. Fortunately, despite the burly man's extreme arrogance, he refrained from uttering any provocative remarks, merely watching with a cold smile as Wan Tianming and his companions gradually receded from view, ultimately vanishing beyond the protective barrier. I instructed the Qingji bird to lie in wait at the entrance. Should any of the righteous return, we shall be informed, the scholarly elder remarked, gazing towards the direction they had departed. In that case, I shall dispatch 2 celestial corpse minions to also lie in ambush at the entrance, in case they attempt a surprise attack on us, the Extreme Een patriarch said with a sly smile, his eyes glinting with cunning. Upon hearing this, the scholar Qing, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself and said nothing further. He then flicked his scholar's sleeve, sending a fist-sized green light soaring into the sky. The Extreme Een patriarch, on the other hand, extended his hand and tossed something to the ground, seemingly releasing an object. 2 plumes of black smoke erupted forth, followed by a foul stench as 2 towering demonic corpses emerged before the assembly. Go. The Extreme Een patriarch commanded, pointing solemnly towards the entrance. Instantly, the 2 demonic corpses twisted and blurred, vanishing without a trace. However, when Han Li's gaze fell upon the several trembling golden silkworms lying on the altar, his curiosity compelled him to approach. Yet, before he could reach them, another figure swiftly made his way over. Han Li glanced sideways and was astonished to find it was the previously silent Xian Gud. He felt a sense of surprise. I wonder how Wan Tianming could possibly invoke the Void Heaven Cauldron with mere golden silkworms. It turns out this object was merely borrowed. Haha. Wan Tianming has certainly ended up losing more than he gained this time. Upon hearing Xian Gu's words, the rugged man couldn't help but laugh heartily, saying, Tian Qinghua, I never expected Wan Tianming would actually find this item. I once considered using this method as well, but regrettably, I have not encountered a single Tian Qinghua in all these years. Yet, it seems this junior of yours is quite knowledgeable about the flower. He is evidently no nameless character. I wonder if who has ever heard of this person's name. The Extreme Een ancestor ambled over with his hands clasped behind his back. But then he shifted his focus and slowly inquired, fixing his gaze on Xian Gu's face, that I have merely read some dusty tomes. There is nothing remarkable about me, Xian Gu replied with a gentle smile. Is that so? The Extreme Een ancestor said in a nonchalant tone. Whether his suspicion had dissipated or he was wary of the rugged man beside him, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he turned and walked to the large chasm, peering downwards. The blue light from the cavern cast an eerie hue upon his face, rendering it most peculiar. Han Li stood to the side, observing with a cold gaze. Secretly admiring Xian Gu's composure, Tio stand before Extreme Een and maintained such a calm demeanor while addressing him as senior truly showcased Xiangu's formidable temperament, just as Han Li was lost in his thoughts. The scholarly elder spoke. Since these golden silkworms are of no use, it would be best to eliminate them to avoid their presence being a nuisance. Upon finishing his words, the elder flipped his palm, conjuring a sphere of piercing azure light that floated above his hand, poised to strike the half-lifeless giant silkworms. Hold on. I find these golden silkworms quite intriguing. Allow me to handle them. Han Li squinted at the three massive silkworms, a sudden impulse driving him to speak to the elder. You want these creatures? They are not only devoid of any spiritual essence, but will also not survive for long. The scholarly elder revealed a hint of surprise and confusion. This caused Han Li to feel uneasy, uncertain of the elder's intentions. Cough. In my earlier years, I too was a loose cultivator. Thus I am well aware that the foundation of loose cultivators in the core formation stage cannot be compared to those from major sects. They indeed face certain hardships. Since these useless beings are desired by you, Han Xiao, then take them. After shaking his head, the scholarly elder sighed with a hint of regret. It was clear he had misunderstood the situation. Upon hearing this, Han Li inwardly rolled his eyes, but he could only feign an embarrassed expression on his face, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He then took out an empty spirit beast pouch and collected the 3 golden silkworms. Observing their state, it was evident that they had been abandoned and their original master's consciousness erased by Wan Tianming. Thus they offered no resistance as Han Li stored them in the pouch. After hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brows and approached. Meanwhile, Qing Yi and the rugged man exchanged glances, both looking towards Han Li. However, upon hearing those words, a chill suddenly crept up Han Li's spine. Chapter 478, The Acquisition of Treasure. Han Li, despite the tumult of emotion swirling within him, maintained an impassive faade. Upon gazing into the cavern, a wave of astonishment washed over him. The depth of the vast chasm was not as unfathomably deep as he had envisioned. It measured only around 20 to 30 zhang, with his cultivation at the core formation stage. He could distinctly see a dazzling blue flame burning fiercely at the bottom of the pit. Within the cerulean fire, he discerned the faint flicker of some black object. It appeared to be the renowned Xu Tianding. However, as he leaned closer, he was struck by an icy chill emanating from the abyss. Had it not been for the lingxi that shielded him from a significant portion of the frigid aura, he might have succumbed to the bone-chilling cold that threatened to enshroud him. The blue light, ostensibly aflame, paradoxically radiated an extraordinary cold. Han Li was utterly astonished. What he beheld was the Qianlan Bingyan, a fire of utmost een and frost. Not only core formation cultivators, but even seasoned veterans like us who have attained the nascent soul stage dare not approach it. A mere brush with this icy flame could easily refine a nascent soul to nothingness. Legends claim that this fire does not belong to our realm, and it remains a mystery how ancient cultivators came upon such a phenomenon. Standing alongside Han Li, the extreme Yin patriarch gazed intently into the chasm and spoke slowly. Were it not for the nature of this fire, the Xu Tianding would have long been claimed by others. It would not have remained here until now. Although the Qianlan Bingyan poses a grave threat to us cultivators, there are still certain entities it cannot incinerate. For example, the golden silk produced by the golden silkworm, the threads of the blood jade spider, and my 2 fire pythons, among other exceptional beings. Now, summon your blood jade spider. Let us observe it closely. The extreme Yin patriarch commanded with an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Under the watchful gaze of the extreme Yin and the bearded elder, Han Li refrained from any further delay. He pressed his hand against the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a beam of white light shot forth from the opening. Spiraling gracefully before landing before everyone as the brilliance subsided, the blood jade spider's modest form emerged into view. Upon noticing the presence of so many living beings, its fangs ground together in agitation, and its eyes seemed to brim with hostility. However, the bearded elder and the extreme Yin paid little heed to this display. Rather, they regarded the spirit beast as though it were a precious gem. TSK. This blood jade spider has grown to such a size that it appears to be at the pinnacle of a 4th-tier beast, on the verge of breaking into the 5th tier. The prospects for acquiring the treasure indeed seem promising. The bearded elder remarked, his expression shifting with surprise. While my disciple's blood jade spider may not match the strength of some wild aberrations, it is undoubtedly the optimal choice for obtaining the Xu Tianding. The extreme Yin echoed, his gaze fixed on the blood jade spider, excitement glimmering in his eyes. What you say is true. Moreover, this spider's rank far surpasses those mere 2nd-tier beasts like the golden silkworm. Even if we had just this one, it would outshine a whole swarm of them. The scholarly elder added, his countenance radiant with joy. In light of the current circumstances, it seems that acquiring the treasure is not merely a fruitless endeavor. Let us commence our efforts without delay. Otherwise, procrastination may lead to unforeseen complications. Hanli, instruct your spider to expel its silk and ensnare the Shutian ding. Simultaneously, I shall summon my 2 fire pythons to assist the blood jade spider. Since the blood jade spider posed no issues, the extreme master unceremoniously instructed Hanli. Yes, although Hanli felt somewhat reluctant internally, he could only respond obediently. Both of you, go to the bottom of the altar. As the Qian blue ice flame accompanying the void heaven cauldron approaches the cave entrance, your cultivation levels will be insufficient to withstand it. As for my little apprentice Hanli, I will trouble you, Brother Qing, to safeguard him shortly. After giving cold orders to Wu Chou and Xian Gu, the extreme master turned to the esteemed Qing Yi, smiling as he spoke, that of course, for the celestial repairing pill within that void heaven cauldron. I shall ensure that young friend Han encounters no mishap. The elder chuckled in agreement. Wu Chou and Xian Gu obediently descended from the altar and retreated a few steps before standing still again. Glancing at the several old demons eyeing them hungrily, Hanli sighed inwardly and issued a command to the blood jade spider. Immediately, a milky white web shot forth, transforming into a beam of white light that soared into the cave. At this juncture, he could only advance step by step. He hoped that after acquiring the treasure, the extreme master would refrain from immediately severing ties in front of the other old demons, granting him a brief respite. Only then, when Xian Gu engaged the extreme master, would he have the opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. As for whether he could retrieve the void heaven cauldron, Hanli did not concern himself with that at all. That he understood well that regardless of the outcome, his situation would remain unchanged. Just as Hanli solidified his strategy in his mind, the extreme master approached him and, with a swift motion, produced a pitch-black spirit beast pouch from within his robe. He turned the pouch upside down and gave it a gentle shake. In an instant, 2 enormous fire-red giant pythons, each measuring 4 to 5 zhang in length, appeared on the ground with a flash of red light. These monstrous pythons were adorned with phosphorescent scales resembling fiery red nails, and bizarre patterns marked the area beneath their heads, akin to runes. Their 4 eyes glimmered with a fiery light, as if flames were igniting within. After the extreme master's fire pythons coiled and stretched on the ground, he swiftly raised his sleeve, flicking a finger from within. 2 black pills shot forth. With a flick of their heads, the 2 giant pythons agilely swallowed the pills whole. The extreme master pointed unceremoniously towards the large cave. Upon hearing this, the 2 fire pythons slowly glided toward the cave entrance, appearing rather languid. Observing this, the extreme master's expression grew serious as he formed an intricate hand seal, chanting an obscure incantation. Seemingly invoking some secret technique, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the incantation resonated, the fire python's red scales transformed into a dark crimson hue, and they became invigorated, shaking their heads and tails, with 2 resounding thuds. The pythons plunged their tails fiercely into the ground near the cave entrance, embedding themselves deep as if they were blades. Subsequently, their 4 bodies lunged forward, elongating like they possessed no bones, diving into the depths of the cave. However, their tails remained firmly entrenched at the cave entrance, motionless, resembling 2 slender black-red cords. Hanli watched in astonishment. The 2 ropes writhed slightly. Noticing this, the extreme master revealed a glimmer of delight on his face and urgently shouted to Hanli, clenching his fists, "All right, they have latched onto the void heaven cauldron. Quickly, have your spider pull with all its might. Although the fire python has consumed my pill, it cannot endure for long within the azure blue ice flame." Whether success is attainable now hinges on this pivotal moment. After the extreme ancestor uttered these words, a hint of a sinister expression flickered across his countenance. Observing this, Hanli could not suppress a cold snort in his heart. Securing the treasure successfully might well cost him his life. If he were to fail, he would find some solace in that. Reluctantly, Hanli grumbled internally a few times. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and urged the blood jade spider to exert its strength and pull backward. For beside him, the burly man with a beard and the scholar in a robe were keenly watching his every move, and any attempt to feign effort would surely not escape the discerning eyes of these 2 old foxes. At Hanli's resigned command, the milky translucent threads immediately tightened, and the blood jade spider began to move slowly backward. Simultaneously, the 2 black-red ropes across the cave mouth began to twist and contract. A resounding rumble echoed through the air, causing the entire platform to sway. The blue light within the cave flickered chaotically, dazzling Han Li's eyes, compelling him to glance away momentarily to avoid the blinding flashes. Yet the blood-jade spider remained unfazed, persistently dragging backward. Good. The void sky cauldron has begun to tremble. Upon witnessing this scene, Qing Yi, the scholar, murmured nervously to himself. However, the extreme Yin ancestor displayed no signs of panic. After a moment's contemplation, he exhaled 2 jets of dark essence, which swiftly adhered to the bodies of the 2 fire pythons. He then turned to the burly man and urgently said, "Brother man, I implore you to bestow the berserk technique upon the blood-jade spider. My disciple's magical power is insufficient to wield this technique. Rest assured, it shall be entrusted to me," the burly man replied without surprise. As if he had anticipated this request, he then fixed his gaze upon the blood-jade spider, his lips moving incessantly. With each opening and closing, a faint red glow began to emanate from his mouth. Chapter 479. Return and Departure. Pa. The burly man bellowed, and a crimson mist erupted from his mouth, transforming into a beam of light that shot forth, with a resounding pop. The moment the beam made contact with the blood-jade spider's body, it erupted explosively. A vast expanse of red mist suddenly enveloped the spirit beast, shrouding it within. The blood-jade spider emitted a hissing sound. Appearing somewhat agitated, as if provoked, witnessing this spectacle, Han Li felt a surge of anger brewing within him. Just the name of the berserk technique hinted at the potential repercussions of such a demonic art. These old sorcerers had never broached the subject with him, yet they unhesitatingly imposed it upon the blood-jade spider, without a thought for the consequences it might entail. Although he had foreseen this scenario, being treated in such a manner still left Han Li's expression somewhat grim. At this juncture, the blood mist had been nearly fully absorbed by the blood-jade spider. The spirit beast's originally translucent body had transformed completely into a deep crimson hue, resembling a massive scarlet gemstone. This is as Han Li beheld the blood-jade spider's transformation, he was immediately reminded of the scene in the subterranean caves of Tiannan, where the blood-jade spider had gone on a rampage. Similarly cloaked in a vibrant red hue, indicative of its furious state. Han Li, filled with a twinge of concern, transmitted a sliver of his consciousness and sensed a frenzied and irascible energy, as if on the verge of losing all rationality. Startled, Han Li was about to forcibly soothe the blood-jade spider when his companion, the rugged man, suddenly bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly command your blood-jade spider to pull outward. This berserk technique is time-sensitive." The rugged man's piercing gaze intensified as he shouted. Han Li, upon hearing these words, felt an inner irritation but could only allow the blood-jade spider to continue exerting its strength. Fortunately, although the spider had succumbed to rage, it still heeded its master's commands without fail. Instantly, a flash of blood-red light flickered in its green eyes, and several sharp legs began to frantically claw at the web, indeed managing to gradually draw the taut strands backward. A tremor, even more intense than before, erupted, accompanied by deep rumblings echoing from the cave. Witnessing this scene, the rugged man and others simultaneously displayed expressions of elation. Subsequently, a blinding blue light suddenly erupted from the cave, shooting up over 10 zhang above the altar. Han Li felt a sudden chill wash over him, followed by a warm sensation that a brilliant azure barrier enveloped him. Momentarily taken aback, Han Li realized that the scholarly elder had amplified his protective light several-fold, shielding him as well. Be cautious. The instant the void heaven cauldron is lifted, it will unleash a cold surge several times more potent than before. When such an accident occurred previously, countless unprepared treasure-seeking cultivators suffered grievously. The elder solemnly murmured. Though the content of his words seemed directed at Han Li, the elder's gaze remained fixed unwaveringly on the cave entrance. At that moment, the scholar Qing Yi appeared exceptionally tense. Han Li, upon hearing these words, felt a jolt of surprise. Had many others previously attempted to wield this cauldron? If so, why had they all failed? Clearly, the void heaven cauldron was immensely heavy, even with the full strength of several spirit beasts. It had only shifted imperceptibly, while the blue light at the cave entrance became increasingly dazzling. At this moment, not only the likes of Ji Yin and others, but even Wu Chou and Xian Gu beneath the altar were riveted on the unfolding spectacle. Wu Chou gripped his hands tightly, his face alight with excitement and avarice, while Xian Gu's eyes revealed a complex expression, a mixture of anticipation and hesitation. As the void heaven cauldron was gradually pulled upward. Aside from the sounds of straining from the altar, everyone else held their breath, attentively observing the cave entrance. However, Hanli did not direct his gaze there. Instead, he anxiously focused on his bloodjade spider. After all, regardless of how extraordinary the Void Heaven Cauldron was, it could never fall into his possession. The bloodjade spider was a creature he had painstakingly nurtured. In his scrutiny, he unexpectedly noticed that the originally milky white silk had begun to reflect a faint blue luminescence. Although it was exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye, it was undeniably not the original color of the silk. Just as Hanli began to ponder this anomaly, a faint yet audible sound of tearing came from behind the crowd. Although the sound was slight, the silence among those on the high platform made it particularly conspicuous. It was unmistakably the noise of a protective barrier being violently ripped apart, emanating from the direction of the stone steps of the platform. The voices of Ji-in and Manhuzi, among others, certainly reached the ears of those present. Manhuzi's expression shifted dramatically as he cursed vehemently. He then struck his waist pouch, releasing a beam of yellow light. As the radiance diminished, a spirit beast resembling a leopard, adorned with yellow spots, materialized before him. This creature was not only several times larger than an ordinary leopard, but also bore a third eye atop its head, which flickered with a mysterious yellow glow. Meanwhile, the elderly scholar in a Confucian robe turned around, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, and spoke in a chilling tone. We must strive to delay as much as possible. Although the Shutian Ding has already been mostly extracted, the suction force within the cave will only intensify as we proceed. It is not something that can be swiftly extricated. The Ji'in Patriarch's face was veiled in frost. Yet he did not display any signs of panic. The return of the righteous cultivators seemed to have been anticipated well in advance. Above the elder's head floated several spirit birds, each the size of a fist, with sharp beaks and steel-like feathers, exuding an imposing presence on the other side. The Ji'in Patriarch also formed hand seals, enveloped in a dark, inky aura. As this demonic energy dispersed, 14 or 15 green, iron-armored corpses materialized around him. Manhuzi cast a cold glance at the two without uttering a word. Below, Wucho hurriedly moved a few steps closer to the altar, displaying a hint of unease. Xiangu shifted his eyes a few times, remaining motionless, deep in contemplation. Upon witnessing Xiangu's actions, Hanli furrowed his brows momentarily before his expression returned to normal. In an instant, several streaks of light shot forth from the distance at astonishing speed. Arriving before the altar in the blink of an EYEAS, the brilliance faded. Wan Tianming and other righteous cultivators appeared before the crowd. Good, very good. Wan Tianming scanned the altar where the blood jade spider was straining to drag the Shutian Ding, and the trembling blue light of the cave entrance, and calmly uttered these words. The practitioners of the demonic path exchanged glances, uncertain of the intent behind his statement. Good, I am undoubtedly well. However, if you do not arrive, my own sentiments would be even more favorable, retorted Manhuzi with a fierce glare. I certainly did not wish to come here. But who would have thought that after departing for such a short time, I would discover that this young friend possesses the long-extinct blood-jade spider? How could I simply walk away? Wan Tianming replied nonchalantly. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, his lips moved to emit a peculiar low hum. Manhuzi and the others were momentarily taken aback, unsure of what trickery was afoot. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted from the stone ground where Wan Tianming stood, and a small blue creature, the size of a mouse, sprang forth, darting onto Wan Tianming's arm with lightning speed. At this moment, the leader of the 1FA sect regarded Manhuzi and the others with a smirk. Remaining silent. A fossil beast, exclaimed Qinglei Jusher upon recognizing the creature. Haha, were it not for my prior decision to leave this beast behind to monitor you, how could I have arrived so promptly? This fossil beast may lack other abilities, but once it burrows into the stone to conceal itself, even with your profound magical powers, it would be impossible to detect it immediately. And now, it seems that my contingency plan was indeed well placed. Now, Wan Mao presents two choices to several individuals. The first is to have us slay the blood jade spider and allow the Void Heaven Cauldron to continue its slumber in the cave. The second is for both parties to share this treasure equally. The leader of our sect cannot permit you, the demonic faction, to monopolize the treasures within the cauldron. Wan Tianming leisurely stroked the fossil beast on his arm, his gaze circling the blood void spider a couple of times before he spoke. This moment, Wan Tianming appeared self-assured, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he was unperturbed by the potential defiance of the likes of Manhuzi. Chapter 480. The battle begins, share it with you. Upon hearing this, the exceedingly gloomy face of Ji-in contorted slightly. For Ji-in, as long as he claimed a portion belonging to Hanli, his nominal disciple, he was certain that his share of the treasure would not be insignificant. However, before Ji-in could delve deeper into the feasibility of this proposition, the brazen man Huzi at the forefront threw back his head and laughed heartily. Share the void heaven cauldron, Wan Tianming. How naive you are. If you wish to snatch food from my mouth, you must first assess whether your claws are sufficiently sharp. With that declaration, without a moment's hesitation, Man Huzi beckoned, and the giant leopard that had been crouched before him suddenly rose, letting out a low growl. Its third beastly eye opened wide, unleashing a beam of earthy yellow light directly aimed at Wan Tianming. Beast, seeking death. Wan Tianming could not help but roar in anger. He had not anticipated that Man Huzi would disregard his suggestion and resort to violence so swiftly. For, regardless of how one viewed the situation, he had the assistance of Han Jiao and Li Gui, giving him an edge and power over his opponents. This left Wan Tianming somewhat flustered as he released a beam of purple light, which met the yellow beam head-on, intercepting it. However, upon their brief contact, the yellow light erupted explosively. Then, with a clang, the purple light vanished without a trace, only for a pale object to plummet from the air. Before anyone could discern what it was, the object shattered upon impact. Only then did the onlookers focus closely, revealing it to be an ordinary piece of rubble. Most of the spectators were momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Wan Tianming's expression shifted dramatically multiple times, his eyes narrowing in disbelief as he exclaimed, "The aberration technique. Your three-eyed leopard is a mutated spiritual beast." Upon hearing the term mutated spiritual beast, both the righteous and demonic factions present displayed expressions of astonishment. Mutated spiritual beasts and wild aberrant species might sound strikingly similar at first, yet they are fundamentally different. Wild aberrant species refer to certain rare spiritual beasts from ancient times that, over the passage of time, underwent changes in habits and appearance due to various reasons, resulting in a new group possessing some characteristics of ancient spiritual beasts, yet entirely distinct. Such spiritual beasts are exceedingly rare, and their numbers are scarce, making them difficult to find. In contrast, mutated spiritual beasts are unique entities. Each one represents a singular existence, having undergone unpredictable mutations during their evolution, leading to significant alterations in their abilities. While such mutations can vary in quality, some of the resultant powers are extraordinarily unique and formidable, capable of achieving feats beyond the reach of ordinary spells. Such an ability, which can transform the majority of magical artifacts and treasures into stone, is indeed one of the more renowned powers. This capability is remarkably formidable. There once was a cultivator at the core formation stage who, utilizing this unusual ability bestowed by his mutated spirit beast, effortlessly eradicated 3 or 4 fellow cultivators of the same realm, causing a tremendous upheaval throughout the chaotic star sea. Consequently, the cultivation world collectively referred to the peculiar abilities of mutated spirit beasts as the art of mutation, distinguishing it from ordinary spells. The three-eyed leopard belonging to the bearded man, originally capable only of emitting fire-based attacks from its third eye, has now unleashed a beam that transforms unknown magical artifacts or treasures into stone. This transformation is undoubtedly a result of the spirit beast's mutation, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. It is essential to recognize that the emergence of mutated spirit beasts is an exceedingly rare phenomenon, occurring only in high-tier spirit beasts of level 4 or above. Since the knowledge of spirit beasts mutating has spread, only a mere handful of notable mutated spirit beasts have ever appeared in the chaotic star sea. Among these, only a select few possess abilities that are significantly useful post-mutation. Further underscoring the rarity of such creatures, it has been over a millennium since the last mutated spirit beast made its appearance, leading cultivators who nurture spirit beasts to abandon any hopes of witnessing such a fantastical occurrence during their ascension. Now, as the forces of the demonic path fix their gazes upon this three-eyed leopard, their expressions reveal a myriad of emotions. At this moment, Wan Tianming comprehended why the bearded man had so bluntly refused the request to share the treasures. It was indeed a strategic reliance. Merely the presence of this mutated three-eyed leopard would likely suffice to eliminate his own frost flood dragon and Li turtle. With this realization, Wan Tianming's demeanor grew solemn, and he cast a glance towards the extreme Yin and the Confucian-clad elder. Their faces reflected surprise and delight, clearly abandoning any thoughts of sharing the void heavenly cauldron. Wan Tianming's speculation proved accurate. upon learning that the bearded man's three-eyed leopard was a mutated spirit beast. Master Extreme Een immediately discarded any notion of retreat, a formidable figure in the demonic path. He would not willingly share such a treasure. After exchanging a meaningful glance with the Confucian-clad elder, he no longer hesitated, swiftly spinning his form. Countless dark, profound energies erupted from his being. In the nearby dozen or so Tian-Du corpses simultaneously twisted their forms, vanishing without a trace in the black light. Meanwhile, the Confucian-clad elder whispered to Han Li, "Stand back a bit. Just ensure your own safety. You are not in a position to intervene in this conflict." After uttering these words, it seemed the flock of azure thorn birds atop the elder's head received some command, issuing a piercing shriek before transforming into azure arrows, hurtling towards the righteous cultivators opposite them. The elder himself then waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of azure threads from within, which surged forward in a dense mass, closely following the birds. Witnessing the demonic path's forces taking the initiative, Wan Tianming also decided to act without reservation. Even though the bearded man's mutated spirit beast was somewhat troublesome, he did not harbor genuine fear. After all, no matter how formidable a mutated spirit beast may be, it remains merely an animal. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that the art of mutation, which turns objects into stone, would have little effect on the cultivators themselves. As long as one is cautious not to let the treasured artifact be struck by that yellow light, it is indeed possible to contend with this spirit beast. With this thought in mind, Wan Tianming let out a cold snort and uttered two brief words, "Take action." Upon saying this, he released the white cold flood dragon, and then clapped his hands together in front of his chest. Violet flames erupted fiercely around him, and he was instantly transformed into a figure of blazing purple fire, soaring into the sky towards the barbarian with a beard. Observing this, Tian Wuzi swiftly summoned the departing turtle and, without hesitation, struck the turtle shell with great force. Immediately, the immense turtle's pair of green eyes flashed with fierce light, and its mouth slowly opened, unleashing a torrent of white, misty cold air that surged forth like a colossal wave. Crashing towards the oncoming azure bird swarm, the azure thorn birds, unwilling to show weakness, opened their sharp beaks, releasing slender streams of azure flames that quickly coalesced into a massive azure fire pillar. Clashing and intertwining with the white cold air, the azure fire and white mist splattered in all directions, seemingly unable to determine a clear victor. Meanwhile, the gaunt old man resembling a farmer displayed a far more peculiar approach. With a detached demeanor, he suddenly flipped his palm, revealing a dripping emerald willow branch between his two fingers. With a slight wave of this branch, countless green phantoms erupted from around him, transforming the area within a Tinjong radius into a lush, verdant expanse akin to a green ocean. However, amidst the green light, two streaks of black flashed, and three armored demon corpses abruptly emerged. Surrounding them, countless green threads sprang to life, swiftly shooting forth to bind several celestial demon corpses tightly. These corpses, originally formidable monsters of immense strength, found themselves ensnared and unable to break free beneath the seemingly delicate green threads. In desperation, the two beasts let out a series of panicked roars. Upon witnessing this scene, the extreme Een ancestor's expression turned cold, and he transformed into a massive cloud of black darkness, hurtling towards the fray. Each of these celestial corpses was painstakingly refined, and he was unwilling to let them be easily destroyed by the enemy. Moreover, since the opponent was employing such a blatant would attribute technique, his celestial corpse fire would work remarkably well against them. As the battle of the Yuaning stage experts unfolded, Han Li instinctively retreated another 10 steps. Although he was well aware that even a retreat of over 100 steps would be futile, he still felt the urge to distance himself further. If the righteous faction were to entertain any malicious thoughts and disregard the safety of the Void Heaven Cauldron, they would surely seek to eliminate him, the master of the Blood Jade Spider. In that case, he would be doomed. He could not guarantee that the barbarian and others would arrive in time to rescue him. After all, this high platform, spanning over 100 zhong, was a constricted space that he could traverse in an instant. That moment, as the extreme Een ancestor was entangled with a similarly powerful Yuaning cultivator, it presented an opportune moment for Xiangu to execute a covert attack. However, Han Li wondered whether this old demon would risk allowing the righteous faction to gain the upper hand just to seek revenge for his own deep-seated grievances. With this thought, Han Li couldn't help but glance at Xiangu, who was observing the fierce battle from below the altar. At this moment, Xiangu's expression remained impassive, revealing no emotional fluctuations. making it impossible to discern his thoughts. What a cunning old fox, Han Li silently lamented, feeling a twinge of frustration. Chapter 481. The treasure of transformation. At this moment, the red light emanating from the spiritual beast grew increasingly radiant. Though its body trembled slightly, it continued to retract the silken thread, a milky white filament that now reflected a faint blue glow, flickering ominously and evoking a sense of unease. However, as the blue light approached the red glow surrounding the bloodjade spider, it erupted into specks of white light, immediately repelled and unable to draw closer than half an inch to the spider's corporeal form. Han Li furrowed his brow. Undoubtedly, this strange luminescence was closely related to the Qianlong ice flame. It was no wonder that the ancient beings refrained from assisting the spiritual beast in seizing the treasure. They likely harbored a deep-seated dread of this blue light. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a deafening roar resounded from the heavens. Mixed with the boisterous shouts and maniacal laughter of the man with the wild beard, his attention was drawn back to the heart of the battlefield. At this moment, the wild-bearded man had swelled to an enormous size of 3 to 4 zhang. His upper garments had inexplicably vanished, revealing a chest adorned with a myriad of scales, gleaming like gold armor and radiating brilliance that was almost blinding. Strangely, several silver light ribbons circled and danced around his colossal form. These ribbons, ethereal and elusive, prevented the purple fire dragon conjured by Wan Tianming's Tianluo skill from advancing a single step, perfectly intercepting the onslaught of the fierce purple flames. Although the wild-bearded man claimed to be the foremost in the chaotic sea of stars with his 2-ton mo gong, he would never engage in the folly of directly confronting Wan Tianming's true fire with this technique. Moreover, he had donned a pair of dark iron gauntlets, adorned with menacing spikes protruding several inches. With these gauntlets, he unleashed powerful blows, each strike sending forth a massive golden hand that forcefully repelled the gigantic purple sword several zhang away. Meanwhile, suspended in midair, Wan Tianming, with a fierce expression, commanded 2 purple flame dragons to soar through the skies, seeking to exploit any weaknesses in the silver light ribbons to ensnare his formidable adversary. On another side, Tian Wuzi and Qing Yi Jusher clearly cherished their own lives. Maintaining a considerable distance from each other, one ceaselessly summoned the Qingji bird and his own magical artifacts to assault the opponent, while the other relied on a protective turtle and a shimmering white short ruler, forming an impregnable defense. Their exchange was neither fervent nor heated, more akin to a friendly sparring session. Yet, the most intense clash appeared to be between the extreme Yin ancestor and the gaunt old man. Within the vast expanse of their battle, the sounds of ghostly wails and phoenix cries intertwined as green shadows and black mist swirled together, forming a colossal vortex. Occasionally, one could glimpse the fleeting figures of celestial demon corpses or witness thick green vines erupting from the whirlpool, wildly thrashing about, indicating the ferocity of their struggle. As for the highly regarded mutated three-eyed spirit leopard, it was locked in a relentless chase with the white cold flood dragon. The cold flood dragon was evidently at a disadvantage. Driven to erratic flight by the aberrant yellow light emanating from the three-eyed leopard, its icy breath, upon contact with the yellow light, instantly transformed into mere fragments of ordinary stone, rendering it unable to approach the leopard. Nevertheless, it managed to barely entangle the mutated three-eyed leopard, preventing it from launching an attack on the righteous trio. Judging by the circumstances, the cold flood dragon could likely endure for a while longer. Upon observing the scene, a peculiar sensation stirred within Han Li's heart. The combatants were engaged in a remarkably lively struggle, with magical artifacts soaring through the air and secret techniques being unleashed with fervor. Yet, the impression it left him was not one of a life-and-death battle, but rather akin to a martial arts competition. Could it be that conflicts among Yuanying stage cultivators unfolded in such a manner? Han Li pondered to himself. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he cast another glance at Xiangu. The expressionless visage of Xiangu now bore a faint trace of a sardonic smile. However, he quickly sensed Han Li's gaze, and after a moment of composure, his face returned to its usual placid demeanor. Han Li felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he had grasped something elusive. Yet, before he could contemplate further, the void heaven cauldron at the cave's entrance erupted with a resounding explosion, followed by a cacophony of abrasive sounds. Startled, Han Li swiftly turned his head towards the cave's mouth and cautiously assumed a defensive stance. He observed the blue light on the altar flickering, followed by the resonant sound of a dragon's roar as a streak of fire shot forth from the cave. This blaze spiraled rapidly around the altar before transforming into a two-headed fiery wolf. Hovering in midair, The wolf, engulfed in raging flames, upon spotting the crowd, attempted to flee with a powerful kick of its limbs. The combatants from both the righteous and demonic factions paused in astonishment at the sight. The closest figure, an elderly scholar in a robe, immediately slapped his own crown, and a large azure hand shot forth from his head, hurtling towards the fire wolf. Such a fine treasure, it belongs to our sect. Upon witnessing this scene, Wan Tianming, feeling a surge of urgency, shouted loudly and swiftly twirled around, conjuring two identical clones. The two Wan Tianmings, engulfed in violet flames, combined their energies into a single, powerful hand that pursued the azure hand. The burly bearded men and others, suddenly enlightened, hastily unleashed their abilities, directing their radiant lights towards the same target. The kaleidoscope of colors converged towards a singular focal point in an instant. Others were clearly a step behind the likes of Qing Yijiu and Wan Tianming. Particularly, the azure hand, which had set off first, was racing with astonishing speed. Just as the azure hand was about to reach the fire wolf, aiming to grasp it, the wolf simultaneously swung its two heads, and a red and yellow light shield materialized around its body. The azure hand, under the grasping motion, found itself thwarted, rebounding with a muffled thud. The elderly scholar, initially taken aback, soon wore a look of joy. As the azure light surged, he prepared to strike again, only to have the pursuing violet rainbow catch up in an instant, observing that it was still a fraction behind the azure hand. With no time to prevent its success, the violet rainbow transformed into a purple fire dragon and fiercely lunged at the azure hand. The elderly scholar, controlling the hand, was instantly filled with rage, cursing Wan Tianming for his treachery. Although the hand, conjured through his divided consciousness, was indeed convenient and powerful, he dared not withstand the blow from the fire dragon of Tian Luozhen Gong. After all, even if he were to seize this treasure, it would significantly harm his divided spirit. He would never engage in such a losing endeavor. In a moment of desperation, the azure hand abruptly halted its downward motion and redirected itself to confront the purple fire dragon. The clash of azure and violet flames erupted violently. In that fleeting moment of delay, the burly bearded men and Tian Wuzi and others hurriedly caught up. Several individuals encircled the fire wolf, simultaneously launching assaults on their neighboring adversaries. This time, their strikes were far more ferocious and insidious than before. A myriad of secret techniques and mystical arts emerged in rapid succession, resulting in a chaotic entanglement among the combatants, leaving none able to spare a hand to attend to the firewolf. The firewolf, displaying remarkable cunning, seemed to comprehend the formidable nature of the several Yuan Ing stage experts surrounding it. Abruptly, it descended and darted downward in flight, its trajectory directed toward Xiangu and Han Li's position. Observing the scene with a mix of astonishment and realization, Han Li's mind began to piece together the situation. This two-headed fire wolf had undoubtedly transformed from a treasure within the Su Tian Ding. However, he was perplexed as to how it had managed to escape the ding before it was retrieved. Although the nature of the treasure and its powers remained a mystery, its ability to transform and act autonomously, evidenced by its capacity to withstand a strike from that azure hand, indicated its extraordinary rarity. Now, this precious entity charged towards them, the golden core stage cultivators. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li hastily tapped his storage bag, and a plume of white vapor abruptly manifested in his hand. Grasping the white mist with one hand, an antique flower basket materialized in his grasp. Yet, before Han Li could cast a spell, two massive serpents of black mist shot forth from a distance, swiftly coiling around the fire wolf and constricting it tightly. Han Li cursed inwardly and glanced sideways, realizing it was the unsightly figure of Wu Chou, sporting a smug expression, who had executed the spell, and the black serpents were evidently manifestations of his Xianin technique. A flicker of annoyance crossed Han Li's face as he pondered whether he should seize this treasure. After all, it had yet to be claimed by the other party. However, he was acutely aware that provoking the fiercely protective extreme Yin ancestor could lead to dire consequences should he attempt to claim the treasure. It was a classic case of weighing the risks against the rewards. As Han Li's thoughts raced, Xiangu, showing no signs of restraint, took decisive action. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he opened his mouth silently, releasing a stream of green light. In an instant, the green light intensified, transforming into a vast emerald web that enveloped both the black serpent and the fire wolf. Chapter 482. The contest for the ancient treasure. You dare to compete with this young master for the treasure? Wu Chou did not anticipate that the typically taciturn Xiangu would audaciously contend with him for the artifact, revealing a fierce countenance. is the treasure crafted by your family. If you can seize it, why should I be unable to? Xiangu cast a cold glance at Wu Chou, unabashedly mocking him. Upon hearing these words, Wu Chou's face contorted with rage and humiliation. Yet, as if recalling something, he remained silent. His expression rife with malice, and instead, he intensified the constriction of the black serpent. It appeared that Wu Chou understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing that Xiangu was backed by the formidable Extreme Yin ancestor and would not be intimidated by his attempts to exert pressure. A sardonic smile crept onto Xiangu's lips as he made a subtle gesture toward the green web. The emerald light surged forth, thickening the strands of the net, which then tightened significantly. Despite the coercive efforts from both Wu Chou and Xiangu, the fire wolf, ensnared within the luminous barrier, appeared undaunted, its protective aura shining even more brilliantly and resolutely. The fire wolf gazed defiantly at the two adversaries, plunging the situation into a stalemate. Above in the heavens, the confrontation between the forces of righteousness and evil unfolded unexpectedly, with the treasure inexplicably arriving at the location of Han Li and his companions. The righteous cultivators, including Wan Tianming, were suddenly filled with urgency, eager to seize the treasure. However, the two figures, Man Huzi and Ji Yin, appeared unperturbed. After all, those collecting the treasure were their allies. They were more than happy to ensnare the righteous cultivators, allowing Wu Chou and Xiangu to safely acquire the treasure. Moreover, both believed that the person connected to them had a greater chance of obtaining the treasure. Ji Yin, due to Wu Chou possessing several artifacts he had gifted, and recognizing that Xian Yin was a top-tier technique among demonic arts, felt assured that Wu Chou was far more capable of securing the treasure than the seemingly early-stage Zhedan Xiangu, whose true capabilities were well known to Man Huzi, who had complete faith in Xiangu. Seeing this scene, Qing Yi, the recluse, flashed a moment of regret upon his face. After hesitating for a brief moment, he chose to entangle the nearby Tian Wuzi, preventing him from escaping. Thus, Han Li was the only one left free near the altar. Yet, Han Li did not feel at ease. On the contrary, he was drenched in cold sweat. He had hastily retrieved the ancient treasure, believing it to be perfectly suited for collecting artifacts. This ancient flower basket was obtained after he vanquished the grotesque guard of Xian Jiu. Why presenting it now? Was he not revealing to Ji Yin that he had let Xiangu escape? This thought chilled Han Li to the bone, causing him to forget all about seizing the treasure. His mind was a tumult of confusion as he desperately pondered how to counter Ji Yin's strategies. However, after a moment, Han Li was astonished. He keenly sensed that Ji Yin's gaze merely flicked over the flower basket for an instant before swiftly moving away, devoid of any unusual emotion. Nothing had transpired. It was then that Han Li was overwhelmed with a mix of delight and astonishment. The ancient treasure of the flower basket was not bestowed by Ji Yin to the grotesque figure, and it seemed Ji Yin was entirely unaware of the latter possessing it. Finally, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. His speculation had indeed been correct. This realization only fueled the grotesque man's fury, causing him to erupt in rage. Yet, he ultimately fell beneath the blade of Han Li's Qizhu Fengyan sword, and the recently acquired ancient treasure became Han Li's trophy. It seemed that the old demon had truly encountered good fortune. Had Ji Yin discovered this matter, he would undoubtedly drag the grotesque man down with him, leaving no chance for the latter to remain unscathed, just as one might ponder whether to congratulate Han Li or deem Xiangu fortunate. A deep rumble of thunder echoed from the cave entrance. This time, the experienced Yuanying cultivators immediately slowed their movements, exchanging glances of uncertainty. Yet, it was not long before one among them stirred, and the six figures simultaneously appeared above the cave entrance. The Shu Tianding was now perilously close to the cave mouth. Although these were Yuanying period cultivators, they had to summon their full powers to resist the bizarre chill emanating from the cave entrance. Deploying defensive treasures one after another, their bodies shimmering with various strange lights, they remained vigilant, eyeing one another with suspicion. At this moment, Ji Yin was filled with immense frustration, according to his original plan. He intended to drive away the righteous beings before extracting the Shu Tianding and its treasures, subsequently dividing them as agreed. However, he never anticipated that as the Shu Tianding approached the cave entrance, one of the ancient treasures would fly out on its own. The possession of this treasure now rests entirely upon one's abilities. After all, regardless of who these ancient artifacts may come into the hands of, they can never again be relinquished to another. Consequently, the original agreement to divide the treasures has been rendered utterly void. In a fit of rage, the figure of Extreme Yin's gaze darted about, contemplating how he might procure a greater share of the treasures. Yet, as this thought materialized, an abrasive sound of friction erupted, followed by two swift whooshes as beams of yellow and white radiance shot forth from the azure flames within the cave. 6 individuals, situated so close to the treasures, instinctively launched themselves towards the nearby glimmers of light, employing secret techniques to grasp them fiercely. Among them, Wan Tianming, alongside Extreme Een and the scholar in robes. Had their sights set on the yellow light. In an instant, Wan Tianming conjured a purple fire dragon that lunged at the yellow glow, while a flicker of unusual color crossed his face, and he unceremoniously expelled 2 lustrous purple orbs towards his adversaries. Upon seeing these unassuming orbs, Extreme Een reacted as if confronted by a venomous serpent, letting out a startled cry. Subsequently, both he and the scholar dared not confront this object with their magical artifacts. Hastily evading the spheres, Wan Tianming, brimming with excitement, cradled the yellow light in his hands, rubbing it vigorously until the ancient treasure revealed its true form. It was a square ancient pendant, adorned with shimmering runes that exuded spiritual energy. Unmistakably a superior artifact. Meanwhile, the 2 purple orbs, after soaring several yards, emitted faint bursts before vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, Extreme Een and the scholar in robes cast their gazes upon Wan Tianming, who was now toying with the jade pendant, their expressions darkening to a shade of iron. The scholar's face was equally pallid, his cold gaze fixated on Wan Tianming, in response to their words. Wan Tianming let out a mocking laugh, retorting, "It is quite remarkable that you two, esteemed cultivators of many years, cannot discern the authenticity of the heavenly thunder pearl, yet still dare to speak of impropriety before me? Are you unaware that I would never willingly employ such a treasure unless my life were at stake? After all, the divine thunder cultivated at the cost of one's own essence is a luxury I cannot afford. However, should you truly wish to witness this thunder pearl, I would be willing to grant you that privilege." Upon finishing his statement, Wan Tianming gently clasped his hands together in a flash of purple light. The jade pendant vanished from sight, only to be replaced by an identical purple orb in his grasp. Extreme Een and the scholar exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as uncertainty flickered in their eyes. Meanwhile, over yonder, the burly figure, relying on the formidable defenses of the heavenly demon technique, had withstood an assault from the gaunt elder and Tian Wuzi. Seizing the white light into his possession, that it took the form of a peculiar ancient coin, gleaming with a radiant white light. The sight of this only deepened the scowl on Extreme Yin's face. That moment, the elder beside him suddenly gasped softly, clearly astonished. Extreme Yin, compelled by curiosity, followed his gaze, and his own expression shifted to one of surprise, for there, near the altar, Han Li was intently examining a yellow and red jade rui, intricately carved at both ends with the heads of lifelike wolves. It appeared to be the very ancient treasure transformed from the dual-headed firewolf. Nearby, Wu Chou and Xian Gu wore expressions of resignation as they regarded Han Li, their faces tinged with frustration. A flicker of doubt flashed in the eyes of the Extreme Een patriarch, who remained silent and contemplative. However, his heart was undeniably astonished. The ancient treasure had not fallen into the hands of Wu Chou and Xian Gu, but rather into the grasp of Han Li, who had shown no intention of intervening initially. This turn of events was truly unexpected for the Extreme Yin. Chapter 483. Titled Frozen, Han Li, holding the rui, felt an amalgamation of joy and relief within his heart. As the Extreme Een and the others faced off above, a low murmur escaped from it, and simultaneously, the 2 heads twisted inward and rolled, transforming into a single-horned silver-haired giant wolf. Without uttering a word, the wolf lowered its head, and a blinding silver light erupted from its silver horn. This orb of light, though modest in size, only half a foot, produced a piercing sound upon departure, swiftly creating a large hole in the black python before ultimately exploding against the green net. The nature of this silver projectile was unknown. Upon contact with the green net, its color dramatically shifted, swiftly dissipating into a grayish-white mist, vanishing without a trace. Wu Chou and Xian Gu were taken aback by this spectacle. Wu Chou hastily formed a hand seal and pointed, unleashing a black beam that shot towards the rapidly dissipating black python. Instantly, the gaping hole began to shimmer with ghostly light, slowly knitting itself back together, while the giant python's form solidified once more. As for Xian Gu, after a moment of surprise, he fixed his gaze upon the silver giant wolf, seemingly struck by an epiphany. Yet, after a brief hesitation, he solemnly opened his mouth and expelled a small dagger of vibrant green. This dagger, only a few inches long, was short and without a hilt. Its blade shimmering and flickering unpredictably, indicating it was no ordinary item. Hanli felt a stirring in his heart, irresistibly drawn to this artifact. If his senses did not deceive him, this small dagger was clearly transformed from the Golden Thunder Bamboo's arrow. It merely concealed its true form with a spell. Could it be that Xiangu had lost his wits? The extreme Yin was present above, yet he dared to wield this artifact in plain sight. After all, it was with this very treasure that the extreme Yin had once plotted against him. Although the illusionary technique he employed was indeed sophisticated, if Hanli had not cultivated a treasure derived from the Golden Thunder Bamboo himself, he might have been oblivious to its peculiarities. Nonetheless, it was still an overly reckless gamble. Was there something extraordinary about this silver wolf that compelled the old demon to take such a perilous risk? As Hanli pondered this, his doubts deepened. In that fleeting moment, the silver giant wolf within the protective barrier suddenly shrank in size, transforming into a diminutive creature no larger than a foot. Then, with a flash of silver light, it darted out from the half-closed gaping hole, freeing itself from the black python's grasp. Upon witnessing this, Xiangu flicked his wrist, and a green beam surged forth to strike. With a resounding clash, both the silver wolf and the dagger were sent hurtling backward. Remarkably, the silver wolf appeared unscathed, its body as hard as iron. Fortuitously, the wolf's backward flight brought it directly towards Hanli. Seizing the opportunity, Hanli cast aside all reservations and instinctively summoned the flower basket towards the silver wolf. Simultaneously, to ensure that this treasure could indeed confine the wolf, Hanli pressed upon his storage pouch, and 5 interconnected copper rings shot forth that a breath of azure energy enveloped them, and after a flash of 5-colored brilliance, the copper rings vanished from sight. Almost instantaneously, a clear ringing sound erupted. The silver wolf, having just ceased its movements, had not yet managed to escape when a multitude of copper rings, which had only just vanished from sight, manifested upon its limbs and head. After a few flashes of brilliance, these rings tightened simultaneously. The silver wolf plummeted from the sky like an arrowed bird. However, the awakening Wucho immediately donned an expression of exasperation. This situation was exceedingly bizarre. He had initially thought that acquiring an unclaimed treasure would be a simple task for someone of his prowess in the realm of Xianin. Yet, unexpectedly, there was first the intervention of Xuangu, who attempted to seize it, and later, when he realized that this treasure was not easily obtained, as he took a moment to procure another item, the silver wolf was effortlessly claimed by Hanli. This left Wucho feeling utterly embarrassed, filled with both urgency and fury. Xuangu, after a moment of astonishment, displayed a glimmer of peculiar expression. Although he quickly masked it with an indifferent facade, Hanli discerned a flicker of vexation in Xuangu's eyes. Moreover, the old sorcerer cast several glances at the copper rings encircling the silver wolf, seemingly puzzled. These rings appeared to be the wolf's nemesis, binding it immovably, rendering it utterly incapable of motion. Meanwhile, a mist of white energy enveloped the wolf's entire form, revealing only its dainty head, which looked rather pitiable. Hanli chuckled softly, without hesitation extending his hand to gently stroke the wolf's head. Yet, shortly thereafter, a green light emanated from his palm, encasing the silver wolf within. Moments later, the wolf's form began to dissipate, ultimately transforming into a phantom that unveiled a jade ruyi. As Hanli held the jade rui in his hand, delighting in its exquisite beauty, the scholarly elder and Jiyin, having just witnessed Wan Tianming's failure to seize the treasure, were taken aback by this astonishing scene. Jiyin furrowed his brows discreetly. However, facing the formidable Wan Tianming, he could not afford to dwell on this matter. Furthermore, with the treasure now in Hanli's possession, there seemed to be no immediate cause for concern. After all, such an ancient artifact capable of manifesting illusions and connecting with spirits was far beyond the means of a mere junior to claim without consequence. It would inevitably be returned to him in due time. With this resolution firmly in mind, Jiyin redirected his focus towards Wan Tianming. The Tianluo Thunder Pearl was one of the rare artifacts that could directly harm a cultivator's nascent soul. Thus, he had to summon all his wits to confront his opponent. Regrettably, at that moment, they were destined to remain restrained, as the platform within the protective barrier began to tremble once more. This time, the tremors were far more intense and alarming than before, as if the very ground were on the verge of collapsing. Simultaneously, a dazzling blue flame finally peeked out from the cave's mouth. Though it was but a mere flicker, The instant this flame emerged, it blossomed into a magnificent blue flower that radiated splendidly across the platform. This luminous flower expanded rapidly, enveloping the entirety of the high platform. Following that, a hissing sound erupted, as a layer of eerie, azure frost swiftly thickened and spread across the ground. Han was taken aback, instinctively soaring into the air. Xuangu was not far behind, rising almost simultaneously with him. Only Wu Chou hesitated for a brief moment, yet that fleeting pause proved fatal, as the blue ice swiftly encased him from his feet upward, freezing him entirely. The strands of Xianin demonic energy that entwined his body offered no protection whatsoever. In a state of sheer terror, Wu Chou desperately attempted to take flight, but his feet were firmly bound by the ice upon the stone platform, leaving him utterly unable to escape even a fraction of the icy grip. With a piercing scream, Wu Chou found himself ensnared as the blue ice rapidly spread up to his calves, then his thighs to eye in the sky. Han Li and Xiangu exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment, each witnessing the horror reflected in the other's eyes. Just as it seemed that Wu Chou would be utterly transformed into an ice sculpture by this bizarre blue ice, a slender beam of black light descended from the heavens, fleetingly striking Wu Chou. Instantly, black flames erupted, causing the blue ice to recede and melt away, giving rise to swirling plumes of blue smoke. Overjoyed by his newfound freedom, Wu Chou hastily ascended into the sky, his expression one of having narrowly escaped death. That moment, a disdainful snort echoed from above, accompanied by an impatient voice. "Be careful. Next time I may not have the chance to save you." It was none other than the Grand Master of Extreme Yin who had intervened, utilizing the heavenly corpse fire to rescue Wu Chou's life. At this juncture, the ancient beings from both the righteous and demonic factions fixed their unwavering gazes upon the blue flames at the cave's entrance, each face reflecting a myriad of emotions. Some were excited, others tense, while a few wore expressions of unbridled greed. The legendary first treasure of the chaotic Star Sea, the Void Heaven Cauldron, was on the verge of manifesting before the eyes of several Yuanying stage cultivators from both sides. Even the typically inscrutable Grand Master of Extreme Yin, known for his stoic demeanor, could not help but focus intently on the cave's entrance. It became evident why he had been so impatient regarding Wu Chou's rescue and his remarks. At this moment, the blood jade spider and the pair of fire pythons were utterly exhausted, their bodies trembling slightly, which caused the ancient beings hovering above to feel a sense of unease. Yet, no one dared to offer assistance to these three spirit beasts. The cave's entrance had transformed entirely into a realm of blue light, and aside from the red glow emanating from the spirit beasts, even the ancient beings were too wary to attempt to fly lower. Han Li and the others had long retreated to a distance of 20 to 30 zhang from the cave entrance, merely able to observe from afar. Chapter 484. Transformation Talisman and Celestial Restoration Pill. At this critical juncture, the burly figure in midair suddenly tilted his head upward, glaring intently at a particular spot to the side. His face clouded with frost as he bellowed, "Who goes there, lurking in the shadows? Step forward." Upon uttering these words, he immediately unleashed a punch, causing a colossal golden hand, nearly 10 feet in size, to materialize in the air. With a resounding thud, a green light shield appeared, astonishingly absorbing the impact of the golden hand without shattering. Subsequently, a white silhouette gradually emerged within the protective barrier. "ITSU. The Star Palace?" Shocked exclamations erupted from both the righteous and demonic factions, as the expressions on the faces of the burly figure and Wan Tianming shifted dramatically. "Star Palace's law enforcement elder, when did you start sneaking around? Did you not proclaim that you would never enter the inner sanctum?" The Grand Master of Extreme Yin, his countenance darkening, was the first to question. Witnessing this scene, he felt a surge of anger, yet the reputation of the Star Palace restrained him from taking the initiative to attack. As for Wan Tianming and the others, they too seemed to harbor reservations, and with so many eyes upon them in the air, a tense silence enveloped the gathering. "Wait, there is still one more. Be cautious of the blood jade spider." And Han Li, the scholarly elder, who had been stroking his beard in contemplation since the appearance of the Star Palace elder, now regarded the situation with heightened suspicion. Upon deeper contemplation, a sudden realization struck him, prompting an urgent and exasperated exclamation. Han Li, who had been retreating at a distance, was momentarily taken aback by these words. His complexion turned pale in an instant. It was all happening far too swiftly, following a flash of white light before him. This singular thought emerged in Han Li's mind. The only reaction he could muster was to desperately raise the jade rui he had been toying with to shield his chest. With a resounding crash, his hands trembled violently, and he instantaneously lost consciousness. Subsequently, a wave of heat surged through his chest, and his body was propelled backward. Instantly, his ears were filled with the howling wind and the furious curses of the barbarian men. Before Han Li could stabilize his backward momentum, a sudden, excruciating pain erupted in his back. His body collided heavily against a nearby colossal shield, pressing against the barrier as he slowly descended. A voice of bewilderment escaped the lips of the Star Palace elder who had unleashed the white rainbow. He cast several glances at the defenseless Han Li, who had been flung away. Feeling somewhat astonished to have been struck by his treasure, the radiant sun's sword, at such a distance and not be cleaved in two was indeed remarkable. It was evident that some top-tier protective artifact had shielded him. However, this was of little consequence, for another flying sword had already taken effect. With this in mind, his gaze turned coldly towards the altar. At that moment, the blood jade spider had been cleaved in half by another white rainbow, its blood pooling upon the ground. The previously exposed segment of the Qianlan ice flame sank silently once more. Relying solely on those two exotic fire pythons was utterly insufficient to lift the Void Heaven Cauldron. These ancient beings of the nascent soul stage were captivated by another individual, unable to react in time, as this figure launched a surprise attack on Han Li and the Blood Jade Spider. Now witnessing the true demise of the Blood Jade Spider, their faces were all flushed with fury, their eyes ablaze. The barbarian man, in particular, showed no restraint, unleashing a torrent of curses that he clapped his hands together, golden light erupting from him, as if preparing to strike. Yet, amidst a faint smile, the elder from the Star Palace transformed into specks of starlight, vanishing without a trace within the milky white radiance. Leaving behind a delicate golden talisman that fluttered down from the air, a similar scene unfolded with another elder clad in white, who was also within the protective barrier. The same white starlight enveloped him as he smiled, dissipating beneath the watchful eyes of the assembled ancient ones, leaving behind an identical golden talisman, the incarnation talisman of the Star Palace. It was indeed not their true bodies that had arrived. They had truly invested considerable resources. This meant that even if they sought to settle accounts later, it would be an impossible endeavor. The rage on the barbarian man's face quickly subsided, and with a glimmer of unusual emotion in his eyes, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the others, including Ji Yin and Wan Tianming from both the righteous and demonic factions, wore grim expressions, their eyes fixed on the golden talisman as it touched the ground, igniting spontaneously into ash, leaving no trace behind. In a hidden corner of the fifth level of the inner hall, two white-clad elders, sitting cross-legged, simultaneously opened their eyes in the darkness. Fortunately, we followed this time. Otherwise, the Void Heaven Cauldron would have truly fallen into their hands. One of them said slowly, a hint of relief in his tone. However, their discovery of our incarnation was a bit premature. Otherwise, once the Shu Tianding emerges, taking advantage of the entanglement and mutual restraint between the two parties, it is highly likely that we could seize this treasure and return triumphantly. The voice of another person carried a chilling tone. Yet there lingered a hint of regret in the words. One must not be overly greedy in life. The opportunity to break the stalemate between the righteous and the demonic to obtain the treasure is already a commendable outcome. Once our Star Palace overcomes this crisis, when the Shutian Temple reappears, the Shu Tianding will undoubtedly belong to us. The first person chuckled nonchalantly. While the sentiment holds truth, it seems that the two of us may not live to see that day. I am truly curious to ascertain whether the Butian Dam possesses such miraculous properties that it can purify impure spiritual roots and refine innate spiritual roots. How utterly astonishing, the voice laced with coldness remarked indifferently. It is indeed a pity. However, for those of us nearing the end of our lifespans, even if we were to obtain the Butian Dan, it would seem rather too late. Yet, it is rather amusing, as I do not know who spread the rumors claiming that the Butian Dan can extend lifespan and break through the bottleneck of the Yuaning stage. Many Yuaning stage-old monsters have been deceived by this. They fail to consider that if such miraculous effects truly existed, the Six Paths and the Madwoman would not have failed to come here. Nevertheless, this pill is indeed greatly beneficial for the Jiadan cultivators to condense their Yuaning. Although refining this pill is exceedingly difficult, the first person remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Are Jiadan stage cultivators even capable of coming here? Furthermore, these individuals, like us, have practiced for many years but have been unable to advance further. It is entirely understandable that they place all their hopes on such a renowned Butian Dan had it not been for our former Star Palace's old master, who, after great toil, managed to procure one. We too would be equally obsessed with this item. Upon hearing this, the other individual fell silent, seemingly acknowledging the likelihood of the matter. We should depart quickly. If a few old monsters become enraged and seek to settle scores with us, it would spell great trouble. They are quite furious this time. As these words left his mouth, silence enveloped the darkness, and no further sounds emerged. It was as though, in that fleeting moment, the place had become deserted. The two from the Star Palace were not mistaken. Indeed, both sides of the righteous and demonic factions felt immense frustration and discontent. However, being cunning and seasoned individuals, they swiftly regained their composure, realizing that further anger towards the Star Palace's interference was futile. As both sides remained locked in a standoff in the air, Hanli also halted his descent at the edge of the light barrier, stabilizing himself before soaring upwards once more at this moment. He stared in astonishment at his own hands, which were sticky and drenched in blood, with his tiger's mouth completely shattered. Yet, his gaze did not linger on this sight. Instead, it fell upon the jade rui tightly gripped in his right hand. Just then, in the air, Wan Tianming coughed lightly, as if about to say something to the few demonic cultivators. The Shu Tian-ding trembled violently, emitting a buzzing sound as it plummeted rapidly. This scene compelled the righteous and demonic figures to instinctively lower their heads to gaze below. With even Wan Tianming, who had been prepared to speak, falling under its spell, the extreme Yin ancestor's expression darkened, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he watched this unfolding event. Then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. During its descent, the Shu Tian-ding seemed to have been provoked by some unknown stimulus. Suddenly, the sound of the elder's call transformed into a dragon's roar, followed by a deep, resounding thunderclap. A fist-sized orb of multicolored light erupted from the blue flames, soaring into the heavens. The pill of heaven's restoration. Almost simultaneously, voices from both the righteous and demonic factions exclaimed the name with evident delight. Chapter 485. The emergence of the nascent soul upon the appearance of this precious item. Those who had previously contemplated a ceasefire were instantly transformed into radiant streaks of light, rushing towards the multicolored orb. However, midway through their pursuit, these beams of light intertwined, preventing anyone from advancing a single step further. In an instant, brilliance surged forth, and demonic energy swirled chaotically, the intensity far exceeding that of previous encounters. The five-colored orb hovered gently above the cave's entrance, remaining utterly still, as if it could be plucked from the air with ease. The assembled crowd clearly discerned a small pill, roughly an inch in size, rotating slowly at the center of the orb. With each complete rotation, the orb pulsated and flickered, as if it possessed a life of its own, igniting an intense fervor within the hearts of both righteous and demonic practitioners. Wuzhou and Xuangu, among others, appeared momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the celestial confrontation. Fools, what are you staring at? Hurry and seize the pill of heaven's restoration. The icy voice of the extreme Yin patriarch suddenly echoed in Wuzhou's ears. Upon hearing these words, Wuzhou experienced a jolt of realization. He swiftly transformed into a wisp of black mist, darting towards the five-colored orb. Just then, Xuangu made his move as well. However, this time, he was not aiming to claim the pill. Instead, he waved his hands, unleashing two emerald serpents from his sleeves, which slithered menacingly towards Wuzhou's back. Wuzhou, ever vigilant, detected the silent approach of the green serpents, prompting him to hastily shift his focus forward, his expression shifting to one of alarm and fury as he prepared to counter the attack. You seek death, daring to assault me. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Wuzhou unleashed his dark, demonic energy, enveloping the surroundings as it surged towards Xuangu. Xuangu let out a series of chilling laughs, refraining from speech as he conjured his own sinister green mist in response. Manzi, what is your kin doing? Extreme Yin, witnessing Wuzhou's predicament, erupted in furious exclamation towards Manzi. What do you think? Naturally, I am preventing my ally from monopolizing the pill of heaven's restoration. Did you truly believe that, just because we are both of the demonic path, I would willingly hand it over to you? Manzi laughed heartily while unleashing a colossal golden hand that struck towards Wan Tianming. You. Extreme Yin was rendered speechless, his face paling at Manzi's words. This declaration undeniably signaled the dissolution of unity among the demonic practitioners, with each individual vying for the pill based on their own merit. However, this eventuality was inevitable. With the void sky cauldron still unretrieved, Only this singular pill of heaven's restoration had manifested, naturally enticing everyone's greed. Not only the demonic practitioners, but even the three righteous individuals across the way were likely harboring their own ulterior motives at this moment. Extreme Een realized that arguing with Manzi was a fruitless endeavor. Resolved, he intended to summon the celestial corpse to retrieve the pill. Yet the enigmatic techniques of the thin, dark elder posed a formidable challenge. The moment he unleashed the celestial corpse, the opponent's green threads seemed to possess foreknowledge, immediately entangling him, rendering any escape impossible. This ignited a profound hatred within him for both the Dark Elder and Manzi. In truth, it is not solely the extreme patriarch who finds himself in such a predicament. The majority of others are similarly ensnared. On one hand, they are devising every conceivable strategy to entangle their opponents, while on the other, they are racking their brains to devise alternative means of seizing treasures. Alas, the aged individuals present are all exceedingly cunning, and none can fulfill their desires. After all, ensnaring an adversary is far simpler than extricating oneself from their grasp. Amidst the chaotic melee of the celestial infant stage cultivators above, none noticed Han Li, who stood before the barrier, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Remarkably, he had survived a piercing strike from that elder of the Star Palace, which left him utterly astonished. After all, he had received a direct blow from a celestial infant stage artifact. His outer garments were already charred and reduced to tatters, leaving only half intact, while beneath them, his silver-scaled armor shimmered, slightly dented at the point of impact. Upon witnessing this, Han Li inwardly rejoiced, grateful that he had sensed the myriad dangers within this void celestial hall, and had donned the armor after thoroughly inspecting it with his spiritual sense. Indeed, it had saved his life on this occasion. However, Han Li was acutely aware that the true savior from that white rainbow strike was the red and yellow jade rui, when he had desperately wielded the rui to block the attack. He had faintly perceived a silver wolf's head emerging from it, which had absorbed a significant portion of the white rainbow's power. Otherwise, despite the astonishing defense of the imperial scaled armor, it would have been impossible for him to withstand such a blow unscathed. Had he not been pierced through, he would certainly have sustained severe injuries. Han Li wished to meticulously examine the true effects of the jade rui, yet he recognized that it was not the opportune moment for such an endeavor. Thus, he reluctantly stored it within his spatial pouch. At that moment, he became acutely aware of the intense pain radiating from his palm. Han Li grimaced slightly, and with a flicker of white light from both hands, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, he cast a vigilant glance at the chaotic battle above and the gruesome remains of the blood jade spider upon the altar. A fleeting shadow of sorrow and gloom crossed his eyes, but suddenly, his brows furrowed in determination. He resolved to stealthily glide along the edge of the elevated barrier towards the distant stone steps. This course of action was far superior to remaining stationary, subject to the whims of those celestial infant stage fiends. After all, the blood jade spider he had summoned was now dead, rendering it entirely devoid of utility. Without his protective talisman, he had no intention of placing his life in the hands of another's goodwill. His fate should rest firmly in his own hands. Furthermore, the failure to extract the void celestial cauldron would undoubtedly leave the elder in a foul mood, and it was highly probable that he would vent his frustrations upon Han Li. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li's movements grew increasingly clandestine as he flew silently. However, just as he had traversed a distance of over 10 zhang and was poised to accelerate recklessly, a voice interrupted him. Han Li, where are you headed? The voice belonged to Xiangu, calm and indifferent, yet loud enough for the celestial infant cultivators above to hear distinctly. Instantly, the frigid gazes of Extreme Een and his compatriots were cast upon Han Li. His form faltered momentarily, causing him to halt in place. Xiangu was one thing, but having witnessed the might of celestial infant stage cultivators, Han Li possessed no confidence whatsoever in evading their full-force strikes. After all, the delay in breaching the barrier had provided just enough time for Extreme Een to extinguish him multiple times over. Upon witnessing this scene, the individual who had been observing Han Li's mysterious bones with keen awareness revealed a faint, cold smile at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that he dealt with Wuchou with effortless ease, yet he showed no inclination to extricate himself from the situation and pursue this, leaving one to ponder his ulterior motives. Heavenly Luo, true thunder. Both Ji Een and Qing Yi harbor a profound fear of this entity, yet I, on the other hand, am eager to test its might. I merely hope my esteemed friend will not be reluctant to allow me a glimpse of its true power. Upon hearing these words, the man known as Man Huzi initially appeared taken aback. But soon thereafter, he dismissed the matter with a derisive chuckle, clearly unconvinced that his counterpart would truly wield such a treasure. Very well, Manhuzi. You have compelled this sect leader to demonstrate the true prowess of the heavenly Luo True Thunder. Wan Tianming's countenance turned ashen, resembling a tar-soaked visage, and after casting a covetous glance at the five-colored luminescence, he revealed a fierce expression and gritted his teeth in determination. Without further hesitation, he struck his heavenly crown, resulting in a resonant chime as a purplish light emanated from above his head, revealing a 2-inch-tall infant hovering 3 feet above him. This infant, fair and tender, was ensconced in a swirl of purple light, and astonishingly, bore an uncanny resemblance to Wan Tianming himself. In its tiny hands, it clutched 2 purple orbs, radiant and smooth. The primordial infant has emerged. Wan Tianming, do you truly wish to risk your soul's annihilation? Manhuzi's previously indifferent demeanor shifted dramatically, his gaze now piercing with an icy intensity. Should I fail to acquire my own demise is equally imminent. What difference does it make whether I perish sooner or later? At most, I will have Man Dao you assist me in my martial disintegration. A faint and indistinct voice emanated from across the space, surprisingly belonging to the luminescent infant, who, despite its labored speech, managed to convey its message. Meanwhile, Wan Tianming's physical form remained immobile, eyes tightly shut, as if oblivious to the unfolding drama. Humph, martial disintegration. How naive of you to think so. Are you not fearful that I shall refine your primordial infant? Manhuzi's gaze remained fixed on Wan Tianming's primordial infant, his tone frigid. If you truly possess such powers, then I shall meet my end at your hands. What concern is that to me? However, I suggest you contemplate how you will receive this sect leader's true thunder before proceeding. After uttering these words, the infant, with great effort, released one of them from its grasp, the moment the object left its palm. It erupted in a splendid explosion, transforming into a purple orb the size of a wheel, hurtling towards Manhuzi with great ferocity. Manhuzi's brow shot upward, a fierce expression crossing his face as he struck his own chest twice with his golden hands. In response, a celestial melody resonated above him, radiating golden light, and similarly conjured an infant with skin as pale as gold. This infant bore a resemblance to Manhuzi, standing 2.5 inches tall, appearing somewhat larger and sturdier than Wan Tianming's. However, its eyes remained closed, and it clutched a small, azure shield tightly. This shield, exquisitely crafted and circular, housed a transparent crystal the size of a mung bean at its center, emanating a brilliant glow. As the purple orb approached, the primordial infant, though its eyes remained shut, seemed acutely aware of the impending threat. It raised the small shield, and a faint azure light shield enveloped Manhuzi entirely. The purple flames collided with the barrier without restraint. On the other side, Tian Wuzi, Ji-in, and the others, witnessing the emergence of the primordial infants, were filled with trepidation, realizing that these two were indeed prepared to fight to the death. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, casting the sky above the protective dome into a deep crimson hue. Suddenly, a mass of thunderclouds, spanning over 10 zhang in diameter, materialized, ensnaring the barbarian. The enveloping tempest was impenetrable. Purple lightning crackled furiously within the clouds, intertwining with the sounds of thunder and howling winds, blinding flashes of light merging as if divine retribution had descended, evoking the terror of a thunder god's arrival. The others, stealing glances at the scene, were utterly astonished. They had heard tales of the formidable Tian Luo True Thunder, but witnessing such a breathtaking display of its power was a first for them. Indeed, it was fearsome, living up to its grand reputation. However, while they were apprehensive of the Tian Luo True Thunder's might, their attacks grew even more ferocious. Meanwhile, Wan Tianming's primordial spirit paid no heed to the barbarian ensnared by the thunderclouds. Instead, with a swift gesture of his free hand, a small purple sword materialized, in a flash of violet light. Both the primordial spirit and the sword vanished from sight. When they reappeared an instant later, they were merely 4 or 5 zhang away from the multicolored light sphere below. The primordial spirit wielded the sword, entangling with the 4 adversaries, who simultaneously shifted their expressions. This was not merely a visual illusion caused by excessive speed, but a genuine instance of teleportation, a unique ability possessed by a cultivator's primordial spirit once it transcended the constraints of the physical body. Nevertheless, this miraculous evasion technique consumed a significant amount of one's vital essence. While all primordial spirit cultivators understood the incantation, they would not readily employ it. Wan Tianming's unexpected execution of such a technique tightened the hearts of the others, the 2 opponents, Jean and the scholar clad in robes. instinctively abandoned their foes and hastily turned to pursue the elixir of heaven. Meanwhile, their adversaries, Tian Wuzi and the emaciated elder, exchanged a glance, and for reasons unknown, merely resorted to feigning an attack with a few minor spells, failing to exert their full efforts to impede the duo's escape. Consequently, Jean and the scholars swiftly extricated themselves from the entanglement, darting towards the ground with the speed of flight. Indeed, after another flicker of Wan Tianming's primordial spirit, it reappeared beside the multicolored light sphere, conjuring a massive purple hand that grasped the radiant orb. As the five-colored brilliance was compressed within the giant hand, it vanished, leaving only a resplendent five-colored pill nestled within Wan Tianming's palm. Elation surged within him. However, the arriving Jean and the robed elder would not relent so easily. Jean, his eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed. Wan Tianming relinquished the elixir of heaven. A torrent of dark, ethereal energy descended upon him, followed by countless azure threads, densely packed and unfathomable in number. "Oh, you truly believe you can confine me?" The primordial spirit erupted into a series of high-pitched giggles, and with a flash of purple light, it instantaneously evaded the encroaching azure and black energies. The primordial spirit stood upon the small purple sword, a distance of over 10 zhang away, casting a derisive gaze upon the two. Yet, just as this mocking smile emerged, terror suddenly flickered across his youthful face, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed skyward. To his horror, he beheld his physical form being hoisted high above by a towering figure, resplendent in golden light, none other than the barbarian. However, in his current state, the barbarian's hair and beard were all in disarray, his clothing tattered and disheveled, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. However, his body adorned with shimmering golden scales and a visage that radiated ferocity rendered him as fearsome as a malevolent deity. "Impossible! How did you escape?" Wan Tianming could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed anxiously at the stormy clouds. To his utter astonishment, the imposing violet thundercloud had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a flicker of lightning behind. "Ha! Wan, the esteemed leader, one can only say that your fortune is decidedly lacking. That I happen to have previously dispatched a rare thunder whale beast, though I sustained considerable injuries at that time. I managed to acquire the intact thunder-absorbing stone from within it. Your heavenly thunder may be formidable, but if this orb absorbs a substantial portion of its power, what do you think you can do to me?" The bearded man raised one hand, and a sparkling purple crystal materialized in his grasp. After a gentle shake, it disappeared without a trace. "Now, I shall count to 3. If you do not return the celestial repairing pill to me, I shall obliterate your corporeal form. You are undoubtedly aware of the consequences." 1.2 The bearded man offered Wan Tianming no opportunity for negotiation or contemplation, gripping his physical vessel with one hand while the other, radiating golden light, pressed firmly upon the head of his corporeal body. Counting without hesitation, Wan Tianming was engulfed in a tempest of fury and disbelief. He had clearly set several restrictions upon his physical form before his soul had departed, yet it had still fallen into the hands of his adversary. This was as incomprehensible as the fact that his opponent possessed the thunder-absorbing pearl. However, he had no time to ponder the implications. If his physical body were truly destroyed, his nascent soul, which had only reached the mid-stage of its development, would surely dissipate into nothingness, for he had not yet cultivated to the extent of traversing the world solely as a nascent soul. This was precisely why cultivators at the nascent soul stage, despite understanding that they could wield formidable special techniques after their souls had departed, remained reluctant to allow their bodies to be separated. Yet, as Wan Tianming beheld the celestial repairing pill so tantalizingly close, he found himself ensnared by the bearded man's clutches and, in a moment of greed, committed a grievous error. Now, the bearded man displayed an unmistakable demeanor of non-negotiation. As Wan Tianming lamented his misjudgment, he quickly assessed the situation's pros and cons. Thus, upon the utterance of the number 2, he gritted his teeth and, without further hesitation, tossed the celestial repairing pill into the air, sending it soaring towards the bearded man. The dramatic shift from Wan Tianming's nascent soul wielding the celestial repairing pill to his reluctant offering of it to the bearded man transpired in an instant. The bearded man's eyes gleamed with delight as he snatched the multicolored pill that had flown before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted force with one hand, hurling Wan Tianming's physical vessel away with great strength. Instantly, the vessel hurtled toward the barrier on the opposite side that if no one were to catch it, it would undoubtedly shatter into pieces. Wan Tianming's nascent soul, witnessing this, was thrown into a state of panic. instinctively racing towards the physical vessel without a moment's thought. Fortunately, though the distance was considerable, he was able to intercept it through the instantaneous movement of his nascent soul. Meanwhile, the bearded man seized the opportunity to transform into a golden arc. Escaping directly towards the stone steps. It was not that the bearded man wished to spare Wan Tianming. Rather, the latter was the leader of the myriad sections should he strike with lethal intent. It would irreparably sever their ties with the righteous path. Furthermore, he had no desire to incur the wrath of the madwoman from the myriad sects, the foremost cultivator of the righteous path, who would relentlessly pursue him without respite. The formidable adversary, after all, remains the star palace for both the righteous and demonic factions. Naturally, he only needs to secure the elixir. Observing the unexpected acquisition of the celestial restoration pill by the burly figure, who appeared intent on fleeing the void palace, Tian Wuzi, the emaciated elder, was resolute in his pursuit, immediately summoning his escape light to relentlessly chase after him. The extreme Een and the scholarly elder exchanged a brief moment of astonishment, then shared a glance, unwilling to concede, and took flight in pursuit as well. However, as the dark clouds conjured by the extreme Een ancestor passed over Hanli and Wu Chou, a chilling voice uttered. Chapter 487. The death of Wu Chou. Wu Chou had ceased his entanglement with Xiangu the moment the celestial restoration pill was taken away by Wan Tianming's nascent soul. He was no fool. He clearly sensed that Xiangu outmatched him by a significant margin and appeared to possess extensive knowledge regarding the Een methods. Each of his attacks was effortlessly countered, as if the opponent exerted no effort at all. This left Wu Chou greatly astonished. Yet, with the sudden presence of two celestial demon corpses at his side, Wu Chou felt a surge of elation. Each of these corpses possessed strength rivaling that of mid-stage core formation cultivators. With two additional allies, even Xiangu could not hope to contend against them. He intended to seize this opportunity to teach Xiangu a lesson. Thus, as the several ancient beings departed the high platform, he immediately smirked, casting a mocking glance toward Xiangu. Hanli, you must be the sole descendant of Extreme Een. If I were to eliminate you, I can only imagine how distressed Extreme Een would be. He then turned to Hanli and uttered such words. However, upon hearing this, Wu Chou became alert, casting a scrutinizing look at Hanli. Simultaneously, the two demon corpses at his side, seemingly receiving some command, vanished from sight in a swift motion. Listening to the slanderous accusations and the intent to seize treasures, Hanli felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. It was evident that this individual believed he had outlived his usefulness, thus shedding any prior reservations. Perhaps this scheme had even been covertly instructed by Extreme Een before departing. With this thought, Han Li's lips twitched, and the myriad flying swords within him began to stir restlessly. Just then, however, Xiangu took the initiative and struck first. With a swift motion, he summoned a green serpent that lunged forth from his sleeve into an unoccupied space. A resounding thud echoed, followed by the emergence of a green shadow, revealing a celestial demon corpse. It's impressive that Extreme Een managed to refine so many, Xiangu scoffed, his lips curling disdainfully. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he executed a spell with his hands, causing the green serpent to entwine itself around the demon corpse multiple times. He then swiftly pointed, and a blooming green lotus appeared atop the corpse, its petals swelling dramatically, enveloping the entire demon corpse within its embrace. Wu Chou was taken aback, his heart racing. He hurriedly attempted to command the demon corpse to break free. However, inexplicably, the lotus had severed all connection between the corpse and his consciousness, rendering him unable to exert any control. Cold sweat broke out over Wu Chou's body. Just as he was about to summon another, Xiangu's figure flickered and instantly materialized before him. Wu Chou's face blazed with frustration as he hastily unleashed a torrent of extreme, demonic energy to shield himself. At that moment, a fierce expression flashed across his face, and with a swift movement, a small black sword shot towards Xiangu's face like a bolt of lightning. The speed was both rapid and urgent. A hint of derision flickered across Xiangu's visage as his fingers suddenly transformed, becoming extraordinarily sharp, with inches-long emerald claws that appeared grotesque and menacing. Without hesitation, he reached out with one hand, and the black sword, devoid of any resistance, flew into his ghastly grasp. Xiangu, now revealing his sinister demeanor, twisted his clawed hands, causing the once lively little sword to disperse into wisps of black mist, as if it had lost all semblance of spirit. Simultaneously, the grotesque figure known as Wu Chou turned pale as his life-bound treasure sustained damage. prompting him to involuntarily spit out a surge of black blood. Impossible. Wu Chao's face was filled with shock, but only a few words escaped his lips before Xiangu lunged forward, unleashing a ghostly hand wreathed in green energy that struck like lightning. Terrified, Wu Chou scarcely had the presence of mind to utter a word. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of dark, energy to counter the assault, while simultaneously reaching into his robe, seeking to retrieve some artifact. A bizarre scene unfolded as the grotesque claw on the opposite end rapidly shifted from a black-green glow to an abyssal black, piercing through several layers of Wu Chao's dark, energy barriers. And plunging directly into Xiangu's abdomen. Wu Chou, horrified, glanced down at the claw embedded in his body, disbelief etched across his features. However, after a few tremors of his lips, he was engulfed in a multitude of green flames at Xiangu's mocking laughter, transforming in the blink of an eye from a living being into ashes. From this destruction fell a black silk handkerchief, a ring, and a storage pouch. Abandoned by its master's will, a flash of black light appeared about 10 feet behind Xiangu, revealing another celestial demon corpse. Yet, it stood there, devoid of consciousness, frozen in place as if it had become an inanimate object. Observing this, Han Li felt a chill run down his spine, instilling a profound dread of the old demon. The old demon's claim of being well-versed in the weaknesses of the Dark Yin was indeed no idle boast. Wu Chao's attempt to engage him using Dark Yin energy had proven utterly futile. However, what was the old demon's intent in eliminating Wu Chou at such a moment? Did he not fear alarming others? Or did he believe that with Wu Chao's demise, he had ensnared Han Li into his machinations, forcing him to contend with the extreme Yin? Han Li pondered warily, his hand already gripping the five-colored ancient copper ring. If the other party harbored any murderous intent towards him, he might have to confront the old demon first. The words spoken by Xiangu sent a jolt through Han Li, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. He had been cautious about revealing the secret of possessing another blood jade spider. Yet Xiangu had effortlessly exposed it. What other blood jade spider? Hadn't my spirit beast already been vanquished by the elder of the Star Palace? Han Li was bewildered by how the other party knew of this matter and was naturally reluctant to acknowledge it easily. He cast a glance at the long-dead corpse of the blood jade spider upon the altar and firmly denied it. Kid, I have no time to waste with you. Let me be frank. Years ago, I stumbled upon a pair of blood jade spiders and entrusted them to another rebellious disciple, Ji Xian, for nurturing that I had intended to take these two beasts to the Void Sky Palace for treasure once they reached a higher level. However, I never anticipated that this disciple would betray me, leading to great misfortune. Since you have acquired that jade slip, it is likely that this blood jade spider originates from that pair of the Extreme Radiance's disciples. However, you may be unaware that the blood jade spider possesses unique characteristics. Although a single brood can lay numerous eggs, only 2 of them are viable, the rest being non-viable. Moreover, these 2 must be 1 male and 1 female. It is only when the blood jade spider mates that it can ascend to higher levels. This conclusion was drawn from my extensive observation of a wild pair of blood jade spiders long ago. After all, only by thoroughly understanding their habits can one assist them in their advancement. Even the Extreme Radiance, who nurtured the blood jade spiders back then, was oblivious to this, mistakenly believing I fortuitously captured a male and female spider. Your spider must have reached a considerable level. There is certainly another one. Now, please present the other blood jade spider. Xiangu fixed his gaze upon Han Li and swiftly articulated a statement that left him utterly astounded. Han Li was momentarily taken aback. He truly had no knowledge of these matters. It appears that the multicolored skeleton from back then was indeed the Extreme Radiance. However, how did that ascendant monarch acquire the techniques from Xianing Island? What connection does it have with Extreme Radiance? As he pondered these questions, Han Li maintained a calm demeanor, although he felt an intense yearning for the treasure of the Void Heaven Cauldron. He restrained his fervor and excitement. Possessing enough self-awareness, he certainly did not wish to sacrifice his life out of greed. Fleeing immediately was the wisest choice. With this thought in mind, Han Li no longer hesitated. Without waiting for Xiangu's response, he shimmered with azure light, intending to flee. However, Xiangu seemed to have already discerned Han Li's intentions and suddenly spoke a phrase that caused Han Li, who had just begun to ascend, to halt in midair. Han Xiao, do you not wish to condense your nascent soul? The remarkable efficacy of the Repairing Heaven pill is, in essence, to refine the innate spiritual roots of a golden core stage cultivator, facilitating their advancement to the nascent soul stage. Xiangu said coldly, refine the spiritual roots. Do you take me for a mere child? Such a miraculous elixir cannot possibly exist in this world. Han Li paused momentarily, then turned, narrowing his eyes as he spoke, his expression replete with skepticism. Believe it or not, it matters not to me. But do you truly think I have lived this long for naught? In the past, I once captured an elder-level cultivator from the Star Palace and extracted this information through soul-searching techniques. As for the rumors circulating outside that this pill can break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage, greatly enhancing one's magical power and lifespan. They are fundamentally false. That a former master of the Star Palace once procured a repairing heaven pill and consumed it personally. Now that you possess the 9 curves spiritual ginseng, if the effects of the repairing heaven pill are synergistic, it could potentially elevate your chances of condensing your nascent soul to a remarkable 30 to 40%. Should you miss this opportunity to acquire the treasure, by the time the next chance arises in 300 years, even if you obtain the repairing heaven pill, the likelihood of it being effective will be diminished. After all, refining the repairing heaven pill is no simple task. The entire process of spiritual root refinement requires at least a century to achieve complete transformation. You must consider this carefully. Xiangu spoke nonchalantly, a hint of indifference gracing his lips. A 30 to 40% chance of condensing the nascent soul? Han Li's heart raced. Seemingly discerning Han Li's thoughts, Xiangu smiled faintly and remarked, "As for your concerns about making too much noise while retrieving the treasure, rest assured. Even if the heavens were to collapse and the earth to quake within this high platform, those outside would be incapable of sensing any anomalies with their spiritual awareness unless they witnessed it with their own eyes. Otherwise, do you believe that the renowned Tian Gangxia, famed since ancient times, would have gained such a formidable reputation? And if you worry that a mere blood jade spider cannot successfully procure the treasure, do not forget that I am a master of extreme Yin and have altered my path to that of the demon and ghost. If he possesses the art of corpse refinement, how could I not?" Upon finishing his words, Xiangu opened his mouth and emitted a sphere of luminous energy, roughly the size of a fist, which surged toward the corpse of the blood jade spider upon the altered eye. In an instant, the glowing orb transformed into a vast expanse of pale green mist that enveloped the corpse, which was swiftly absorbed until naught remained. Moments later, the previously motionless severed remains converged seamlessly. Then, from the point of disjunction, green light radiated brilliantly, and a complete blood jade spider wobbled to its feet. Observing this scene, Han Li maintained an expression of composure, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. The world of cultivation truly harbors wonders beyond imagination. Such an eerie technique that can instantly transform a corpse into a refined entity exists. My own corpse refinement skills are commendable, are they not? Although this spider's ability to move will be fleeting, and its powers significantly diminished compared to its living state, collaborating with your blood jade spider to procure the treasure poses no issue whatsoever. After retrieving the treasure, I shall claim none of the Butian Dan from the cauldron. All shall be yours. Moreover, I am willing to grant you half of the ancient treasures within the Su Tian Ding, provided that the Su Tian Ding is relinquished to me. What do you think of this arrangement?" Xiangu maneuvered the spider-like corpse a few steps, then turned to Han Li, speaking with unwavering confidence. Even if your words are as flowery as the heavens, how can I be certain that once the Su Tian Ding is extracted, you will not turn on me?" Han Li initially pondered, his gaze flickering with unusual intensity before he spoke bluntly. Upon hearing this, Xiangu felt a surge of delight within, for although Han Li's tone was somewhat brusque, it was evident that he was already leaning towards acquiescence, merely seeking to negotiate further. Thus, Xiangu beamed and hastily replied. Han Li raised a hand and gently beckoned towards the approaching jade slip. In an instant, the slip was enveloped in a flash of azure light before delicately landing in his palm. Observing Han Li's cautious demeanor, Xiangu merely chuckled softly and refrained from comment. Meanwhile, Han Li commenced scanning the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual awareness, although he lacked the time to scrutinize the authenticity of the formula. It appeared genuine, indeed, mentioning the 9, alongside 2 or 3 auxiliary herbs he had never encountered before. After a brief contemplation, Han Li unceremoniously stowed the jade slip into his storage pouch, then raised his gaze, fixing Xiangu with a steady stare. "Very well, I consent to this transaction. Let us commence the treasure retrieval at once." Having resolved to act, Han Li would not procrastinate and exacerbate the danger. He promptly struck a spirit beast pouch, and a beam of white light erupted, revealing another blood jade spider, its visage fierce and menacing, before him. "Very well. That is indeed correct." A look of excitement appeared on Xiangu's face as he ascended the high platform. Commanding the spider corpse to first expel its web, preparing to pull up the ground. Meanwhile, Han Li calmly instructed the blood jade spider, which similarly released a milky white web to envelop the void heaven cauldron beneath the cave entrance. We do not have an abundance of time. Although I am constrained by my cultivation method and unable to unleash the berserk technique, I can still perform some auxiliary spells, albeit with slightly diminished effects. Xiangu explained to Han Li as he unleashed several spells of varying colors upon the blood jade spider. Instantly, the latter entered a state of frenzy, its form now interwoven with hues of dark green and black alongside its vibrant red, creating a somewhat eerie appearance. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent. After all, without these auxiliary spells, the blood jade spider would indeed struggle to move the void heaven cauldron. Subsequently, the blood jade spider and the spider corpse exerted their combined strength. Beginning to pull outward, the platform trembled violently, and blue light erupted forth. This time, without the protective spells of the scholarly elder, they had to rely solely on their own strength. Han Li hurriedly conjured a layer of fire attribute shield around himself, amplifying the power of his Lingxi to the maximum, enveloping his entire being in a blazing white light. Simultaneously, he activated the Qingyuan sword shield, revealing a layer of emerald shield that closely adhered to his body, with hints of faint golden light intermingling within the azure spikes. Xiangu also exhibited an abundant green aura, dense ghostly energy enveloping him, rendering him impervious to the storm around him, quite manageable. Despite being assaulted by the frigid blue air, Han Li still felt a bone-chilling sensation. However, by fully circulating the Qingyuan sword technique within his body, he could barely withstand the cold without succumbing to frostbite. This starkly illustrated for Han Li the vast disparity between a nascent soul cultivator and one at the core formation stage. The scholarly elder had effortlessly repelled all the cold with a mere protective barrier, leaving not a trace of chill. Han Li sighed, directing the majority of his focus toward the cave entrance, while a small portion remained vigilant of Xiangu. After all, despite the old fiend's eloquent words, he remained wary of him. Under the strenuous efforts of the blood jade spider, the void heaven cauldron began to replicate the scene of being pulled up, inch by inch, for some unknown reason. Compared to the previous occasion, Han Li felt that this treasure retrieval was exceedingly prolonged. Each inch of the web's pull seemed to consume an inordinate amount of time. Xiangu, enveloped in green energy, appeared remarkably composed. However, as the blue light at the cave entrance grew increasingly radiant, a fervent glint gradually ignited in his eyes. As time slowly passed under their vigilant gaze, the void heaven cauldron was pulled higher and higher. Suddenly, both Han Li and Xiangu, fixated on the cave entrance, soared into the air. Then, the summit of the blue flames finally revealed the cave's opening, the immense blue flower blooming once more, transforming the entire high platform into a realm of blue ice. Han Li fixated intently on the shadowy figure within the azure flames, his heart racing uncontrollably. The last time the treasure cauldron had emerged from the cave, he had been too preoccupied with observing the movements of the old fiends to scrutinize the cauldron closely. Now he has the opportunity to truly witness the true visage of this cauldron. Although only a small portion is revealed, the appearance of the Shu Tianding has already been fully absorbed by Han Li's eyes. Chapter 489. The Collection of the Cauldron. Wang Yu wishes everyone a happy new year. The Shu Tianding is flat and round, with 2 ears and 3 legs. Standing about 4 feet tall and having a diameter of approximately 10 feet. At the top, there is a slightly convex circular lid, intricately carved with images of insects, fish, beasts, and various landscapes of mountains and trees. Though it may seem rudimentary and coarse, the carvings are remarkably lifelike, even imparting to Han Li a sense of the wild, primordial aura that rushes forth to greet him. As soon as the cauldron emerges from the cave's mouth, it begins to emit a faint humming sound, which gradually grows louder. Simultaneously, the surrounding blue ice flames surge with a few crackling sounds, expanding several-fold in size. Han Li and Xiangu, who were standing near the cave entrance, almost simultaneously change their expressions drastically and hurriedly fly backward. Before their eyes, the entire altar, spanning a radius of over 10 feet, is enveloped in a pale blue glow, completely frozen in place. Aside from the flickering light at the cave's mouth, only the blood jade spider and the spider's corpse, not far from the entrance, continue to move freely within their respective pools of bloodlight. Everything else has become utterly immobilized. Had Han Li and Xiangu been a moment slower in their retreat, they too would have been encased in icy, yet at this moment, the altar appears to be encased within a massive blue crystal. How could one possibly retrieve the treasure? Witnessing this astonishing scene of freezing, Han Li's expression shifts dramatically as he inquires of Xiangu. Naturally, he has no idea how to proceed in the face of such a spectacle that seems capable of freezing even spiritual energy. Fear not. I possess a method to collect the cauldron while contending with the Qian blue ice flames. The Qian soul ghost fire I cultivate is also a manifestation of extreme yin and cold. Although it cannot be compared to this ice flame, it can temporarily isolate and contain it for a short while. During this interval, you can take the opportunity to pull the cauldron out from the cave and then collect it. Xiangu states, gazing intently at the blue flames without a flicker of an eyelid, as if he is making a solemn declaration. Despite the coolness of his words, Han Li detects a hint of excitement within them. Han Li's heart stirs involuntarily. The other party has taken the initiative to propose a strategy for dealing with the perilous blue ice flames, allowing him to retrieve the precious cauldron. This truly takes him by surprise, prompting him to cast a peculiar glance at Xiangu. If one were to claim that the old demon is so benevolent, Han Li would never believe it. Yet, Xiangu's approach appears to be without any apparent flaws. Could it be that collecting this Shu Tian Ding is even more perilous? A trace of doubt arises in Han Li's heart that, of course, had Xiangu suggested that he face the ice flames while he himself went to collect the treasure, Han Li would have outright refused. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Han Li steels himself and resolutely agrees. Now is not the time for hesitation. Everything must be approached with opportunistic pragmatism. If there truly lies any danger in collecting this cauldron, he would rather forego the treasure than compromise his own safety. With his mind made up, Han Li casually nods a few times towards Xiangu to indicate his consent. Upon seeing this, Xiangu smiles in satisfaction. He then gazes at the ice flames with a peculiar expression for a moment before spinning gracefully in the air. As he rotates, the ghostly energy surrounding him coalesces into a verdant whirlwind with a diameter of approximately 10 feet. Shrouded in a dense aura of chill, accompanied by the haunting cries of spirits echoing forth. Subsequently, the whirlwind descended forcefully upon the azure crystal, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The moving vortex seemed to ignite, transforming into a ferocious blaze that surged upward like a towering inferno. Han Li's eyes widened as he fixated on the bizarre flame, which plunged headlong into the frozen blue depths. In an instant, 3 distinct illuminations intertwined, producing a cacophony reminiscent of metal grinding against metal, causing Han Li's brows to furrow involuntarily. However, his tightly knitted brows soon relaxed, for the black-green fire column had indeed cleaved a passageway, racing directly toward the altar's center where the blue flames resided. Witnessing this, Han Li felt a surge of anxiety. His mind swiftly connected with the blood jade spider. Should the entity possess the power to separate the Qianlong ice flame from the void heaven cauldron, he would compel the blood jade spider to exert its utmost strength immediately. At long last, propelled by the Xian bone, the fire column surged toward the cavern's entrance. Faced with the dazzling, swirling blue ice flames, it hesitated briefly before erupting, instantly transforming into a colossal black-green lotus that enveloped both the blue flames and the void heaven cauldron within its embrace. At this sight, Han Li's heart skipped a beat. His first thought was a troubling one. Had Xianbone reconsidered and intended to monopolize the void heaven cauldron? With this notion in mind, he grasped the multicolored copper ring once more, becoming exceedingly vigilant. Yet, the ensuing scene eased his apprehension, as the massive lotus merely wrapped around the blue ice flames, leaving the void heaven cauldron seemingly untouched and immobile in its original position. Han Li's heartbeat quickened, a hint of exhilaration coloring his cheeks. On one hand, he marveled at the extraordinary techniques of the old demon Xianbone, while on the other, his excitement surged as he commanded the blood jade spider to pull with all its might. The already taut silk threads resonated with a clear, ringing sound. Following a violent tremor, a miracle unfolded. The cauldron, which had appeared to weigh 1,000 pounds, shot toward Han Li with an astonishing lightness, as if it had become weightless. Initially elated, Han Li soon felt a chill in his heart. Cautious not to act recklessly, he swiftly raised both hands, unleashing a pair of azure sword lights that shot forth, only to transform mid-flight into 2 azure cords that ensnared the cauldron's ears. With simultaneous force, the cauldron obediently halted a mere 3 to 4 zhang away from Han Li. The ease with which he controlled the void heaven cauldron left him momentarily stunned, and he vaguely sensed that this smooth acquisition was undoubtedly related to the separation of the Qianlong ice flame from the cauldron. Yet, this thought flickered briefly in his mind. Without lingering on it, he shook the azure cords, and the cauldron gradually ascended, Enveloped in a sphere of azure true essence, he transmitted. As a low incantation echoed, the void heaven cauldron rapidly shrank within the azure light, gently descending into the palm of his hand. Everything unfolded so seamlessly, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. Hanli gently rubbed the cauldron's lid with his fingers, still unable to believe that this so-called foremost treasure of the Chaos Star Sea, the Void Heaven Cauldron, had truly come into his possession. Surely, this cauldron cannot be a counterfeit, can it? Hanli gazed intently at the miniature cauldron in his hand, which was no larger than a fist. And an odd thought suddenly welled up within him. However, at that moment, a burst of maniacal laughter interrupted his peculiar musings. Ha ha ha. The Qianlan Ice Flame, the Xianhun Yin Fire, and the Bixia Divine Thunder, when combined, they can indeed fuse into one. This means I shall cultivate into the legendary Shura's Sacred Fire. I was right after all. Ha! The voice was unmistakably that of Xiangu, yet his laughter resonated with a sense of self-satisfaction and ecstasy. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart sank, and for reasons unknown, a chill crept over him. He tightened his grip on the cauldron with one hand, squinting his eyes as he fixed his expressionless gaze upon Xiangu. To his surprise, Xiangu's appearance startled Han Li slightly. The once massive black-green lotus had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a colossal sphere of light, approximately a foot in diameter, cradled in Xiangu's hands. At first glance, the sphere appeared to retain its black-green hue, yet upon closer inspection, a blue flame flickered slowly at its center, pulsating with life despite being encased in a black-green shell that seemed eager to burst forth. Even more astonishing were the dark arcs of electricity that sporadically erupted from the surface of the sphere, crackling and emitting faint thunderous sounds. Han Li's complexion shifted. Could it be that the old demon Xiangu truly harbored such intentions? Before Han Li could fully contemplate the implications of this scene, Xiangu, cradling the luminous sphere, gradually approached him, halting a distance of over 10 zhang away, his gaze fixated on the cauldron that Han Li clutched tightly. Excellent. You have indeed acquired the Void Sky Cauldron. It seems my plans are proceeding without flaw, Xiangu remarked, a peculiar glint in his eyes as he observed the cauldron. Han Li, upon hearing this, snorted softly, his expression wary as he scrutinized Xiangu, yet remained silent. Your expression suggests you may have guessed something. Though I would love to explain, you shall soon be a corpse. My time is limited, and it would be far more comfortable for you to remain an ignorant fool, Xiangu said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Han Li felt a jolt within. The intent to seize treasure and take a life could not have been clearer. He was unwilling to squander words seeking explanations, nor did he wish to engage in idle chatter. With a grim expression, he resolved to strike first. Raising his hand, he swiftly summoned the 5 copper rings that he had already prepared. And with a flash of radiant light, they vanished from sight. In the next moment, they reappeared, perfectly encircling the old demon's neck and limbs. Chapter 490, Bixia Divine Thunder and Shura's Sacred Fire Tightening. Han Li formed hand seals, and immediately, the 5 rings constricted rapidly, embedding deeply into Xiangu's neck and limbs, binding him securely. The 5 element rings. Although this ancient treasure is quite renowned, it is of little use against those with or cultivators whose powers far surpass that of the one wielding it. Such as us unorthodox practitioners, Xiangu remarked, his face marred with mockery despite suffering under the grip of the rings. Subsequently, he effortlessly raised a hand and struck the surface of the sphere before him. The sphere flickered erratically, and with a crackling sound, a large fissure opened upon its surface. From the fissure, a flickering blue light ebbed and flowed, followed by a long, serpentine flame that erupted forth. This flame, imbued with an ethereal essence, gently swept over the neck and limbs of Xiangu, instantly encasing the previously unyielding copper rings in a thick layer of frost. Subsequently, Xiangu's form twisted in an astonishing manner. After a brief shudder, several crystalline copper rings fell to the stone platform with a resounding chime, their sound crisp and clear. Han Li felt a weight settle in his heart, without a moment's hesitation. He opened his mouth, and 9 azure blades shot forth in rapid succession, converging high above to form a colossal sword, which he then directed unhesitatingly towards Xiangu. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of seriousness crossed Xiangu's face. With both hands, he enveloped the luminous sphere and lifted it high. The fissure widened suddenly, unleashing torrents of azure ice flames. These flames swiftly morphed into a 5-clawed ice dragon, resplendent and transparent, its entire body radiating a chilling blue glow. It promptly used its forepaws to brace against the azure giant's sword and, without reservation, unleashed a breath of icy blue fire that struck fiercely against the sword's body. The giant sword dimmed after only a few blows, a faint frost forming upon its surface, and its movements became sluggish and cumbersome. With a thunderous boom, arcs of pale golden lightning flickered across the surface of the giant sword, forcefully impacting the ice dragon and breaking its hold, sending the dragon retreating several paces. Thinking of fleeing. This set of golden thunder bamboo treasures is already under my control. Your exorcising thunder, I suspect, has dwindled significantly, hasn't it? I wonder how many more times you can invoke it now? Xiangu sneered, a malicious grin creeping across his face as he gestured toward the ice dragon, urging it to lunge once more at the azure giant sword. Hanli, upon hearing this, felt a stir of unease within him. Despite the nonchalant demeanor of his opponent, he sensed an undercurrent of trepidation regarding the exorcising thunder. However, he had no time to ponder this matter further, as he unleashed a blue spell that shot forth towards the giant sword. With a flick of his finger, the giant sword began to shimmer and shake violently, suddenly splitting into two identical massive swords, embodying the technique of the Qing Yuan sword art sword shadow dispersion. Both colossal swords simultaneously unleashed thick arcs of pale golden lightning. One hurled directly toward the ice dragon, while the other flashed swiftly in a diagonal slash towards the old demon Xiangu. Oh! Xiangu exclaimed in surprise that it was unclear whether he was astonished by Han Li's ability to summon such potent exorcising thunder or by the fact that the sword shadow dispersion could produce two tangible flying swords simultaneously. Yet, the astonishment on Xiangu's face quickly faded. He remained composed as he clapped his hands over the luminous sphere, causing the Qian blue ice flames to surge forth once more. This time, the ice flames flickered before him several times before coalescing into a triangular ice shield that directly blocked the incoming giant sword. The pale golden lightning arcs and the blue icy aura of the shield collided, neither side yielding an inch, resulting in a standoff. Observing this, Hanli felt a surge of delight amidst the calm. It indicated that while the exorcising thunder could not counteract the chilling essence of the Qian blue ice flames, conversely, the extreme cold of the ice flames could do little against the exorcising thunder. As for who will ultimately prevail over whom, it naturally hinges on the magnitude of their respective powers. With this thought in mind, Hanli deftly patted the storage pouch at his waist, causing a blood-red cloak to materialize around him. Although he had not yet reached a point of absolute desperation, it was prudent to prepare some necessary contingencies in advance. Subsequently, Hanli did not dare to linger. He clasped his hands together, his expression solemn, and slowly began to pull them apart. A series of thunderous crackles erupted. In between his palms, a pale golden thunderball manifested, with tiny arcs of electricity flickering and dancing across its surface. This electric orb, only a few inches in diameter, rapidly expanded to a size of nearly a foot as Hanli drew upon the remaining power of the evil-repelling divine thunder from the Qingzhu Fengyan sword. Emitting a faint humming sound that on the opposite side, the one manipulating the Qianlan ice flame, who aimed to shatter the two azure swords with a single strike, momentarily paled at this sight, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He could scarcely fathom that Hanli possessed the ability to conjure such a sizable thunderball. How many golden thunder bamboo flying swords did Hanli truly possess? A wave of unease swept over Xiangu. He had initially changed his demeanor, believing that vanquishing Hanli would require little effort, confident in the formidable Qianlan ice flame he had just acquired, although these flames had not yet been refined or fused into Shura sacred fire. Under the oppressive force of his Xian soul-in fire and evil-repelling divine thunder, they were still manageable to some extent. The evil-repelling divine thunder could counter the frigid attacks of the Qianlan ice flame. And Xiangu was well aware that Han Li's golden thunder bamboo flying swords could also unleash divine thunder. Yet, precisely because of this, he felt an urgent need to eliminate Han Li without hesitation. In his estimation, Han Li's evil-repelling divine thunder should have been nearly depleted by now. Even if a small amount remained, it could not be substantial. Thus, Han Li would not be able to withstand the onslaught of the Qianlan ice flame. As for the golden thunder bamboo, no one could possibly possess an excessive number of artifacts made from such material. The quantity of golden thunder bamboo flying swords in Han Li's possession was already astonishing to Xiangu. Although he harbored an even deeper hatred for the treacherous disciple, Jiyin, the prospect of successfully refining the Qianlan ice flame into Shura's sacred fire had ignited Xiangu's ambitions. The idea of dominating the entire chaotic star sea became an enticing possibility. In light of this, Han Li, with his golden thunder bamboo artifacts, had naturally become his primary target for eradication. After all, the evil repelling divine thunder remained the greatest nemesis of those practitioners of the ghostly path. Moreover, once he made contact with the barbarian bearded man, the absence of Han Li's assistance in eliminating Jian would render the endeavor significantly easier. When Han Li first unleashed a considerable amount of electric arcs from the two massive swords, it had already taken Xiangu by surprise. Now, witnessing the emergence of such a large golden thunderball from Han Li's hands truly left him dazed. This was entirely beyond his expectations. How could a mere early-stage core formation cultivator possess what seemed to be an inexhaustible supply of golden thunder bamboo artifacts? This perplexing question weighed heavily upon the heart of the old demon, leaving him in a state of shock and disbelief. How many golden thunder bamboo artifacts did Han Li truly possess? This enigmatic conundrum had become an insurmountable burden pressing down upon Xiangu's mind. At the moment when Xiangu was momentarily taken aback, the electric arc sphere in Han Li's hand had already surged to several feet in size. Hovering a few feet above his head, its buzzing sound deafening, the old demon, regaining his senses, turned pale. In comparison to this thunderous sphere, the previous exorcising divine thunder was utterly insignificant. Very well. Though I know not why you possess such an abundance of golden thunder bamboo treasures. From the moment you acquired these artifacts, you have been destined to be a formidable adversary to us, the practitioners of the ghost path. Today, I shall allow you to witness the might of the Shura flame. Reputed to be the sacred fire of the ghost path, Xiangu gritted his teeth and declared, now, having ridden the tiger, he was prepared to brazenly amalgamate the three types of energy into the legendary Shura sacred fire. He hoped that with this fire, he could decisively shatter Han Li's exorcising divine thunder and eliminate this persistent threat once and for all. Of course, the secret art of forcibly synthesizing sacred fire in such a brief span was fraught with peril, with the constant risk of backlash. Yet, at this moment, Xiangu could hardly afford to be cautious. With a determined bite of his teeth, he hurled the luminous sphere before him, and then his hands began to whirl like wheels, continuously channeling various incantations into the sphere. Instantly, the sphere came to life, its blue flames swirling rapidly at its core, while the surrounding dark soul flames and black electric arcs revolved in the opposite direction. After a brief moment, the entire sphere exuded a dazzling and resplendent radiance. Then, with a muffled bang, countless chilling gray-white sparks erupted from the sphere, raining down upon Han Li like a torrential storm. Upon witnessing this, Han Li's expression shifted momentarily, followed by a chill that crept over him. Although he had never heard of the Shura sacred fire, he was certain that it must surpass the Qianlan ice flame. Thus, with an expression of utmost gravity, he shook his hands, ceasing to infuse the colossal thunder sphere above him with divine thunder. Instead, his fingers danced incessantly, weaving various incantations, murmuring spells as they flowed from his lips. The pale golden thunder sphere began to elongate and transform, swiftly morphing into a golden electric net, forming a protective electric shield that enveloped Han Li from head to toe. Subsequently, the gray-white sparks from across the way mercilessly shot towards the golden net. Instantly, the golden light and white flames entwined in fierce conflict, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous shrieks. Chapter 491. The death of Xiangu. Han Li's expression grew grim. Although the electric net temporarily halted all the gray-white flames, these flames seemed to burn through anything, creating a gray-white fire dome that effectively ensnared Han Li within. Now, even if he wished to flee, escape was rendered impossible. What troubled Han Li further was the fact that these gray-white flames were gradually consuming the pale golden electric arcs. Though the pace was slow, it undeniably caused the electric net surrounding him to shrink gradually. While it seemed these flames were also suffering some depletion, overall, the Shura's sacred fire held an overwhelming advantage. Observing this situation, Xiangu let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile emerging on his face. After all, given the fearsome reputation of this fire, Xiangu believed that even a Yuanying stage practitioner trapped within would likely suffer severe depletion of their essence before they could employ any secret techniques to escape. As he awaited the moment when he would possess his own refined sacred fire and restore his peak cultivation at the nascent soul stage, he confidently believed that sweeping through a substantial portion of the chaotic star sea would be an absolute certainty. With this thought, Xiangu narrowed his eyes, lost in a reverie. At this juncture, Han Li appeared to him no different from a corpse. The situation was undeniably becoming increasingly dire as the golden net continued to shrink. The protective barrier formed by the exorcising divine thunder was on the verge of collapse. Yet, with a stern expression, Han Li remained impassive, his hands outstretched. Two slender arcs of golden lightning burst forth from his palms. Merging seamlessly with the golden arcs of the electric net, Xiangu's eyes nearly bulged out. He was on the brink of leaping up in astonishment. It was only now that he comprehended the meaning of the phrase. Man's calculations cannot compare to heaven's. Han Li still had such an abundance of exorcising divine thunder. This was truly a severe test of the old demon's nerves. Even though the Shura sacred fire was a higher-level existence than the exorcising divine thunder. If the latter were in excess, it was hard to say who would extinguish whom. Xiangu gazed at Han Li with a look of incredulity, eager to discern how many golden thunder bamboo treasures were concealed within Han Li's seemingly diminutive frame. Could it be that the other party truly had an inexhaustible supply of exorcising divine thunder? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Xiangu suddenly jolted, biting down sharply on his tongue. The sharp pain and the faint metallic taste jolted his mind back to clarity. He shook his head lightly, dismissing this absurd notion from his thoughts. An inexhaustible supply of exorcising divine thunder? Such a thing could not possibly exist. He had merely been rendered somewhat insecure by the sheer quantity of the opponent's divine thunder. However, Xiangu was confident that after repeatedly unleashing such a copious amount of divine thunder, Han Li must surely be running low by now. If he could just endure this critical moment, he would be able to eradicate Han Li completely. All those golden thunder bamboo treasures would then rightfully belong to him. With this thought, Xiangu's spirits soared once more. After casting a few more avaricious glances at Han Li, he raised his gaze towards the luminous sphere in the sky. The other party still had exorcising divine thunder left to unleash. Just moments ago, he had not fully merged all the Qian blue ice flames into the Shura sacred fire, having only combined a fraction to minimize the risk of backlash from the secret technique. Yet now, it seemed that this small portion of sacred fire was not sufficient to extinguish Han Li. Only by merging and releasing all the remaining ice flames could he obliterate him in one fell swoop. With this in mind, he nodded slightly and began to chant incantations. The luminous sphere in the air began to spin rapidly, radiating resplendent rays of light once more. Witnessing this scene, Han Li's heart sank like a stone. Just as Xiangu had anticipated, Han Li's continuous use of exorcising divine thunder to confront the Qian blue ice flames and Shura sacred fire had indeed nearly exhausted this divine thunder by 10 parts. Now, seeing that the opponent was about to conjure the Shura sacred fire to launch an attack, Han Li knew he could not possibly withstand it with the remaining divine thunder. The only option left was to break through this fiery blockade immediately and flee for his life. After all, regardless of how formidable the opponent's flames might be, they would be of no use if they could not touch his body. With this thought, Han Li steeled himself. He unleashed all the remaining exorcising divine thunder within him in an instant. At once, 2 arcs of golden lightning, as thick as a man's arm, shot forth from his palms, propelling themselves towards the electric net above. The golden electric net flickered rapidly several times, and amidst a low rumble of thunder, it ultimately transformed into a radiant golden glow, bursting forth in a magnificent explosion. Countless pale golden arcs of lightning surged forth, forcefully pushing away the remaining faint grayish-white flames that lingered on the outskirts. At that moment, Han Li's figure flickered a few times before vanishing from his original position, reappearing several zhang away in a different location. During this swift movement, Han Li could not help but break into a cold sweat, fearful that he might inadvertently brush against even a trace of the grayish-white flames, which would undoubtedly be lethal for him, now that he had escaped the clutches of the Shura sacred fire. Han Li wasted no time in shaking his cloak, causing the blood-red garment to float gracefully without a breeze. This was a clear sign of activating the ancient treasure. Having made up his mind, he surged towards the stone steps, skillfully utilizing the Qingzhou Fengyun's sword to evade the barrier, seizing the opportunity to make his escape. Xiangu, observing this scene, discerned some of Han Li's intentions. His heart raced with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his magical power and hastened the transformation of the glowing orb. A tremendous rumble echoed as the entire orb ignited, its surface instantly engulfed in grayish-white flames, seemingly indicating the emergence of the Shura sacred fire. However, to his astonishment, a small, inconspicuous blue light flickered at the center of the fireball, pulsating restlessly, as if it were unstable. Xiangu was momentarily taken aback by this sight but quickly dismissed it, reasoning that it was likely due to his insufficient magical power, which had prevented a complete transformation. Merely a trivial matter. What truly occupied his thoughts was Han Li's imminent escape. He vowed that he would not allow Han Li to flee unscathed. Thus, he gently beckoned to the white fireball, which trembled slightly before beginning to morph and launch an attack in accordance with his will. Yet, at that precise moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The residual blue light at the core of the grayish-white fireball suddenly flickered a few times before erupting violently. Instantly, the surface of the fireball became uneven, accompanied by a piercing shriek emanating from within its depths. Xiangu's heart sank in alarm, and he hurriedly attempted to regain control over the fireball's erratic behavior. However, he had long forgotten that this Shura's sacred fire was not something he had truly refined. It was merely a force he had manipulated through external means. Now, stimulated by the explosion at its core, the fireball spiraled into uncontrollable chaos. His meager magical power was utterly insufficient to rein it in. As Xiangu broke into a cold sweat, the fireball rapidly shifted through a myriad of colors, black, green, and white, before erupting explosively above his head. Countless grayish-white sparks cascaded downwards. Xiangu's face drained of color. Without daring to linger on his thoughts, he spun swiftly, unleashing a torrent of black-green ghostly energy that surged skyward to confront the out-of-control Shura's sacred fire. Then, with a sudden burst of movement, he darted forth like a crossbow bolt. If he could just escape the blast radius of the fireball, he might save his own life. Although the black-green ghostly energy appeared formidable upon contact with the descending grayish-white sparks, it dissipated into nothingness as if it had encountered an insurmountable abyss, failing to impede their descent in the slightest. Nevertheless, the rate at which the Shura's sacred fire fell was not overly swift. Even with the vast area of the explosion, Xiangu managed to evade the danger just as he leapt out of the affected zone. At that moment, a sudden flash of azure light erupted before Xiangu. As a barrage of over 10 azure sword lights surged towards him, it was Han Li who, upon realizing the reversal of the situation, promptly abandoned his thoughts of retreat and instead seized the opportunity to unleash a rapid succession of strikes with his fingers, shooting forth numerous azure sword energies that effectively blocked Xiangu's escape route. Xiangu, both astonished and enraged, cursed vehemently in his heart, yet, at that moment, he had no time to evade. Gritting his teeth, he crossed his arms fiercely before him in defense, summoning a thin layer of green mist to envelop his body as he charged forward. As an azure light approached, he opened his mouth and unleashed a jet of green radiance, which was none other than the old demon's magical artifact, the golden thunder bamboo arrow. This green light shattered 4 or 5 of the incoming sword strikes before finally being blasted aside. The remaining sword lights, however, struck mercilessly against Xiangu's arms. Bang! Bang! The sound of muffled explosions echoed repeatedly. In that instant, Xiangu's soul seemed to soar into the beyond, with a face full of terror. He hastily reached into his bosom, seemingly in search of something. However, a delicate and cool gray-white spark had silently settled upon his shoulder. With a crackling sound, the gray-white flame erupted violently. Xiangu did not even have time to scream before his figure disintegrated within the flames, turning to ashes and vanishing without a trace. Chapter 492. The Qianlan Pearl. Witnessing the formidable nature of the Shura flame, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, once the gray-white flame had consumed Xiangu entirely, it reformed into a petite spark that floated gently. Just then, whether due to Xiangu's demise or some other transformation, all the descending gray-white sparks simultaneously emitted a surge of black and green mist. Following this, slender black arcs of electricity flickered, and in an instant, the sparks transformed into blue, reverting to the form of Qianlan ice flame. Suddenly, Han Li felt an intense pressure enveloping him. The entire space was suffused with a pale blue chill. A wave of icy sensation washing over him as transparent thin ice began to form around his body, threatening to completely encase the entire barrier in frost. Han Li could not help but be alarmed. He hastily directed his spiritual power into the Lingxi array, the searing white light pushing back the encroaching cold, preventing it from nearing him by even half a foot. However, without Xiangu's control, the Qianlan ice flame seemed to finally unleash its true might. In that fleeting moment, the entire platform was transformed into a colossal iceberg, with only Han Li struggling to withstand it with his surrounding white light. Yet, the rapid depletion of his magical power left Han Li silently lamenting that it was only then that he realized the Qianlan ice flame, under Xiangu's command, had seemingly displayed only a fraction of its true power due to Xiangu's insufficient cultivation or the fact that it had not been fully refined. Had the Qianlan ice flame unleashed its terrifying might from the outset, Xiangu would not have needed to merge with the Shura's sacred fire. It would have been more than sufficient to obliterate him multiple times over. This implied that the even more formidable Shura sacred fire could not merely possess such limited power. It must have withheld its true strength by a considerable degree. Han Li, astonished, pondered these thoughts in his mind. Having grasped the essence of the situation, nevertheless, he would not allow himself to be unjustly extinguished by the unfettered Qianlong ice flame after having finally vanquished Qiangu, with a resolute bite of his teeth. Han Li placed one hand upon a spirit beast pouch at his waist. This pouch contained countless devouring golden worms that in this moment, he could only rely on the voracious capacity of these worms. Hoping to escape from his predicament. Yet, regardless of whether he could successfully flee, these immature devouring golden worms would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such terrifying frigidness that a moment's carelessness could lead to their total annihilation. However, now, for the sake of his life, Han Li could not afford to ponder these matters any longer. As his palm shifted, he was about to release the opening of the spirit beast pouch. But then, a sudden transformation occurred. The azure ice flames floating around him flickered several times, emitting a melodious chime as if responding to an unseen command. They simultaneously shot upwards, all coalescing into a singular point in the sky. Moments later, a hazy blue orb materialized in the air. Within this luminous sphere, a blue ice pearl, roughly the size of a fist, emerged. Instantly, the bone-chilling frost that had filled the high platform vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Han Li, who had already opened the pouch halfway, found himself momentarily stunned, but soon his face lit up with surprise. He paid no mind to the bizarre transformation of the azure ice flames. This was his chance to evade disaster. Now, the blue ice pearl began to descend slowly from above, passing directly before Han Li. As he gazed upon the pearl, a flicker of intrigue flashed in his eyes, and a contemplative expression graced his face. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a slender arc of electricity surged forth from within him, ensnaring the ice pearl and halting its descent. The pearl showed no sign of resistance. Obediently drawn by the arc witnessing this, Han Li's demeanor turned solemn, still exhibiting no hint of carelessness. With a cautious flick of his wrist, he guided the golden arc, drawing the ice pearl towards him gradually. As the orb hovered a foot away, Han Li hesitated momentarily. He extended his hand, enveloping it in a layer of azure radiance, and then cautiously reached out to grasp it. Though separated by a thick barrier of true essence, Han Li could still distinctly feel a chill emanating from the pearl, though it was by no means frigid. It was as if the azure ice flames had condensed into this pearl, sealing away the extreme cold without a trace. Only then did Han Li truly feel at ease. He withdrew his true essence and pinched the pearl between 3 fingers, bringing it closer to scrutinize. The outer layer of the blue orb was a pale blue and hard, while within, flames flickered erratically, suggesting an inherent instability. After a moment of deliberation, Han Li recognized that the azure ice flames were an exceedingly rare treasure, likely a secret artifact from the ethereal cauldron above. Although he had no knowledge of how to utilize or refine these flames, discarding them was utterly inconceivable. Having witnessed the ferocity of various fiendish secret fires, such as the celestial sun devil fire and the heavenly corpse fire, Han Li harbored a lingering desire to possess a formidable magical flame of his own. The might of these azure ice flames, he had seen with his own eyes, was undoubtedly far superior to those 2 forms of devilish fire. With such an opportunity presenting itself, fulfilling his long-held wish, Han Li could not possibly refuse. Even if it involved a hint of peril, he was more than willing to accept it. Upon this realization, Han Li's hand erupted once more with a faint golden arc, unleashing a series of delicate electric threads that enveloped the icy orb in layer upon layer. Moments later, a sphere resembling a golden silk ball manifested in Han Li's grasp, its surface intermittently dancing with tiny sparks of electricity. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li felt a genuine sense of relief. After his previous encounter with the ice flame, he understood that the exorcising divine thunder could barely restrain this fire. Should this icy sphere explode again, the electric arc net of the exorcising divine thunder could temporarily bind it, granting him precious time and sparing him from the abrupt backlash of the azure ice orb. However, at present, he found himself devoid of any exorcising divine thunder within him, incapable of even emitting a single spark. Yet, Han Li remained unconcerned, his face alight with excitement as he retrieved a square jade box from his storage bag, carefully placing the sphere within and securing it properly. Only then did Han Li take the opportunity to soar around the altar, gathering the severely weakened blood jade spider into his spirit beast pouch. The other spider, which had been refined into a corpse, lay motionless. As Han Li passed by the site where the shin bone had been obliterated, he involuntarily paused, his expression one of astonishment as he reached out, summoning an object emitting a faint white light from the ground into his hand. The object, pure white and only a few inches in length, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a small segment of rib. Remarkably, this rib had not been reduced to ash by the Shura's sacred fire and remained intact, which greatly surprised Han Li. He recalled the incident in the cave, when the Xian-Bone old demon extracted the remnants of the Void Heaven map from a rib. Could it be that this rib also held something within? After this thought crossed his mind, Han Li hesitated no longer and cast it into his storage bag. Now was not the time for meticulous study, but rather for a hasty retreat from this place. As Han Li intended to soar towards the stone steps, he inadvertently caught sight of the emerald arrow a few paces away, utterly still, devoid of any semblance of spirit. Frowning, he raised his hand, and a beam of azure light shot forth, enveloping the treasure and drawing it into his grasp. After casting a casual glance at it, just as he was about to stow it away, a peculiar hissing sound suddenly emanated from one of the spirit beast pouches at his waist. Intrigued, Han Li displayed a hint of curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly struck the pouch, releasing a burst of yellow light that spiraled out, revealing the form of a small monkey, the soul-devouring beast, known for feasting on souls and spirits. Han Li then opened his mouth, expelling a grayish-black orb into his other palm, the soul-calling pearl that controlled the soul-devouring beast. Initially, Han Li had found it somewhat strange that Yuan Yao had entrusted him with this pearl, which is why he had not attempted to refine it until now. However, erasing the consciousness imprint on the pearl to temporarily control the soul-devouring beast was something he could easily accomplish. Gripping the soul-calling pearl tightly, his gaze fixated on the emerald arrow, Han Li suddenly opened his mouth, enveloping the arrow in a surge of azure alchemical fire, slowly beginning to refine it. Yet, after a brief interval, the arrow remained unresponsive, as if it were a lifeless object. Han Li's gaze flickered with a glint of cold light. After licking his lips, he abruptly hurled the arrow into the air and discreetly instructed the crying soul beast. Instantly, the beast snorted, and a wave of yellow mist shot forth, rushing towards the arrow suspended in the sky. The arrow, previously motionless, suddenly flashed with a vivid green light upon sensing the approaching yellow mist, emitting a sharp shriek as it transformed into a verdant radiance and shot towards the stone steps, seemingly in a state of utter terror at the sight of the yellow mist. Chapter 493. The Mystery of the Scroll. As the arrow flew a mere 10 feet, Han Li, with a flick of his middle finger, unleashed a streak of azure sword energy that struck the arrow, causing it to stumble momentarily. This brief delay allowed the radiant mist exhaled by the crying soul beast to envelop the arrow entirely. Immediately, the magical artifact flickered incessantly, darting within the mist as if desperately seeking an escape. However, the yellow light possessed an immense pulling force that rendered its struggles futile, leaving it flailing like a headless fly within the luminous haze. Since the crying soul beast was known as the nemesis of all spirits, the soul-absorbing light it emitted was far from ordinary. The arrow's rotation only momentarily slowed before it was ensnared by hundreds of earthy yellow threads that swiftly wrapped around it. Concurrently, the yellow threads tugged outward, violently extracting a sphere of green light from the arrow. This green light, entangled by the numerous yellow threads, incessantly morphed into various forms of insects, fish, birds, and beasts, expanding and contracting erratically in a bid to escape. Yet, the yellow threads burrowed directly into the green light, preventing any chance of liberation and gradually dragging the green light towards the crying soul beast's large nostrils that in a state of panic. The green light flickered and transformed into the visage of an elderly man with a grim expression, who, within the radiant mist, implored Han Li with palpable fear, "Young friend Han, spare my life. If you grant me this mercy, I am willing to serve you as a ghostly slave for eternity. I possess countless esoteric and arcane techniques, which I am eager to impart to you. Moreover, do you not wish to learn the entirety of the profound Yin arts? Even that rebellious disciple of extreme Yin, I have never divulged the final layers of knowledge to them. And what are the secrets of the profound soul-refining arts? Surely you are curious to know more? Although my foundation has been usurped by extreme Yin, I still possess several secret caves, rich with treasures, which I am willing to offer to you, my master." As the ghostly visage spoke faster, its expression grew increasingly frantic, even resorting to calling itself a servant, for at that moment, it was perilously close to being sucked into the crying soul beast's nostril. Should it be drawn in, no matter how resilient its demonic soul, escape would be utterly impossible. Upon hearing the tempting words of the ghostly face, Han Li, whose willpower was already remarkably steadfast, felt a stir of emotion, his countenance betraying a hint of hesitation. Perhaps sensing Han Li's uncertainty, the ghostly face, akin to grasping at a final lifeline, bellowed once more. Even if you have no desire for these treasures, do you not wish to uncover the weaknesses of the extreme Yin techniques? Do you not seek to dispel the tracking mark placed upon you? Upon hearing these words, Han Li's gaze flickered, and his expression finally revealed a shift of interest. With a gentle sigh, Han Li grasped the Minghun pearl in one hand and waved it lightly. The once tumultuous glow of the evening mist immediately quelled, allowing the ghostly visage to finally pause its descent into the gaping nostrils of the wailing beast. The ghostly face, wrapped in yellow silk, rejoiced, its spirit lifted. Young friend Han, your actions are undoubtedly wise. If you leave this old man be, I can certainly. The ghostly countenance managed a strained smile, eager to flatter Han Li. Yet, at that very moment, the wailing beast inhaled forcefully once more. The previously softened glow was drawn in with a ferocity even greater than before, completely engulfing the unsuspecting ghostly figure without a trace of resistance. A cold, mocking smile emerged on Han Li's face. The wailing beast seemed to have overindulged, letting out a clumsy burp, patting its belly, and displaying a humanoid satisfaction upon its countenance. With a faint smile, Han Li gave the Minghun pearl a shake, and the wailing spirit transformed back into a beam of yellow light, shooting into the spirit beast pouch. To take you as a servant? How could I dare to conspire with a tiger for its skin, an ancient ghost that has lived for over 1,000 years? I may not even match your wits. Your grandiose words aside, it is far simpler to extinguish you. Otherwise, I would be unaware of when you might turn against me. Han Li took a few steps forward, extending his hand to retrieve the small green arrow, murmuring to himself as he gazed at it. Thus far, Han Li remained uncertain whether this ghostly visage was the principal soul of the Xiangu or merely a remnant spirit that Xiangu had previously separated through secret arts. The ghostly path possesses the ability to divide souls, a fact that Han Li found wholly unsurprising. However, after collecting the fallen 5 elements ring nearby, he did not immediately depart. The words of the ghostly face had indeed reminded him of the extreme Yin ancestors' handiwork, which he was unaware of until now. Should this mark remain, it was likely that the moment he stepped out of the protective barrier, the extreme Yin ancestor would sense his presence. Nonetheless, Han Li had already probed the area multiple times with his divine sense, discovering no anomalies. Yet, he harbored a clever method to uncover this hidden mark. Otherwise, he would not have ruthlessly extinguished the ghostly visaged. He summoned a spirit beast pouch, unleashing thousands of golden and silver beetles that swiftly swarmed over him. Moments later, some gold-devouring insects on Han Li's calves emitted a peculiar shrill sound. Without further hesitation, Han Li soared towards the stone steps. He had lingered here for far too long, causing a growing sense of apprehension. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance of several dozen zhang. Han Li opened his mouth, and a beam of azure light erupted forth, the Qing Zhu Fengyan sword carving a wide opening in the protective barrier. Transforming into a streak of light, Han Li shot through the GAP-AS for the other layers of the secret chamber. They posed too great a danger for him. Thus, Han Li silently retraced his path, adhering to the route etched in his memory. On his arrival, all mechanisms and restrictions had been thoroughly dismantled. Aside from the need to be cautious of encountering those ancient beings head-on, he harbored no other concerns and could boldly proceed. Consequently, as he traversed, Han Li simultaneously extended his divine sense and retrieved the tattered scroll, finally having the opportunity to steal a glance at it. Han Li, having only caught a brief glimpse, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The luminous trail he had been following slowed momentarily at a first glance. This scroll appeared utterly unremarkable. Not only did it exude no trace of spiritual energy upon unfolding, but its contents were also exceedingly rudimentary, merely outlining a crude schematic. However, after a few glances, Han Li immediately recognized the illustration within the scroll. It was indeed a blueprint of a 5-story inner hall. To say nothing of the elevated platform, upon which a few strokes delineated a small cauldron with double ears and 3 legs, unmistakably marking it as the Void Heaven Cauldron. The intricate patterns crisscrossing in front of the platform surely represented the various concealed passages. What astounded Han Li was that, while the other designs were rendered in black ink, a singular route traversing several passages was depicted in a vivid scarlet hue. The terminus of this route led to a towering wall at the periphery of the inner hall, beyond which was portrayed a diagram resembling a teleportation array. Upon witnessing this, Han Li involuntarily slowed his advance. According to his original plan, he intended to descend from the 5th to the 1st and 2nd floors, where he anticipated encountering several elder demons. Yet, if this diagram was indeed authentic, could he not use this teleportation array to transport himself elsewhere, even if it did not directly lead him outside the Void Heaven Hall? It would certainly be preferable to remaining in the 5th floor's inner sanctum. What further piqued Han Li's interest was that his current position, as marked on the diagram, was conveniently positioned just around the next intersection, allowing him to directly tread upon the route indicated by the red line. His only concern was whether this path would entail any prohibitive traps or puppets he could not contend with. As for the authenticity of the diagram, Han Li felt no apprehension. Who would be so idle as to conceal such a map within that ancient stone? Moreover, the map's age was evident. Its brushwork bore a primitive charm, unmistakably contemporaneous with the Void Heaven Cauldron. No one would dare trivialize such matters. As Han Li hesitated, he found himself at the next intersection that he glanced about, feeling uncertain. Furthermore, he could not fathom why a map that appeared to depict an escape route would indicate a path fraught with peril for its bearer. With this thought in mind, Han Li resolutely raised both hands that a few beams of white light shot forth, manifesting several colossal ape puppets before him. Under Han Li's mental command, they promptly turned and embarked upon the adjacent passage, while Han Li, his expression grave, followed closely behind. Chapter 494. The Enchantress and the Spirit Spring. The journey unfolded with a profound tranquility. After stepping onto the red-lined route and navigating through several turns, Han Li encountered no traps or puppets, arriving effortlessly before a seemingly ordinary stone wall. Gazing at this unremarkable facade, Han Li flipped his hand to re-unfurl the tattered scroll, lowering his gaze to cross-reference and discern. Indeed, this was the very spot. Moments later, Han Li murmured to himself. With a flick of his wrist, 5 azure sword lights erupted from his fingertips, piercing several feet into the stone wall. Observing this, Han Li's heart surged with elation. There were no traps upon the wall. It was evident that a hidden realm lay beyond. Subsequently, with a slight rotation of his fingers, the 5 sword lights swirled simultaneously, effortlessly carving out a circular hole nearly a yard high. With a gentle flick of his other hand, a large hole appeared in the stone wall, revealing a dark abyss within that a slight tremor of his wrist caused the sword's radiance to vanish, only for a luminous white orb to float up from his palm, lazily drifting into the cavity. Without hesitation, Han Li's form shifted, and he deftly slipped inside. The chamber was modest in size, no taller than 2 zhang, and measuring only 5 or 6 zhang in length and width, its floor thickly coated in dust. Yet, at the center of the room lay an exceedingly rudimentary teleportation array. The array was arranged haphazardly, the inscribed runes appearing remarkably crude, as though crafted by one utterly unversed in the art of formations. Han Li furrowed his brow. Could it be that it was utterly unusable or had long been abandoned? He stepped closer, utilizing his knowledge of formations to examine the teleportation array closely. After a moment, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the array was primitive, it was still functional, and it did not seem to be a long-distance teleportation array. It was unlikely to transport him to some distant and unfamiliar locale. Han Li retrieved several spirit stones and swiftly positioned them at the corners of the array. A buzzing sound ensued, and the array emitted a faint glow. Observing this, Han Li smiled slightly. He then approached, casting a series of restoration spells upon it. The shattered stones instantaneously sealed the opening, restoring the wall to its original state. Only then did Han Li clap his hands together and step onto the teleportation array, vanishing into a flash of white light. In the next moment, Han Li found himself enveloped in a gentle mist, the air slightly damp and warm, infused with an indescribable fragrance. However, he stood within a dilapidated array, gazing in astonishment ahead, his mouth agape in disbelief. Approximately 10 feet away, a milky white pool loomed, from which the white mist and enchanting aroma emanated. Yet, what truly astonished him was the sight of a stunningly beautiful young woman partially submerged in the pool, bent playfully as she splashed water towards him. Her exaggerated curves, skin gleaming like polished ivory, and long, lustrous black hair cascading to her waist, unequivocally indicated that she was a radiant beauty in the prime of her youth. Such an unexpected encounter left Han Li momentarily speechless, swallowing hard in a daze. However, as his gaze fell upon the exquisite, incredulous countenance of the woman, a flicker of recognition crossed his features, accompanied by a wry smile. "Miss Yuan, what a coincidence. Here we meet again," he remarked, though the timing of his arrival seemed rather inappropriate. Han Li's eyes roamed unabashedly over the young woman in the pool, his words devoid of sincerity as he spoke. The stunning figure was none other than Yuan Yao, the enchanting beauty who had vanished upon his entry into the inner hall. At that moment, Yuan Yao was utterly taken aback by Han Li's sudden appearance. Upon comprehending his words, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Hastily, she raised her delicate hand to cover her proud bosom and the pair of rosy peaks above, indignantly exclaiming, "How could you be here? That teleportation array was clearly abandoned and unusable. You must turn around at once." Yuan Yao exhibited a countenance of both surprise and embarrassment. Before her lay an expansive stone chamber, measuring approximately 30 to 40 zhang in size, flanked on either side by ordinary stone doors. Opposite Han Li, on the other side of the pool, lay a heap of black garments and several storage bags. Further back, on a stone wall several zhang away, there was a magnificent relief sculpture of a dragon's head carved from white jade. Beneath the dragon's maw, 3 to 4 feet down, was a verdant, glistening recess that cradled a green, elongated jade vial, as if it were poised to receive something. Upon noticing Han Li's gaze fixate on the jade vial, Yuan Yao's embarrassment momentarily evaporated, replaced by a sudden pallor. However, Han Li, seemingly oblivious, promptly averted his gaze and took a few steps closer to the edge of the pool, bending down to inspect the milky white liquid within. Yuan Yao then exhaled a breath of relief, her radiant complexion returning to its usual hue, though her enchanting eyes sparkled with contemplation. At that moment, Han Li appeared to recall something, suddenly extending his hand to gently scoop from the pool. A portion of the milky liquid was effortlessly drawn up and brought before him, exuding a fragrant aroma that filled the air with pure, celestial spiritual energy. Yet, within moments, the exquisite fragrance and spiritual essence vanished from beneath Han Li's very eyelids, dissipating into ordinary clear water. That a flicker of emotion crossed Han Li's face. The spring of spiritual eyes. I never anticipated that the Lord of the Void Heaven Palace would relocate such a substantial spring here. Did Miss Yuan venture into the inner sanctum at such great risk solely for this purpose? He casually tossed the water droplet in his hand while addressing the stunning beauty in the pool. Heh, is this how you converse with a lady, Taoist friend? Have you not yet feasted your eyes enough, wishing for this humble girl to remain unclothed a while longer? Yuan Yao, having regained her composure, felt a twinge of annoyance as she noticed Han Li's unabashed scrutiny of her exposed shoulders, prompting her to sink slightly lower in the water. Yet, despite her vexation, her breathtaking beauty remained irresistibly captivating. With her flawless figure now on display, her flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders, the scene was undeniably rife with temptation. Truly, she was a bewitching enchantress. Han Li gazed intently at her exquisite visage, a warmth igniting within him. Though he typically maintained a heart untainted by desire, striving to restrain himself, he was, after all, a man of flesh and blood. Faced with such a vision, while he would not stoop to disgraceful behavior, he felt no qualms in indulging in the view and exchanging playful banter. Thus, he settled himself by the pool's edge, removed his boots, and nonchalantly submerged his feet into the water, leisurely remarking, "Miss Yuan, should you wish to rise and don your garments, please feel free. I shall not hinder you in the slightest. However, having the opportunity to witness a beauty emerging from her bath, I shall not feign the decorum of a virtuous gentleman. I shall gladly appreciate the sight." Upon finishing his statement, Han Li rested his chin in his hands, a grin on his face as he fixated on the now flushed beauty in the water. Yuan Yao's face burned crimson, her cheeks aflame as she struggled to articulate a response. I truly believed you to be a blockhead, incapable of appreciating a lady's charm. It seems Brother Han can indeed understand the subtleties of romance. Yuan Yao had received immense kindness from her fellow cultivators, allowing Brother Han to behold her form, which she deemed inconsequential. How could those of our cultivation path regard a mere physical vessel with excessive significance? With that, Yuan Yao proceeded to don her garments. As she spoke, she provocatively extended an arm, as white as jade, from the water, gently twisting her dark tresses, and bestowed upon Han Li an enchanting smile that illuminated her exquisite visage, radiant like a peach blossom. Han Li was momentarily transfixed, seemingly captivated by her allure. In an instant, Yuan Yao, with an accidental yet delicate flick of her hands, created a misty curtain of water that appeared between her and Han Li, effectively obstructing his unabashed gaze. Seizing this opportunity, the stunning beauty leapt from the pool, soaring toward the edge where her garments and storage pouch lay. Subsequently, a swirl of dark mist enveloped her, rapidly concealing her figure. When the mist dissipated, her slender, graceful silhouette re-emerged, now elegantly attired, descending lightly to the ground. Meanwhile, the long-necked green vase beneath the dragon-headed sculpture had vanished without a trace. Chapter 495. Spiritual milk and soul nourishing with the white water curtain descended. And Hanli gazed at her, lamenting, "It seems I am not fortunate enough to witness such a sight. What a pity." Yuan Yao, upon hearing this, felt a flush rise to her cheeks, but after a few teasing laughs, she pouted her red lips and replied, "Did not Brother Han ascend to the 5th level with those esteemed individuals? How is it that you find yourself here with me?" As she spoke, she elegantly brushed her damp hair with a delicate hand that in a flash of white light. Her long locks were instantly dried. A few strands of hair grazed her cheek, accentuating her snow-white complexion and enhancing her beauty further. Han Li's eyes reflected a hint of admiration. In terms of beauty, she was undeniably among the most striking women he had ever encountered, every gesture and movement a feast for the eyes. Ensnaring the hearts of men that I merely triggered a restriction and was transported here, Han Li stated, his gaze calmly circling her gentle, jade-like visage. "May I inquire, Miss Yuan, where exactly is this place?" Yuan Yao's eyes sparkled, revealing a playful skepticism as she regarded his explanation. However, Han Li, unfazed, chuckled lightly and remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. A blush crept onto Yuan Yao's face. She found his persistent demeanor somewhat exasperating. Although she had witnessed the terrifying efficacy of Han Li's pest-controlling technique, her own charm techniques appeared utterly ineffective against him. With a slight furrow of her elegant brow, she reluctantly divulged, "This is the secret chamber of the 2nd layer of the inner hall. You emerged from such a dilapidated teleportation array? Had I known, I would have shattered that array to pieces, thus sparing myself from your considerable advantage." After uttering these words, Yuan Yao shot Han Li an irked glance. Still perturbed by the fact that he had glimpsed her naked form, Han Li, upon hearing her words, feigned indifference, displaying no signs of embarrassment, and lazily stretched before withdrawing his feet from the water to don his boots anew. In this brief moment of immersion, he managed to restore a portion of his magical power. Although he yearned to remain submerged a while longer, his desire to find an escape and flee the Void Sky Palace took precedence. Consequently, Han Li disregarded the enchanting beauty beside him and strode towards the southern exit of the stone chamber. Standing at the threshold, he cast a few glances, revealing a scene of utter chaos and disarray. Outside lay a larger stone chamber, within which a puppet lay in tatters, its destruction evident from the surrounding uneven terrain, indicating that Yuan Yao must have endured a fierce battle to reach this place. Opposite this stone chamber stood a stone door, shimmering with the familiar white radiance that Han Li recognized all too well. This was precisely the same restrictive luminescence adorning the stone doors from the 1st to the 5th levels. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li approached the door. Observing it for a while, he retrieved the fragmented map of the void sky from his possession, infused it with spiritual energy, and gently pressed it against the stone door. However, after a flash of white light, the door remained unresponsive. Han Li sighed. Indeed, once one entered, it was utterly impossible to exit using this fragmented map. "What are you doing?" "Inside lies a formidable array, one that ordinary individuals cannot dismantle. Do you intend to breach the array for treasure?" Yuan Yao's gaze followed Han Li's form, and after a brief flutter of her exquisite eyes, she coldly inquired, "Not at all. However, the treasures within have caught my interest first. Does fellow Taoist Yuan wish to contend with me for them?" Yuan Yao's bright eyes flickered momentarily, revealing a hint of peculiarity on her countenance. "Contend for treasure? Fellow Taoist Yuan has been here for quite some time. Has she not? If it were truly possible to dismantle the restrictions inside, it seems you ought to have succeeded by now," Han Li remarked, standing at the entrance, gazing into the verdant, misty radiance within without a hint of politeness. "After several days of research, I have gleaned some insights. Within 3 to 5 days, I will surely be able to dismantle the restrictions inside." Yuan Yao's face flushed briefly, but her expression quickly darkened, revealing an unwillingness to yield. Upon hearing this, Han Li turned in slight astonishment, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the woman in silence. Yuan Yao felt a twinge of unease within her. After a moment's pause, she finally relented. Han Li, unperturbed, stood silently, his expression unchanged, patiently awaiting her next words. He understood that this captivating beauty had more to say. However, before dismantling the array, "I would like to propose a transaction with you." "Fellow Taoist," Yuan Yao stated, fixing her gaze upon Han Li. "What sort of transaction? I am all ears," Han Li replied, crossing his arms and adopting a posture of attentive listening. "If you, Brother Han, are willing to relinquish the treasures within, I shall offer you another form of compensation. Compensation? Han Li's countenance remained indifferent, betraying no emotion. Observing his demeanor, Yuan Yao exhibited a moment of hesitation. Yet, after contemplating for a brief moment, she suddenly raised her head. Her resolve evident. I am willing to bestow upon you some 10,000-year spirit milk, if Brother Han finds this agreeable, Yuan Yao stated gravely. Indeed, that is the very essence I seek. I place my trust in your character. Which is why I dare to reveal this, she continued, her eyes sparkling as she scrutinized Han Li's face, slowly uttering, You wouldn't harbor any intentions of treachery against me, would you? Through the eerie mist and the molten path. Upon encountering Han Li, the lady concluded that although he was not a paragon of virtue, he did not seem to be the kind of ruthless and malevolent individual she had initially feared. Thus, somewhat reluctantly, she uttered her thoughts that, of course, had she possessed any other treasures capable of swaying Han Li, she would never have revealed the existence of the legendary 1,000-year spirit milk. Nevertheless, at that moment, Yuan Yao's delicate hands unconsciously rested upon the storage pouch at her waist. Although she was no match for Han Li, she still had one or two immensely powerful treasures at her disposal to deter any nefarious intentions he might harbor. This was one of the reasons she felt emboldened to speak as she did. Han Li, scratching his nose, remained silent, suddenly turning his gaze towards the dragon-headed relief, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Observing this, Yuan Yao's lips curled into a gentle smile. That it seemed that Brother Han had pieced together the truth. Why 1,000-year spirit milk was indeed the result of the accumulation of this spiritual spring over countless years, yielding merely a small vial. However, this revelation must surely assure you, my esteemed friend, that I harbor no deceitful intentions. Yuan Yao spoke softly, her tone shifting. Indeed, such a vast spiritual spring here, if designed cleverly and untouched by others, could certainly yield some spirit milk. Han Li replied, his demeanor calm and composed. What does your esteemed friend propose? Yuan Yao inquired, her beauty radiant as she asked. Might Miss Yuan enlighten me about the treasures concealed within? Since you are willing to pay such a hefty price, the treasures inside must surely be of even greater value, Han Li asked leisurely, his eyes betraying a chilling demeanor. Upon witnessing Han Li's expression, Yuan Yao felt an inexplicable shiver run down her spine, her heart racing with unease. Brother Han, you jest. This is my first time here. How could I possibly know what treasures lie within? You are overthinking it. Well, I shall speak honestly. I do know what it is, but though its value may not be inferior to the 1,000-year spirit milk, it holds even greater significance for me. Thus, Yuan Yao is willing to exchange it for the spirit milk. Inside, there lies an unused fragment of soul-nurturing wood. Initially, Yuan Yao attempted to feign a smile and deflect, but seeing the growing coldness in Han Li's gaze, she hastily changed her tune. For reasons unknown. The mere thought of Han Li's potential wrath sent shivers down her spine. One of the 3 divine woods. It can be worn to nurture the soul and spirit, gradually enhancing one's consciousness. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, and after a lengthy pause, he asked in astonishment, Indeed, that is the object. However, what intrigues me is not its ability to nourish the spirit, but rather its capacity to harbor the soul. Ensuring mental clarity and coherence, Yuan Yao murmured, her expression dimming as if recalling something. Soul-nurturing wood, 1,000-year spirit milk. Han Li gazed up at the ceiling of the stone chamber, muttering to himself. Chapter 496. The truth is hard to discern. No wonder a spiritual spring was established here. I yearn for the 1,000-year spirit milk, yet I am equally curious about this soul-nurturing wood, Han Li said slowly, fixing his gaze on Yuan Yao. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao's expression turned icy in an instant. Only the root. Yuan Yao was momentarily taken aback, but soon her expression softened, though a hint of skepticism lingered in her beautiful eyes. Naturally, as compensation, I must still obtain the eternal spirit milk that Miss Yuan had promised earlier, Han Li remarked with a stern visage. He. Fellow Taoist Han is truly shrewd. One can only imagine how many sects would be willing to pay a handsome sum to acquire the roots of the soul-nurturing wood from Brother Han, she said, her eyes glinting with mischief after a slight shift in her gaze, as she fancied she had discerned Han Li's thoughts, breaking into a delicate laughter. Strangely enough, this seemed to ease her concerns. Han Li offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Very well, let us break the formation. I shall first share with you some insights I have garnered regarding it, Yuan Yao said cheerfully, appearing more eager than Han Li himself. Hold on a moment. Does Miss Yuan not wish to take this spirit spring with her? Han Li inquired, gesturing towards the pool with a wry smile. Are you jesting, Brother Han? This spirit spring has long been interconnected with the entire inner hall through profound restrictions set by the master of the Void Heaven Palace. If I possessed such formidable abilities, I would have already claimed the Void Heaven Cauldron directly, rather than lingering here, Yuan Yao said with a playful pout. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression betrayed a flicker of disappointment, yet he soon found himself chuckling softly. He realized he had perhaps become a tad too greedy, immediately harboring thoughts of possession upon encountering treasures. Such inclinations were not auspicious. He had no desire to meet a fate where one perishes for wealth, akin to the saying that birds perish for food. With this reflection, Han Li silently admonished himself and chose to refrain from further discussion on the matter, instead stating solemnly, "Fellow Taoist Yuan, please first hand over the spirit milk to me, and then we shall discuss the formation. If we work together, we shall undoubtedly break this formation within 2 or 3 days." Yuan Yao beamed at Han Li's words, her radiance captivating and her charm palpable. 2 days later, a flash of white light flickered upon the sea, miles away from the Void Heaven Palace. Soon thereafter, the figures of a man and a woman appeared amidst the brilliance. The man possessed an unremarkable appearance, save for his exceptionally clear eyes, while the woman was tall and stunningly beautiful, her bright eyes shimmering with an allure that hinted at boundless charm. Upon their emergence on the surface of the sea, both individuals surveyed their surroundings with heightened vigilance, and upon confirming the absence of other cultivators, they visibly relaxed. They were none other than Han Li and Yuan Yao, who had just escaped the formation within the secret chamber. It seemed that the others remained trapped within the Void Heaven Palace, unable to exit until the designated time had elapsed. Yuan Yao cast a glance towards the direction of the Void Heaven Cauldron, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Do you think those old monsters in the nascent soul stage will be transported out like us after claiming their treasures?" Han Li, however, did not let his guard down, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Rest assured, the location where individuals are transported after claiming treasures is random. It could be close to the Void Heaven Palace or hundreds of miles away. No one could possibly monitor such an expansive area simultaneously." Yuan Yao idly swept a strand of hair from her face and remarked softly, "That is reassuring." Han Li nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. "What is it? Has Brother Han offended those ancient beings? If so, you truly ought to be cautious," Yuan Yao inquired, her lovely eyes glimmering with a hint of probing curiosity. "There is no need for you, Yuan Daoyu, to concern yourself with this matter. I have pressing affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave first." Han Li, with a calm demeanor, offered a fist salute to Yuan Yao, and without waiting for a response, transformed into a streak of azure light, departing without a trace of hesitation. Yuan Yao gazed at the receding light of Han Li, her expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. After a moment, she gently shook her head, and with a flicker of dark light in her hand, produced a peculiar piece of wood about a foot in length. This wood was charred, rough, and pockmarked. Truly an eyesore. Yet, as Yuan Yao regarded this wood, a trace of melancholy surfaced upon her face. "Sister Yin, please endure for a little while longer. I shall find someone to craft a soul sealing box from this wood, liberating you from the torment of soul refinement," she whispered softly, before resolutely draping her black robe over herself, concealing her astonishing beauty. Subsequently, Yuan Yao transformed into a wisp of black mist, shooting off in another direction. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the sea fell silent once more. Meanwhile, on the 5th level of the Su Tian Palace, a group of individuals stood with somber expressions. Each bore a grim countenance, including the extreme patriarch and several other righteous and demonic nascent soul cultivators, with the wild beard standing coldly among them. It seemed an unspoken agreement had been reached, as no one dared to strike against him any longer. "We have searched every corner from the 3rd to the 5th level of the inner hall in unison. The number of formations we have dispelled and puppets we have destroyed is countless. Yet we still have not found them," the extreme patriarch exclaimed. "Extreme, among the 3 missing individuals, 2 are closely related to you. Surely, you did not incite them to abscond with the treasure?" Wan Tianming retorted, his face ashen. "Humph, Sect Master Wan, you have asked this question countless times. I have already informed you that my beloved grandson has met with misfortune. I have personally used secret techniques to ascertain this. There is no mistake. Had it not been for the Tian Gang shield obstructing all my senses, I would have known the moment my grandson perished, and would not have allowed those 2 rascals to seize the opportunity to flee with the treasure." The extreme patriarch replied, his face twitching and his expression contorted. "What nonsense! Why should I owe you an explanation? The matter of the Su Tian Ding being taken by that lad has nothing to do with me. At that time, I was in full flight, pursued by all of you. it is hardly likely that the precious thing fell into my hands. As for your so-called grandson, who knows if he is truly dead? Perhaps he is reveling in his fortune. Wildbeard retorted unapologetically, his eyes widening in defiance. You, the extreme patriarch, upon hearing this, was infuriated to the point of smoke emanating from his 7 orifices. The death of his beloved grandson, coupled with the burden of such a grave accusation, was something he could not accept under any circumstances. His face contorted in rage as he opened his mouth to argue further. However, at that moment, an elderly scholar in a Confucian robe interjected to mediate. There is no need for Brother Man and Brother Wu to engage in any disputes. The individuals who took the treasure are not among these 3. As for who among them is related to us, that is of secondary importance. The most pressing matter now is to locate them, regardless of whether they are alive or dead. During our pursuit of Brother Man, we followed them to the entrance of the 3rd level. No matter how swift their actions, they cannot have escaped beyond the 3rd level. Currently, we have set up several formations at the entrance of the 3rd level. It is impossible for them to slip away unnoticed. As for the possibility of teleporting out of the secret chamber, that seems entirely implausible. It is essential to understand that they are merely nascent soul cultivators. Even if the 3 were to join forces, they could never breach any chamber beyond 3 layers. Unless they have truly lost their senses and wish to commit suicide, that would be an exception. The elder in the scholarly robe calmly analyzed the situation. However, we have thoroughly searched layers 3 to 5 and found no trace of them, Wan Tianming stated coldly, his face etched with suspicion. In truth, he was not alone. The 3 righteous cultivators shared his doubts. They had secretly conferred multiple times through sound transmission and suspected that the 3 old demons had orchestrated an elaborate ruse, deliberately leading them astray while allowing their juniors to retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron. Thus, while Wan Tianming and his companions felt deep regret, they also kept a vigilant watch on the actions of Jiyin and the others. Refusing to budge an inch away from the old demons within the Void Heaven Palace, Jiyin and the scholarly elder naturally perceived the intentions of Wan Tianming and his righteous companions. Yet, they too were plagued by urgency, rendering them indifferent to such matters. The group of nascent soul cultivators had engaged in fierce combat within the inner hall, only for the treasures to be snatched away by the nascent soul cultivators amidst the chaos. If word of this leaked out, they would become the subject of ridicule. Moreover, they were unwilling to let the Void Heaven Cauldron truly fall into the hands of Han Li and his associates. Man Huzi was equally astonished, for Xiangu's actions seemed somewhat inconsistent with their prior agreement. Could it be that the cauldron had truly fled, while ordinary nascent soul cultivators might struggle to navigate the restrictions of the 3-layered chambers? It was indeed uncertain when it came to Xiangu, who had altered his cultivation path to the ghostly arts. Despite the tumult of doubt swirling within him, Manhuzi maintained a calm exterior. Instead, driven by other motives, he resolved to stir the waters further. Thus, Manhuzi coldly remarked, "Do you think it possible that the 2 old fellows from the Star Palace never left and have been lurking nearby? Seeing us all chase after them, they could have emerged to eliminate those 3 and then seized the Void Heaven Cauldron." Upon hearing Manhuzi's words, the others exchanged glances, but soon a contemplative look spread across their faces. Chapter 497. The wolf-shaped spirit. Once Han Li distanced himself from Yuan Yao, he could hardly contain his excitement as he retrieved the Void Heaven Cauldron, soaring through the air. However, before long, he was engulfed by a sensation akin to wanting to spit blood. Despite employing every conceivable method, the lid of the cauldron remained as if fused to the body of the cauldron itself, yielding not even the slightest crack. Regardless of how fervently he infused spiritual energy into the cauldron or how angrily he bombarded it with various magical artifacts, it merely flickered with a blue radiance. Remaining utterly unmoved, Han Li's heart sank. Now, aside from being able to enlarge or shrink the Void Heaven Cauldron, he was left with no means to manipulate this object whatsoever. Realizing this disheartening truth, Han Li vented his frustrations with a tirade of curses directed at the enigmatic master of the Void Heaven Palace for nearly half a day, his ire unmistakably aimed at the seemingly unfounded authority. It was evident that something peculiar was amiss with this Void Heaven Cauldron. It either required a nascent soul cultivator to operate it or demanded some other esoteric method to unlock it. It was not merely a matter of infusing spiritual energy. Could it be related to the Qian Lan ice flame that had previously surrounded the cauldron? Confounded, and in a fog, Han Li could only speculate wildly. Upon a moment's reflection, it is indeed quite understandable. The Shutian Ding, renowned as the foremost treasure of the Chaos Star Sea, naturally harbors certain enigmatic peculiarities, rendering the extraordinary somewhat mundane. However, the inability to utilize this precious artifact left Han Li exceedingly vexed. In a fit of frustration, he cast the ding into his storage pouch, resolving to study it thoroughly at a later time. Subsequently, Han Li retrieved the wolf-headed jade rui, beginning to explore its potential uses. Remarkably, within a short span, this ancient treasure revealed to him two unique abilities, the simplest of which involved infusing spiritual energy directly into the rui, resulting in the manifestation of a protective shield adorned in hues of yellow and red. Han Li had previously witnessed this shield's defensive prowess within the Shutian Hall, as it successfully withstood a strike from the formidable hand of the esteemed Qini, emerging unscathed, a testament to its exceptional nature. The second ability required Han Li to silently recite a few ancient incantations inscribed along one side of the rui, while channeling his consciousness into the wolf heads at either end. Depending on the circumstances, he could summon either the red or yellow small wolves, or, more impressively, conjure a singular silver giant wolf. The red wolf appeared to be an embodiment of pure fire attribute spiritual energy, innately endowed with several potent fire-based spells. Conversely, the yellow wolf represented the earth attribute, proficient in earth spells, encompassing even the elusive earth escape technique that Han Li had long desired to master but had yet to comprehend. This unexpected revelation brought Han Li a delightful surprise. However, the silver giant wolf posed a conundrum. He found himself unable to exert control over the creature, despite responding to his commands. The silver wolf exhibited a lethargic demeanor, seemingly indifferent to Han Li's intentions. Whenever he attempted to ascertain the wolf's capabilities, it would feign ignorance, disregarding him entirely. The dismissive expression in the wolf's eyes, so human-like in its nonchalance, rendered Han Li utterly speechless. He discerned that both the yellow and red wolves were mere manifestations of the silver wolf, which evidently was the true spirit of the rui. Its rebellious nature likely stemmed from being only partially refined, a conjecture that Han Li could only surmise. Recalling the astonished expression of the Xiangu old devil upon encountering the silver wolf, who had even released a golden lightning bamboo arrow in response, Han Li was convinced that this wolf spirit possessed considerable significance. Of that, there was no doubt. Thus, he chose not to dwell on his frustration, temporarily setting aside the jade rui while he organized the other treasures acquired from the Shutian Hall. After meticulously inspecting the rings, spiritual rhizomes, ice pearls, and other items bestowed by the elder devils, he found no discrepancies, yet he dared not carry them any longer and stowed them all away in his storage pouch. The sole exception was the barbaric emperor's scale armor, whose extraordinary defensive capabilities he was loath to part with. After some deliberation, he resolved to continue wearing it close to his person. During this process, Han Li inadvertently stumbled upon a collection of multicolored small orbs, which momentarily startled him, prompting memories of their origin to resurface. These curious objects were remnants from the incineration of the five-colored skeleton near the teleportation array in Tiannan. Given the presence of the blood jade spider in proximity to that skeletal remains, it was highly probable that it belonged to the enigmatic Xiangu's other rebellious disciple, Ji Xian. Yet, the mystery of why the bones exhibited such vibrant hues, and their connection to the imperial sovereign, eluded Han Li's understanding. Nevertheless, gazing at these orbs, he could not help but be reminded of the celestial repairing pill that had erupted from the Shutian Ding. The hues remained identical, yet they was significantly larger than the orbs in his palm, radiating a luminous glow that rendered it even more dazzling. Han Li gazed contemplatively at the orb nestled within his palm for an extended period before solemnly stowing it away. Once he had determined his course, he retrieved his blood-red cloak, accelerating to full speed. Enveloped in a torrent of crimson light, he soared toward the direction of Tianqing City like a shooting star. Although such a maneuver would deplete a considerable amount of spiritual power, his velocity surpassed that of an ordinary golden core cultivator by several folds. He could forego other possessions, but the meticulously preserved golden devouring insects must not be left behind. He was unwilling to let these insects fall into the hands of any formidable old monsters that might come seeking him later. Who knows? These ancient beings might possess secret techniques capable of breeding such peculiar insects as well. He intended to simultaneously slay demonic beasts to gather their demon cores while evading the current frenzy surrounding the treasure hunt, aiming for a swift breakthrough into the early stages of the Golden Core realm. As a result, Han Li's speed was indeed astonishing. Within just a few days, he traversed a distance that would typically take half a month to cover. Along the journey, he encountered other cultivators, yet they were all foundational or even chi refinement stage practitioners of lower tiers. Han Li paid them little mind, simply passing them by. Upon witnessing Han Li's rapid escape, these cultivators immediately recognized they had encountered a high-ranking Golden Core expert and dared not approach him. However, as he drew closer to Tianqing City, the number of cultivators he encountered began to increase. Among them were several groups, even dozens, of cultivators moving in formation. Finally, after a month, Han Li encountered his first Golden Core practitioner along the way. Yet, the moment this cultivator spotted Han Li, he exhibited an extreme wariness and retreated at once, showing no intention of engaging in conversation. One instance of such behavior could be understood. But after encountering two more Golden Core practitioners exhibiting the same demeanor within a few days, Han Li sensed something was amiss. Could it be that some significant event had transpired in the chaotic Star Sea during his time in the Sutian Palace? Once this thought crossed his mind, Han Li found it impossible to remain oblivious to the journey ahead. Thus, on a day when he was leisurely flying over the sea while clutching a spirit stone, he happened to notice a group of cultivators approaching from another direction. There were at least 7 or 8 of them, all at the foundational stage, evidently affiliated with a particular sect of cultivators. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light and shot forth to meet them head-on. He made no effort to conceal his fleeing light, prompting a stir among the group upon their sighting of him. However, under the admonition of an elderly figure leading them, they quickly fell silent and stood respectfully. What business brings this esteemed elder to seek the assistance of us juniors? The elder, though gray-haired, appeared quite vigorous. Before Han Li could reach him, he preemptively offered his greetings, his respectful demeanor leaving no room for criticism. As the azure light receded, Han Li's form became visible before the group of cultivators. After casting a calm glance at several of them, he inquired with a serene tone, "Which sect do you belong to? And where are you headed?" "To Tianqing City. I have noticed an unusual increase in the number of cultivators heading in that direction, and the atmosphere seems rather tense." Han Li furrowed his brow and, after a moment of silence, finally posed his question. Chapter 498. The Counterstar Alliance. What significant event has transpired? Not long ago. It would be worth recounting. Han Li wore an expression of indifference. When the elder inquired, the younger generation would, of course, respond with candor. "However, may I inquire about your esteemed name?" the elderly man asked cautiously, hands lowered. Upon hearing such a question, Han Li felt a tinge of surprise. Yet, after tilting his head in contemplation, he replied with a half-smile. "It appears you are quite cautious. I am the guest elder of the Miaoyin sect, surnamed Han. That I wonder if you have heard of me?" "Ah, so he is Elder Han of the Miaoyin sect. He is certainly no stranger. The Snow Flute Fairy of our sect shares a close friendship with your sect's master, the Purple Spirit Fairy. Our two sects have always maintained a cordial relationship." Upon learning of Han Li's identity, the elder let out a long breath, his face breaking into a broad smile, seeing the other party display such a familiar demeanor. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. However, this laughter caused the elderly man's expression to stiffen, leaving him somewhat anxious. Could it be that he had misspoken? The elder pondered with a hint of suspicion. "How could I deceive you, esteemed elder? What I previously stated was entirely true. The matter is as follows." The elder, wearing a smile, nearly swore an oath. Yet, under Han Li's icy gaze, he promptly began recounting the events. The decree for all factions to pay homage to the twin saints of the Celestial Star? Surely there must be a mistake. Would the Star Palace issue such a blatantly contentious order? Han Li squinted, expressing his disbelief. Indeed, when the Celestial Star Order reached the hands of all factions, the majority were left bewildered. If this command had been issued during the peak of the Star Palace's power, it would have raised no eyebrows. However, given the current situation where both righteous and demonic factions are on par, such an action is perplexing. The elder offered a wry smile as he spoke. "So, the cultivators I encountered along the way are all heading to pay their respects to the twin saints." Han Li scrutinized the group once more, frowning as he inquired. "That is difficult to say." The elder hesitated, speaking vaguely. "Difficult to say? What do you mean?" A flicker of curiosity crossed Han Li's face as he pressed for clarification. "Esteemed elder, I have yet to finish my account. Shortly after the Star Palace issued the Celestial Star Order, both the righteous and demonic factions abruptly announced the formation of an alliance known as the Stariversal League, claiming their intention to shatter the Star Palace's dominance over the chaotic Star Sea and to put an end to its rule. Wan Sangu, the chief protector of the 10,000 Methods sect and the current foremost figure of the demonic path, the Six Paths Supreme, were appointed as the two leaders of the Stariversal League. Once established, the Star Reversal League attracted numerous sects and organizations from both the righteous and demonic paths. Many other factions responded in kind, and over a dozen loose cultivators at the nascent soul stage joined, taking on roles as elders. Moreover, the Star Reversal League, emulating the Star Palace, issued a card known as the Star Reversal Order to other factions that it proclaimed that any faction paying homage to the twin saints of the Celestial Star would automatically become an enemy of the Star Reversal League. With no mercy to be shown, they also declared their imminent assault on Star City, inviting other factions to observe freely as a demonstration of allegiance. The Elder displayed a helpless expression at this point. Hanli maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though inside, he was struck dumb by the enormity of the situation. Such a significant event had transpired during his brief confinement within the Void Heaven Palace. A reality that was utterly unexpected. In an instant, Hanli felt his mind in disarray. Suddenly, Hanli felt a stir in his heart that he gazed at the Elder and calmly inquired, "What manner of ghostly card is the Reverse Star Token? Do you possess such a token? Although our sect has received one piece of this token, it resides with the sect leader. However, I have replicated the appearance of the token within a jade slip. Would the senior like to take a look?" The Elder paused momentarily, but then, with a touch of servility, replied, "Yes, please show me." Hanli, with an impassive demeanor, nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, the Elder hurriedly rummaged through his storage bag and retrieved a yellow jade slip, presenting it to Hanli with both hands, not daring to be negligent. Hanli accepted it without ceremony, swiftly probing his consciousness into the slip for a scan, and his expression subtly changed. Indeed, it bore an identical pattern to the ghostly masked token that the Elder from the 6 linked halls had shown to Wu Chou on that day. Although its appearance had undergone slight alterations, it was unmistakably of the same origin that it appeared that the righteous and demonic factions had long been secretly colluding, carefully infiltrating other forces many years prior. Hanli was astonished internally, yet he maintained an expressionless facade as he returned the jade slip to the Elder. "So, you are headed near Tianqing City to observe the impending clash between the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance, and then decide your course of action," Hanli remarked casually. Upon hearing this, the Elder exhibited a hint of embarrassment. "Then, I shall take my leave," he said, his heart brimming with joy at Hanli's words, and he promptly bowed in farewell, although he did not perceive Hanli as particularly malevolent. Being in the presence of a stranger at the core formation stage still instilled a sense of trepidation within him, prompting him to depart hastily without delay. Hanli remained rooted in place, lost in contemplation. The impending war between the Star Palace and the righteous and demonic factions was a mixed blessing for him, but on the one hand, the conflict would undoubtedly divert the majority of the old monster's attention, all of whom belonged to the righteous or demonic sides, making it impossible for them to remain uninvolved. Consequently, they would be unable to devote their full efforts to pursuing the Void Heaven Cauldron and him, which significantly enhanced his safety. On the other hand, the outbreak of war would pose considerable challenges for his current return to Tianqing City. At the very least, the scrutiny of entering cultivators would undoubtedly tighten, particularly for core formation practitioners like themselves. The Star Palace could not possibly permit other cultivators to enter the city freely at such a critical juncture. With this in mind, Hanli let out a quiet sigh. Over the following days, he intercepted several waves of lower-tier cultivators, and the responses he elicited were largely uniform. At this point, Hanli had thoroughly confirmed the authenticity of the information, which also left him in a predicament. Now, Hanli floated above a stretch of ocean, staring vacantly into the distance, a look of indecision etched upon his face. He raised his gaze towards the azure sky and, suddenly, with a flick of his hand, produced a small azure vial. It was indeed the vessel containing the 10,000-year-old spirit milk. Observing the vial, Hanli revealed a trace of resignation. To think he would need to utilize this precious item so soon was indeed a waste of a heavenly treasure. Yet, if he did not act thus, it was likely that by the time he reached Tianqing City, the Reverse Star Alliance would have already launched their offensive. In that case, entering Tianqing City would be unattainable, let alone escaping through the teleportation array to the outer sea. After pondering for quite some time, Hanli finally steeled himself and uncapped the vial, carefully pouring a few drops of the transparent, viscous liquid into his mouth. After carefully stowing away the small vial, he donned the blood-colored cloak, which instantly transformed him into a streak of crimson light, dashing forth and vanishing without a trace. In the subsequent fortnight, once Hanli's magical energy had nearly depleted, he directly dripped some spirit milk and tirelessly continued his journey with the ancient treasure of the blood-colored cloak that as a result. Han Li significantly shortened his original route, achieving a speed nearly indistinguishable from that of ordinary Yuanying stage cultivators. Consequently, along the way, some occasionally encountered Jedon stage cultivators mistakenly regarded Han Li, enveloped in the crimson light, as a revered elder of the Yuanying stage, promptly making way and not daring to obstruct him for even a moment. No cultivator dared to entertain any nefarious thoughts towards this esteemed figure of the Yuanying stage. Chapter 499. Nanming Island. With astonishing speed, Han Li traversed the skies, drawing the attention of several onlookers among the cultivators. As he approached his destination, just a few days away, he decided to exchange the blood-colored cloak for a more ordinary escape light. The waters in this region were undoubtedly teeming with various cultivators, and the presence of Yuanying stage practitioners was not out of the question. Han Li had no desire to attract the attention of such formidable individuals, so it was prudent to keep a low profile. Fortunately, he had not yet heard of any members of the Reverse Star Alliance in the vicinity, indicating that he was not too late, which naturally eased his mind considerably. Ahead lay Nanming Island, the final waypoint before reaching Tianqing City. Although not large in size, it was home to a significant contingent of Shingon cultivators, serving as an outer sentinel for the Star City. In days gone by, the island's port would have been bustling with ships of all sizes, frequented by both mortal and cultivator alike. However, as Han Li surveyed the area from above, he noted only a sparse handful of small vessels. Even among the cultivators, only a few sporadically flew in and out. Currently, those daring to enter or exit the island were primarily individuals from various factions seeking to gather intelligence. After such an extensive journey, Han Li felt a tinge of fatigue and resolved to take a brief respite on the island, intending to replenish his supplies at the local market for his forthcoming ventures into the outer sea. He was uncertain of the current state of Tianqing City and deemed it best to restock here, thereby avoiding any unforeseen circumstances that might catch him unprepared later. As Han Li descended, he immediately sensed a heightened level of vigilance on Nanming Island compared to before, indicating that the Shingon cultivators were also wary of potential surprise attacks from the Reverse Star Alliance. Undeterred, Han Li made his way directly to the island's market. The market was situated in a small town not far from the island's port, established solely for the convenience of passing cultivators and merchants. Han Li had visited this place once before. While it may not possess the fame or vastness of the markets on larger islands, the variety of goods available was astonishingly comprehensive, rivaling that of other locations and even offering some items at lower prices than those found in Tianqing City. Many goods destined for Tianqing City were offloaded here, subsequently transported by merchants from the Star City. With little time to waste, Han Li entered the town and promptly took out the prescription for the 9 provided by the Xiangu Old Demon. Carefully reviewing the required materials and spirit herbs, he then began to scour the various ingredient shops without hesitation. Apologies, esteemed senior. I have operated a raw materials shop for an extensive period, yet I have never encountered the ingredient known as Jinyalu. As for the magpie horn, it is a rare item derived from the precious demon beast known as the agate beast, and it is something that ordinary cultivators seldom have the fortune to behold. I fear, esteemed senior, that you may need to explore other shops or major auction houses. This is a spacious hall, and standing before Han Li is a middle-aged cultivator with well-defined features, who cautiously addresses Han Li. You are the foremost raw materials shop in this area, that if you do not possess such items, it is unlikely that other shops will have them either. As for the various auction houses, I currently have no time to wait for any auctions. Han Li furrows his brows, seated on a wooden chair before the middle-aged cultivator, gently tapping his finger on the armrest, expressing his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the middle-aged cultivator reveals a hint of embarrassment, yet he truly has no solution for what Han Li seeks, and can only continue to wear a polite smile. After all, the individual before him is a rare and formidable cultivator at the core formation stage, and he does not dare to offend him lightly. Observing the shopkeeper's demeanor, Han Li realizes that the other party genuinely lacks these 2 items. With a sigh, he rises and makes his way toward the exit. It seems that acquiring the final 2 medicinal herbs needed for refining the 9 will require alternative methods. However, as this 9 can only be utilized once he reaches the pinnacle of the late core formation stage and begins to condense his nascent soul, there is no immediate urgency. Yet, just as the middle-aged cultivator is seeing Han Li to the door, he seems to recall something, hesitating for a moment before suddenly addressing Han Li once more. In truth, the Qinya Lu may not be entirely absent from our shop. It could merely have been renamed Do. What does this mean? A glimmer of intrigue flashes in Han Li's eyes as he halts and inquires with curiosity that it is not mere boastfulness. But I have spent over 100 years in this raw materials shop. I have encountered all manner of peculiar ingredients. If there truly exists an ingredient or medicinal herb that I have not heard of, it is likely that its name is an ancient appellation used by primordial cultivators, which has since been altered. Such instances have occurred to me several times in the past. Perhaps the Qianya Li you refer to is simply a common medicinal herb in contemporary times. The middle-aged man speaks candidly. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart stirs, finding great merit in the other's words. After all, the Nine is indeed a legendary elixir of the celestial realm. Its refining formula has likely been passed down since ancient times. It appears that consulting some ancient texts may be the only way to uncover the true identity of Qianya Lu. With this thought, Han Li's expression softens as he nods in acknowledgement and silently exits the shop. In the time that follows, Han Li diligently compiles an array of medicinal formulas suitable for cultivators at the core formation stage, preparing for future alchemical endeavors, as for the other auxiliary materials required for alchemy. He ensures he has an ample supply of any that cannot be cultivated using small vials. Now, possessing several ancient treasures, and with some assistance from array formations, he should be well equipped to contend with 6th or 7th grade demon beasts. Of course, if he were to encounter an 8th grade demon beast, he would still have no choice but to retreat in haste, for it is said that once a demon beast reaches the 8th grade, its body begins to morph into a human form, and its intelligence becomes indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Due to their extraordinary talents, they are 3 times more formidable than their peers in the nascent soul stage. Han Li certainly did not wish to encounter such a truly refined demon beast. Within a mere half-day, Han Li had gathered all he needed and departed from the market, swiftly making his way to the port. By this time, dusk had fallen, and the night was shrouded in a veil of obscurity. Han Li's expression changed drastically. He hastily unleashed his full magical power, transforming into a streak of azure light. Soaring through the air, before he could approach the port, his escape light abruptly halted. His countenance darkened as he beheld the scene before him. I in the sky not far away. Countless beams of crimson and azure light descended upon the grand formation at the port, punctuated by intermittent roars and explosive sounds. Judging by the intensity, it appeared that at least 1,000 cultivators were launching their assaults simultaneously. Below, the grand formation emanated a layer of crimson light, staunchly resisting the majority of the attacks. Beneath this radiant veil, numerous cultivators clad in white were desperately wielding their magical artifacts to counter the aerial onslaught. A bitter smile crept upon Han Li's lips. The actions of the Reverse Star Alliance were indeed swift. Despite his frantic rush, a grand battle had erupted right before his eyes. With the onset of this conflict, it was certain that the Celestial Star City had received news through some special channel. Han Li, filled with vexation, wore a fluctuating expression for some time. Suddenly, he stamped his foot, and his figure distorted, vanishing from sight entirely. He had no desire to be embroiled in the conflict between the two factions. However, he discreetly extended his spiritual sense, allowing it to unfurl gradually. If he was not mistaken, the port area would soon become a hub of activity. Indeed, not long after, several streaks of escape light shot forth from Naming Island. Yet upon their arrival in the vicinity, they all fell silent and concealed themselves, quietly descending nearby to observe the battle with detached eyes. Among them were predominantly Foundation establishment cultivators, numbering over 100, along with several dozen audacious Qi refinement cultivators mingling within their ranks. As for those at the core formation stage, there were merely 5 or 6 individuals. The most formidable among them was a mid-core formation cultivator, lingering silently atop a distant hillock. Han Li's spiritual sense far surpassed that of this individual, who remained oblivious to Han Li's scrutiny. Having cultivated the Great Yin Decision, Han Li's spiritual awareness, while not as formidable as that of the likes of Jiyin, was still quite impressive. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to hide nearby, Han Li would still be able to sense their presence to some extent. Noticing the absence of such ancient nascent soul beings in the vicinity, Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, given that the Reverse Star Alliance dared to assault Nanming Island, it seemed likely that the individual orchestrating these events was at least a nascent soul cultivator. Han Li was not inclined to recklessly reveal himself to this person. Thus, he resolved to patiently await the conclusion of the battle before quietly departing, in the midst of the intertwining flashes of crimson and various hues of light. Another wave of malevolent grayish-white brilliance joined the fray. Under the relentless bombardment of countless magical artifacts and spells, the grand formation beneath could no longer withstand the onslaught, following a resounding explosion. The red light flickered violently before erupting with a tearing sound. Seizing this opportunity, the cultivators from the Star Palace appeared to have coordinated their efforts, scattering in all directions to escape, amidst the chaos. Several radiant beams of light, dazzling in their brilliance and astonishingly swift, surged forth from the lower skies. Bursting out of the port, it appeared to be the high-ranking cultivators of the Star Palace remaining on this island. Almost simultaneously, over a dozen equally formidable rainbows shot forth from the sky, fiercely pursuing without any sign of retreat. In an instant, these fleeing lights vanished without a trace. It seemed that the upper echelons of the Reverse Star Alliance aimed to capture all Star Palace cultivators on Naming Island, leaving not a single one to escape. This moment, numerous cultivators from the Reverse Star Alliance began to descend slowly from above. Their attire distinctly indicated two factions, one clad in silver fur with golden sashes, and the other adorned in peculiar green robes. Clearly, both the righteous and demonic paths had mobilized simultaneously. Hanli felt a mixture of surprise and inevitability at the swift conclusion of this confrontation. After all, the disparity in strength between the two sides was indeed monumental. Even if the Star Palace cultivators wished to fight to the bitter end, they would likely find themselves outmatched. Nevertheless, Hanli could not help but ponder whether to seize the opportunity to flee the island amidst the turmoil. Just then, an elder clad in green robes shot forth from the group of green-robed cultivators. Hanli's divine sense swept over him, revealing that he was at the early stage of the core formation realm. The elder, unhurried, flew above Han Li and the others, casting a keen gaze around before solemnly declaring, "Esteemed friends, listen well. I am Tsang Yunlong, protector of the Reverse Star Alliance, and I come on behalf of Elder Wang to announce an important matter. Our alliance has just vanquished the forces of the Star Palace, and to prevent any misunderstandings, we kindly ask that you refrain from hastily departing the island for the time being. In 2 hours. Once we have completed the pursuit of the remaining Star Palace remnants, you may leave at your leisure. Rest assured, our alliance is solely targeting the Star Palace and its accomplices, and will not trouble any other fellow cultivators." The elder's voice, though not loud, was extraordinarily clear, reaching the ears of all nearby observers. Upon hearing this, the lurking cultivators exchanged glances, neither stepping forward to lead nor daring to voice any dissent. A profound silence enveloped the area. Upon hearing these words, Hanli felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed the Reverse Star Alliance, in their bid to win hearts, would not make things difficult for them. A delay was merely a delay. After all, his current objective was to reach Tianqing City, and he was still uncertain how to infiltrate the city itself. Hanli gazed at the vanishing figure of the elder, showing no intention of leaving his spot. The other cultivators, perhaps due to their sense of mission, also remained near the port, closely observing the movements of the Reverse Star Alliance cultivators. That moment, the cultivators in silver with golden sashes were meticulously dismantling the original grand formation and beginning to install their own array. Meanwhile, the green-robed cultivators divided into two groups. One flew outward from the port, keeping a vigilant watch, while the other soared directly overhead, heading into the island to conduct a search. Witnessing these cultivators, silent and focused on their tasks, Hanli felt a twinge of astonishment. It appeared that both the righteous and demonic factions had long since begun to disrupt the hegemony of the Star Sea. Such well-trained disciples could not have been cultivated in merely a few decades. This Naming Island was poised to become a forward base for the assault on Tianqing City. However, Hanli was also perplexed. Was the Star Palace truly so passive, merely awaiting the assault from both righteous and demonic forces, rendered too weak to retaliate? Or was it that the twin saints of Tianqing had yet to officially emerge from their seclusion? Xinggong wished to delay for some time, seeking to take the initiative later. Hanli felt a twinge of confusion in his heart. However, upon further reflection, he found himself chuckling softly. Regardless of the extraordinary tricks and hidden cards that Xinggong and the righteous and demonic factions might possess, what concern was it of his, a mere rogue cultivator? Why should he expend unnecessary effort on such matters? As long as he remained cautious and avoided being ensnared, that would suffice. With this thought, Hanli regained his composure. Friends wishing to leave the island may do so by presenting tokens or techniques that verify your identities. You may depart in peace. Those who choose to remain are welcome, provided they harbor no hostility towards our Reverse Star Alliance. All previous regulations shall remain unchanged. The elder, floating in midair, proclaimed loudly to those below. Upon hearing this, the cultivators below stirred momentarily, yet soon fell silent again. Although the elder spoke with such courtesy, none were inclined to step forward first. The righteous cultivators were one matter, but the presence of those clearly from the demonic path, whose reputations were far from commendable, made them wary. What if they were merely playing a game of feigned capture? No one wished to take such risks, preferring instead to let others test the waters first. Hanley remained unmoved. As the other party consisted solely of core formation cultivators, they would be unable to detect him unless he revealed himself. He had no intention of becoming the proverbial canary in the coal mine. The fleeing light was not particularly swift, revealing a young cultivator clad in green. I am Xin Ming, a disciple of the Open Sky sect, and I pay my respects to the esteemed seniors. The youth flew forward, bowing respectfully. He then produced a small sword that shimmered with a white light, offering it forth. The Open Sky sect. I have indeed met your esteemed Master Lu before. This sword is indeed an essential artifact for disciples of the Open Sky sect. You may go. The elder merely glanced at the small sword before returning it to the young man with a softened expression. The white-clad cultivator was instantly overjoyed, respectfully bidding farewell before soaring towards the harbor. As he traversed the path, not a single member of the Reverse Star Alliance obstructed him. With one person leading the way and appearing to have no issues, other cultivators gradually revealed themselves, beginning to fly towards the elder. The elder seemed extraordinarily experienced. Regardless of the tokens presented or techniques displayed, he could discern their authenticity at a glance. This left Han Li, who was observing from below, feeling quite intrigued. However, upon witnessing another core formation cultivator being granted passage without hindrance, Han Li could no longer suppress his impatience. Suddenly, he revealed himself, transforming into a streak of azure light that ascended into the sky. Who might this friend be? The elder immediately recognized Han Li's core formation cultivation and adjusted his tone slightly. I am a guest elder of the Miaoyin sect, and this is my waste token. Please take a look. Fortunately, Han Li carried the elder's waste token gifted by the esteemed Zi Ling, and without hesitation, he produced it and handed it to the elder. Miaoyin sect, I have heard that your sect has two elders, Han and Chu, who often engage in solitary cultivation and rarely make their presence known. Might you be one of them? The elder in the green robe scrutinized the waste token before gazing intently at Han Li, slowly inquiring. Han Li felt a jolt in his heart, yet maintained a composed smile on his face as he replied. My surname is Han. To my astonishment, you are even aware of nameless cultivators like us. I am truly impressed. Hee. It is no surprise. Your esteemed sect holds considerable renown in the chaotic Star Sea, particularly the illustrious Xiling Fairy of your sect. Our young master has long admired her remarkable reputation, that I hope you can convey this message. The elder in the green robe chuckled, exhibiting an unusual politeness. Young master? I am curious as to whom you refer. Han Li inquired with a hint of surprise, hesitating slightly. Our young master is the sole heir of the Holy Ancestor, although previously unknown to many. He is bound to make a name for himself in the chaotic Star Sea in the future. Before the elder could respond, a burly man standing behind him, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected coldly. Very well, if I encounter the sect leader, I shall certainly relay your words. Han Li replied, somewhat taken aback but assenting readily. After clasping his fists in respect, he leisurely took to the skies in the blink of an eye. Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing from sight. The elder, however, gazed intently in the direction Han Li had disappeared, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Chapter 501. Conflict resurfaces. What is it? Is there something amiss with this person? Or is his identity a facade? Upon noticing the elder's expression, the burly man questioned. His identity should not be in doubt. Our disciples, who have infiltrated the Miaoyin sect, have long since replicated the likenesses of its two elders, and this individual bears an exact resemblance to the image within this jade slip. He is indeed that elder Han, even if he has employed some secret technique to alter his appearance. He could not possibly escape the discerning gaze of Elder Wang at the port. The elder in the green robe stroked his beard, then raised a hand, producing a verdant jade slip that he briefly waved before tucking it away. If there is nothing amiss, why the peculiar expression? The burly man scoffed, displaying some displeasure. This elder Han from the Miaoyin sect is rather formidable. It is likely that neither of us could contend with him in a one-on-one encounter. After a moment of contemplation, the elder uttered words that left the burly man momentarily stunned. What do you mean by that? Is he not merely a foundation-building cultivator like us? Furthermore, he is a lone cultivator. How can he be compared to those of us who frequently receive guidance from the Holy Ancestor? The burly man shook his head vehemently, expressing his disbelief. The elder, unfazed by the burly man's skepticism, calmly elucidated, "You should be aware, Protector Liu, that while my cultivation of the Seven Fiends technique may not be regarded as a top-tier method, it is remarkably adept at sensing the malevolent energy within an individual. The density of the malevolent aura emanating from him is unprecedented among foundation-building cultivators that I have encountered. A considerable number of cultivators have perished at his hands. What of it? If I were to eliminate a few low-tier cultivators, I could easily achieve that as well." The burly man displayed a dismissive demeanor. "This is not the same. While your actions may similarly accumulate some weak malevolent energy, it would dissipate easily over time. In contrast, the malevolent aura surrounding this individual is not only abundant, but also exceedingly sharp and frigid. Such intensity likely arises from having slain numerous cultivators of his rank or higher. This kind of malevolent energy, unless eradicated by certain esoteric methods of Buddhism or Taoism, tends to cling to an individual permanently. Moreover, this individual appears to possess some arcane mastery of restraint, as the malevolent aura emanating from him is but a mere fraction of what it could be. Nevertheless, the intensity of this aura is indeed astonishing. Should an ordinary cultivator encounter this person, not only would their illusions and related spells be significantly diminished, but if caught off guard by this overwhelming malevolence, their will might be momentarily usurped. To manifest, even 70 to 80% of their full prowess would be commendable. Were this individual to cultivate my 7 malevolent techniques, their progress would undoubtedly be meteoric." The elder's eyes glinted with a cold light as he spoke ominously. At this moment, he was blissfully unaware that the few cultivators at the core formation stage whom Hanli had vanquished were minuscule in number compared to the hundreds of 5th-grade demonic beasts that were akin to the initial stage of core formation, their malevolent aura far exceeding his imagination. Song Protector, do not concern yourself with the malevolence that envelopes him. You truly wish to take him as your disciple. Let us not forget that he, too, is a cultivator at the core formation stage and would not easily submit to your tutelage," the burly man said, momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting a hint of confusion. "Take him as a disciple? That is, of course, out of the question. My interest lies solely in the method he employs to manifest such formidable malevolence. There must be some secret or technique involved," the elder replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the burly man was entirely devoid of interest, realizing that the techniques for advancing cultivation through malevolence were likely limited to a few obscure methods within the chaotic star sea. He did not practice any of those, thus remaining utterly indifferent. However, the burly man suddenly seemed to recall something and casually inquired, "You mentioned that the young master has an interest in the Ziling fairy of the Miaoin sect. I have not heard of this. Has the young master perhaps given you private instructions?" A hint of perplexity crossed the burly man's features. "Heh. Does such a matter require the young master's directive? Surely, you are aware of the young master's cultivation method, and this Ziling fairy is renowned as one of the most beautiful women throughout the chaotic star sea. If we can facilitate this affair and present her to him, the benefits will be manifold." It is worth noting that the young master has already attained the late stage of core formation. I foresee that under the guidance and protection of the Holy Ancestor, he will achieve the nascent soul stage within a century, the elder remarked with a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, the burly man appeared to experience a moment of clarity, his excitement manifesting as he nodded vigorously. "When shall we take action? The young master seems poised to emerge from his seclusion once more." The burly man grinned with a predatory smile, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. "Very well, let it be so. The opposition has but 2 elders at the initial stage of core formation. Do they truly dare stand against us? Truly, Song, you are as cunning as you are resourceful," the burly man exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. The elder, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, secretly reveling in his own cleverness as he contemplated, "In this manner, we can leverage our strength to pressure the elder surnamed Han from the Miaoin sect, compelling him to divulge the secrets of gathering malevolence." It was indeed a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With this thought in mind, the elder narrowed his eyes slightly, a peculiar expression gracing his face. Hanli, having distanced himself from the green-robed elder and his companions, soared above the harbor. After casting a glance at the bustling members of the Anti-Star Alliance, he prepared to hasten his departure from the area. Yet at that moment, A powerful consciousness descended from the heavens, enveloping Han Li entirely. Startled, Han Li quickly composed himself, remaining motionless in the AIR.AS though he had anticipated it all along. Han Li remained unfazed by the notion that the Reverse Star Alliance would simply relinquish their hold over those cultivators in the core formation stage based on mere tokens. It was likely that the leader, an ancient Yuan cultivator, had personally employed his divine sense to probe the situation, wary of any core formation practitioners attempting to disguise themselves through secret techniques to impersonate others and evade detection. Han Li's demeanor was remarkably composed, devoid of any trace of panic. He had never entertained the thought of adopting a false identity for concealment, such superficial tricks of altering one's appearance, unless employing one of the rumored peculiar techniques or utilizing exceedingly rare treasures, would inevitably be seen through by those with formidable divine senses. Should he attempt to assume a false identity and be unmasked, it would only serve to heighten suspicion regarding his intentions, potentially backfiring spectacularly. Thus, he resolved to embrace the risk of being pursued by the likes of the Extreme Een faction, continuing to navigate the world under the guise of a Miao Een sect elder. By the time those ancient beings traced his path, he would likely have already made his way to the foreign star SEIT that point. Even if he were to be thoroughly exposed, it would carry little consequence. Embracing this mindset, Han Li remained remarkably calm as the Yuan cultivator scrutinized him with his divine sense. Indeed, the probing sensation dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived. Leaving no lingering trace, Han Li exhaled a sigh of relief and nonchalantly sped away from the port. Not long after his departure, Han Li accelerated his flight, fully aware of his surroundings. Although he refrained from employing the ancient blood-red cloak, he showed no intention of deliberately slowing his pace. Half a day later, while pondering how to gain entry into Tianqing City, he suddenly furrowed his brow and halted, casting a puzzled gaze over the nearby sea. Abruptly, his expression darkened as he lifted his head to peer into the distance. There, amidst a soft azure glow, a figure floated motionless in place. Moments later, two streaks of blue and red blazed toward him with astonishing speed. Reaching Han Li in the blink of an in a flash of light, two middle-aged cultivators emerged, dressed in silver robes with golden sashes. They were unmistakably righteous cultivators from the Reverse Star Alliance. Both at the initial stage of core formation. One was a scholarly man with a pale, beardless face, while the other was a robust figure with gleaming dark skin. Upon materializing, the two fixed their cold gazes upon Han Li in silence, clearly having locked onto him with their divine senses, poised to act at any moment. Han Li's expression shifted slightly before he inquired in a subdued voice, "Do you gentlemen require something? I must continue on my journey. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. You cannot depart. You must accompany us," the muscular man stated flatly, his tone laced with an air of command. Han Li was taken aback for a moment, but a flicker of anger quickly ignited in his eyes. "Have I offended you too? Is the Reverse Star Alliance so tyrannical that it can apprehend anyone at will?" His expression darkened, revealing a hint of chill. "There is no need for anger. My friend My brother and I are merely carrying out orders to apprehend remnants of the Star Palace. Just moments ago, we wounded a Star Palace cultivator, who then utilized a peculiar evasion technique to flee in this direction. And you fortuitously appeared here. According to our knowledge, the Star Palace possesses several secret techniques for altering one's appearance. Since neither of us can discern whether your visage has undergone any transformation, we kindly request your cooperation until we locate the fleeing cultivator." The middle-aged scholar spoke with a veneer of politeness, yet the unmistakable intent to prevent Han Li's departure lay bare. Upon hearing this, Han Li's countenance began to fluctuate, as if he were deep in contemplation. The two cultivators from the Star Palace exchanged a knowing glance, their vigilance towards Han Li intensifying. "Very well. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, I shall accompany you both," Han Li said with a smile, suddenly adopting a calm demeanor. The scholar and the burly man visibly relaxed at his words. A flicker of smugness passed across the scholar's face, as if he were about to say something. However, at that moment, Han Li made his move. His right hand, which had been concealed within his robe, shot forth with sudden vigor, unleashing 6 beams of azure light that silently sped towards the burly man. Simultaneously, his left hand turned, revealing 5 copper rings of varying hues that materialized in his palm. A low humming sound beginning to resonate ominously. "Oh, you dare to strike." The scholar reacted swiftly, his mouth opening as a square talisman, several inches in size, was promptly ejected from his lips. This artifact was flat and dark, resembling an ancient inkstone. The burly man was not to be outdone. With a swift motion, he released a white jade seal, which then expanded several-fold, its white light swirling as it advanced towards the 6 azure beams. Be cautious. Those copper rings are ancient treasures. The scholar, having recognized the nature of Han Li's rings, exclaimed in surprise and quickly issued a warning. The burly man, momentarily taken aback, hardly had time to react before the 6 beams of azure light emitted a clear ringing sound, coalescing into 12 indistinguishable sword lights. 6 of these swiftly merged into a colossal azure sword, which struck fiercely at the white light emanating from the seal. The other 6 altered their trajectory, arcing sideways in a rapid assault. Alarmed, the burly man hastily formed a hand seal, summoning a surge of blue light as several distinct runes floated from his body. These runes, glowing brilliantly, expanded tremendously, forming a pale blue barrier that enveloped him. The burly man intended to withstand Han Li's Qingzhu Fengyun's sword with this defense. The burly man engaged. The scholar, not wishing to remain passive, promptly directed the floating inkstone talisman with a swift gesture. The inkstone began to spin rapidly, releasing a thick, dark mist that expanded to several feet in diameter, filling the vicinity with the scent of ink. Without hesitation, the scholar invoked his spell, as the black mist swiftly coalesced into dozens of pitch-black monstrous birds, each about half a foot in length, flying towards Han Li with eerie cries and glowing red eyes. However, Han Li remained unfazed, his copper rings dancing rapidly in his hand before vanishing in a flash of radiant light. He then flipped his palm again, revealing an ancient-style flower basket. Seeing that his opponent appeared indifferent to the impending assault, the scholar found himself unexpectedly pleased rather than angered. To this end, he nearly expended all his life savings, yet he harbored no regrets. Ever since he successfully concocted this mesmerizing elixir, he had seldom encountered rivals among cultivators of the same tier, even holding his own against those in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, as long as the opponent's cultivation was not excessively superior to his own. Once ensnared within the confines of this elusive mist, they would inevitably succumb to an illusory realm from which escape was futile. As he witnessed those strange avian entities darting towards him like arrows, a sinister smile crept across his face. With a swift gesture of his hands, he prepared to unleash a devastating explosion upon these bizarre birds. However, at that moment, a faint, low hum suddenly resonated in his ears, followed by the abrupt appearance of 5 copper rings around his neck and limbs. As they tightened with a sudden ferocity, he felt his entire reservoir of spiritual energy disperse, leaving him utterly incapable of gathering it anew. In that instant, the scholar was engulfed by a profound shock. Naturally, he had heightened his vigilance concerning the mysteriously vanished ancient treasure. Yet, being ensnared without any forewarning was entirely beyond his expectations. For a fleeting moment, terror seized him, and myriad escape strategies whirled chaotically in his mind. At that juncture, a deafening crash reverberated from the other side. Azure light and white vapor intertwined as the colossal azure sword finally collided with the grand seal. The resplendent white aura effortlessly overwhelmed the azure light, causing the gigantic sword to shatter into fragments in mere moments. Simultaneously, 6 azure rainbows surged forth, striking the peculiar rune-imbued shield. An array of muffled bangs resounded. The runes, pulsating with cerulean light, remarkably resisted the onslaught of the 6 azure beams, preventing them from breaching the barrier. Han Li let out a soft exclamation, taken aback by the revelation. It appeared that the Qingzhu Fengyun's sword, devoid of the exorcising thunder, indeed lacked substantial power due to insufficient cultivation time. Yet, before he could ponder further, those ominous avian creatures had already reached him. Although bereft of the scholar's magical support, the inkstone treasure, being intrinsically linked to his consciousness, still commanded these birds with unyielding force. Han Li snorted coldly, and the radiance of the flower basket surged forth, unleashing a torrent of white light that engulfed every single approaching creature in its embrace. Upon witnessing this scene, the scholar's face drained of color. "Impossible. You possess other ancient treasures. Who on earth are you?" His expression was one of incredulity. Typically, it was exceedingly rare for an ordinary cultivator to possess even a single ancient treasure, as they often fell into the hands of those in the nascent soul stage. For a mere Golden Core practitioner to acquire such artifacts was an arduous endeavor. Yet, Han Li had summoned both the copper rings and the flower basket, 2 entirely distinct treasures, which rendered the scholar utterly horrified. In an instant, A flash of white light enveloped the grand seal that was crashing towards him, entangling it within, causing it to twist and struggle futilely in the luminous embrace. Without hesitation, Hanli flicked his fingers, launching over a dozen azure sword energies with fierce precision, targeting the scholar, now ensnared by the five-element rings. The scholar could only shout in despair as his body was pierced through with numerous gaping wounds. After a few moments of staggering, he succumbed to death that moment. His gaze turned icy as it shifted towards the other side. Observing the scholar's swift demise, the large man could not help but feel a profound tremor within his heart. As Han Li's attention shifted back to him, a chill enveloped him entirely. With a sudden clench of his teeth, he transformed into a streak of blue light and fled, abandoning even the life-bound treasure that resonated with his soul. This individual exhibited remarkable decisiveness. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and the copper rings vanished from his hand in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, they reappeared above the fleeing man's head amidst a dazzling array of colors. Then, to the man's incredulous gaze, 5 copper rings materialized around his body as if the runes were mere illusions. Instantly, the blue light of escape came to an abrupt halt, and the man fell to the ground in a lifeless heap. A glint of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes as a surge of azure energy descended from the heavens, encircling the man several times before cleaving him in two. Thus, both of the Jixing Alliance's core formation cultivators met their demise at Han Li's hands. Below, Han Li effortlessly retrieved the storage bags from the two, casually sweeping his consciousness over their contents before nonchalantly stowing them away. He also unceremoniously collected the large seal within the flower basket and the floating inkstone treasure that lacked an owner. Having lingered here for such an extended period, dear friend, shouldn't you reveal yourself? Han Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back in midair, addressing the surface of the sea below with a calm demeanor. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated across the nearby waters for miles that a sudden sea breeze swept through, leaving the surroundings enveloped in silence. Observing this scene, Han Li let out a light sigh. Are you truly intent on remaining hidden beneath the waves, or shall I have to draw you out? Han Li's expression darkened slightly, his tone taking on a more unfriendly edge. Please, wait a moment. I shall emerge, came the voice of the concealed individual, seemingly unable to endure being discovered by Han Li any longer. Chapter 503. Ling Yuling. Upon hearing the voice, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Then, the surface of the sea began to ripple, and after a flash of white light, a figure slowly ascended from beneath the waters, clad in the white robes of the Star Palace, with long black hair cascading to his shoulders and a green jade headband adorning his forehead. The figure gazed at Han Li with an air of composure. However, as Han Li clearly beheld the visage of this person, he was struck with a sense of astonishment. The individual's face resembled white jade. With elegantly arched brows, phoenix-like eyes, a refined nose, and lips that were temptingly rosy, a truly breathtaking beauty. Yet, what left Han Li incredulous was his inability to discern whether this person was male or female. To declare them female would be to note the languid smile playing at the corners of their mouth and the effortless grace in their movements. Conversely, to assert they were male would be to acknowledge the strikingly alluring features and an undeniable charm that could captivate any man. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Ling Yuling, an enforcer of external affairs for the Star Palace. Thank you for your timely assistance. The voice was melodious, yet distinctly androgynous, further prompting Han Li to furrow his brow in contemplation. This individual reminded him of Tian Buke from the southern heavenly demonic sect's Hahuan sect. However, upon closer reflection, the two appeared entirely different. While Tian Buke was exceptionally beautiful, every gesture and tone unmistakably conveyed his masculine identity. The individual who claims to be Ling Yuling, despite exhibiting all the mannerisms of a man, possesses an inexplicable allure reminiscent of cosmetics and fragrances. Furthermore, his voice is deep and resounding with a magnetic quality, rendering it difficult to discern his gender. I am Han L. My earlier actions were merely a trifling effort. Had you not insisted so vehemently, I would not have resorted to such drastic measures. Although astonished, Han Li maintained a composed demeanor, revealing none of his surprise. Regardless, I, Ling, am immensely grateful to you, my fellow cultivator. Ling Yuling smiled enchanting, unintentionally exuding a hint of charm. However, Han Li felt a shiver run down his spine. In the absence of clarity regarding the individual's gender, he chose to disregard their captivating appearance. My dear fellow cultivator, are you in such haste to reach Tianqing City? It is likely under strict lockdown now, making entry quite challenging. If you do not mind, I would be willing to escort you inside the city as a token of gratitude for your assistance. Ling Yuling's smile faded, and with a serious tone, he spoke earnestly. Han Li was somewhat taken aback by this proposition. However, upon reflection, allowing this person to guide him into the city was indeed the primary reason for his elimination of the two members of the Rebellion Star Alliance. This would demonstrate that he had no affiliation with them. Very well. Your ability to decisively eliminate those two certainly grants you the right to enter the city without further proof. The Star Palace welcomes you wholeheartedly. However, the pursuers are not limited to just those two. There are several other formidable practitioners as well. We should depart from this place at once. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Ling Yuling beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling with an alluring light. This time, Han Li said nothing, merely nodding slightly. The two transformed into streaks of azure and white light, soaring towards Tianqing City. Along the way, Han Li observed his companion with curiosity. Ling Yuling's loose white robe concealed any distinguishing features, rendering it impossible to ascertain gender from a mere glance. However, upon closer inspection, he noted the absence of an Adam's apple. Yet, this alone was insufficient to conclude that the individual was a woman, as he was aware that certain esoteric practices could invert yin and yang, altering gender-specific characteristics. Could it be that this individual has cultivated such a technique? Han Li pondered, intrigued at my fellow cultivator. You possess two ancient treasures. It seems you are indeed a person of exceptional fortune. That I wonder about the origins of that copper ring. I have had the privilege of encountering several ancient artifacts, yet I have never witnessed such extraordinary capabilities. As Ling Yuling advanced in a streak of light, he casually mentioned Han Li's ancient treasures. It is nothing, merely a bit more fortune than the average person. Han Li, naturally, would not divulge the truth, choosing instead to remain nonchalant. Hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brow. Ling Yuling appeared to be rather formidable. Even before escorting him into the city, he was already presenting challenges. The practitioners joining the Star Palace had become little more than cannon fodder. He would not ensnare himself in such a predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li cleared his throat and carefully remarked, "While I have long admired your esteemed palace, the Miaoin sect has previously bestowed great kindness upon me. As I currently hold the position of guest elder within the Miaoin sect, it would be rather inconvenient for me to join at this time. My sincerest apologies." Han Li unceremoniously wielded the Miaoin sect as a shield once more. The swift change in demeanor of the opposing party brought him a sense of ease, allowing him to handle the situation with grace. The two continued their mundane conversation while soaring through the skies. A day later, they beheld the magnificent Tianqing city from a distance, their faces betraying a hint of joy. Yet, before they could approach the colossal island, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared from an unknown direction, 4 men and 1 woman. At the forefront was a middle-aged cultivator with a sallow complexion, possessing early-stage golden core cultivation, while the others were at the foundation establishment level. "Greetings, Protectorling." The 4 foundation establishment practitioners clearly recognized Ling Yuling, and upon reaching them, they respectfully bowed in deference. It seemed that this group, regardless of gender, held considerable esteem for her within the Star Palace. The yellow-faced cultivator, displaying a hint of surprise, inquired, "Junior Brother Ling, are you unharmed?" Upon receiving news of the attack on Nanming Island, I was exceedingly worried. Who might this friend be? The yellow-faced cultivator's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Han Li with a measure of suspicion. Whether it was due to fatigue from the journey or internal injuries, his pallor deepened slightly, exuding an air of fragility. Since he is the savior of Junior Brother Ling, there should be no issue. He conceded. "Junior Brother Ling, you are injured?" The yellow-faced cultivator's expression turned profoundly concerned, which did not escape Han Li's notice, stirring something within him. It is of no consequence, though I was struck by a magical artifact. I possess the heavenly fragrance rope for protection, and I am largely unscathed. A faint blush tinged Ling Yuling's exquisite visage, yet her demeanor grew even colder. I have here a specially crafted heavenly spirit pill. Please take it, Junior Brother Ling, to prevent any loss of vitality. Upon hearing this, the yellow-faced cultivator appeared even more anxious. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a small vial from his possession and eagerly offered it. Ling Yuling's expression darkened upon witnessing this, as if she were on the verge of anger. However, she seemed to recall something, and her ire transformed into delight as her bright eyes sparkled with emotion. "No worries. Today, Elder Wang is on duty and will not impose any difficulties upon you. This friend Han can be entrusted to my senior brother. The yellow-faced cultivator, taken aback by Ling Yuling's gentle words, exhibited an excited demeanor, eagerly assuring her. Han Li observed this exchange, puzzled by the yellow-faced cultivator's infatuated expression, leading him to wonder if the individual was indeed of the female persuasion. Chapter 504. Transmission and Conditions. Very well. Let us first discuss the identity of this friend. I must ascertain the veracity of your identity. The yellow-faced cultivator nodded in affirmation, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Seeing this, Han Li smiled slightly. I am an elder of the Miaoyin sect, and this is my waste token. Additionally, this is the prohibition token for the cave dwellings within the city. I trust you will recognize their authenticity. He reached into his storage bag, retrieving two distinct tokens which he calmly presented. The female cultivator standing behind him, whose appearance was relatively pleasing, paused momentarily before responding affirmatively. Subsequently, she rummaged through her storage bag in a flurry and finally extracted a jade slip. Probing it with her consciousness, after casting several scrutinizing glances at Han Li, she respectfully spoke. Zhao Guardian, there is indeed an elder surnamed Han at the Miaoyin sect, and judging by the portrait, he is unmistakably the same person. These two tokens are genuine, as well. It appears that your identity is indeed authentic. The pallid-faced cultivator nodded expressionlessly upon hearing this. All right, you few continue to patrol the vicinity. I shall first assist this esteemed friend with the entry procedures into the city, the pallid-faced cultivator instructed, tossing the tokens back to Han Li. Understood. The four behind him responded in unison. Thereafter, the pallid-faced cultivator ceased his words, gestured to Han Li, and swiftly shot towards the direction of Star City. Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light, promptly following suit. Before long, the pallid-faced cultivator brought Han Li to the vicinity of the towering walls of Tianqing City. Hovering above a city gate, although there were no inquiries from others along the way, Han Li, releasing his consciousness for a brief inspection, discerned at least 4 or 5 concealed waves of cultivators along the route. While primarily comprised of Foundation establishment practitioners, there were also 2 hidden core formation cultivators among them, though Han Li's expression remained unchanged. A shiver coursed through his heart. It seemed that after the assault on Naming Island, vigilance had indeed intensified. Were it not for someone guiding him, infiltrating Tianqing City would not have been an easy feat. The city gate appeared somewhat desolate. Aside from a dozen or so white-clad cultivators, there were scarcely any individuals entering or exiting the city. Upon approaching, Han Li noticed that the towering walls and the city gate were shimmering with a faint white radiance, as if some form of restriction had been lifted. Once the pallid-faced cultivator landed, he unhesitatingly approached the only elder seated among the white-clad cultivators. This elder, sporting a short goatee and a face lined with wrinkles, was reclining on a bamboo chair with his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of repose. Guardian Yu, this is Elder Han from the Miaoyin sect. I have verified his identity and tokens. There are no issues. I must trouble you to explain the matters pertaining to entry into the city. I must continue my patrol of the outskirts and cannot linger, he said respectfully, bowing slightly to the elder, showcasing a degree of reverence. Han Li's gaze flickered over the elder, and he felt a surge of wariness. This individual was, after all, a mid-core formation cultivator. No wonder the pallid-faced cultivator was so cautious around him. Miaoyin sect. The elder's eyelids fluttered as he gradually opened his eyes, still appearing somewhat drowsy. Moreover, this esteemed friend assisted junior brother Ling during the journey. The pallid-faced cultivator added, somewhat reluctantly after a moment's hesitation. The pallid-faced cultivator seemed unperturbed by the elder's demeanor. After a respectful salute, he paid no further heed to Han Li and took his leave. Han Li, on the other hand, stood calmly in place, observing the elder with a composed demeanor. I have indeed encountered the purple-haired girl from the Miaoyin sect on a few occasions. She is truly an intelligent and perceptive individual. As for you, esteemed elder of the Miaoyin sect, I have heard mention of you on 2 occasions, yet regrettably have never had the fortune to meet. However, seeing your youthful appearance, might you also possess some technique for retaining one's youthful visage, akin to that of junior brother Ling? To my knowledge, such techniques are exceedingly in nature, offering no benefits to male practitioners. The elderly man's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Han Li and spoke slowly. So, are you implying that fellow Taoist Ling is of the male persuasion? I have not cultivated any techniques for maintaining youthful appearances. I have merely ingested a single youth-settling pill in the past. Han Li, profoundly composed, inquired with an air of nonchalance whether fellow Taoist Ling is male or female. I dare say that even within our star palace, few possess true knowledge of such matters that I guess for myself. I am even less informed. However, it is indeed certain that he has practiced methods for preserving his youth. The old man chuckled softly, a low and leisurely sound escaping his lips. It seems that fellow Taoist Han is rather fortunate to have had the opportunity to consume such a rare elixir as the youth-settling pill. Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Yet, the elder continued, enough of such trivialities. Since your identity has already been verified, I see no need for further inquiries. However, the current circumstances differ from the usual, and thus the regulations are bound to change. Pay close attention, for I shall only explain this once. Han Li raised an eyebrow, his lips pressed tightly together, refraining from uttering a word. A flicker of unusual emotion danced in his eyes, and he fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly lost in thought. Observing this, the elder made no effort to hasten Han Li's response. Instead, he narrowed his already partially closed eyes, a glimmer of cunning surfacing upon his countenance. Upon entering the city, may I utilize the teleportation array to travel to the outer star sea? After a moment of reflection, Han Li finally posed the question in a deep voice. Previously, one could simply pay a fee in spirit stones. Alas, that is no longer the case. To venture to the outer star sea, one must first undertake a task for our star palace, the elder replied, revealing no hint of surprise, as if Han Li's inquiry was anticipated. What task? Han Li's heart fluttered with a vague inkling of the answer, yet he still frowned as he pressed for clarification. It is quite simple. During the impending war, you must complete a task for our star palace or eliminate a fellow cultivator from the rebellious Star Alliance who shares your cultivation level. The elder smiled slightly, his tone casual, though a hint of derision graced his lips. Upon hearing this condition, Han Li could not help but let out a bitter laugh inwardly. It appeared that the higher-ups of the Star Palace intended to coerce those of them wishing to depart. Even if they could not be utilized by the Star Palace, they must still stain their hands with the blood of the rebellious Star Alliance cultivators. This would serve to weaken the enemy's strength, while simultaneously preventing these cultivators from ever aligning themselves with the rebellious Star Alliance again. To eliminate one? You mean you and Ling Yuling? The elder was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Han Li replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Regrettably, that does not count. You must publicly slay your target during the war after submitting your application. Previous kills, no matter how numerous, hold no weight, the elder remarked, finally displaying a hint of interest in his tone. Fellow Taoist, when do you anticipate the war will commence? Han Li stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully as he posed the question. It should be soon, likely within the next few days. You shall don this new ring. With this ring as your token, you shall temporarily be considered a member of our Star Palace. When the great battle commences, you will execute your tasks or enlist for combat using this ring. The elder, after a brief search upon his person, produced a glimmering yellow ring and nonchalantly handed it over. Chapter 505, The Dawn After the Dark. Han Li accepted the ring, and the elder smiled faintly upon witnessing this. Very well, you may enter the city now, during the daylight hours. You shall have a small portion of freedom to roam, while the remainder of the time, the entire city will be under martial law. When the great battle begins, the ring will naturally transmit information summoning you. Just await in your cave. With these words, the elder slowly closed his eyes, ceasing to speak further. Han Li gazed deeply at the elder before proceeding straight into the city. Upon entering the city gates, he observed that the streets of Tianqing City were eerily devoid of life. Only the occasional glimpse of a few cultivators could be seen soaring through the skies, while the common folk largely remained hidden within their homes, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Han Li maintained a composed expression, yet inwardly he felt a sense of relief. Judging by the circumstances, it was highly likely that the market within the city was completely shut down. If he had not prepared the necessary items in advance on Nanning Island, he would surely be facing considerable distress at this moment. Han Li chuckled softly to himself and transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky, and then swiftly heading towards the cave on the Holy Mountain. As he passed by the marketplace at the foot of the Holy Mountain, he instinctively lowered his gaze. Indeed, all the shops were shuttered, devoid of any presence. Han Li shook his head lightly, not lingering, and flew towards the 39th level of the Holy Mountain. Upon entering the vicinity of the Holy Mountain, Han Li acutely sensed that the vigilance was far more stringent than that of the outer city. Merely the hidden scrutiny of his spiritual sense revealed more than a dozen waves of attention directed at him. Fortunately, upon detecting the yellow ring on his hand, these senses retreated without any individual stepping forward to interrogate Han Li. However, What troubled Han Li was the presence of the spiritual sense belonging to a late-stage core formation cultivator among them. He feigned ignorance and soared directly to the entrance of his cave. The restrictions outside the cave remained unchanged since his departure. Yet, after standing outside the restrictions for a moment, Han Li let out a long sigh. Although his time away was not particularly lengthy, he had faced life-and-death situations multiple times, even to the extent of having to abandon the cave he had inhabited for nearly a century. This thought brought a tinge of melancholy to Han Li that he used the restriction token to silently dispel the barriers and slowly walked inside. Everything within the cave remained as it was. Han Li first proceeded to the chamber of insects, and upon seeing that all the golden devouring insects were safe and sound, he finally felt at ease. However, he quickly utilized a prepared spirit beast pouch to gather all the golden devouring insects into it, and then made a trip to the medicinal garden to harvest all the spirit herbs, which he subsequently stored in his storage pouch. After completing these tasks, Han Li let out a sigh of relief and slowly made his way to the bedroom. Lying upon the bed to thoughtfully contemplate his future plans, he must eliminate a rival Star Alliance cultivator of the same rank to utilize the teleportation array to the outer star sea. This condition, in itself, posed no significant challenge for him. Yet, Han Li's concern lay in the possibility that even before the great battle commenced, the Star Palace might learn of the potential presence of the Void Heaven Cauldron in his possession. After all, he could not gauge when those ancient beings would emerge from the Void Heaven Palace. Should these ancient beings inadvertently divulge this information, it would undoubtedly spell doom for him. Moreover, he harbored an additional concern. Although it seemed highly unlikely, he feared that even if the terms were met, the higher-ups of the Star Palace might resort to some cunning trickery, leaving him impotent and unable to utilize the teleportation array. After all, should the higher-ups renege on their agreement, what recourse would they, as cultivators, have against them? Thus, while he had nonchalantly acquiesced to the Star Palace's conditions at the city gate, he had no intention of waiting idly for their summons. He resolved to ascertain the security measures surrounding the teleportation array, contemplating whether he could stealthily make his escape. If the defenses were indeed lax, he would seize the opportunity to slip away. As for whether this would irreparably offend the formidable Star Palace, he reasoned that sooner or later, he would attract the attention of those Yuan-ing stage-old monsters, rendering his concerns somewhat trivial. With such self-reassurance, Han Li drifted into a restless slumber, his body and mind undeniably fatigued after numerous tribulations. On the following day, Han Li awoke revitalized. As dawn broke, he slowly emerged from his cavern and soared into the sky. Surveying his surroundings, although the number of cultivators was still far fewer than usual, it was markedly greater than the day before when he had entered the city. Without hesitation, he propelled himself into the air. Taking a quick circuit nearby, noticing no one was watching or paying him heed, he made a beeline for the 50th floor. The security along the route was lax on the surface yet tight beneath. And before long, Han Li found himself hovering above the starry sky hall, which housed the teleportation array. He did not linger for even a moment, feigning casualness as he swept past the grand hall. However, in that fleeting instant, his consciousness subtly infiltrated the interior. Initially, his intrusion was smooth, encountering minimal resistance as he permeated most of the outer hall. Yet, as his awareness neared the inner sanctum, a barrier of bluish-yellow hues abruptly manifested. At that moment, a shadow crossed his face. Although it was estimated that this barrier would not withstand his forceful incursion, such an action would inevitably draw the attention of the cultivators within. And Han Li was not foolish enough to make such a blunder. In the air, his brows knitted tightly. Due to the barrier's nature, he was unable to gauge the number and cultivation level of the cultivators stationed inside. However, it was unlikely for any Yuan-ing stage cultivators to be present. The hall would at most host those at the mid to late stages of foundation establishment, which was already considerable. After all, compared to other significant locations, the Starry Sky Hall would not attract the scrutiny of the Star Palace's upper echelons. He passed the side of the Starry Sky Hall. Han Li, somewhat reluctantly, extended his consciousness once more, hoping to uncover any flaw in the barrier. Yet, rather than discovering any oversight, a coarse voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Zhang Daoyu, what is the situation? What did the guard at the teleportation array say? Is 3,000 spirit stones per person still insufficient? That is the maximum we can offer. Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Followed by a swift stirring within him. He cast a quick glance at two cultivators flying at low altitude in the distance, and his speed immediately slackened. One of these cultivators was a middle-aged man with a dark face and gray attire, while the other was a gaunt, sallow-skinned fellow. Both were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The previous remark had been posed by the dark-faced man in a tone tinged with urgency to the emaciated individual. Two individuals, cautious in their demeanor, engaged in hushed whispers in a secluded area. Yet under the vast reach of Han Li's formidable consciousness, their every word was distinctly audible. "Hush, be careful, we must keep this matter discreet," urged the slender man, glancing nervously around. In stark contrast, Han Li swiftly concealed his form. Entering a state of breath control, his awareness allowed him to remain undetected, a feat unattainable by most other core formation cultivators without the aid of rare and advanced secret techniques to eavesdrop on such conversations. Though the other party shared a distant familial connection with him, the risks of clandestinely releasing someone into the foreign sea were considerable. He had made it clear, 5,000 spirit stones per person, or it's out of the question. This was still contingent on their shared status as Foundation establishment cultivators, making them somewhat dispensable to the Star Palace. Had they been core formation cultivators, even an abundance of spirit stones would not have persuaded him to let a single person go. The slender man let out a bitter laugh, conveying his helplessness through thought transmission. 5,000. Does he truly consider us mere lambs for slaughter? We are but scattered Foundation establishment cultivators. How are we to amass such a sum? The dark-faced middle-aged man growled, his expression grim, yet he managed to articulate his thoughts through the transmission technique. Staying in the inner sea poses too great a danger. As scattered cultivators, we could be swept up in this calamity at any moment. If our lives are forfeit, what use are spirit stones? We have calculated that the Star Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance are nearly evenly matched. A great war could extend for years, perhaps even decades. I wish to avoid living in constant fear and evasion. As for spirit stones, we should still possess a fair amount of rare materials to trade. We could scrape together enough to offer as a substitute. Surely, that individual would consider my standing. The slender man sighed, attempting to offer reassurance. This cannot be. Are we to risk everything just to transport ourselves to the foreign sea? I refuse to acquiesce, the dark-faced middle-aged man protested vehemently, shaking his head like a miser. Very well. Let us observe how others decide on this matter. The slender man, equally troubled, expressed his reluctance. Chapter 506, formulating a plan as the two concluded their conversation. Their expressions darkened, and they hastened their speed on their flying vessels. Han Li chose not to trail them too closely. Such a course would be overly conspicuous. Their pace was decidedly sluggish compared to his own. After more than an hour of flight, they arrived at the 4th level of the sacred mountain and entered a remarkably unremarkable courtyard. Moments later, Han Li's figure appeared above the courtyard. The surroundings bore an air of tranquility. With only a few similarly styled courtyards in the distance and a small grove of verdant bamboo nearby, exuding a certain elegance, as Han Li surveyed the courtyard, a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. Despite its unassuming exterior, the premises were protected by a small-scale flowing water formation array. While ineffective against determined intruders, it could serve as a rudimentary warning system. However, this array would pose no hindrance to Han Li. Even a modestly knowledgeable core formation cultivator would find it utterly ineffectual. Han Li possessed complete confidence in his ability to infiltrate without disturbing the external restrictions. Below, he proceeded to do just that. With a gesture of his hands, his figure became blurred and suddenly disappeared amidst a glimmer of azure light. Shortly thereafter, the concealed Han Li silently materialized within the courtyard. That moment, he had restrained the flow of his entire magical essence. It would be nearly impossible for even a Foundation establishment cultivator, let alone a core formation practitioner, to detect him. This caution stemmed from Han Li's apprehension that there might indeed be a core formation cultivator in the vicinity. Otherwise, a simple concealment technique would suffice. He stood motionless in the center of the courtyard, while his consciousness gradually expanded from him, enveloping the entire area. A flicker of intrigue crossed his face as he turned to focus on a room to the left. He distinctly sensed that all other rooms were unoccupied, save for this modest chamber where 7 cultivators were gathered. Among them were the gaunt man and the middle-aged man with a dark complexion. Among the 7, 2 were women. One was a rather attractive matron, while the other was an ordinary-looking young lady. However, the most formidable among them was a well-dressed man with piercing eyes and a hawk-like nose. Aside from the rather unsettling nose, his features were quite handsome and dignified. He appeared to be at the late Foundation establishment stage, having entered the false core realm, fully prepared to begin the process of forming his core. The others mostly ranged from early to mid-Foundation establishment levels, which was typical, as such cultivation was the minimum requirement for venturing into the outer stars. Yet it was unclear what these individuals had recently discussed. As their expressions were all dark and sullen, and the room was enveloped in an oppressive silence, with not a single word uttered. Hanli remained unhurried, standing quietly in place, convinced that their ensuing conversations would yield valuable information for him to decide on his next course of action. Indeed, after a short interval, the middle-aged woman spoke, unable to contain her impatience. "Madame Lu, judging by your tone, you seem quite willing to part with those spirit stones, but have you considered that while you may not mind the expense due to your wealth, my husband and I would have to exhaust our entire fortune to gather such a sum? Are you suggesting that you intend to go alone?" A pale-faced cultivator seated beside the young woman interjected, his expression dark and his tone somewhat unfriendly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman displayed displeasure, retorting, "When did I ever say I would go alone? I am merely inquiring about Brother E. With his vast experience and being the highest in cultivation among us, he should be able to provide a thorough analysis of the pros and cons involved." "Enough, my fellow cultivators," another voice chimed in. "Brother Lu would not attempt to teleport alone. The Outer Star Sea is not a place for Foundation establishment cultivators to wander about solo. Only by acting together can we ensure our survival there. If fortune smiles upon us, we might hunt some spirit beasts and concoct a few spirit pills to significantly enhance our cultivation levels. Thus, venturing into the Outer Star Sea is imperative. However, we need not undertake any specific tasks or slay fellow cultivators of the same rank in the midst of the great conflict. Even cultivators at the core formation stage cannot guarantee their own survival, let alone us low-tier practitioners. Moreover, I harbor some concerns that the higher-ups of the Star Palace might go back on their word." The brocade-clad giant finally spoke up coldly. "Surely not. It seems that the Star Palace has never been known to break its promises." "Friendy, are you perhaps overthinking this?" spoke a robust youth, who, despite his tender years, exuded an air of maturity. "Although the likelihood may be slim, it is not impossible. This is no longer an era where the Star Palace holds absolute sway. Should they perceive this battle as perilous, they might resort to any means necessary. It would be no surprise if they were to renege on their promises. These formidable powers, humph." The brocade-clad giant's expression tightened, disdain evident in his snort, as if he were well acquainted with such forces. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the room, with everyone lost in contemplation. "Thus, I believe the most prudent course of action would be to expend some spirit stones for our safety. Once embroiled in the battle, it is entirely possible that we could all be annihilated. And even if someone were to miraculously survive, isolated in the foreign sea of stars, there would be little hope for self-preservation. It would still lead to a dead end." The giant continued slowly. "But so many spirit stones that if our lives are at stake, why concern ourselves with spirit stones? Moreover, slaying a few high-tier beasts in the foreign sea would suffice to offset our losses. The paramount priority is to teleport there as soon as possible." The middle-aged man with a dark complexion, his face etched with pain, seemed poised to voice further objections but was abruptly interrupted by the brocade-clad giant's chilling gaze. The dark-faced cultivator appeared to cower before the giant, mumbling a few words before falling silent under the latter's admonishment. As for the issue of insufficient spirit stones among the other friends, let us contribute what we can. We shall see if the opposing side can be amenable to our numbers. If that fails, those among us who are more affluent in spirit stones may lend some, to be repaid with interest once we reach the foreign sea. It was evident that the brocade-clad giant held considerable sway among this group, as a mere few words from him sufficed to make a decision. The other six exchanged glances. Although not everyone was entirely compliant, they reluctantly acquiesced. The elder, observing the expressions of the assembly, displayed a hint of satisfaction before turning to the emaciated man and sternly stating, "Friend Zhang, I must trouble you to make another trip tomorrow. See if you can negotiate a reduction in the spirit stones. If that proves unfeasible, then we must agree to their terms. However, we must depart the day after tomorrow without further delay. We must leave before the battle commences." The emaciated man nodded vigorously in agreement. Outside the residence, Hanli listened intently to the entire exchange. A mysterious smile crept upon his lips, and with a flicker of azure light, he vanished without a trace from the courtyard. The following day, as the emaciated man set out once more towards the Star Palace, he remained unaware of the figure that had emerged in the sky behind him. Hanli, expressionless, followed closely, observing as the man cautiously entered the main hall through a side door. Hanli touched his nose and awaited coolly outside the hall for a full half an hour. The emaciated man stealthily emerged from within, a flicker of excitement barely discernible on his face. However, an event that caused Hanli to raise his eyebrows unfolded before him, before entering the courtyard. The excitement on the man's face rapidly faded, and after glancing around, he transformed his expression into one of deep concern. only then knocking on the door to enter the premises. Observing this situation, Hanley furrowed his brow, his expression contemplative. Could there be something more to this? He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Chapter 507. Infiltration. By the morning of the third day, just as dawn began to break, the well-dressed man and the emaciated fellow, along with their companions, stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. The curfew had just been lifted, permitting the cultivators to venture outside. Yet due to the early hour, there appeared to be few individuals within the city. As a result, the 7 of them exercised utmost caution, each one anxiously focused on their journey. Only the leading man in fine attire, while flying, constantly surveyed his surroundings. Their journey proceeded smoothly, and the group soon arrived at the 49th tier of the sacred mountain, with just a moment's delay before reaching the starry sky hall. Their faces relaxed, and their hearts felt considerably lighter. However, at that moment, the leading man's expression shifted, and he halted his flight. He then raised his hand solemnly, making an unusual gesture. Observing this, his companions' expressions changed drastically, and they all came to a cautious stop, adopting wary stances. What does my esteemed friend mean by obstructing our path? The well-dressed man inquired with an icy tone, his gaze fixed on the empty space ahead. Simultaneously, he discreetly pressed his palm against the storage pouch at his waist. Dear friends, there is no need for alarm. I have been waiting here for you all, but I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek your assistance. A somewhat hoarse voice leisurely drifted from the unseen space ahead. Suddenly, a flicker of azure light revealed a man in a blue robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, his complexion pale, as if suffering from an ailment. Yet, upon discerning the man's cultivation level, the well-dressed man and his companions could not help but feel a surge of alarm. Their vigilance heightened. The newcomer was at the same late foundational stage as the well-dressed man, also at the threshold of the Falstan realm. What is your esteemed surname, friend? How may we assist you? The well-dressed man inquired, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes, though he maintained a calm facade. I am surnamed Chu, merely a wandering cultivator. Are you not headed to the Starry Sky Hall? Might you allow me to accompany you? I too wish to visit the Outer Star Sea. The man in blue casually uttered words that caused the faces of the others to turn pale. Upon hearing this, the well-dressed man's expression darkened further. After a moment of silence, he forced a smile and replied, so it is fellow Taoist Chu. However, your mention of the Starry Sky Hall and the Outer Star Sea, what do you mean? We are merely attending to some personal matters and are passing through here. There is no connection to the Starry Sky Hall at all. Have you perhaps mistaken us? The well-dressed man resolved firmly in his mind. Although he was unaware of the newcomer's background or how he had discerned their intentions, he could not afford to easily concede. The others refrained from interjecting recklessly, seemingly entrusting everything to the robust man to handle. Why must you be so cautious, Taoist? The figure in the azure robe remarked with a light chuckle, his tone dismissive. You are quite aware. Even he knows who I am. The well-dressed man felt a shiver run through him. And with a cold snort, he noticed the veins in his hand, resting on his storage bag, bulging with tension. The few behind him, having received some unspoken cue, suddenly dispersed with perfect synchronicity, surrounding the figure in the azure robe. Surely, you do not intend to resort to murder to silence me, he continued, not boasting. With my cultivation level, even if all of you were to strike together, it would be impossible to eliminate me in an instant. At that time, I shall simply call out, and the people of the Star Palace will come rushing in. I wonder what fate awaits you then. The azure-robed cultivator regarded their movements as if they were inconsequential, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, the dark-faced cultivators exchanged glances, their gazes inevitably settling on the well-dressed man, whose expression was exceedingly grim. Although he had yet to form his core, he had always prided himself on his cunning. When had he ever been so threatened by a foundation-building cultivator? Yet, he understood the gravity of the threat was genuine, not a jest. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he could only suppress his anger and ask coldly, "What assistance do you seek from us, Taoist? We had agreed upon 7 individuals, and that teleportation array can accommodate a maximum of 7 cultivators. With your addition, the other party will certainly not acquiesce." Upon hearing this, the figure in azure smiled slightly. "Rest assured, I shall not put you in a difficult position. As long as I can enter the hall, I have my ways to persuade them. Should they refuse, I shall not insist, nor will I jeopardize your interest. Is that so?" The well-dressed man furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of skepticism. "Indeed, that is all." The azure-robed cultivator affirmed with unwavering certainty. "Very well. If it is merely a matter of introducing you, that can be arranged." The robust man conceded after a moment of contemplation. "We agree. Then I am most grateful." Daoist, the azure-clad individual responded, his demeanor unperturbed, as if he had anticipated the well-dressed man's capitulation. He clasped his hands slightly in salute. Since you two wish to go to the Star Palace, let us set off swiftly. We have already delayed considerably, and the other party is likely growing impatient. The lean man glanced up at the sky and, feeling the urgency, urged them forward. Hearing this, the azure-robed cultivator cast a sidelong glance at the lean man, but chose to remain silent. However, the well-dressed man swiftly gestured for the group to resume their journey. Their flight formed a deliberate enclosure around the azure-robed cultivator, indicating that their vigilance had not been relinquished in the slightest. Yet, the azure-robed cultivator remained unfazed, proceeding at a leisurely pace alongside them. The remaining distance was not great, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the Star Palace. That moment, the lean man suddenly quickened his pace, shooting ahead to land first. The well-dressed man and the others did not display any signs of surprise, for he had been the one in contact with the Star Palace all along. Now that we have arrived at this place, it is only natural that we should proceed forward to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Upon entering the Star Palace, the few of them endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. Yet they could not entirely conceal their unease. Once they stepped into this hall, their lives would be utterly in the hands of the others. However, everything appeared to be quite normal. The anticipated prohibitions did not manifest. It seems that the person in charge within had preemptively disabled them. The man in the azure robe noticed this, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Yet, the others felt a significant sense of relief. Having finally entered the grand hall equipped with a teleportation array, where two cultivators clad in white awaited their arrival. Senior Gu, Senior Qian, we have arrived. Are you both prepared on your end? The emaciated man, upon seeing the two, stepped forward with a beaming smile, his demeanor exceptionally respectful. The two cultivators displayed indifferent expressions, and upon the emaciated man's inquiry, only one of them, a bald elder, nodded haughtily. What is there to prepare on our side? Hand over the spirit stones, and each of you shall receive a teleportation talisman. You can depart immediately. However, the quantity of spirit stones should not be lacking, correct? The elder spoke slowly. Rest assured, Senior, we have brought the spirit stones as per our agreement. The robust man in splendid attire stepped forward respectfully. You must be Taoist, indeed possessing remarkable cultivation. The bald elder scrutinized the robust man with a casual gaze, his tone becoming somewhat more courteous. However, as his gaze traversed the rest and landed on Hanli, his expression suddenly darkened. Was it not stated that there were 7 individuals? Why is there one more? The elder inquired with an icy countenance. His words laced with accusation. The robust man forced a bitter smile, seemingly inclined to explain, I am merely a loose cultivator, wishing to teleport to the outer star seed, and I heard that Taoist and the others have a means. So I specifically sought you out, hoping that the 2 seniors would not take offense. Moreover, if the seniors could be accommodating, I would be willing to offer double the teleportation fee. Hanli interjected with a smile, cutting off the robust man's words. Double the fee? The bald elder momentarily paused, then turned to glance at the other middle-aged cultivator beside him, whose demeanor was scholarly. Even if you offer double the fee, it would be in vain. The teleportation array can only accommodate a maximum of 7 individuals at a time, and we will only activate one array. We would never open an additional one solely for your sake. Otherwise, it would be difficult to conceal from the higher-ups, the middle-aged cultivator said, his brow slightly furrowing. This matter, naturally, has been considered by me as well, that I would not wish to cause any inconvenience to the seniors. Thus, might I request that this esteemed friend temporarily relinquish his teleportation quota for my use? Hanli smiled faintly, suddenly turning to address someone beside him without any courtesy. What did you just say? The individual, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, followed by an expression of astonishment. The blue-robed man's words left the emaciated man visibly shocked, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes before being swiftly replaced by anger. The others exchanged glances, bewildered by the intent behind the blue-robed man's statement. Rest assured, esteemed friend, I am not asking my brother to relinquish his quota for nothing. I possess 2 5th-level demon beast intercourse, which can be considered as compensation for relinquishing my quota. I trust that you would not find this objectionable, my friend. The man in the blue robe spoke leisurely, then reached into his robe and, to everyone's astonishment, produced 2 azure orbs. The spiritual energy emanating from them indicated that they were indeed authentic 5th-level demon cores. Humph. Do you think that merely offering 2 demon cores would persuade me to forfeit my quota? The emaciated man gazed at the cores, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. Yet he soon seemed to recall something. and with a cold snort, he declined. Upon hearing this, the man in the blue robe remained unfazed. Instead, he broke into a peculiar smile. Subsequently, his lips moved silently, and to the astonishment of the crowd, he began to transmit a message to the emaciated man, whispering a few words. Initially, the emaciated man wore an indifferent expression. But after a few utterances, his face turned ashen. "That is all I wish to convey. I trust you will not refuse my offer." The blue-robed man spoke with a leisurely demeanor, this time without employing any sound transmission technique. The emaciated man appeared tense, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he listened to the blue-robed man's words. "Very well, since you have stated it thus, I shall relinquish my quota to you." After a long, hard stare at the other man, the emaciated man, despite his fluctuating emotions, reluctantly acquiesced. However, this declaration caused a shift in the expressions of the other 6 companions. "Zhang, what are you saying? Did we not agree to advance and retreat together? Why are you now?" The man in splendid garments spoke coldly, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on the emaciated man. "I am truly sorry, but it appears I must part ways with you for the time being. Please proceed ahead without me. Perhaps we can collaborate again in the future." The emaciated man offered a wry smile, his voice tinged with resignation. The man in splendid garments fell silent. It was evident to everyone, including the others, that this Zhang had somehow been compromised, compelled to relinquish his teleportation quota. Given the circumstances, they felt it was unwise to voice any further objections. Fortunately, though one person was absent, the overall impact would not be significantly detrimental. "Humph. Who agreed that you could arbitrarily switch personnel?" The bald elder frowned, his eyes narrowing menacingly. "Senior Gu." The emaciated man flinched, seemingly at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, the blue-robed man flipped his hand, revealing 2 jade boxes. With a deft flick of his wrist, the boxes flew towards the bald elder and the refined scholar. Instinctively, both men reached out to catch the boxes, then discreetly turned their gazes toward the blue-robed man. "Inside are 2 treasures that I inadvertently acquired, which I would like to present to you both, esteemed seniors," the blue-robed man stated with serene composure. The 2 men exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting curiosity, as they quickly inspected the boxes, noting that no tricks had been played upon them. However, exercising caution, they each opened the boxes only a crack, from which several strands of red light burst forth. After a casual glance, they both revealed expressions of delight. "These 2 treasures, are you truly bestowing them upon us, my dear friend?" the refined scholar inquired, visibly moved. The elder is well aware that, although these 2 items are indeed precious, they are of no use to someone of my current cultivation level. As a junior, would much prefer to venture into the extraterrestrial seas to diligently continue my secluded training. The blue-robed cultivator's lips curled slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his countenance as he spoke. "Haha, very well. Since Taoist friend Chu has presented such a generous gift, we are not ones to disregard sentiments. You may teleport along with those 6 individuals." The elder with the surname Gu gazed at the treasures within the box, his joy palpable, and without consulting his companions, he eagerly accepted. Although the cultivator with the surname Qian felt a twinge of displeasure, he, too, seemed swayed by the allure of the items at hand, refraining from voicing any further objections and tacitly acquiescing to the arrangement. This scene left the other onlookers puzzled, each harboring a curiosity to discern the contents of the box. However, the 2 elderly men swiftly closed the lids of the jade boxes, and naturally, they did not dare to brazenly probe with their spiritual senses, leaving them in ignorance. Only the robust man in fine robes cast a lingering glance at the jade boxes, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Though he, too, could not discern the contents, the term magic treasure involuntarily surfaced in his mind following the blue-robed man's remarks. Could it be that what this person was bestowing upon the others was indeed a magic treasure? This notion sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, before he could contemplate further, the 2 golden core stage cultivators across from him simultaneously retrieved white jade tokens from their persons. They then began to chant incantations directed towards a nearby teleportation array. Observing this spectacle, the others showed no signs of surprise, while the blue-robed man let out a long sigh of relief, inwardly exclaiming his good fortune. Indeed, these teleportation arrays had been tampered with. Had they recklessly charged forward without caution, they would likely have been thwarted in their attempts. It seems that those 2 flavorless yet regrettable magic treasures were truly put to use at a critical moment. With such thoughts in mind, the blue-robed man, naturally disguised and concealing his cultivation with chi refining techniques, was none other than Han Li. Within the jade box lay two gleaming flying knives, a type of magic treasure. These flying knives were, in fact, the possessions of Hu Yu, who had met with misfortune at the hands of Xian Gu. Now, they had been conveniently passed on. Although Han Li possessed several other magic treasures devoid of special abilities, these remained exceptionally valuable to some golden core stage cultivators, magic treasures that require no time for cultivation and can be wielded immediately, even if they do not achieve a perfect spiritual connection and may only unleash 70% of their potential, are coveted by many ordinary golden core cultivators. After all, despite the numerous magic treasures left behind over the years, most have been destroyed or lost in the conflicts among cultivators, even among the few that still exist. They are predominantly held by formidable Yuanying stage elders or exceptionally powerful golden core cultivators. Furthermore, some have been secretly concealed by unknown cultivators and minor factions. A colossal force like the Star Palace undoubtedly possesses a vast collection of magic treasures. However, due to its overwhelming power, the number of golden core cultivators within the Star Palace reaches into the hundreds. These two individuals, being in the early stages of golden core, would naturally not receive excessive rewards unless they accomplished significant feats. Thus, their unexpected acquisition of these flying knives brought them immense joy. Once refined, they would undoubtedly experience a substantial enhancement in their strength. As for that gaunt man, he would obediently relinquish his quota. For Han Li had indeed grasped the other's weaknesses. Although no spells existed that could genuinely control another's consciousness, it was feasible to induce a state of half-sleep, utilizing techniques alongside formidable mental prowess to coax forth fragments of hidden thoughts. Fortune favored Han Li, as the snippets divulged by the gaunt man revealed that he, alongside two cultivators from the Star Palace, had deliberately inflated the costs of teleportation to exploit the other participants. With this information, Han Li felt confident in leveraging it as a threat, combined with the allure of the two demonic cores, causing the gaunt man to tremble in fear and comply without resistance. Perhaps believing that all of this was intentionally leaked by the two Star Palace cultivators. It is worth noting that the individual typically responsible for overseeing this hall was currently occupied with other matters and had been dispatched to the Star Palace. Otherwise, even if you were to offer excessive spiritual stones, we would not have accepted them. Now, please present your spiritual stones. The bald elder glanced at the teleportation array, which had its restrictions lifted, before turning to the well-dressed man and others. Speaking without pretense, upon hearing this, the group promptly retrieved their prepared storage bags and handed them to the elder. Han Li, in turn, produced two inner cores of demonic beasts, which elicited a hint of surprise from the bald elder. After a thorough inspection, the elder nodded in satisfaction. At this juncture, the elegantly featured middle-aged cultivator extended his hand to retrieve several talismans, which he distributed to Han Li and his companions. These teleportation talismans should be kept on your persons. You may depart now, he stated coldly, gesturing towards the teleportation array. While the others hesitated, Han Li, without a moment's pause, stepped forward. His confidence did not stem from recklessness, but rather from having swiftly scanned the teleportation array with his consciousness, confirming that all appeared normal. The stone tablet before the array bore the inscription Qiyuan, which sparked a vague, yet significant memory in Han Li's mind, suggesting that the island they were to visit likely held no extraordinary features. Chapter 509. Return to the outer sea. Seeing Han Li advance, the well-dressed man and his companions hesitated momentarily, upon observing that Han Li and the others stepped into the formation without hesitation. The Qian surnamed cultivator displayed a faint smile, forming a hand gesture that caused points of white light to manifest upon his fingers. If we were to privately allow a few friends to venture into the outer star sea, you would not speak of it recklessly outside, would you? He inquired, his gaze fixed on the white light. Of course not. We are immensely grateful for your leniency, esteemed senior, and would never engage in such petty behavior. Moreover, what could we truly do against two esteemed seniors? The well-dressed man replied, his expression earnest and sincere. Excellent, it is good that you understand this. The cultivator responded. We hold a modest position within the Star Palace. Even if the higher-ups were to learn of this, it would amount to little more than a reprimand. However, should any rumors emerge from outside, neither I nor my friend Gu would be inclined to show mercy. Additionally, I hear that you carry sensing pearls out of fear that we might turn against you, which is indeed a prudent consideration. Yet, it seems somewhat unnecessary that we are not so desperate as to tarnish our own reputations for a few spiritual stones. He remarked, his icy gaze fixed upon the well-dressed man. Simultaneously, his gaze swept over the remaining individuals. Yet for some inexplicable reason, it bypassed Han Li. The senior truly possesses profound wisdom. I have underestimated the noble heart of a gentleman with the petty mind of a villain. The robust man in splendid attire managed a strained smile, beads of cold sweat surfacing on his back. Humph, there is no need for further nonsense. Take heed of your own actions. The Qian surname cultivator appeared disinclined to speak any longer. With a flick of his finger, the faintly visible white incantation struck the teleportation array. Instantly, the surrounding spirit stones blazed with brilliant white light, and in the blink of an eye, the 7 individuals within the array vanished amidst the radiant glow. If I could truly obtain a counterfeit talisman, do you believe I would show mercy? That fellow who gifted us the magical treasures is nothing short of an ancient monster at the nascent soul stage. Should a fake talisman be revealed, we would undoubtedly provoke his wrath and be obliterated in an instant. The Qian surname cultivator snorted coldly, his demeanor far from amiable, as he retrieved a silk handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat that had just emerged on his forehead. The nascent soul stage? Brother Qian, are you jesting? That individual is clearly merely at the late foundation establishment stage, replied the balding elder, initially taken aback, before his expression drastically changed. The gaunt man who remained behind, upon hearing this statement, displayed an even more bewildered countenance. Brother Gu should be aware of my spirit beast, Yin now. It possesses no remarkable skills, yet it is exceptionally sensitive in detecting the consciousness of others. The Qian surname cultivator flipped his palm, revealing a spirit beast resembling a small cat, which appeared at his wrist. This creature had ears as long as a rabbit's, and upon its emergence, it gleamed with emerald eyes, constantly surveying its surroundings, presenting an exceedingly adorable appearance. Thus, it seems the opponent is indeed a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. The balding elder too began to break into a cold sweat. Even if he is not, he would still possess the cultivation of the late core formation stage. Eliminating you and me would require little effort, the Qian surname cultivator asserted with unwavering confidence. This is all thanks to Brother Qian's astuteness. Had we produced a counterfeit talisman, we would have truly sought our own demise. That I had wondered why this individual so readily bestowed each of us with a magical treasure. Displaying no sense of reluctance, it turns out he is one among those ancient monsters. However, will sending him to the outer seas attract any significant trouble? The elder, recalling something, inquired with a heart full of trepidation. What significant trouble could arise? He should be a rogue cultivator at the nascent soul level, probably wishing to avoid entanglement in the conflict between our star palace and the reversal star alliance. Hence borrowing passage to the outer seas. There will be no repercussions. Of course, the fact that a nascent soul cultivator has been teleported from our hands to the outer seas must remain concealed from above. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly face severe punishment. The Qian surname cultivator reassured the elder for a moment, but as he spoke the latter part, his scholarly demeanor suddenly darkened. Subsequently, his malevolent gaze fixated on the gaunt man who stood nearby, still in a state of dumbfoundedness. Under the chilling glare of the middle-aged man bearing the Qian surname, the gaunt man shivered instinctively. Suddenly realizing something, he hastily retreated a few steps, panic-stricken as he exclaimed, "I didn't hear anything that the 2 seniors just said. Nor would I dare to speak recklessly." I doubt before the gaunt man's words could fully escape his lips, a beam of yellow light silently surged from behind, encircling him in a strange manner before and upon witnessing this. The Qian surname cultivator nodded in satisfaction, displaying a look of relief. On the other side of the teleportation array, Hanli and the other 6 individuals materialized within a dilapidated stone chamber. Enveloped in a glow of white light, Hanli cast a cursory glance around the room and noticed a somewhat frail cultivator from the Star Palace in the corner, engaged in conversation with a scarred figure clad in gray robes. Humph. Anyway, I have explained myself. Whether you choose to listen is your prerogative. The Star Palace cultivator shot a glare at his interlocutor and, disregarding him, settled into a cross-legged position, shutting his eyes to cultivate his spirit. You, the gray-robed man, feeling snubbed, turned crimson with frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. He lacked the audacity to confront the other, fidgeting restlessly like an ant on a hot pan. However, his gaze soon fell upon Han Li and his companions, who were emerging from the array, and his expression brightened with sudden delight. "Might I inquire if you esteemed friends have just arrived from the Star City?" He approached the imposing figure of the brocade-clad man, clasping his fists in greeting, and inquired politely, "Indeed, we have just arrived. Do you have something to discuss?" The brocade-clad man regarded the scarred figure, who was evidently at the late foundation establishment stage as well. Cautious not to show undue disrespect, yet he harbored a vague suspicion of what the other wished to convey. I am Su Yun, having lived in the outer Star Sea for several years. May I ask if it is true that the Inner Sea has witnessed the emergence of the Anti-Star Alliance and is on the brink of war? He asked, his voice brimming with hope. Upon seeing this expression, the brocade-clad man instantly discerned what the other most yearned to hear. Yet, the stark reality could only lead to further disappointment. Thus, he spoke candidly. Hearing this, the others fell into a speechless silence. I am Yi Jing, and these individuals are my close friends. Since you have resided here for several years, could you enlighten us on the situation regarding Chiyuan Island? We would not wish for you to labor in vain. We are willing to offer some spirit stones as remuneration. After a moment's thought, the brocade-clad man's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he turned to the gray-robed man, speaking with utmost warmth. Instantly, the brocade-clad man and his companions displayed expressions of joy that I in such an unfamiliar place. Having someone to elucidate the local circumstances would undoubtedly be advantageous for them. Hanli observed this scene, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stood behind the others with arms crossed, equally curious to hear the forthcoming discourse. Chapter 5:10, Blackstone City. Sudaoist, shall we converse outside? The brocade-clad man suggested, glancing around the stone chamber and at the Star Palace cultivator in the corner. Outside. Very well, the scarred man replied nonchalantly. Brother Chu, why not join us? Perhaps we can collaborate in some manner. The brocade-clad man displayed a demeanor of wanting to ally with Hanli. Upon hearing this, Hanli blinked and chuckled. Very well, I was just eager to hear more. Hanli replied with a smile, then casually stepped forward, exiting the stone chamber first. What is this? Is this esteemed friend not traveling with the others? The scarred cultivator remarked in surprise at the unfolding scene. He merely arrived with us through the teleportation. We were previously unacquainted. The dark-faced middle-aged man seemed to harbor a hint of animosity towards Hanli. Abruptly interjecting, this remark caused the brocade-clad man to furrow his brow, though he refrained from commenting further, while Su Yun nodded in acknowledgement, offering no additional response. Several individuals subsequently emerged from the stone dwelling. At that moment, Hanli stood outside, astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. This place was entirely distinct from the Ningzui island he had visited previously. They had materialized in the heart of a small city. Although modest and rather rudimentary, spanning nearly over 20 miles, it was indeed a city constructed of black stone. The dilapidated stone house housing the teleportation array was centrally located, perched atop a platform reminiscent of an altar, with steep stone steps ascending from each side. Elevated as it was, standing upon this platform afforded a panoramic view of the surroundings. Encircling the city was a symbolic wall, approximately 3 to 4 zhang high, while just beyond it shimmered a dense white light barrier, enveloping the entire city in its protective embrace. Within the stone walls, there were numerous tall stone houses of varying sizes. Curiously, however, there were no lofts or similar structures. All were uniform single-story dwellings. At a first glance, the city seemed to be brimming with buildings, yet in reality, there were not many independent constructions. Many stone houses were interconnected, while some single-story homes occupied astonishingly vast areas, often extending dozens of zhang in width. What left Hanli particularly astonished was the presence of both mortals and cultivators mingling within the stone city, traversing the rough black stone pathways, occasionally hurrying in and out of various stone houses. If that were all, it would not have been so surprising. However, what truly astonished Hanli was that the majority of these mortals were strikingly beautiful young women, adorned like vibrant butterflies, while others were robust men and delicate boys and girls. While Hanli was momentarily lost in thought, the richly dressed man and his companions emerged under the guidance of a scar-faced individual. Upon seeing this small city, their expressions mirrored his shock. They had intended to venture to the foreign sea, and naturally, they had conducted some preliminary research on all the Beast Islands. Yet, the information they had reviewed bore no resemblance to what lay before them. Lu, take out the jade slip containing the records of Chiyuan Island and have another look. Did we perhaps overlook something? The richly dressed man remarked, a hint of unease flickering across his face. All right, I shall take another look, responded the woman named Lu, hastily rummaging through her storage pouch. You need not search for any information, Su Yin interjected, for most of what you previously reviewed regarding Chiyuan Island was fabricated. It is only natural that you would feel bewildered. His hand gestured to stop the woman's search for the jade slip. Fabricated? What does that imply? The richly dressed man's expression shifted. A unified narrative. Who could possibly orchestrate such a thing? Could it be the Star Palace? Mrs. Lu displayed an expression of unease. Although it is not the Star Palace, this place is indeed governed by a formidable force, one that even the Star Palace would prefer not to offend lightly. Su Yun sighed, stating, Upon hearing this, Han Li's brows twitched slightly, and the richly dressed man and his companions exchanged glances in astonishment. Haha. In truth, this place is not as dire as you might envision. In fact, one could argue that it may even be a coveted haven for certain cultivators, he continued. This Blackstone city is the first and sole city on Chiyuan Island as long as you possess strength or an abundance of spirit stones and demon pills. This place serves as a paradise for cultivators. Here, one can indulge in and procure items unattainable on other beast islands, whether it be top-tier dual cultivation furnaces, remarkably potent magical artifacts, invaluable spirit beasts, or rare materials that are seldom encountered. Upon the scarred-faced cultivator's smile, he abruptly adopted a tone brimming with allure and exclaimed loudly, attracting the attention of several mortals and cultivators passing nearby, who, after a brief glance, continued with their own affairs unperturbed. However, this proclamation only deepened the intrigue of those such as the brocade-clad giant. Meanwhile, Han Li maintained his composure, gazing around as if he had not heard a word. The scarred-faced cultivator, observing this demeanor, cast a few more surprised glances at Han Li. Could Brother Su provide a detailed introduction to this place? The brocade-clad giant inquired, taking a deep breath and speaking solemnly. Certainly, Su Yun replied. Since I cannot depart just yet, let me guide a few of you while explaining as we stroll. This is far more effective than my mere words alone. Just remember, should you find any benefits in the future, do not forget about Su. Su Yun appeared to have completely recovered from his earlier frustration, speaking with exceptional cheerfulness. Then we are in your debt, Brother Su. This place indeed seems rather distinct from an ordinary city, the brocade-clad giant remarked, casting a scrutinizing gaze at a male cultivator. This particular male cultivator was boldly walking down the street, embracing a mortal woman. The nearby mortals and cultivators seemed entirely oblivious to this display. Su Yun observed this with a faint smile and chose not to comment further, leading the group directly towards a sizable stone dwelling nearby. Han Li had long noticed this black stone house, one of the largest structures within the stone city. From a distance, two alluring mortal women stood at the entrance, warmly welcoming numerous cultivators who frequently entered and exited. Remember, although this is not Tianqing City, fighting and disputes are equally prohibited within this city. Aside from a unique combat arena, the consequences of transgression are dire. There is no second chance besides annihilation of both body and spirit. Su Yun began, his expression growing serious. Surely not. This punishment seems even more severe than that of Tianqing City. The dark-faced middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it is far more severe. However, this also allows cultivators entering the city to feel entirely at ease and secure. To my knowledge, no one who has sought revenge within this city has ever escaped alive. After all, there is always a nascent soul elder overseeing this place. Su Yun elaborated slowly. A nascent soul cultivator. The brocade-clad giant's expression changed dramatically, and the others mirrored his astonishment. Han Li felt a jolt of alarm within, his vigilance heightened. Very well, let us discuss further inside, he declared, as they entered the stone house amid the smiles of the two enchanting women. Han Li's eyes glimmered with intrigue, and he followed suit. Upon crossing the threshold, they were greeted by a massive fan-shaped screen blocking their path, painted a delicate pink and adorned with an exquisite depiction of a celestial maiden soaring through the skies. Although the woman in the painting is merely depicted from behind, her form seems to dance and shift continuously, with a subtle red glow emanating from her, suggesting she is no ordinary artifact of considerable rank. On either side of the screen, there are two modest semicircular arches. In front of the screen stands a woman of approximately 30 years, adorned in a delicate pale blue palace attire, gracefully engaged in light conversation with a male cultivator. Curiously, though this woman appears rather ordinary in beauty, her every gesture radiates the charm of a mature woman, and her laughter exudes an enchanting allure. The male cultivator, possessing the same mid-foundation cultivation level as her, is utterly captivated, his gaze fixated and his mouth watering with longing. However, upon noticing Su Yun and the others entering, the woman's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. With a gentle clap of her hands, a young mortal woman emerged from behind the screen, drawing the male cultivator's reluctant gaze as she led him back into the concealed area. In Chapter 511, See Abyss Demon Beast, Han Li inadvertently furrows his brow, a wry smile tugging at his lips. It seems that most female cultivators he encounters have practiced enchanting arts, although the allure of the woman before him pales in comparison to the likes of Ziling and Yuan Yao. It is still effortless for her to enthrall lower-tier male cultivators. Contemplating this, Han Li's gaze swept across the room, while the well-dressed giant and Su Yun remained composed. The other men appeared increasingly uneasy, their eyes darting toward the woman with both intention and distraction. Staying here isn't so bad. If I were to leave, wouldn't I lose another patron? The charming Madame Ming remarked, covering her lips with her hand, her bright eyes shimmering with playful allure, captivating the attention of the dark-faced cultivators without them so much as blinking. Even the two female cultivators flushed with embarrassment. Madame Ming, these individuals were invited by me. Please provide me with a token, Su Yun declared, somewhat displeased by the woman's overt display of charm. He understood. The cultivation stability of these two friends is certainly on par with that of Brother Su. It seems there's no issue in remaining on this wondrous island. Madame Ming responded with a gentle smile, her gaze sweeping over Han Li and the well-dressed giant before her flirtatious demeanor vanished, transforming her into an ordinary woman. The rapid shift left the others momentarily stunned, before they quickly regained their composure, now filled with embarrassment. With a couple of sharp claps, the woman summoned another young mortal female from behind the screen. Take Master Su to the auction room. It should have just begun, Madame Ming instructed coldly, then raised her hand, tossing a jade-green token to Su Yun. He accepted the so-called token without a glance, following the mortal woman through a side door. Naturally, Han Li and the others trailed closely behind. As they crossed the threshold of the side door, Han Li sensed a subtle shift in spiritual energy, as if they had entered some form of restriction, causing his expression to momentarily shift, though it quickly returned to normal. Before them unfolded a surprising sight. Behind the screen lay a different realm. A long corridor, 2 zhang wide, transformed the stone chamber into 2 spacious halls. The left hall was bright and airy, devoid of any obstructions save for a few towering black stone pillars, and it was bustling with activity. There were nearly 20 to 30 monks waiting there, lined up in an elongated queue, each accompanied by a young mortal woman, regardless of gender, although some male monks cast lecherous glances at these scantily clad mortal women. They merely exchanged playful banter without any of them daring to make an advance. Seemingly wary of something that at the end of the line stood a modest chamber, its door radiating a brilliant white light. The monks in line could enter simply by pressing the jade token they held against the door, but only one individual could enter at a time. Meanwhile, the hall to the right was entirely obscured by a faint blue light barrier, rendering its interior completely indecipherable. This establishment was known as Mingzhu Xian, a place dedicated to acquiring the spoils of monks from overseas, exchanging them for spirit stones, or, if deemed valuable, directly participating in auctions after appraisal. Several similar establishments operated within the city, each run by various factions, with the foundational backing of a nascent soul stage monk. Without such support, it would be impossible to maintain a foothold in the lawless realm of the outer seas. Such a multitude of nascent soul monks. Could it be the 4 great merchant alliances? The Lu matron gasped upon hearing this, murmuring to herself, the 4 great merchant alliances have no stake here. Perhaps other beast islands are monopolized by them, but this Qiyuan island is the sole beast island entirely controlled by a coalition of numerous factions. Although these factions might individually lack the strength to contend against the 4 great merchant alliances within the Interstar Sea, their united front made even the Star Palace think twice before inciting their ire. However, their coalition was confined solely to this Qiyuan island. As Su Yun stated with a leisurely demeanor, that there's something particularly special about Qiyuan island. Then, that emboldens so many factions to challenge the 4 great merchant alliances. The elegantly attired giant discerned the underlying intricacies immediately. Haha, Brother E is astute. The name Qiyuan itself implies that there exists an unfathomable abyss of demon beasts in the surrounding waters. Rare high-tier demon beasts often emerge from there, with rumors of creatures surpassing level 8 having been cited. Naturally, the nascent soul experts behind these factions would not permit the 4 great merchant alliances to monopolize such high-tier beasts. It is said that when the demon beast abyss was first discovered, these factions clashed with the 4 great merchant alliances several times until the Star Palace intervened to mediate. Ultimately, the terms of their negotiations remain unknown. But the island was entrusted to these factions for joint management. Furthermore, the true nature of Qiyuan Island has been strictly forbidden from leaking to the Interstar Sea. Otherwise, those responsible would face relentless pursuit and eradication by these factions. Su Yun elucidated with an unperturbed expression. Upon hearing this, Han Li was considerably astonished, while the elegantly attired giant and the others turned pale at the mention of level 8 demon beasts, which were nearly on par with nascent soul practitioners. Are such creatures truly present here? The giant could no longer maintain his composure. That remains uncertain. I have not witnessed it personally. However, it is indeed true that a level 7 demon beast was hunted down. That level 7 demon core was auctioned here at Mingzhu Hall for an astronomical price, ultimately acquired by a senior from the nascent soul stage, Su Yun remarked enviously, clicking his tongue, listening to Su Daoyu. It seems that the demonic beasts of the abyss are somewhat easier to locate than those in ordinary seas. Is that so? Hanli, who had remained silent until now, furrowed his brows slightly and finally spoke up. Indeed, the demonic beasts in the abyss are relatively easier to find. However, due to the frequent appearance of high-level demonic beasts in that area, countless cultivators have also met their demise there. Su Yun cast a somewhat surprised glance at Hanli, contemplating before he spoke again. Upon hearing this, the few burly men in fine attire, who had never visited other beast islands, remained somewhat skeptical. Yet, Hanli began to form a general understanding of the abyss in his heart. It was evidently a place where both rewards and dangers coexisted. No wonder it was so peculiar. While Hanli was lost in thought, the mortal woman leading the way respectfully inquired, "Esteemed immortals, do you plan to visit the treasure appraisal hall first, or shall we proceed directly to the treasure bidding hall?" The treasure appraisal hall is rather unremarkable. It merely contains items unfamiliar to us that can be assessed by the appraiser, after which one can exchange them for spirit stones or participate in an auction. We should head straight to the treasure bidding hall. The items there will truly broaden your horizons, dear friends. Su Yun, evidently well acquainted with the place, did not wait for the mortal woman to lead the way and instead made his way toward the hall on the right. As they approached the luminous barrier, without hesitation, he lightly swept his jade token, creating a circular entrance. He then beckoned to Hanli and the others before stepping inside. At this point, the burly men in fine attire naturally felt no need for further courtesy and filed in one after another. "Aren't you coming in?" Hanli glanced at the mortal woman, who stood respectfully outside the door, and inquired with curiosity. "We mortals are not permitted to enter the treasure bidding hall. I shall wait here for you, esteemed immortals," the mortal woman explained with a smile. Hanli nodded, choosing not to say more, and stepped into the blue luminescent barrier, which closed automatically behind him. The interior was exceedingly simple, apart from a few wooden chairs. There was a stone platform several feet long at the far end of the hall. Behind the platform stood an elderly man, holding a shimmering blue stone and speaking eloquently. Opposite him, dozens of cultivators of various stages were either standing or seated, ranging from the chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, though no high-level cultivators at the core formation stage were present. This blue stone is an exceptional material for crafting water attribute magical tools. The previous owner is auctioning it off at the low price of 500 spirit stones as per the usual rules. The minimum bid increment is 30 spirit stones. We may now commence the bidding, the elderly man announced in a booming voice. 503, 508, 600 spirit stones. As soon as the elder finished speaking, many cultivators below began to place their bids, though it was not particularly fervent. The price quickly approached 700, ultimately being acquired by a young cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. The spirit stones were paid on the spot, and he immediately took possession of the item. Following that was an earth attribute magical tool. The elder continued to auction the next item without pause. Naturally, Hanli had little interest in magical tools. His gaze swept across the luminescent barrier and landed on Su Yun and the others, who were conversing quietly in a corner of the hall. He maintained his expression and walked over. Chapter 512. The furnace. This place seems no different from an ordinary auction. Did Su Dai specifically bring us here to witness something truly extraordinary? In the company of the well-dressed man, a loose surname woman remarked with a hint of mystery. Rest assured, although the auctions here are quite frequent, occurring every few days or weeks, there are certain special items that consistently appear. While they may not be the most precious goods at auction, they are indeed seldom seen in the Interstar Sea. However, upon noticing Hanli's approach, she offered him a warm smile. Hanli casually nodded before unexpectedly posing a question that took her by surprise. "Su Daoyu, how many cultivators reside in this Blackstone city? It appears that there are not many. Chu Xiong, your keen insight is impressive. Apart from a few inns that can temporarily accommodate visitors, there are generally no permanent residents among external cultivators in Blackstone City. Higher-tier cultivators typically possess their own abodes on other islands, while lower-tier ones tend to congregate in small villages and towns alongside mortals. The cultivators in Blackstone City primarily come here for trade, and the lower-tier cultivators are particularly more active," Su Yun admitted candidly. "Isn't it said that only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage can survive in the outer seas? How then are there so many mortals and chi refinement stage cultivators?" The well-dressed man fell silent for a moment before voicing a question that also puzzled Hanli. "You have touched upon a crucial point. Yi Xiong, This is one of the most significant differences between Chiyuan Island and other islands inhabited by ferocious beasts. However, this remark left the others in astonishment. Does the Star Palace and other factions not concern themselves with everything here? The well-dressed man exhaled deeply and asked in a solemn tone, "It is still far too early for this place to flourish to the extent of the Inner Star Sea. Moreover, the vastness of the Inner Star Sea is sufficient to keep them occupied. Who has the time to manage this place? They would prefer that these factions concentrate their main resources and efforts on Chiyuan Island. Otherwise, the current state of the Inner Star Sea would likely be even more chaotic." Su Yun snorted coldly, clearly harboring grievances over the Star Palace's sudden closure of the teleportation array. Upon hearing these words, the well-dressed man's companions found them quite reasonable. After exchanging glances, they decided not to pursue the topic further. As lesser cultivators, it was best to refrain from inquiring too deeply into matters concerning these factions, lest they attract trouble. After selling a few magical artifacts and materials, a middle-aged man in blue appeared behind the auctioneer, holding a red brocade box. Inside the box lay a fist-sized egg, white with purple hues. Su Yun's spirits were instantly lifted upon seeing this. A beast egg. The well-dressed man's eyes sparkled with excitement. For nurturing a high-tier beast had long been his aspiration. The others also displayed expressions of delight. If this were the case, might they also have the opportunity to acquire their own spirit beasts in the future? Finding a good spirit beast in the Inner Star Sea is notoriously difficult. The egg of the purple cloud eagle, which matures into a level 4 earth attribute beast, boasts feathers as hard as steel. While it possesses only a simple shield spell, its flying speed is astonishing, rivaling that of high-tier flying artifacts. Its sharp claws can easily tear through the protective shields of Foundation Establishment cultivators, making it a rare species among beasts, a perfect choice for those at the Foundation Establishment stage. The starting bid is 2,000 spirit stones, with increments of 100. The bidding begins. The auctioneer seemed confident in the value of this beast egg, swiftly introducing it before commencing the auction without hesitation. Indeed, many cultivators below have set their sights upon this item. No sooner had the elder's words fallen than bids began to emerge. While a 4th-level demon beast holds little significance for cultivators in the core formation stage, it is rather suitable for those in the Foundation Establishment stage. This is because higher-tier spirit beasts not only command exorbitant prices, but their maturation periods are also significantly longer than those of lower-tier beasts. Even with the application of secret techniques to hasten their growth, they simply cannot afford to wait. 2,500 spirit stones, 2,007. 3,000. The egg of the purple cloud eagle quickly surpassed the price of 3,000 spirit stones, ultimately being purchased for 3,003 by an exceptionally excited female cultivator. Indeed, it was considerably cheaper than within the Inner Star Sea. If this were in Starry Sky City, such a flying spirit beast egg would fetch no less than 5,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged man with a dark complexion fixed his gaze on the beast egg in the female cultivator's hands, murmuring to himself. Aside from Han Li, the other onlookers, including the well-dressed giant, were captivated, their eyes gleaming with interest. Su Yun observed this scene with a knowing smile, finding nothing extraordinary about it. The elder continued to auction off a 3rd-level and another 4th-level demon beast egg at a handsome price, bringing the auction of spirit beast eggs to a close. What is this? Upon seeing the next item brought up for auction, Madame Lu's expression suddenly changed, and the others looked equally astonished. Standing beside the auctioneer were now 2 young and beautiful women. Although they appeared to be merely in the 2nd or 3rd layer of chi refining, they were undoubtedly genuine cultivators. However, given their submissive demeanor as they were escorted onto the stage, it became evident that the auction item this time was, in fact, these 2 female cultivators. Su Yun showed no sign of surprise. Instead, he gestured for the others to listen to what the elder had to say. 4 low-tier furnace cauldrons in the chi refining stage were offered, each having only practiced the fundamental 5 elements techniques, and each possessed an utterly flawless physique. Yet, according to their stipulations, any cultivator wishing to purchase them must be at least in the mid-Foundation Establishment stage. The starting price for each was 2,000 spirit stones, and the auction commenced. Since the elder had summoned these 2 female cultivators, the many male cultivators below began to scrutinize them with fervent gazes. However, even after a considerable pause following the elder's announcement, no bids were forthcoming. In fact, 2 male cultivators seated not far in front of Han Li were engaged in hushed discussions. What uses 2,000 spirit stones for a 2nd or 3rd layer furnace cauldron? If one truly desires a maid or concubine, it would be better to purchase an ordinary woman from elsewhere. When the time comes and they grow old and lose their charm, just spend a little to send them away. But if it were a furnace cauldron of the foundation establishment stage, I would be willing to spend any amount of spirit stones. Dream on D. Oh, you think you are a core formation cultivator? Do not forget the rules here. Foundation establishment furnace cauldrons are simply beyond our reach. Even if permitted, spending such exorbitant prices would be more worthwhile to acquire a decent spirit beast egg instead. Although Han Li was still astonished by these conversations, the expression of shock on his face gradually faded. He had heard tales of certain factions secretly nurturing young female cultivators for use as furnace cauldrons, and even some high-ranking cultivators gifting these women to one another. However, it was worth noting that such practices were not publicly auctioned in the Inner Star Sea. Such conduct genuinely startled him. The expressions of the well-dressed men gradually calmed down. After all, the existence of a furnace cauldron is a well-known fact within the realm of cultivation. However, Madame Lu and another young woman, both of whom are female, appeared somewhat uncomfortable. There is no need for fellow Taoists to be astonished. These women have willingly chosen to be others' furnace cauldrons. No one has coerced them. They primarily belong to the category of female cultivators with inadequate spiritual roots, who find it exceedingly challenging to ascend to higher levels through ordinary cultivation methods. Lacking esteemed predecessors to rely on, they are often overlooked by various factions, unwilling to expend spirit stones on their cultivation. Consequently, in a place like the Outer Star Sea, they disdain to engage in the mundane labors of common mortals. Moreover, venturing outside to hunt ferocious beasts would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, once they achieve a modicum of cultivation, they proactively offer themselves as furnace cauldrons for male cultivators of greater prowess. This not only provides their families with a substantial sum of spirit stones, but also grants them a certain degree of security. Should they manage to win the favor of a male cultivator, becoming a concubine or a similar status, they may encounter unforeseen opportunities. Naturally, there are also higher-tier female cultivators with decent spiritual roots who, for various reasons, voluntarily become others' furnace cauldrons. However, such cauldrons are not permitted to be bid upon by lower-tier male cultivators, and auctions of this caliber do not occur. Su Yun spoke slowly, indicating that such matters had long since become commonplace. Chapter 513, Inch Gold Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the others remained silent, especially with two female cultivators among their companions, making it difficult for them to openly express approval or dissent. Han Li stroked his chin, his face betraying no hint of emotion. He had no need for a furnace cauldron to enhance his cultivation and would not burden himself with unnecessary encumbrances. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy for these female cultivators, his own survival took precedence, compelling him to turn a blind eye to that moment. The two female cultivators on stage, having received no bids, were dejectedly led away. Observing this, Su Yun chuckled softly and explained. The well-dressed man chuckled awkwardly, offering no interjection. That Su Yun continued to converse with ease, appearing wholly unconcerned. The subsequent auction presented several rare and remarkable items seldom seen in the Outer Star Sea. Yet Han Li displayed a languid demeanor, disinterested in prolonging his stay. Just as he contemplated finding an excuse to depart, Su Yun seemingly discerned Han Li's impatience and proactively remarked, "The items at this auction lack true masterpieces. Only during the annual grand joint auction will genuine treasures make their appearance. At that time, fellow Taoists may return to witness them." Naturally, the well-dressed men had no objections, even if there were items of interest. Their spirit stones had been extorted away during the teleportation. Thus, with nods of agreement, Su Yun led them out of the bidding hall. Accompanied by a mortal woman, they exited through another passage, moving away from the Pearl Pavilion. The numerous stone houses connected together served as temporary lodgings for foreign mortals, and those seeking survival in Blackstone City must first register here for effective management. However, if no one is willing to employ these mortals within a certain time frame, they must promptly depart from Blackstone City. The mortal woman encountered earlier at Mingzhu Pavilion is one such individual. The spacious room she emerged from is none other than the largest raw material shop in the city, Xinjinggu, renowned for its diverse and rare materials. It is said that as long as you can name it, there is no material that this establishment cannot procure. Although this may be somewhat exaggerated, its reputation is indeed formidable. Adjacent to it are three stone houses connected together. Which As Su Yun led the group down a familiar street, he casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart stirred, and he abruptly halted his steps. "Brother Chu, what is this?" The scarred-faced cultivator was momentarily taken aback. Inquiring with a hint of curiosity, the well-dressed man and his companions looked back at the lagging Han Li with similar expressions of confusion. Chu, Have some matters to attend to alone. I shall part ways with you all here. Of course, should fate allow, we may meet again. Han Li lifted his gaze to the sky and, with a calm demeanor, spoke. Although his words were softly spoken, they carried an undeniable authority that Su Yun and the gentleman in fine clothes were momentarily stunned. Naturally, they did not wish to let go of a cultivator of Han Li's caliber so easily, and as they contemplated words of persuasion, they were met with the chilling gleam that suddenly flashed in Han Li's eyes. An inexplicable chill coursed through them, and they swallowed their words of opposition, responding only with murmurs. They then watched as Han Li entered the nearby Cunjingu, disappearing from sight at that moment. The two exchanged uncertain glances, both breaking into a cold sweat. The others nearby regarded them with puzzled expressions, unaware of the unfolding situation. This person is, the well-dressed man chuckled awkwardly, seemingly wanting to say more. Since Brother Chu is unwilling to accompany us, he must have his own plans. I shall continue leading the others down another street. Cian unexpectedly interjected, hastily moving towards a different path. Soon after, the scarred-faced cultivator's voice reached the well-dressed man's ear. Brother E, this individual acts in a manner that is inscrutable. It is best that we refrain from entangling ourselves with him. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. This Brother Chu's cultivation level far surpasses ours, so we should avoid discussing him behind his back. Upon hearing this, the well-dressed man's expression shifted several times as he glanced at Cunjingu before giving a slight nod. He then led the others to follow suit. Meanwhile, Han Li, under the guidance of a refined young man, entered a more elegantly appointed room within Cunjingu. Although the establishment appeared as a massive stone edifice from the outside, inside it was divided into numerous private chambers, each staffed by individuals selling various categories of materials. Han Li wasted no time and immediately requested to see the manager upon entering. Most cultivators would not easily achieve such a request. But as Han Li subtly released his aura of the core formation stage, he was promptly escorted respectfully to a VIP room. Even in Blackstone City, a core formation cultivator commands significant respect. Han Li had only been in the room for a brief moment when an unassuming elder entered with a smile. This esteemed fellow appears unfamiliar. It must be his first visit to our esteemed Suanjin Pavilion. I am Li Sun, the steward of Suanjin Pavilion, and I extend my greetings to you. The elder spoke to Han Li with a slight clasp of his fists, revealing himself to be a cultivator at the early stage of Jindan. Should you have any matters to discuss, please feel free to speak. I, Li, shall certainly do my utmost to assist you. Li, the steward, exhibited a commendable magnanimity, not inquiring about Han Li's affairs, but readily offering his assistance. This display of generosity left a favorable impression on Han Li. However, he lacked the ability to see through Han Li's transformation technique, and thus did not perceive anything unusual about the seemingly frail middle-aged man before him. Han Li smiled faintly. I wish to procure a particular rare herb for alchemical purposes. Unfortunately, I only know its ancient name from the times of yore, and thus have been unable to locate it. I thought it prudent to come to fellow Taoist Li in hopes of fortune. Han Li spoke plainly, revealing his intent without pretense. This is a trifling matter, entirely manageable. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Li Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him, and promptly responded with a beaming smile that he then turned to the door and called out sharply, "Bring Guyu here." At once, a young attendant outside swiftly darted away. Please wait a moment, dear friend. Although Guyu is merely at the qi refining stage, he specializes in researching ancient alchemical recipes and rare herbs. So I trust he shall not disappoint you. Li Sun turned back to Han Li, speaking with a smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li's face brightened with delight, just as he was about to speak. A streak of red light shot in from outside, spiraling above the room before landing accurately in the elder's hand. It was a message talisman. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's face as the talisman ignited in flames within the elder's grasp. Li Sun stared intently at the blazing orb for a moment before flipping his palm to extinguish the fire. He then raised his gaze, regarding Han Li with an expression of astonishment. I truly apologize. I did not realize that Brother Chu had only just arrived in Haishi City today. I ought to have extended the courtesy of a host. The elder's demeanor instantly warmed by 3 degrees. In merely this brief span, he had discerned Han Li's general background, which took Han Li aback. Nevertheless, he maintained a gentle smile, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. You were too kind. Dear fellow. It took considerable effort for me to arrive at Chiyuan Island. I do not wish to draw undue attention, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Observing Han Li's demeanor, the elder understood that Han Li preferred to refrain from elaborating on the matter. He promptly shifted the topic. engaging in discussions about amusing anecdotes and events related to Chiyuan Island, which captivated Han Li's interest and fostered a pleasant exchange at tea that moment. A scholarly gentleman in his 30s entered from outside. Bowing deeply to the two men with great respect, Jiyu pays his respects to the two esteemed seniors. May I inquire as to why I have been summoned? This man possessed an elegant countenance, with a long, dark beard and bright, deep-set eyes that exuded an ethereal quality. Li Sun merely nodded at the newcomer, gesturing for him to rise and speak that as commanded. I shall do my utmost, the younger one declared with a solemn demeanor. Chapter 514. Accompanying demon grass. Unfamiliar with the essence of this object, Han Li did not beat around the bush but directly inquired, I do have a faint impression of this item. He admitted, interestingly enough, had you asked me about it a few years ago, I would have been completely ignorant. However, 2 years prior, I came into possession of an ancient tome that mentioned Qianlu. I have since transcribed this text into a jade slip. Would you care to examine it personally? Upon uttering these words, Guyu displayed a hint of caution, while Han Li's heart soared with joy. Excitement flickering in his eyes. If there exists a record, that is splendid news. Should this indeed be the item I seek, I shall surely express my profound gratitude to my friend, Han Li replied, suppressing his exhilaration with a smile. Jiyu, upon hearing this, was equally elated. Securing a promise from a core formation cultivator was no small fortune for him. Without further hesitation, he began to rummage through his belongings, producing a pale yellow jade slip, which he presented to Han Li with both hands. This is the jade slip. Please examine it closely. Esteemed senior, Guyu spoke with great reverence. Han Li did not engage in further conversation, swiftly accepting the jade slip and scanning it with his spiritual sense. In mere moments, his expression shifted from excitement to confusion, and finally to deep contemplation. Li Sun, observing Han Li's fluctuating demeanor, was struck with an unnameable curiosity, while Guyu grew increasingly anxious, fearing that the Qianlu inscribed within his jade slip might not be the very item sought by the esteemed Chu. Indeed, this is the item. Han Li finally extricated his spiritual sense from the jade slip and spoke slowly. Albeit the excitement in his eyes had considerably dimmed. Is there some complication associated with Qianlu? The elder inquired, his eyes darting in a tentative manner. That I had not anticipated that this item would be so troublesome, especially considering its connection to an 8th-level demon beast. Han Li replied with a bitter smile. 8th-level demon beast. Li Sun gasped in astonishment, his gaze fixed incredulously upon Han Li. Indeed, what is referred to as Qianlu is, in fact, the essence of the accompanying demon grass. However, this grass must grow in proximity to an 8th-level demon beast to be effective. Han Li sighed, speaking with a tinge of helplessness. Upon grasping this information, Li Sun fell silent. He was well aware of the nature of accompanying demon grass, a spirit herb that flourished near the lairs of demon beasts, influenced by the malevolent aura over time. While such grass was indeed ubiquitous, the variant located near an 8th-level demon beast was an entirely different matter. Although the Outer Star Sea boasted legends of 9th and even 10th-level demon beasts, those remained mere rumors. The highest-level demon beast he had encountered in Blackstone City was a 7th level, let alone an 8th-leveled. Li Sun regarded Han Li with a glimmer of astonishment, pondering what precious elixir this individual sought to concoct that necessitated such an extraordinary ingredient. The contents recorded within this jade slip may require further study on my part. Might I inquire if you would part with it for my benefit? Han Li asked, toying with the jade slip before pausing. Then unexpectedly addressing Guyu, if it would prove useful to you, please feel free to take it. Guyu responded without hesitation, momentarily taken aback. Observing the other party's docility, Han Li gave a slight nod. With a flick of his wrist, a small vial and a talisman adorned with a yellow sword materialized in his hand. As your senior, it is only fitting that I do not take your possessions without recompense. Here is a vial containing a pill that can enhance your cultivation, along with a talisman for your use. Han Li gently tossed the 2 items over. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generous gifts, Guyu exclaimed, taking the items with overwhelming gratitude. For a practitioner at the Qi refinement stage, these treasures were indeed of the utmost value. Since you have already bestowed treasures upon me, Guyu, you may take your leave for now. Li Sun expressed a hint of surprise at Han Li's generosity, but discreetly urged Guyu to exit the room. In an instant, only the 2 of them remained. Apart from this matter, is there anything else I can assist you with, my friend? Please feel free to express any requests, Li Sun said with remarkable magnanimity. Since you are so gracious, I do have one more matter I wish to trouble you with. Might there be a unique horn of the agate beast available for purchase at this Tsuanjin Pavilion? Han Li inquired after a moment's hesitation, weighing his words carefully. You have indeed come to the right place. Although the agate horns are exceedingly rare, our establishment happened to acquire 2 last month. If you require one, I shall have it brought to you immediately, the elder replied, clapping his hands and smiling without a moment's hesitation. Han Li's face brightened with delight as he expressed his gratitude profusely. Before long, a young attendant entered, carrying a silver tray upon which rested an exquisite wooden box. Please have a look and see if this agate horn meets your satisfaction. Han Li, with a serious expression, nodded and opened the box. A blue glow emanated as a half-foot-long pointed horn revealed itself within. The item was crystal clear, spiraling into a sharp cone, with a blue sheen gracing its surface. Excellent. This will serve my needs perfectly. May I inquire as to the cost and spirit stones? Han Li inquired, displaying a satisfied demeanor as he closed the wooden box. The horn was procured by our establishment at the price of 5,000 spirit stones. Since you truly require it, you need only pay the acquisition cost, Li Sun replied with an amiable smile. Han Li, of course, did not engage in haggling. He promptly expressed his gratitude and produced a sufficient amount of mid-tier spirit stones to offer to the elder. With a swift motion of his ample robe, the elder collected the spirit stones, then inquired with a beaming expression, now that you have arrived, do you have any specific plans, my friend? Although your magical prowess is formidable, the high-tier demon beasts here can be quite perilous. Many cultivators at the core formation stage have suffered injuries when alone. Perhaps I could introduce you to some peers of similar cultivation for mutual benefit? Traveling together would greatly enhance our safety. Han Li smiled gently upon hearing this. The other party had continuously shown goodwill, and now had finally broached the topic of forming alliances. It was indeed wise to first strengthen his cultivation and become familiar with the local circumstances. However, should you ever seek companions in the future, do not forget to seek me out. Although a flicker of disappointment crossed the elder's face, he quickly resumed his demeanor of nonchalance. Han Li readily agreed and engaged in casual conversation with him for a while longer before taking his leave. Subsequently, a vague silhouette eerily drifted out from a landscape painting within the room. Astonishingly, it seemed that another individual had been present all along, clad in flowing white garments and shrouded in an ethereal azure glow. This figure exuded an air of profound mystery. Do not be concerned, the elderly man confidently declared. Although our exchanges have been limited and his visage appears unfamiliar, this practitioner of the surname Chu is undoubtedly a solitary wanderer. After encountering a few perils at sea on his own, he will inevitably recognize the merit of my earlier suggestion and will return in due time. That remains to be seen, the figure in white retorted coldly. Pray tell, can a nascent soul cultivator truly hunt demonic beasts alone in the abyssal seas? Li Sun shook his head dismissively. The other party does not seem to be an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. While he did not direct his gaze towards my concealed position during your discourse, I could not shake the feeling of being observed by him. That I suspect he has already discerned my presence, but chose not to expose it. The figure in white fell silent for a moment before solemnly stating, Are you certain? Your concealment technique should evade detection even by cultivators of a higher tier. Do you not tell me that this Chu fellow is actually a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? The elder, taken aback, expressed his doubt. It is difficult to ascertain. It is possible that his cultivation method is rather unique, or perhaps he possesses some extraordinary artifact. The figure in white conveyed a hint of uncertainty. Let it be. Regardless of whether this individual is ordinary or exceptional, we have made every effort to foster goodwill. That cannot be deemed a mistake. After pacing a few times within the room, Li Sun furrowed his brow and remarked. The figure in white nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 515. The Island in the Mist. At this juncture, Han Li had arrived at a general store near the Tsuanjin Pavilion, where he leisurely procured a local maritime map along with intelligence regarding the whereabouts of demonic beasts before exiting the shop with composure. Seeking a secluded spot, he briefly examined the map, only to find his brow furrowing in concern. The perilous areas marked near Chiyuan Island seem rather excessive. Are they all frequented by high-tier demonic beasts? As for the infamous abyss, it was not far from this location. If Han Li flew south at full speed for half a month, he would surely behold it. However, the sheer expanse of this abyss was nothing short of astounding, spanning thousands of miles, and according to the records, this maritime region was unfathomably deep, with no one having yet unraveled its precise depths. After perusing the information, Han Li promptly stored the jade slip containing the data and stood in place. His expression grave as he pondered. He did not venture to other locales within Haishi City, but instead exited the Stone City without hesitation. Once outside the small town, Hanli ascended into the air, transforming into a streak of azure light as he pierced through the void. The entirety of Chiyuan Island was not particularly vast. It was merely a medium-sized isle. Moreover, as Su Yun had mentioned, aside from Haishi City, there was no other city upon this island. The remaining areas appeared desolate, devoid of even a single village. It seemed that the island's other sections similarly prohibited the habitation of mortals and cultivators. Though the reasons remained unknown, Hanli swiftly soared beyond Chiyuan Island, gazing skyward at the heavens as he oriented himself before making his way northward. For him at this moment, the most pressing matter was to find a secluded island where few cultivators ventured, to establish a cave abode anew. The vicinity of the abyss was undoubtedly a congregation of numerous cultivators' dwellings, and Hanli had no desire to entangle himself with them, drawing unwanted attention. Thus, he deliberately chose to flee towards a direction far from the abyss. In the waters surrounding Chiyuan Island, there were not many large islands, most of which were already occupied by both cultivators and mortals. Hanli did not linger even for a moment on these islands, swiftly bypassing them without a second thought. Clearly, as he had anticipated, the northern seas were rather sparse in cultivators. After flying for over 10 days, sightings of other cultivators became increasingly rare when he did catch sight of them. The lower-tier cultivators immediately took great care to avoid him upon noticing his fleeing light, while the higher-tier ones regarded him with utmost vigilance, their faces etched with wariness. The act of killing for treasures here bore no distinction from the other beast-infested islands. Hanli himself exercised additional caution. After flying for 2 more days without encountering any other cultivators, he finally altered his course westward. According to the maritime charts, the west was said to harbor several small islands with minor spiritual veins. Due to the inferior quality of these veins, or their considerable distance from Chiyuan Island, safety was not guaranteed, resulting in few cultivators residing there. As for mortals, they would only inhabit the islands near Chiyuan Island, where safety was somewhat assured. Hanli, however, paid no mind to these conditions, intending to explore and see if any island caught his fancy. Half a month later, Hanli hovered above a small island measuring nearly 50 to 60 miles, intently gazing below. This was the 4th uninhabited island with spiritual veins he had discovered thus far. Though the island was not large, its environment was extraordinarily complex. It boasted barren, desolate land devoid of vegetation. Alongside dense woods of unknown trees, vibrant grasslands adorned with a riot of colors, and hills scattered across small mountains, Hanli had thoroughly scanned the entire island with his spirit sense, finding no traces of any cultivators having ever resided there. This was not due to the island's spiritual veins being particularly inferior, rendering it unattractive to other cultivators. On the contrary, although the spiritual veins were small, the spiritual energy they provided was quite abundant. While not of the highest caliber, they were certainly of above-average quality. The lack of cultivators on the island was entirely attributable to the peculiar environment surrounding it, which was exceedingly strange. What captivated Hanli most about this island was precisely this aspect. The island was ensconced within a vast expanse of white mist, which was not of natural origin, but rather emanated from nearby turbulent whirlpools. Even more astonishing was that this white mist only spread around the island's periphery, leaving the air above the island completely clear. When Hanli first beheld this scene, he was taken aback. However, upon breaking through the surface of the water and diving beneath the island, he gained complete clarity. The island's underside was densely peppered with countless holes, each the width of a finger, through which thousands of slender silver fish darted in and out. At first glance, these silver fish appeared no different from ordinary small fish. Yet, when Hanli enveloped his hands with spiritual power and casually caught one to scrutinize, he discovered that these small fish were devoid of scales, their bodies bristling with razor-sharp silver spines. Were an ordinary person to reach out to catch one, it would undoubtedly result in a bloodied hand. The creature was known as the swallowing sea fish. Upon witnessing this scene, Hanli immediately recalled the name. Despite its amusing nature, these small fish are a type of first-tier low-level demonic beast that dwell in groups. Not only do they possess bones as hard as iron, but they also delight in surfacing, inhaling seawater and exhaling white mist for amusement. They can often be observed near certain islands. However, the sheer number of these sea-swallowing fish near this island is quite extraordinary. The mist they expel could completely shroud an island. A truly rare occurrence. Even Hanli himself, had he not encountered a 4th-tier demonic beast, the silver-winged bird, and pursued it on a whim into the misty sea, would have remained oblivious to the existence of this island hidden within the fog. Merely brushing past it without a second thought, from a distance, This small patch of mist appeared to be merely a common sight on the ocean, utterly unremarkable amidst the countless phenomena of the sea. After circling the island several times, Hanley soon resolved to establish his cave dwelling here. What better choice for a hidden abode than such a secluded island? The spiritual vein of the small island lies within a miniature mountain range, only a mere 10 miles long and 30 to 40 feet high, featuring but a few sparse peaks. Given its diminutive stature, Hanley naturally deemed it unfit to carve out a dwelling halfway up the mountainside. Instead, he sought a narrow, concave valley at the base of the mountain range to begin his excavation. With his current cultivation level, replicating a cave dwelling identical to his previous one was a task of little effort. Within half a day, the general outline of the cave was formed. Hanley, lacking the inclination to further refine the dwelling, used several arrays he had crafted himself to envelop both the cave and the mountain in a protective formation, activating a barrier to create an illusion. From a distance, the mountain seemed to vanish, replaced by a lush green forest seamlessly blending with the genuine woodland nearby, devoid of any flaws. Yet, after observing the scene below for a considerable time, Hanley still felt a twinge of unease. Should someone, like him, fortuitously fly into the mist, these barriers would not escape the notice of a highly skilled cultivator. After pondering for a while, an idea suddenly struck him. 6 or 7 days later, as Hanley emerged from the cave once more, he held over a dozen identical array devices in his hands. These array plates appeared exceedingly rudimentary, lacking any sophisticated formations. However, once Hanley buried a set of these devices in various locations around the island and activated them, a torrent of mist surged forth from the formations, enveloping the entire island in a thick fog. Before long, the mist generated by these formations merged seamlessly with the surrounding sea mist, thoroughly concealing the island. At this moment, unless one were to fly at a low altitude, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern the existence of the island below. After surveying the area from above, Hanley finally felt reassured. Although activating so many formations consumed a considerable amount of spirit stones, he cared little for the expense. He preferred to spend wealth to avert disaster. Hanley transformed once more into a beam of azure light and descended. Below, he was ready to formally organize his cave, establish an insect chamber, and cultivate spiritual herbs. 2 days later, Hanley found himself in a stone chamber, holding the pale yellow jade slip given to him by the Inch of Gold Pavilion, intently scrutinizing its contents with his spiritual sense. His expression grave and serious. He exhibited a fleeting change in expression as his consciousness withdrew a jade slip. Yet he soon fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, he reached into his storage bag, and a white jade box appeared in his hand. After gazing at it for a moment, Hanley slowly lifted the lid, revealing a collection of multicolored small orbs. Chapter 506. Illusory Flame Moth. With 2 fingers, Hanley deftly pinched one of the orbs, and a vivid image surfaced in his mind, depicting a fist-sized orb radiating multicolored light, surrounded by a dozen smaller orbs. These orbs bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he held. The orb amidst the radiant hues was familiar to Hanley. It was none other than the celestial restoration pill that had flown forth from the void heaven cauldron. This enigmatic illustration was one of the few in the jade slip that lacked any descriptive text, appearing shrouded in mystery. When Hanley had briefly surveyed the jade slip in the Inch Gold Pavilion, he was naturally filled with astonishment. This was precisely why he had willingly offered an additional talisman to exchange for this jade slip from the ancient jade merchant. Otherwise, he would have settled for merely gifting a vial of pills. Aside from this illustration, there were several others within the jade slip that were equally peculiar, depicting bizarre items resembling magical artifacts and strange beasts or apparitions, all of which Hanley had never encountered. Considering that the celestial restoration pill was among them, it seemed these strange illustrations depicted items of significant importance. Hanley diligently committed these images to memory, for he might one day have the opportunity to encounter the other items, at which point he would treat them with the utmost seriousness. However, at this moment, as he gazed at the orbs nestled within the box, he found himself in a quandary. Undoubtedly, these multicolored orbs were closely related to the celestial restoration pill. Otherwise, they would not have appeared in the same illustration. Taking into account that these orbs were refined from the essence of the most radiant skeletal remains, and that Radiant had possessed the blood jade spider, could it be that this dark sorcerer's other apprentice had also ventured into the void heaven cauldron years ago and consumed a celestial restoration pill? This could explain why the bones had transformed into multicolored hues after death, which were then condensed into these orbs through the application of fire, based on Hanley's extensive experience with various pills. It was highly likely that the properties of the celestial restoration pill had either not been fully refined or were too potent, necessitating a recondensation and refinement after consumption. Thus, it seemed these orbs might represent the true essence of the celestial restoration pill. Otherwise, why would they appear so prominently within the illustration? The notion of using a cultivator's body as a furnace to nurture pills, although rare in today's cultivation world, was not entirely foreign to Hanli, who had witnessed it firsthand. The blood condensation 5 elements pill from the Black Fiend sect was one such brutally audacious method. Yet, all of this remained merely Han Li's speculative conjecture. He was not reckless enough to consume them immediately. After some contemplation, he decided to exit the secret chamber and make his way to the insect chamber. The insect chamber was no longer as simple as it had been in Tianqing City. Han Li had carved out 5 stone chambers of varying sizes. 2 of these were designated for cultivating 2 different batches of devouring gold insects. 1 batch consisted of the tens of thousands of devouring gold insects that had displayed their prowess in the Void Heaven Palace, voraciously consuming numerous iron fire ants. The other batch naturally comprised the nearly 1,000 meticulously selected insects brought from the cave dwelling in Tianqing City. These 2 batches of golden silkworms were deliberately placed in separate quarters. It raises the question of whether the excessive consumption of iron fire ants has played a role in this. It appears that the tens of thousands of devouring gold insects have begun to evolve and reproduce once more, with some of them already starting to consume one another. This comes as an unexpected delight for Han Li. In the remaining stone chambers, one housed the last bloodjade spider that Han Li possessed, while another contained the slumbering wailing beast that slept soundly throughout the day. The final chamber was designated for the golden silkworms that Han Li had collected during his time in the Void Heaven Palace. As for the bloodjade spider, there is little more to say. However, concerning the wailing beast, although Han Li possessed the Ming Hun pearl, he remained uneasy and refrained from hastily refining this pearl. Thus, he temporarily set it aside without addressing it, especially since the creature appeared to be behaving normally. Regarding the golden silkworms, Han Li had not collected them on a whim, for these peculiar insects were indeed noteworthy. Although their ranking was quite low, far beneath that of the bloodjade spider, they merely occupied the tail end of the list. Yet, these golden silkworms were rare among cultivators for their potential for secondary evolution. Given sufficient time, they could very well evolve into a flying insect known as the illusory flame moth. This moth was not to be compared with the golden silkworms. It occupied the 17th position on the ranking, possessing innate shape-shifting abilities. The extent of this ability was vaguely described in the records, suggesting that this insect was seldom witnessed during ancient times, with no concrete details provided. However, the high ranking of the illusory flame moth, even if it contained some inaccuracies, was undoubtedly significant. Thus, Han Li disregarded the astonished gazes of the other old monsters and had initially gathered these half-dead golden silkworms. However, they had been unceremoniously cast aside by Wan Tianming, and indeed, they appeared to be on the brink of death. After acquiring them, Han Li had tirelessly fed them spiritual nourishment, such as spirit-replenishing pills, barely managing to sustain their last breath. Yet their condition continued to deteriorate. Faced with this situation, Han Li felt utterly helpless. Now, an idea sparked within Han Li's mind, prompting him to directly approach the chamber of the golden silkworms, peering through the window that had been sealed with a spell. He took a glance and furrowed his brow. That moment, the verdant giant silkworms lay motionless on the floor, resembling lifeless entities. Had he not sensed their faint spiritual aura, he might have genuinely believed they had perished. Without further hesitation, Han Li stepped inside. After circling around these extraordinary insects several times, he selected a pair of the largest silkworms that appeared somewhat more vigorous than the rest from his robe. He retrieved a jade box and fed 2 5-colored orbs into the mouths of these peculiar insects before exiting the chamber. Han Li's reasoning was simple, since it seemed these insects were beyond saving. It would be better to test the efficacy of the orbs. Given the immense reputation of the Patching Heaven pill, its medicinal properties should be extraordinarily remarkable. If these orbs truly possessed the qualities he envisioned as genuine Patching Heaven pills, then even if they failed to save the golden silkworms, they would not worsen the situation. Naturally, if the silkworms exhibited any adverse reactions after consuming them, Han Li would no longer regard the orbs. In the days that followed, he also attended to the peculiar existence of the Nine. This indeed serves as a crucial support for him in his future aspirations to condense a nascent soul. Thus he must exercise utmost caution in its careful preservation. At the heart of the medicinal garden, Han Li meticulously delineated a small plot of land. Subsequently, he employed several sets of refined prohibitive formation flags to encircle this land, rendering it impervious to the elements, transforming the surrounding ground into something as solid as gold or stone. Only then did he feel secure enough to transplant the essence of the nine within it. As for the incarnation of the nine, which had been ensnared within a jade box as a white rabbit, Hanli had no intention of keeping it confined for long. After all, even an incarnation could potentially affect the essence of the spiritual herb over time. Hanli then brought a jade box adorned with various talismans beside the essence of the spiritual herb and tore off the talismans from the box, before he could even lift the lid. A beam of white light shot forth from the box, spiraled around, and dove into the nearby nine, disappearing without a trace. Witnessing this turn of events, Hanli couldn't help but smile knowingly that it seemed that after a bout of capture, the white rabbit incarnation had become increasingly timid and apprehensive. However, as Hanli gazed at the essence of the nine, his mind was preoccupied with contemplation. He pondered whether the green liquid contained within the small vial could have any miraculous effects on this nine. This notion had sprouted in his mind since he first acquired the spiritual herb. Nevertheless, the necessity for the green liquid had multiplied. This experiment could afford to wait. Moreover, should he utilize the green liquid and inadvertently cause the nine to dramatically enhance its abilities or undergo some mutation, escaping from the formation, it would surely lead to his profound regret. This was no ordinary plant, but rather a legendary celestial herb with its own incarnation. That it was prudent to proceed with caution. Holding on to this thought, Hanli settled the nine and then turned his attention elsewhere. As for the freshly produced green liquid, Hanli dedicated it entirely to hastening the growth of the soul-nurturing tree among the three divine trees. Though it was merely a small segment of the root, Hanli was confident that given a few years, a millennia-old soul-nurturing tree would be reborn. Initially, Hanli had intended to delve into the study of the Void Heaven Cauldron to ascertain any further methods of activation. However, a small rib bone inadvertently discovered in his storage bag piqued his interest momentarily. Lying on the bed in his chamber, Hanli held the pristine, translucent object, his face alight with curiosity as he examined it intently. Chapter 517. The mysterious inscription. First and foremost, this object could not possibly be a rib bone of the ancient demon known as Xiangu, setting aside its peculiar material. The faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from it indicated that it was neither a treasure nor an ordinary item, but certainly something that had been refined by someone. Yet, regardless of whether Hanli employed his spiritual sense to probe or gradually infused it with spiritual power, the rib bone displayed no reaction whatsoever. Furrowing his brow, Hanli promptly recalled that the ancient demon practiced the path of demons and spirits, leading him to suspect that this object likely required the assistance of some form of ghostly energy. Although Hanli himself possessed no ghostly power, the soul-gathering bowl he had acquired in his early years remained in his possession, while the souls within the bowl had long been consumed in the crafting of puppets. The residual ghostly energy within the bowl was still considerable. Thus, he pressed a hand into his storage bag, summoning the dark, round bowl into his grasp. The casual glance at the soul-gathering bowl caused a flicker of azure light to dance at his fingertips. A thread of chilling energy was drawn into Hanli's body through his palm, gradually transferring to the other hand that clutched a piece of bone. A swirling mass of cold, dark energy began to take form, swiftly enveloping the rib. Hanli's gaze remained steadfast, unblinking, fixated on the unfolding scene. The rib finally reacted. Its once pristine and smooth surface began to darken. Before long, the entire mass of dark energy was absorbed into the bone, transforming it into a mottled half-black, half-white hue. Observing these changes, Hanli's expression betrayed no sign of surprise, though his brow subtly furrowed. After a moment's contemplation with his eyes closed, he abruptly sat upright on the bed. In his grasp, the soul-gathering bowl erupted with an even more blinding azure light. Simultaneously, from his other hand, a faint whisper of ghostly wails emanated, as a larger mass of pitch-black energy took shape. The rib, ensconced within, voraciously consumed this dark energy without restraint. After a duration equivalent to a teacup of time, as it continued to absorb the energy, the rib gradually adopted the same inky hue. Suddenly, a deep, resonant hum resonated from the rib, followed by tendrils of black light bursting forth, filling the room with an eerie, sinister ambience. Hanli hesitated momentarily before retracting the soul-gathering bowl, simultaneously loosening his grip. Allowing the rib to float freely, the surrounding dark energy dissipated completely under the impact of the black radiance. Gazing at this peculiar spectacle, Hanli's eyes flickered incessantly. However, apart from the low humming and the persistent flicker of black light, the bone exhibited no further transformations. After a while, a change swept across Hanli's countenance. He suddenly beckoned towards the air, With a swift whoosh, the rib was drawn towards him as if by an unseen force. Landing securely in his grasp, Hanli then scrutinized the object, his consciousness penetrating its essence. This time, he no longer felt the previous barrier to his perception. His consciousness smoothly delved into the rib. And as the black light flickered, a series of magnificent ancient characters and illustrations materialized before his eyes. Jade tablet, Hanli murmured to himself, suppressing an overwhelming sense of astonishment. This object was likely a specially crafted jade tablet, a conjecture he had entertained beforehand. Thus, he restrained his burgeoning excitement and began to meticulously ponder each character. Upon encountering the somewhat familiar phrases in the first half of the Xianyin Sutra, Hanli became entirely convinced of the incantation's content. Although he had never practiced this renowned demonic cultivation method, the blood-refining divine light he had once cultivated had indeed originated from this very technique, sharing numerous similarities in content. Hence, after perusing the initial segments of the incantation, he deduced this conclusion from the various comparable cultivation methods. This rib-like jade tablet was none other than the so-called Xianyin scripture. To be candid, a sense of disappointment washed over Hanli. Given that he had already cultivated the Qing Yuan sword art, he would not foolishly embark on retraining this formidable yet overpowering technique. Nevertheless, he did not immediately withdraw his consciousness from the Xianyin scripture, continuing to read attentively, as the latter half documented certain arcane techniques of the demonic path, which were not entirely off-limits for cultivation. As these astonishing techniques unfolded one after another, Hanli's expression shifted from initial disappointment to surprise, gradually intertwining with a note of solemnity, until his entire visage was suffused with a subtle excitement. The potency of these arcane techniques is truly beyond comprehension. He is confident that if he can cultivate the Qing Yuan sword technique to its 9th layer, in conjunction with the secret arts derived from the Xianyin scripture, he may not stand a chance against a nascent soul cultivator, yet he would possess a viable opportunity for survival and escape, and no longer would he be merely at the mercy of those formidable beings of extreme Yin, helplessly facing annihilation. Among these secret techniques, the celestial corpse fire of the extreme Yin patriarch is prominently featured, while the celestial corpse itself is merely a byproduct of the cultivation of this technique. Regrettably, this secret art necessitates a foundation in the Xianyin scripture and requires cultivation at or above the nascent soul stage to practice. Otherwise, he would indeed be tempted to experiment with it. After all, he has witnessed the unparalleled ferocity of the celestial corpse fire firsthand. Nevertheless, even so, the weaknesses of this fire are clearly divulged within the cultivation manual. Upon observing this, Hanli could not suppress a cold smirk. Should the extreme Yin adversary attempt to employ this infernal flame against him next time, he would undoubtedly astonish them. After further contemplation, Hanli committed to memory 2 or 3 techniques that could be cultivated at the core formation stage. He resolved to begin their practice when time permitted. Carefully stowing away the small rib bone that concealed the Xianyin scripture, Hanli felt an immense satisfaction with this acquisition, his heart still brimming with uncontainable excitement. After a moment of reflection, he reached for the Shutian cauldron within his storage pouch. His curiosity igniting fervently, he promptly set off towards the secluded chamber of his cave abode. If he could successfully open the Shutian cauldron in one go, it would not merely yield the coveted Tiantian pill, but could also bestow upon him several ancient treasures, significantly enhancing his power. With this thought in mind, aside from his daily routine of observing the golden silkworms, Hanli devoted himself tirelessly to the study of the small cauldron, frequently perusing various ancient tomes in search of any insights into the cauldron's unlocking methods. This cauldron is indeed remarkable. Not only has it withstood flames and floods, but Hanli has also tested all manner of magical artifacts and ancient treasures against its walls, none of which left a trace. Even the recently restored evil-repelling divine thunder from the Qingzhou Fengyun sword met with no reaction upon striking the cauldron. Ultimately, Hanli resigned himself to placing the small cauldron back into his storage pouch, as for the Qianlong pearl, which he suspected might be intimately connected to the unlocking of the Shutian cauldron. He was even more hesitant to touch. The Qianlong ice flame is a presence that even nascent soul elders dread profoundly, until he reaches the late core formation stage or successfully forms his nascent soul. He has no intention of attempting to manipulate or refine this pearl. Hanli possesses enough self-awareness in this regard. Meanwhile, the 2 golden silkworms that ingested the multicolored orb remain unchanged, showing no significant reaction, indicating that the medicinal properties have yet to manifest. Conversely, in another chamber housing tens of thousands of devouring gold insects, A large-scale cannibalistic frenzy has finally commenced. It seems that new devouring gold insect eggs are about to hatch, which brings Hanli great joy. His next course of action is to reforge the 72 Chiju Feng'an swords using the refining crystals acquired along the lava path, with no intention of wasting a single fragment. Preparing to infuse these crystals gradually into the flying swords. Thus, while he cannot claim his Chiju Feng'an sword to be indestructible, the number of entities capable of damaging it within this realm is indeed exceedingly few. This will greatly benefit him in future confrontations with high-ranking cultivators. However, the process of refining this crystal is undeniably an arduous endeavor, given the unique material of this object. Although the ancient texts do not elaborate extensively, Hanli estimates that it would require at least half a year to gradually refine this crystal using the formation. If, during the midway point of the refinement, his magical energy were to suddenly wane, rendering him unable to sustain the process, the crystal would be irrevocably destroyed. This is no trivial matter. Had he been at the early stage of the core formation, even with various spiritual herbs to assist him, he would not have dared to take such a risk. Yet now, possessing the Millennium Spiritual Liquid, although he had consumed a portion previously, the remaining quantity alleviated his concerns regarding insufficient magical energy. Instead, considering the impending voyage to hunt demonic beasts, it is evident that having a more formidable talisman would be advantageous. Thus, the endeavor to reforge the flying sword has become an imperative for Hanli. In the newly constructed cave dwelling of Hanli, after he had set up a concealed array within, he entered with the crystal and the vial of Millennium Spiritual Liquid. Once inside, the heavy door of the secret chamber sealed shut. Remaining unopened for an entire year, the operations within the cave were managed by several giant ape puppets stationed outside the secret chamber, ensuring that everything remained orderly without incident. However, on this particular day, an unexpected occurrence took place. A resounding rumble suddenly emanated from outside, followed by the ground beginning to shake without warning, causing even the walls of the secret chamber to tremble incessantly. Simultaneously, faintly, the sounds of thunderous waves could be heard from outside, growing louder as if the entire island were engulfed in a tempest. With a loud thud, the stone door of the refining room was pushed open from within. In an instant, Hanli emerged with a cold demeanor. Though his eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment, he tilted his head to listen to the cacophony outside, then swiftly pressed his hand against the storage bag at his waist, causing a beam of yellow light to shoot forth from it. After a brief spiral, it landed in Han Li's hand, a flag adorned with faint yellow patterns, measuring 2 to 3 feet in length. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of azure energy onto the flagpole. Instantly, the yellow light intensified, and with a glimmer of cold determination in his gaze, he flicked his wrist that a stream of yellow light shot towards the ground, and the flag swiftly burrowed into the earth, vanishing without a trace. A deep incantation flowed from Han Li's lips, its tones varying in weight. An astonishing scene unfolded. The ground and walls shimmered with golden radiance, as if transformed entirely into radiant gold. Simultaneously, the trembling, shaking, and the haunting sounds of thunderous waves abruptly ceased, restoring everything to normalcy. Observing this turn of events, Han Li's expression softened slightly. However, the hint of suspicion in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Suddenly, he transformed into a streak of azure light, darting towards the entrance of the cave. Moments later, Han Li, enveloped in azure light, appeared above the island. Though shrouded in mist below, the formation he had personally arranged could not hinder his sight in the slightest. Yet the scene before him caused his expression to shift dramatically. While the mountain range housing his cave dwelling remained as steadfast as a mountain due to the array's restrictions, the area beyond the formation quivered with mournful cries. Not only did the landslide in certain hilly regions unleash torrents of mud, but the ground also began to fracture with immense cracks several zhang wide due to the violent tremors. The flora and fauna were uprooted in the blink of an eye. Yet, none of this could incite such a loss of composure in Han Li. What astonished him even more was the sight of monstrous waves rising on one side of the island's sea. Towering over 100 zhang, these titanic waves crashed relentlessly against the island, incessantly eroding everything in their path, transforming nearly half of the island into a swampy expanse from the direction of the surging waves. Beyond the vast sea mist, a deep and eerie roar complemented the thunder, as though some ferocious beast was furiously raging there. With each resonant roar, the thunder and waves surged to even greater heights. Could it be that a high-tier demon beast was stirring up trouble on the nearby waters? Gazing towards the direction of the waves, Han Li pondered. Judging by the ferocity, it was undoubtedly a beast of considerable size. Otherwise, such a display of power would be inconceivable. With this thought, curiosity surged within him. After a moment of contemplation, a flash of brilliance enveloped him, and he plunged into the misty sea, swiftly flying towards the source of the roars. However, to exercise caution, Han Li suppressed his aura, rendering his escape light dim and unobtrusive. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Emerging from the sea mist, Han Li immediately spotted his target without the need for a search. Just as he had surmised, not far from him, there indeed lay a demon beast stirring up the waves. Yet, the sheer size of this creature was staggering. Although he had anticipated its enormity, Han Li still gasped in astonishment. Before him was a turtle-like demon beast, its size nearly 1,000 zhong, appearing as a colossal mountain afloat on the sea. Its dark, sturdy shell and dragon-like azure head reared back, emitting a piercing roar. Its limbs, as thick as massive pillars, and a silver tail extending dozens of zhong swept through the surrounding waters, generating towering waves and swirling white gales that danced around the demon turtle. Engulfing the sea in chaos, what truly unsettled Han Li, however, was not merely this tempest. Above the turtle, the sky was shrouded in dense clouds for thousands of miles, with bolts of lightning, as thick as arms, cascading down from the roiling clouds, creating a terrifying network of thunder and lightning that relentlessly struck the beast. Remarkably, this turtle endured the onslaught of heavenly thunder, rising valiantly amidst the tumultuous waves and gales, seemingly unscathed. Yet, this only rendered the giant turtle more irritable, its originally emerald eyes gradually turning crimson. Transformation, thunder, tribulation, Han Li murmured with a peculiar expression, his gaze flickering uncertainly. The so-called transformation thunder tribulation refers to the heavenly tribulation that a 7th-tier demon beast must undergo to ascend to 8th-tier status. Only after enduring this tribulation can the demon beast transform its form, partially adopting a human shape. As one's cultivation deepens, the extent of transformation varies. It is said that by the 10th tier, a demon beast can become indistinguishable from a human. Although Han Li had encountered numerous references to the tribulation of transformation in various texts, witnessing such a scene today left him uncertain whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. The fortunate aspect was that the emergence of this demonic beast indicated the presence of an 8th-level creature in the waters surrounding Qiyuan Island. This meant that his Qianyedu was not without hope. However, the misfortune lay in the fact that if the gigantic tortoise was undergoing its transformation tribulation in this area, it was highly likely that its lair was also situated nearby. Han Li had no desire to coexist with an 8th-level demonic beast. Even a newly ascended 8th-level creature was beyond his ability to confront. Currently, this demonic tortoise was merely a 7th-level beast, and thus unable to detect the existence of his cave abode. Yet, once it ascended to the 8th level, Han Li was doubtful he could conceal himself from its divine sense. There was a possibility that while he was cultivating within his cave, the tortoise would come seeking him. The territorial instincts of high-level demonic beasts were not to be underestimated. Could he really abandon the cave he had just established? A wave of irritation surged within Han Li, causing his myriad flying swords to stir restlessly. As he emerged from the secret chamber, the 72 Qizhu Fengyan swords had already been fully refined. The difficulty he encountered in the crystallization process far exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought that a little over half a year would suffice. Instead, it took nearly a full year to complete the refinement. During the remaining time, he had taken the opportunity to enter seclusion and specifically cultivate his flying swords. Had it not been for the disturbance caused by this demonic beast, he would have likely remained in seclusion for several more months. Rather than wait for this beast to complete its tribulation, weakened and vulnerable, he contemplated launching a surprise attack. If he could eliminate it during this opportunity, it would certainly be a cause for celebration. If that failed, he could promptly leave the small island in search of another refuge. As this thought crossed his mind, Han Li felt a tightening in his chest. Yet, moments later, he shook his head in denial. Even an 8th-level demonic beast in a significantly weakened state was not something he could handle alone. Han Li was uncertain of the true might of an 8th-level creature, but he had witnessed firsthand the powers wielded by Yuanying stage cultivators. Faced with such peril, he would rather relocate his current cave abode. Unfortunately, the golden devouring insects had consumed their fill and produced new eggs. Otherwise, had he carried them with him, he might have dared to test his luck. He certainly did not wish to wait for the demonic beast to finish its lightning tribulation, only to discover him spying from the sidelines and thus invite calamity upon himself. However, as soon as Han Li turned around, a sharp screech echoed from the distant sky, followed by a faint glimmer of golden light flickering on the horizon. In the opposite direction, A melodious cry of a phoenix resonated, accompanied by a fiery red glow soaring toward him. Taken aback by this sight, Han Li barely had time to react. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose over another stretch of sea not far from the giant tortoise, with dozens of robust water columns erupting, soon causing vast amounts of seawater to surge and swell, as if some colossal creature were about to emerge from the depths, with a flash of blue light. A massive beast, entirely crimson in hue, broke through the waves. As it surfaced, it emitted a bizarre shriek akin to the neighing of a steed, reverberating in Han Li's ears and leaving them buzzing. Startled, Han Li nearly fell from the sky, but after hastily channeling his mana, he managed to regain his footing. The Dainju circulated rapidly within him as he stared at the monstrous creature with a pale face, his expression one of sheer horror. Chapter 519, The Venomous Jiaolong. Inwardly, Han Li silently exclaimed upon encountering the creature. This fiend was resplendent in crimson, its form stretching an impressive 100 zhang. Almost identical to the ink-black Jiaolong he had previously encountered. It was indeed a genuine Jiaolong, and more alarmingly, it was the notorious venomous Jiaolong among its kind. The ethereal radiance shimmering upon its vivid scales suggested the unmistakable presence of a true 8th-tier beast. The inexplicable pressure it exerted upon him was reminiscent of what he had once experienced in the presence of those formidable Yuanying stage elders. The Jiaolong species is among the few celestial spirits that have persisted since ancient times. Not only do these beasts cultivate at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary demonic creatures, but once they reach maturity, their magical prowess and abilities exceed those of their peers. Indeed, it is not inconceivable for purebred Jiaolong to vanquish opponents of higher tiers. If the records were to be believed, despite being an 8th-tier beast, this venomous Jiaolong would not falter even in a direct confrontation with a 9th-tier beast. How could this not cause Han Li to change color in fear? He was on the verge of fleeing, yet he managed to restrain himself with a modicum of rationality. In the distance, 2 streaks of light were rapidly approaching. Seemingly harboring ill intentions, it would be wiser to escape amidst the chaos than to act recklessly and risk revealing his whereabouts. Nevertheless, Han Li discreetly donned his blood-colored cloak, and with a subtle flick of his hands, the 5 elements ring and the flower basket materialized in his grasp. The sense of reassurance washed over him. At that moment, the venomous Jiaolong ceased its long hiss and, turning its massive head, cast a glance at the gigantic tortoise still valiantly resisting the onslaught of lightning. A flicker of intrigue flashed in its eyes. However, it soon radiated a chilling azure light, and its colossal form rapidly diminished and reshaped itself. Moments later, a humanoid Jiaolong, roughly the size of an ordinary person, stood in its place. Witnessing this transformation left Han Li utterly astounded. The humanoid venomous Jiaolong stood barehanded upon the waves, seemingly unfazed, as if treading on solid ground. Yet, upon assuming human form, the Jiaolong's emerald eyes inadvertently glanced in Han Li's direction, where he was concealed. The icy malice in its gaze sent a shiver down Han Li's spine, causing cold sweat to bead on his palms that clutched the ancient artifacts. Fortunately, at that very moment, a golden light and a similarly vibrant red glow approached simultaneously from the distance. The venomous Jiaolong immediately dismissed Han Li, directing its frigid gaze towards the 3 figures that had emerged in the air. The figure encased in golden light was an elderly Taoist, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Wielding a treasured sword upon his back and a whisk in hand, adorned in a resplendent golden 8 trigrams robe, he scrutinized the humanoid Jiaolong with astonishment, though a flicker of avarice also danced in his eyes. Not far from the Taoist stood a pair of middle-aged men, strikingly similar in appearance, with pallid, corpse-like faces and striking crimson robes, both indistinguishable from one another. The only distinction lay in one carrying a massive red gourd, while the other brandished a ghostly staff nearly a zhang in height. The 2 men exchanged glances with the colossal tortoise and the venomous Jiaolong before turning their expressions towards the Taoist, remaining silent and inscrutable. Among these 3, the Taoist was at the early Yuanying stage, while the 2 middle-aged men were merely at the late Jedon stage. Yet, what perplexed Han Li was the undeniable air of confidence exuded by the 2 men in crimson robes. Showing no signs of trepidation before the venomous Jiaolong and the elder Taoist, he chuckled to himself. The surprise of the old Taoist, he unexpectedly encountered 2 fellow practitioners, and he expressed his respect with a slight bow. After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled at the 2 individuals clad in crimson robes and remarked, "We too did not anticipate meeting the esteemed Jinxia here. Might it be that you wish to hunt the 2 demonic beasts below? If that is the case, my brother and I would gladly yield the opportunity to you." The man bearing the gourd adjusted his expression without a hint of change, and spoke with a steady demeanor. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The venomous serpent below was akin to a ninth-level demonic beast, and even in his arrogance, he did not believe he could defeat it alone. Were it not for his confidence in his potent artifacts, he would not even have dared entertain thoughts of confronting such a beast. Thus, after furrowing his brows a few times, he cleared his throat and candidly stated, "My friends, you jest I cannot contend with the venomous serpent alone. Likewise, even if you possess the extraordinary heavenly sand, it would not suffice to subdue this fiend. However, if we were to join forces, there might be a sliver of possibility. I wonder if you would be inclined to give it a try. It has been many years since anyone has encountered an 8th-level demonic beast. Should we be fortunate enough to succeed? I do not seek the 8th-level demon core, but I must claim the essence of this serpent for myself." Jin Xia stared intently at the two crimson-robed figures and spoke slowly. "Very well. Since the esteemed elder has spoken thus, let us agree upon it. We, the younger generation, do not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Let us fight with all our might." Upon uttering these words, the other individual swiftly produced the fiery red gourd from behind him. Hearing this, the old Taoist was overjoyed. He raised his hand, and a green jade ring burst forth from his sleeve, swelling in size and emitting a resonant hum. The venomous serpent below, which had been coldly observing the three, seemed to understand their words. That a glint of menace flashed across its eyes before it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a streak of bloodlight that shot towards the old Taoist in an instant. In a swift motion, he vanished from the surface of the sea. The next moment, the venomous serpent appeared behind the two crimson-robed figures, raising its hands as 10 fingers, aglow with blue light, plunged down fiercely. With a thunderous clang, a colossal green hand suddenly emerged to block the attack, but it was none other than the ghostly-headed staff of the red-robed practitioner, transforming into a fearsome specter of considerable height, thus saving them. Even so, the Ho brothers were taken aback, their previously pallid faces revealing a trace of astonishment. Simultaneously, they gently summoned the red gourd. With a resounding cry, an avalanche of crimson crystal sand surged forth from the gourd, transforming the surrounding area into a fiery realm and ensnaring the venomous serpent within. Meanwhile, the blood light emitted by the serpent entwined and clashed with the jade ring shot forth by the old Taoist, as though they were sentient beings engaged in a fierce struggle. Observing Jin Xia's grave expression and his evident reluctance to allow the bloodlight to approach, it was clear that this bloodlight was equally formidable. The venomous serpent was compelled to face 3 adversaries and was evidently stalling for time to allow the demonic turtle to overcome its tribulation. Likewise, the old Taoist and the 2 crimson-robed figures were wary that the serpent might seize the opportunity to flee and were content to gradually deplete its magical power before launching a decisive strike. As for the giant turtle, even if it were to finish its tribulation, it would be gravely weakened and pose little threat. Thus, high above, a fierce battle ensued among 3 individuals and a demon. While below, the colossal tortoise faced a critical juncture in its tribulation. No longer did bolts of lightning descend from the heavens. Instead, clusters of silver thunderballs began to rain down. Each strike sent the giant tortoise trembling, its roars echoing through the air. Observing this scene, Han Li, hidden nearby, felt a surge of joy in his heart. He certainly harbored no foolish thoughts of reaping the benefits as an opportunist. The level of conflict was beyond his capacity to intervene. Regardless of whether the victor was a demon or a human, dealing with him, a mere early-stage golden core cultivator, would be a trivial matter. Now that a rare opportunity to escape had arisen, he hastily channeled all his magical energy into his blood-red cloak, which instantly transformed into a beam of crimson light, soaring through the air. Han Li's astonishing speed of escape startled the combatants. Yet they swiftly disregarded him, for although the crimson light moved with remarkable swiftness, they could discern Han Li's cultivation level at a glance. An early-stage golden core cultivator was, to them, of no consequence. Fearing that the cave would be discovered by these demons and cultivators, Han Li did not flee towards the misty sea but rather in another direction, with the incredible velocity afforded by the blood-red cloak. He escaped several thousand miles in one breath. Only after confirming that no pursuers followed did he finally relax, switching to a more ordinary speed and continuing on his way. After flying for the better part of a day, Han Li casually sought out a deserted island to temporarily alight. Indeed, the vicinity of the misty sea had returned to tranquility. There was no sign of demons, cultivators, or heavenly thunder, as if nothing had ever transpired. Standing above the nearby ocean, Hanli pondered for a moment before gradually extending his spiritual sense to scan the surrounding waters. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With a flash of azure light, he plunged into the sea. After a brief interval, Hanli emerged from the depths, each hand grasping a peculiar object. Chapter 520. The Five-Colored Pearl and the New Devouring Gold Insect. One item was a slender object several zhang in length, while the other was a half-severed ghostly-headed staff, still exuding an astonishing aura of spiritual energy. It seemed that the outcome of that fierce battle was far from certain. Once the heavenly tribulation concluded, it was quite possible that they would have pursued one another far from the area. After all, at the level of nascent soul and 8th-tier demons, it was no trivial matter for cultivators to exterminate demons for their course, nor for demons to devour cultivators' nascent souls. The weaker party would find escape considerably easier. Hanli examined the two items in his hands, a trace of caution appearing on his face. Even if the likelihood was slim, he was unwilling to be traced by others due to these objects. Inviting disaster upon himself, he surveyed the surroundings once more, confirming that no hidden cultivators or demons lurked nearby, before resolutely making his way towards the misty sea. The restrictions outside the cave remained intact, allowing Hanli to finally set aside his last concern as he hurried inside. Originally, before the battle commenced, Hanli had intended to vacate this island. However, after witnessing the fierce clash between the three cultivators and the demon, he had changed his mind. As for the giant tortoise, regardless of whether it lived or died, it had undoubtedly sustained grave injuries. Even if its lair was indeed within this sea region, such a fright would certainly compel it to relocate. Moreover, finding another island as secluded as this one was no simple task. Even if he did, who could say what other high-tier demons might be lurking nearby? Thus, the surroundings appeared to be markedly more secure. However, Hanli remained vigilant and did not let his guard down. He swiftly set up several illusionary formations across the small island and established 2 false caves in other regions of the mountains, carefully shrouded in restrictive barriers. This way, should formidable foes invade, he would have a chance to make his escape. After completing these preparations, Hanli finally felt a semblance of relief. Unbeknownst to him, the battle between humans and demons he witnessed that day had unwittingly ignited a significant catalyst for the forthcoming conflict among the demon cultivators of the Chaotic Star Sea. The enraged Serpentine clan of the Chaotic Star Sea had joined the ranks of high-level demon beasts intent on slaughtering human cultivators, resulting in devastating losses for humanity. At present, he was diligently concocting some trapping devices aimed at subduing demon beasts for future hunts. Facing high-level demon beasts of the 6th and 7th ranks, he could not afford to be complacent in the slightest. During this period, the devouring golden-eating worms finally laid their eggs. When Hanli joyfully beheld those eggs, his expression turned to one of astonishment. Though the eggs remained a pristine white, they bore conspicuous black spots on their surfaces, which were quite eye-catching. Upon seeing this, Hanli's first thought was that the golden-eating worms had perhaps evolved into their mature forms. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. From his estimations, although the previous golden worms had exhibited considerable power, they were still far from the legendary nearly immortal mature form. That it was implausible for them to have evolved so swiftly. After further contemplation, Hanli naturally recalled the thousands of iron fire ants that had been devoured. Could it be that the consumption of such a vast number of iron fire ants had triggered some unforeseen evolutionary process? His curiosity piqued. Nevertheless, according to his previous experiences, it would still take approximately a year's time for these eggs to hatch. Without further hesitation, he suppressed a flicker of anticipation and inscribed a control array, transferring all the eggs within and establishing a blood bond with them. Subsequently, Hanli glanced into the adjacent chamber housing the golden silkworms. Currently, aside from the 2 that had consumed the 5-colored pearls, the rest were gradually succumbing to death even with the aid of spiritual herbs. Although these 2 had survived thus far due to the wondrous effects of the pearls, there were no signs of recovery. At this point, Hanli had completely lost hope. He had specifically prepared some rainbow grass to administer to these 2 golden silkworms, hoping they might similarly produce silkworm eggs like the golden-eating worms. Hanli was now certain that even if the 5-colored pearls were not the famed celestial restoration pills, they were undoubtedly beneficial to the body and would pose no harm. After half a month, Hanli completed the crafting of all the trapping devices. He then administered the rainbow grass to the pair of golden silkworms before retreating into the seclusion chamber to consume the 5-colored pearls. Aside from the small pearl he had previously used, he still possessed 6. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the chamber, he gazed intently at the pearls within their box, his demeanor remarkably calm. Having made his decision, he was resolute and did not hesitate. Deftly, he picked up one pearl and placed it in his mouth. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on Han Li's face. The pearl, which should have been solid, became incredibly soft upon entering his mouth, possessing a slightly bitter taste. Yet it was effortlessly swallowed into his belly. A peculiar warmth began to rise within Han Li's dantian, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly as he turned his consciousness inward. The 5 colored orbs within his abdomen remained intact, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Observing this phenomenon, Han Li pondered momentarily before gesturing with his hands to form a spell. But a slender azure flame erupted from his golden core, enveloping the orbs as it commenced their refinement. The warmth swiftly transformed into an intense heat. At this juncture, Han Li closed his eyes, entering a state of deep meditation. 2 months later, the orbs had been reduced to formlessness by Han Li's alchemical fire. However, he did not immediately perceive any remarkable changes. After a brief hesitation, he began to refine 2 more orbs. As time passed, a year slipped by unnoticed. When Han Li finally emerged from his secluded chamber, all 6 5-colored orbs had been thoroughly refined. At that moment, he vaguely sensed that he was now absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and converting spiritual power at a slightly accelerated pace compared to before. Although the difference was subtle, it filled Han Li with overwhelming joy, for the efficacy of these 5-colored orbs was only just beginning to manifest. Yet, as he stepped out of the chamber, a cold splash of reality awaited him. After the golden silkworm had consumed a sufficient quantity of the rainbow grass, it indeed laid a multitude of eggs, over 100, in fact. Regrettably, not a single one of those eggs was viable. They were all lifeless. Moreover, the pair of golden silkworms perished shortly after laying their eggs. This left Han Li standing outside the insect chamber, at a loss for words as he gazed at the room filled with dead eggs. Despite this disheartening setback, Han Li had not returned empty-handed. At the very least, he had confirmed the approximate medicinal properties of the rainbow grass. Although he had previously harbored suspicions that consuming this grass during its leaf expansion could yield miraculous reproductive effects on high-tier beasts, he had never found the opportunity to validate this hypothesis. The rarer the high-tier beast, the more arduous the process of reproduction. It was no wonder that such formidable creatures flocked to this grass during its blooming phase. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. While Han Li was mired in melancholy over the golden silkworms, the gold-devouring insects began to hatch a few days later. The results of the hatching brought him unexpected delight. The newly emerged gold-devouring insects bore a striking resemblance to their predecessors. Yet their golden exoskeletons were now adorned with black stripes in addition to silver spots. Furthermore, the aura emanating from them felt distinctly different to Han Li, hinting at their altered nature. He was now fully convinced that these gold-devouring insects had diverged from the norm due to their previous generation's excessive consumption of iron fire ants. Naturally, Han Li was eager to conduct thorough tests to ascertain the specifics of their unusual traits. Thus, he filled a spirit beast pouch with the gold-devouring insects and re-entered the secret chamber. After a lengthy period, when Han Li finally emerged, his face was alight with uncontainable excitement. The power of these new gold-devouring insects exceeded his expectations, instilling him with greater confidence for his upcoming expedition to hunt sea beasts. Although he wished to further investigate the puppet components obtained from the Void Sky Cauldron, he estimated that tangible results would not be forthcoming in the near term, and thus he set that endeavor aside for the moment. Instead, he prepared for his maritime journey to collect high-grade demon cores. Naturally, he intended to bring along the necessary array instruments and rainbow grass. He would not neglect the blood jade spider and the weeping soul, as they would undoubtedly prove useful. However, he harbored some concerns regarding the spiritual herbs and plants within his cave, particularly the 9-curved spirit ginseng, which he felt reluctant to transplant and take with him. After careful contemplation, Han Li decided to retain a small number of the newly hatched golden devouring insects within his cave dwelling. He commanded them to annihilate any intruding cultivators or demon beasts immediately. Thus, as long as no nascent soul cultivator or 8th-level demon beast dared to intrude, he felt assured of his safety. Chapter 521, Soul Extraction and Pill Acquisition. As for the soul-nourishing wood, after more than 2 years of continuous nurturing with the verdant liquid, this wood, akin to the thunder bamboo, would cease to grow after 10,000 years, and no matter how much verdant liquid was dripped upon it, it would not yield an ounce more of spiritual energy. Naturally, Han Li would not let this wood go to waste. He carved the approximately 1-foot-long soul-nourishing wood into a dozen or so thumb-sized black orbs, which he strung together with a golden thread and wore around his neck. This wood required no particular refinement. Simply wearing it close to his body would yield the optimal effects for nourishing the spirit and soul. Having settled all matters within the cave, 3 days later, Han Li ventured forth alone. Silently flying out of the misty sea, with the neon garment grass in his possession, he had no intention of meddling in the abyss. Not only were 8th-level demon beasts known to roam there, but it was also undoubtedly a gathering place for cultivators, making it ill-suited for him to deploy the verdant liquid to exterminate demons. Consequently, he sought a location with coral islands instead. With this thought in mind, Han Li glanced in the direction and swiftly flew westward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A month later, Han Li halted at a vibrant coral reef. Along his journey, he had encountered several coral islands. But fearing potential troubles from being too close to his cave, he had chosen to ignore them and continued flying until he arrived here, although this place could not yet be termed a coral island. It was more than sufficient for transplanting the neon garment grass. Han Li resolved to commence his first battle against demons and pill acquisition here. He had already set up 4 formations around this coral reef, rendering the vicinity impervious to wind and rain. Before cautiously transplanting the neon garment grass to the center of the formation, to attract 6th-level demon beasts, he essentially needed to nurture the neon garment grass to 400 years of age. This meant he would require nearly a month to lure the demon beasts he intended to hunt. The initial 3-leaf expansions of the neon garment grass would naturally draw some lower-tier demon beasts to hone his skills. While the inner cores of 5th-level demon beasts held little value for him in alchemy, they could still be exchanged for a substantial amount of spirit stones, which he would not let slip by. As anticipated, before the 4th nurturing phase, 3 or 4 5th-level demon beasts came seeking him. Han Li effortlessly summoned several azure bamboo, cloud swords, and swiftly dispatched them. Gazing at the neon garment grass, which had unfurled 3 leaves, Han Li exhaled softly and gently inverted a small vial over the plant. A drop of vibrant green liquid fell upon it. After carefully securing the vial, Han Li sat beside the grass, closing his eyes to replenish his energy. On the 3rd day, the neon garment grass unfurled its 4th leaf, exuding a potent, alluring aura for demons. Throughout these 2 days, Han Li remained motionless, having fully restored his vitality. Although slaying 5th-level demon beasts was now a mere trifle for him, 6th-level demon beasts should also pose no challenge. However, it was wise to remain cautious as he ventured alone into the deep sea. The alluring demon grass was not without its potential pitfalls. In the past, there had been instances where a blunder involving the misty grass had inadvertently attracted level 6 or 7 demonic beasts, nearly costing him his life and forcing him to abandon the formation in a hasty escape. Han Li was determined not to meet his demise due to a momentary lapse in judgment. After a considerable passage of time, while seated beside the misty grass, Han Li's expression shifted slightly. He then opened his eyes, coldly gazing toward the distant sea. Moments later, the sea surface ahead suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and a tempest brewed, giving rise to a vast whirlpool approximately 10 zhang wide, from which a low, thunderous roar faintly emanated. Han Li maintained his composure, yet with a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of azure light, ascending into the air and casting a chilling gaze upon the tumult below. From within the whirlpool, several muffled sounds emerged, followed by a surge of black mist that enveloped a demonic beast as it leaped forth. This creature was not particularly large, only a few zhang in size, yet it directed its furious growls toward the misty grass. Observing this scene, Han Li let out a sigh of relief, despite the obscuring black mist. The aura emanating from the beast suggested it was indeed only of level 6, which posed little threat to him. Thus, Han Li remained motionless in the air, fixated on the beast below. The beast, agitated by the aura of the misty grass, seemed to spiral into madness. Finally, with a thunderous roar, it lunged fiercely toward the coral reef, accompanied by towering waves reaching over 10 zhang. Having witnessed the immense tidal waves caused by a level 7 giant turtle during its tribulation, such a spectacle failed to impress Han Li. As the black mist drew closer to the coral reef, Han Li's face flickered with a cold smile. With a swift motion of his hand, a palm-sized verdant formation plate materialized in his grasp. A flash of azure light emanated from his palm as he decisively struck the formation plate. In an instant, blinding yellow radiance burst forth from the plate. The next moment, numerous yellow beams shot from the sea, followed by the emergence of a yellowish barrier that ensnared the encroaching black mist. The demonic beast within the black mist clearly was taken aback. However, 2 iron-blue pincers suddenly burst forth from the mist, striking against the yellow barrier with a resounding crash. The entire yellow shield trembled perilously, appearing unable to withstand many more blows. Nevertheless, for Hanli, this was sufficient to contain the beast. He had long prepared the 5 elements ring, an ancient treasure, which he summoned forth with a melodious chime, causing it to vanish rapidly above the black mist. A low chant resonated, and then 5 colored rays of light suddenly appeared, plunging into the mist and disappearing without a trace. A cacophony of terrified howls erupted as the dense black mist dissipated, revealing the demonic beast within. There stood a 3 or 4 zhang long azure giant shrimp, adorned with 6 verdant eyes that radiated panic. It was now tightly bound by 5 copper rings, unable to move a single inch, resembling a wrapped dumpling. At that moment, 2 dazzling azure streaks shot down from the heavens, crossing in an intricate dance, and the giant shrimp was instantly cleaved into several pieces, greenish liquid splattering everywhere. A smile flickered across Hanli's face as he deftly manipulated the formation plate in his hand. After a fleeting flash of yellow light, it vanished immediately. Simultaneously, the luminous barrier below silently dissipated. Hanli retracted the 5-element ring from his hand and, with a deft motion, revealed a pitch-black round bowl. Cradling this bowl in both hands, he gently descended, landing beside the corpse of the giant shrimp. A glint of cold light flickered in Hanli's eyes as he cast a glance at the giant shrimp's head. Without hesitation, he extended a finger and began to chant incantations. A radiant white light ignited at his fingertip, growing increasingly brilliant as the spell progressed. Suddenly, with a cold snort, Hanli unleashed several slender threads of white light that pierced into the giant shrimp's head. Following this, his finger trembled slightly, and a green orb, roughly the size of a fist, was ensnared by the white threads and drawn forth from the giant shrimp's cranium, being pulled towards the soul-collecting bowl in Hanli's grasp. The green orb seemed to sense its peril, thrashing desperately in an attempt to escape. Yet it was futile as it was gradually reeled in. When it was a mere foot away from the bowl, a dark light erupted from within, enveloping the green orb, which was then swiftly drawn into the depths of the bowl. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile crept across Hanli's face. Taking a few steps forward, he rummaged through the remains of the giant shrimp and retrieved a pale blue orb. In comparison to a 5th-level demon core, this 6th-level demon beast's inner core was not only significantly larger, but also began to exhibit a semi-transparent quality, subtly radiating a beautiful luminescence. After observing it for a moment, Hanli stored the inner core into his storage bag and glanced once more at the giant shrimp's remains. As if struck by a thought, suddenly, he raised one hand, and 2 azure lights sliced through the air. 2 massive pincers were neatly severed from the body, and without hesitation, Hanli beckoned, retrieving both pincers into his possession. Subsequently, a small fireball erupted, incinerating the remaining remnants of the giant shrimp into ashes. He was convinced that this marine expanse could not possibly harbor only a single 6th-level demon beast. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the next one. Hanli mused. Chapter 522, Surveillance 7 years later. Above a certain expanse of alien sea, a group of over a dozen cultivators of varying prowess was gliding slowly at low altitude, occasionally glancing left and right. Among these cultivators, the majority were at the foundation establishment stage, while only the 3 leaders had reached the core formation stage, 1 in mid-core formation and 2 in early core formation. Brother Chio, is that 6th-level demon beast truly in the vicinity? We have been searching this marine area for several days now, and our search radius has been continuously expanded. Surely, the intelligence cannot be erroneous. A middle-aged cultivator with a pale golden complexion inquired impatiently, his annoyance evident. The recipient of his query was a grim-faced elder with a vulture-like visage, who was the highest-ranking cultivator among the group, being in mid-core formation himself. Why the haste, Taoist men? The information we received only provides a rough location. A few days' discrepancy is to be expected. This is far preferable to wandering aimlessly in other seas. I trust that the informant would not dare deceive me. The elder replied with a calm demeanor. Could it be that the demon beast has already departed this marine area, or perhaps this is not even its nesting place? A fierce-looking man interjected suddenly. That is unlikely. This is a rare glass beast. We have just scanned the depths of the nearby seabed with our spiritual senses, and below lies an abundance of the 3-colored algae, a favored delicacy of this beast. Its lair is undoubtedly not far from here. The elder with the dove-like visage affirmed calmly. It seemed that among the trio, the elder held considerable authority, as the other 2 ceased their chatter upon hearing his words, continuing instead to extend their spiritual senses in search of their surroundings. As for the foundation-building cultivators trailing behind, they were mostly their offspring and disciples, who naturally refrained from interjecting recklessly, under the guidance of the 3 leaders. This group of cultivators scoured the ocean for the better part of a day, yet regrettably returned empty-handed. Even the elder with the dove-like visage furrowed his brow slightly at this turn of events. Cough. We were originally faring well in the abyss. Even if one cannot claim to reap rewards each month, it was still possible to procure 3 or 4 high-tier demon cores within a year. Yet now, since departing from there, we have only managed to hunt down 2 high-tier demon beasts in these past 2 years. We cannot even secure 1 demon core per person, the pale golden-faced cultivator, surnamed Min, lamented. His frustration apparent. Enough. Min brother is well aware of the current situation in the abyss. To venture back now would not be an endeavor to hunt demon beasts, but rather a quest for self-destruction. The elder with the dove-like visage replied, "What Daoist Xian said holds some truth. Although the demon beasts in the abyss have remained relatively docile, never having set foot beyond its confines, who can predict when they might suddenly erupt in fury and surge forth? Such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. We must indeed remain vigilant." Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent for a moment, his expression tightening. However, at present, the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance are locked in an unyielding confrontation. The teleportation array remains a one-way passage, allowing exit but not entry. Even if we wish to leave, we would find ourselves unable to do so, the cultivator surnamed Min remarked with a wry smile. An expression of helplessness upon his face. "Humph, that is not necessarily the case," a rugged-faced man interjected with a dismissive air. "Oh, does Brother Xian have an alternative route in mind?" The cultivator surnamed Min initially displayed surprise, but soon his spirit was invigorated. "Is there truly such a possibility? Then his face brightened with hope, as he was about to inquire further when he was abruptly interrupted by a cold huff from the elder with the dove-like visage. The other two exchanged glances, contemplating that although the elder's method might seem simplistic, it did appear to be feasible. Just as they were about to discuss the matter further, a guttural roar echoed from a distant direction, followed by a series of explosive sounds resonating from the same vicinity. Lily Beast, the cultivator surnamed Min, and the rugged man exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming in unison, their faces alight with excitement. Indeed, the roar belonged to the Lily Beast. "It seems someone has found it before us. Let us move swiftly. Do not reveal our presence. We must act according to the situation," the elder with the dove-like visage commanded, his expression turning stern. The other two nodded in understanding, and the trio swiftly transformed into streaks of light, darting away. However, halfway through their flight, a flash of brilliance enveloped them, and they vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the group of foundation-building cultivators, now visibly tense, hurriedly set off in pursuit. After a brief interval, the 3 nascent soul cultivators arrived silently near a coral island spanning several miles, from whence the thunderous roars of the demon beast emanated. Before them lay a scene that was entirely within their expectations. A translucent sea beast, its body a delicate shade of pale white, was ensnared within a radiant barrier of crimson light on the island. This creature, measuring over 10 zhang in size, emitted countless milky white tendrils, fiercely slicing through the encroaching waves of red light, displaying an astonishing ferocity. However, this spectacle was not the primary concern of the trio. Their gazes were fixated elsewhere. In the air above the island, a young man clad in a pale blue robe stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of serene confidence. Brother Chio. This individual possesses merely the cultivation of early-stage foundation establishment. Shall we make our move? The fierce-looking Xianxing cultivator transmitted eagerly, his voice laced with excitement. Patience. Let us observe if there are others concealed nearby. We must avoid falling into any traps, cautioned the elder with a bird-like visage, his face briefly contorting with a fierce expression, yet he restrained his impulse to act, opting for prudence. Friend Min, Brother Cho's words hold merit. It is indeed suspicious for a cultivator of early foundation establishment to attempt to capture a Lily beast single-handedly, remarked another cultivator of early foundation establishment, his tone imbued with keen discernment. Upon hearing this, the brutish man felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly expanded his spiritual sense in search of nearby threats, yet found nothing amiss. At that moment, the blue-robed youth made his move. With a single hand raised, 7 beams of azure light shot forth, swirling in the air before converging into a massive azure sword, approximately 10 zhang in length, which then descended with a commanding presence. The Lily beast below seemed aware of the danger. It opened its mouth and expelled a white crystal sphere. As the sphere swelled in the wind, it transformed into a sizable orb, unreservedly confronting the descending giant sword. The sword maintained its descent, yet an astonishing thunderous roar emanated from it. With a deafening crash, the two forces collided. In that fleeting moment, the giant sword appeared to shimmer, With a swift whoosh, another identical giant sword shot forth from the azure light, vanishing in an instant only to reappear above the lowly beast, executing a silent and decisive strike. The demon beast let out a desperate roar, its white tendrils shooting upward in a frantic attempt to withstand the blow and evade disaster. However, with a resounding pu-chi, the giant sword effortlessly severed the colossal head of the lowly beast, sending emerald blood splattering in all directions, witnessing the instantaneous annihilation of the beast by the youth. The bird-faced elder and his companions were left in astonishment. Was that truly a lowly beast, renowned among sixth-tier demon beasts for its tenacity? It had been effortlessly dispatched by this youth with a single strike. Such a feat was difficult to fathom. Could it be that the youth was not merely an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but rather one of the late-stage? The trio, including the bird-faced elder, repeatedly confirmed with their spiritual sense, only to ascertain that the blue-robed youth, now descending beside the lifeless body of the demon beast, indeed possessed the cultivation of early foundation establishment. Yet, even if the three of them combined their strength, defeating a sixth-tier lowly beast would not be a trivial task, let alone achieving such an effortless execution. Could it be that the young cultivator was feigning weakness, concealing his true prowess through some secret technique? A sense of suspicion began to fester among the three. Chapter 523, the infamous name of terror. Brother Chio, shall we make our move? The voice of the fierce man grew slightly tense. However, upon witnessing the young man in blue produce a black bowl and begin to extract the soul of the glazed beast, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing a flicker of fear in his eyes. This individual seems rather peculiar. Perhaps it is best to refrain from provoking someone whose background is unknown. The monk with the surname Min, observing the elder's expression, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly furrowed his brow and tentatively inquired. Given that the three of them had managed to navigate the treacherous expanse of the alien sea thus far, it was evident that they were all exceptionally cautious individuals. The current situation was undeniably strange, instilling a sense of reluctance in the monk with the surname Min refrained from provoking. At this juncture, it is not merely a question of whether to act, but rather whether we can survive to leave this place. He mused. The elder with the bird-like visage's gaze wavered for a considerable time before he let out a bitter laugh and uttered an incoherent remark. This statement left both the fierce man and the monk with the surname Min momentarily stunned. They were acutely aware of the elder's nature and understood that he would not speak such words without reason, their expressions soon betraying a hint of astonishment. Have you two not noticed how closely this individual resembles a certain notorious figure that has recently circulated in tales? The elder with the bird-like visage pressed his lips together, murmuring with a hint of bitterness. Notorious figure? Are you referring to him? The two bystanders initially froze in surprise, but then immediately gasped in horror, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. It cannot be mistaken. Look at this youth. He is still quite young and can wield multiple flying swords, the light of which is also blue, aligning perfectly with the rumors. The elder with the bird-like visage murmured solemnly, as though he were reasoning with himself. But is it not said that he is renowned for commanding swarms of flying insects? Yet this person has not employed any insect techniques from the beginning. The fierce man remarked, his complexion paling as his voice trembled slightly, as if the individual the elder spoke of was a terrifying existence. Brother Chio's assessment seems accurate. That notorious figure typically reveals himself as being at the early stage of the core formation realm and similarly delights in extracting the essence of demon beasts. As for the absence of insects just now, perhaps he deemed it unnecessary. The monk with the surname Min noted, his previously golden complexion taking on a hue of pallor, his voice lowering instinctively. Are you suggesting that this individual before us could indeed be the so-called insect demon? Should we not hasten our departure? If we encounter this demon, none of us shall escape with our lives. The fierce man exclaimed, his face now a mask of alarm. Remain calm. That if he truly is this demon, he was preoccupied with the glazed beast upon our arrival, which is why he did not notice us. Now that he has vanquished the beast, any rash action on our part might instead reveal our presence. The elder with the bird-like visage maintained a semblance of composure, speaking coolly, upon hearing this. The other two exchanged glances, recognizing the wisdom in his words, and thus refrained from any impulsive actions. However, the stout man with the surname Xian, after gazing at the youth performing the soul extraction in the distance for a moment, suddenly seemed to recollect something, his expression turning thoughtful as he whispered, I have heard that this insect demon, for years ago, clashed with a group of cultivators over a 7th-tier demon beast, single-handedly slaying 7 or 8 core formation cultivators. Only one late-stage core formation cultivator managed to escape. Could these rumors truly be accurate? It is likely so. The monk who narrowly escaped with his life is a master of the Biyun sect. Those who perished alongside him were all his fellow disciples. This single battle resulted in a staggering loss of nearly one-third of Biyun sect's manpower, significantly diminishing their strength. The esteemed elder of Biyun sect, known as Miao Jinren, was infuriated to the point of nearly losing his composure. He undertook several solitary ventures at sea in search of this insect demon, yet all his efforts proved futile. Indeed, many speculate that even if Miao Jinren were to locate this insect demon, he might not be able to confront him effectively. After all, given the demon's formidable abilities, it is highly likely that he is a newly emerged master at the nascent soul stage. It is said that other factions on Chiyuan Island are also keeping an eye on this insect demon, seemingly eager to recruit him. The monk surnamed Min swallowed hard before quietly explaining, nascent soul stage. That is not necessarily the case. I have heard an alternative theory suggesting that the insect demon's own cultivation is rather insignificant. His remarkable prowess is entirely attributable to the swarm of strange insects he commands. It is said that during the battle in question, he did not employ any other magical artifacts. Instead, he unleashed countless flying insects that devoured numerous golden core cultivators without him lifting a finger, thus earning him the moniker of Insect Demon. The old man with a bird-like visage remained silent for a moment before shaking his head in disagreement. However, Brother Chiu witnessed it firsthand. The individual before us did not utilize any insects. He simply cleaved the Yoli beast in two with a single strike of his sword. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator would struggle to achieve such a feat. He is evidently masquerading as an ancient being of the nascent soul stage. The monk surnamed Min steadfastly maintained his position. The old man with the bird-like face displayed an expression of skepticism and was about to voice his thoughts when a fierce-looking man interjected. "Gentlemen, whether this insect demon is a nascent soul cultivator makes little difference to us. The fact remains, he annihilated us with ease, and that is the truth. I am more concerned about his notorious reputation. It is said that nearly all cultivators who have encountered this insect demon have been fed to his insects. The number of victims who have fallen prey to his malice has exceeded 100. Upon hearing this, the expression of the monk surnamed Min grew increasingly grim. He gazed at the young man in blue below and exhaled deeply, saying, "The insect demon is ruthless and bloodthirsty. This is undoubtedly true. Numerous incidents of cultivators being killed and robbed of their treasures in recent years have been attributed to this fiend. We have unwittingly delivered ourselves into his hands." His words were laden with regret. The old man with the bird-like face, upon hearing this, also wore a troubled expression. Pursing his lips in silence, he too harbored profound apprehension towards the infamous reputation of this insect demon. Below, the four individuals, including the old man, lost all desire for further conversation. Their gazes fixated intently on the young man's every move, hoping that he would finish dealing with the beast and depart swiftly. At that moment, the young man in blue extracted the essence soul of the Yoli beast, sealing it within his black bowl. He then rummaged through the carcass of the beast and retrieved a white inner core, stowing it away in his storage pouch. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings. The three individuals nearby collectively held their breath, their concealed forms remaining utterly still, yet fate had other plans. The youth's gaze abruptly halted upon catching sight of the three individuals concealed in the air. A faint smirk of derision graced his lips as he coldly uttered, "Having observed for such an extensive period, have you grown weary of watching? Might you reveal yourselves for a conversation?" Upon hearing these words, the three companions, the elderly man with a bird-like visage included, felt an icy chill wash over them simultaneously. "Run!" It was uncertain who among them had shouted, but in an instant, they transformed into three streaks of radiant light. Fleeing in different directions without uttering another word, my speech had yet to reach its conclusion. "Why the haste? Do you fear that I might consume you?" The young man in blue furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself, a flicker of doubt crossing his countenance. However, his expression swiftly darkened, and with a wave of his hands, three spirit beast bags were summoned into the air, unleashing a torrential wave of tricolored beetles. At that moment, a melodious chant emerged from the young man's lips. The swarm of tricolored beetles converged in response, instantaneously coalescing into three gigantic spears, each measuring approximately 10 feet in length. Their piercing shrieks filled the air as the spears transformed into beams of tricolored light, darting away with astonishing swiftness. The sound of the air breaking echoed as the spears pursued the three elderly men, who swiftly vanished from sight. Yet, Hanli remained stationary, devoid of any intent to pursue. Rather, he leisurely extracted the crystalline hide of the glass beast with a deft stroke of azure light. This hide constituted exceptional material for crafting armor, which Hanli was certainly unwilling to forego. After reducing the remnants of the glass beast to ashes, he turned to collect the array tools nearby, as well as the rainbow grass from Coral Island. Just as he completed these tasks, a flurry of luminous flashes appeared in the distance across 3 directions. The trio, now ashen-faced, bore tricolored collars around their necks, their demeanor reflecting a resigned acceptance of their fate. Observing this scene, Hanli stroked his chin, a cold smile creeping into his heart as the 3 landed obediently before him. Hanli's face broke into a warm smile as he inquired, "Might I request the esteemed companions to enlighten me as to why you fled in such panic upon encountering me? Do you, perchance, recognize me?" Chapter 524. Interrogation. Upon hearing Hanli's words, the bird-faced elder and his companions exchanged glances, bewildered. What was the intent behind this inquiry? Did he intend to toy with them before delivering their demise? "If you wish to take our lives, simply do so. There is no need for such words," declared the fierce man, resolutely disregarding all else. "How curious," Hanli mused, his expression darkening unexpectedly. "Did my previous question contain any impropriety? Bug demon, are you referring to me?" Hanli's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. "Are you not the esteemed bug demon?" The seemingly resigned bird-faced elder murmured in astonishment, his countenance betraying surprise that it appears my esteemed companions may have misunderstood something. Hanli remarked with a light chuckle. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, directing 3 azure spells towards the collars around the necks of the trio. Witnessing this, the 3 elderly men, having narrowly escaped death, were filled with both shock and joy. Although still steeped in confusion, they were now inclined to believe they had indeed mistaken their identities. Otherwise, in the name of that infamous insect demon, one would not resort to such esoteric tricks. It appears that we have indeed misjudged our esteemed friend. Given the temperament of that insect demon, it would be most unlikely for him to let us off so easily. "May I inquire about your honored name?" The old man with the bird-like visage managed to force a smile and hastily asked. Upon hearing this, Hanli smiled faintly, just as he was about to speak. He suddenly gasped softly and gazed skyward. "Surely, there must be more companions. It seems they have already arrived." Hanli remarked slowly, his gaze fixed on the heavens. The old man with the bird-like visage was taken aback, but then seemed to recall something as he looked in the same direction. However, all he beheld was emptiness, devoid of any figures, which left him momentarily perplexed. Just as he uttered these words, a small cluster of light appeared from beyond the sky, revealing the lagging group of Foundation establishment cultivators. Their speed was indeed significantly slower than that of the 3 old men, as they had only just now managed to fly to this location. Upon witnessing this scene, the expression of the old man with the bird-like visage shifted slightly. This indicated that the opponent's spiritual awareness far surpassed his own, and his trepidation towards Hanli inadvertently intensified. "I, Han, am not fond of crowds. As you 3 esteemed friends have arranged for your disciples, I shall wait for you at the opposite end of this island. I still have some questions I wish to consult with the 3 of you. And I hope you will not take your leave without notice." Hanli narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at the trio, before breaking into a faint smile and transforming into a streak of azure light. Soaring towards the other side of the island, the 3 old men let out a collective sigh of relief, though they remained uncertain whether the youth was indeed the insect demon. His demeanor thus far had not betrayed any murderous intent, allowing them to temporarily preserve their lives. Thus, following the old man's solemn murmurs, the cultivator with the surname Min nodded slightly, promptly taking to the skies to meet the group of Foundation establishment practitioners. Upon reaching the assembly of disciples, he coldly uttered a few words. The cultivators immediately began to descend slowly towards the edge of the island, not converging with the old men. "Brother Chio, are we truly going over?" The fierce-looking man inquired hesitantly in a whisper as the cultivator with the surname Min approached. "Brother Cho's reasoning is sound. I find this individual does not appear to be a ruthless villain. It would be wise not to act impulsively." The cultivator with the surname Min nodded in agreement. Although the fierce man was somewhat reluctant, seeing both of them express such sentiments, he had no choice but to suppress his reservations. Subsequently, the 3 obediently flew towards the opposite end of Coral Island. Hanli sat cross-legged upon a flat coral reef, calmly awaiting their arrival. In the face of Hanli's impassive demeanor, the 3 old men grew increasingly apprehensive, and after responding respectfully, they cautiously settled nearby. "It has been 2 or 3 years since you last visited the Abyssal Island, has it not? The Abyssal Sea has long since become a forbidden zone for us cultivators. Nowadays, it is said that not only is there a prohibition against hunting demonic beasts there, but even the mere mention of the abyss sends shivers down the spines of all. The old man with the bird-like visage sighed ruefully. Speaking slowly. Oh, pray, elaborate on this matter, my friend. Hanli replied softly, betraying no unusual expression. This tale is rather lengthy. The matter must be traced back to the frenzy of the abyssal beast 2 years ago. The elder with the dove-like visage noted that Han Li was listening intently, which put his mind somewhat at ease. After a moment of contemplation, he began to recount the events of that year's abyssal upheaval, as well as the subsequent retreat of the Yuanying stage cultivators. Han Li sat quietly, absorbing every detail until the elder had finished his narrative. He then furrowed his brow slightly and murmured to himself, "If that is the case, then the rampage of the abyssal sea beasts back then must have resulted in numerous casualties among the high-level cultivators. No wonder there has been a sudden influx of practitioners from other seas." On the surface, Han Li appeared unperturbed by the elder's account, yet internally, he was considerably shaken. The abyssal beasts had indeed gone berserk. Even several Yuanying stage cultivators had ventured into the fray, only to retreat in defeat. He sensed an ominous portent in these events. Could it be that the extraterrestrial seas were on the brink of chaos? Now, let us discuss the matter of the insect demon. Upon seeing each other, the three individuals could not help but speculate whether Han Li bore a resemblance to this insect demon. Han Li paused briefly, then expressed his curiosity by asking for more details. This inquiry prompted the three opposite him to exchange glances, a silent understanding passing between them. To put it plainly, at first glance, the friend indeed bore a striking resemblance to the rumored insect demon, wielding multiple azure flying swords, appearing youthful, seemingly at the Foundation establishment stage, and commanding countless flying insects. The cultivator surnamed Min cleared his throat, hesitantly interjecting. Yet with every word he spoke, his voice dipped in volume, as it became increasingly evident that the young man before them bore a remarkable similarity to the notorious insect demon. The cultivator surnamed Min felt a pang of unease. It certainly sounds like they are describing me. Might you elaborate further, my friend? What misdeeds has this insect demon committed? It seems he is quite infamous. A flicker of intrigue crossed Han Li's face as he calmly inquired. There are many tales associated with the insect demon, but the most renowned incident occurred 4 years ago, when he single-handedly commanded a swarm of insects to annihilate 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators. This marked the demon's rise to infamy. The cultivator, surnamed Min, recounted cautiously. Han Li maintained an impassive faade, though internally he felt a jolt of alarm. Following that battle, the insect demon had vanished without a trace. Yet, to his astonishment, over a year later, reports emerged from the vicinity of Chi-Yuan Island of cultivators being ambushed and robbed of their treasures. Survivors testified that it was indeed that insect demon who had orchestrated these attacks, using swarms of flying insects to effortlessly devour his opponents. Such incidents occurred almost every month or two, and it was said that the number of cultivators who had perished at the hands of this insect demon had reached over 100. The notoriety of the insect demon was truly fearsome. After delivering this account, the cultivator surnamed Min exhibited signs of tension and unease. Chapter 525, The True and False Insect Demon. Not only the cultivator surnamed Min, but also the elder with the dove-like visage and the rogue surnamed Xian felt a knot of anxiety forming in their throats. Perhaps this individual before them was the very insect demon himself. How intriguing. It seems the infamy of this insect demon is indeed substantial. I wonder if any of you, my friends, are aware of what this insect demon looks like, and whether the flying insects he commands are akin to those I wield. Han Li not only displayed no signs of anger, but rather, he chuckled softly. What does it look like? I have not heard anyone elaborate on that. It seems rather ordinary in appearance. They ask for the flying insects that serve it. They appear to be a kind of bug with both golden and silver hues. Ah, my friend, you are a 3-colored beetle. It seems the elder is truly not that demon, the monk with the surname Min. Initially hesitant, suddenly recognized the differences between the other party and that insect demon, exclaiming in surprise. The elder with the pigeon face and the ruffian simultaneously recalled this matter, their spirits lifting in unison. If the other party is not the insect demon, their lives would be considerably safer. Thank you, 3 friends, for your honest disclosure. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger any longer. However, regarding our encounter today, I hope you will refrain from discussing it with others. I, Han, do not wish to be mistakenly identified as that insect demon and pursued. Surely you can understand my predicament. Han Li gazed upward, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, he lowered his head and uttered words that filled the hearts of the pigeon-faced elder and his companions with immense joy. That is only natural. We shall keep this matter strictly confidential and will not cause you any trouble. The elder, suppressing his excitement, inquired with a hint of anticipation, Shall we take our leave then? Han Li smiled indifferently and nodded. The three of them, elated, immediately bowed to Han Li before hastily rising and departing. Shortly thereafter, on the opposite end of the small island, the elder and his companions, along with their disciples, eagerly flew off into the distant sky. Han Li, unbeknownst to him, stood up and remained motionless, watching until the light of their escape vanished from sight, at which point his expression suddenly darkened. Although eliminating this group of cultivators had been an effortless task, Han Li had no intention of striking. He was certainly not a bloodthirsty individual. Moreover, whether his whereabouts were disclosed here was of little consequence, for this maritime area was utterly distant from his cave abode. Had he encountered these three in the waters surrounding Misty Sea Island, he would not have spared a single one of them. Let those who wish to trouble him slowly wear themselves out in the outer seas. Nonetheless, the insect demon had indeed bestowed upon him a rather sinister title. Yet, aside from the reluctant necessity of using the devouring golden insect to eliminate that group of Bayun sect cultivators, when had he ever engaged in murder or plunder? Clearly, someone was framing him. This thought, while not driving Han Li to madness, certainly left him feeling exceedingly vexed. Upon reflection, it seemed his only enemies in the outer seas were those from the Bayun sect. In light of the dangers posed by high-level demon beasts, Han Li had never ventured too deeply into the outer seas. He had only operated in peripheral areas, continuously luring demons with the rainbow grass to obtain elixirs. On one occasion, after successfully trapping a 7th-level demon beast, he unexpectedly encountered a group of 7 or 8 high-level cultivators at the core formation stage. They arrogantly proclaimed themselves to be from the Bayun sect and, driven by greed, sought to kill and seize his treasures. Han Li had no choice but to unleash a swarm of over 100,000 devouring golden insects to annihilate the enemy. In his mind, since he had already struck, it was best to eliminate witnesses. However, to his surprise, while he managed to eliminate the majority of the cultivators, one of the late-stage core formation cultivators possessed a formidable ancient treasure for protection. Taking advantage of Han Li's momentary lapse, this individual managed to break through the swarm of devouring golden insects and fortuitously escaped with their life. Han Li was certainly aware that the so-called Bayun sect was one of the major forces on Qiyuan Island. With no other choice, he had to venture into the deep sea, seeking to evade this newly formed adversary. It could be said that fortune favored him during his years of wandering in the depths. He had not encountered a single beast of level 8 or above. The most perilous encounter was merely a situation where he attracted several level 7 beasts, although it left him in a flurry for a time. With the deployment of his golden devouring insects and magical artifacts, he managed to quell them unscathed. 3 years of hunting in the deep sea, he had accumulated several hundred level 6 and 7 demon cores, more than sufficient for alchemical concoctions. Moreover, he had amassed a considerable collection of materials from various demon species. Naturally, Han Li had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away, and he set up formations to ensnare and eliminate them. To his astonishment, this attracted the attention of 3 individuals, led by the elder with a dove-like face, who fearfully referred to him as the insect demon. This left Han Li exceedingly vexed. It was evident that the most likely scenario was that the Bayun sect, unable to locate him, had fabricated the notion of an insect demon, knowing of his abilities in insect manipulation and the Qing Bamboo Bee Cloud Sword, in an attempt to slander his reputation, leaving him without refuge in the outer star sea while simultaneously enticing him to reveal himself. They might even go so far as to send someone to impersonate him in acts of murder and treasure theft, achieving 2 objectives at once. Unfortunately for them, Han Li had spent the past few years in the deep sea, rendering their efforts futile. However, at this point, Han Li found himself pondering. It was not particularly difficult to find a high-level cultivator proficient in insect manipulation. Even locating flying insects similar to the golden devouring variety would be a trivial task. Moreover, those who knew the coloration of his golden devouring insects prior to their evolution must have been aware of it before he ventured into the outer star sea. Could it be that the ancient beings from the Void Heaven Palace had tracked him here? As Han Li contemplated this, a chill ran through him, and his expression changed dramatically. If that were truly the case, the situation would indeed be dire. After a moment of silent contemplation, Han Li suddenly stomped his foot and took to the air without any prior indication. He transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards the direction of Misty Sea Island. Within the escaping light, Han Li maintained an expression of calm, a hint of cold mockery playing at the corner of his mouth. He had just come to a realization. Regardless of whether the Bayun sect was conspiring against him or those ancient beings sought to force him into the open, it was unnecessary to expend much thought on the matter as long as his cultivation advanced. Even if he were to become the infamous insect demon, what could others do to him? In the realm of cultivation, only the strong held the right to speak. Embracing this mindset, Han Li continued his escape without a shred of doubt. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber within the Blackstone City on Chiyuan Island, two individuals were concealed in the shadows, engaging in mysterious discourse. Brother Qi, it has been 2 or 3 years now. Does your method truly work? I cannot afford to waste 7 or 8 years here. Waiting for this young man to take the bait, a cold voice remarked, imbued with impatience. Friend Wu, there is no need for haste in this matter. Are you not also scanning every corner of Blackstone City with your divine sense daily? If that young man were to disguise himself and enter this city, he would certainly not evade your keen eyes, responded another voice, somewhat hoarse and deep. The owner of the first voice was none other than the long-absent extreme Yin Patriarch. At this moment, he still bore the pallid visage of a middle-aged man, yet his countenance was shrouded in the depths of gloom, with a flicker of discontent glimmering in his eyes. Humph. According to Brother Qi's method, I dispatched several disciples to impersonate that young man, wreaking havoc by killing and pillaging, yet to no avail. Could it be that Brother Qi is deliberately concealing something for ulterior motives? I find it hard to believe that locating a nascent soul cultivator within such a vast sect as the Biyun sect would prove so arduous. The Grand Master of Extreme Yin wore an expression of displeasure. Ahem, Brother Wu, such accusations are unjust. My acquaintance with you, Brother Wu, has spanned many years. How could I possibly be of such a nature? Moreover, our sect harbors profound enmity towards that young man, and we have never ceased our pursuit of him. The owner of the hoarse voice was a middle-aged Taoist clad in a robe adorned with a white crane motif, his face marked by white freckles yet emanating a subtle sheen akin to jade, bestowing upon him an extraordinary presence. However, Brother Wu, I am quite curious. What exactly did that young man do to provoke you to the extent of risking an incursion into Tianqing City, only to be transported here? You have consistently used your grandson's demise at his hands as a pretext, shrouding your true intentions in ambiguity that I find it hard to fully believe. The Taoist, as if recalling something, suddenly smiled and said, I apologize, but the update will be delayed a bit. When did Qin Bingtian become so approachable? Emo and Shi Mu exchanged bewildered glances, both rendered incredulous. Emo waved his hand, releasing a peculiar force that caused the Qin yin in the water to sense its presence. Momentarily stunned before regaining their composure after a couple of breaths, Wang Yabiao pondered in silence for a long while before finally stating, let us first examine the situation of the enemy across the river. To be frank, after enduring such a protracted saga of grievances, he felt a sense of mutual understanding towards Xian Hao. The recent assault on Earth by the Divine Clan has indeed cost them a considerable number of lives. A significant loss for a race where population is exceedingly precious. Suddenly, Yuan Liang, who was deliberating matters indoors, felt an encroaching darkness. He lifted his gaze to witness the daylight gradually yielding to night. The others in the room were taken aback, and soon they faintly heard the sounds of terror emanating from outside, prompting a wave of panic as they turned to look at the National Master. Yi Guqian summoned forth the heart-extinguishing demonic flame, which engulfed the great sun dragon fruit, reducing it to a mass of pulverized flesh, which he then swallowed whole. This tea is indeed scarce, but I shall certainly gift you some. How about this? I shall present each of you with a piece of jade, Lin Yao declared, producing 3 jade plaques. Behind the Black Legion, illumination devices soared into the sky, casting the night as bright as day, rendering even the distant faces of the enemy distinctly visible. Upon choosing to descend into depravity and become a demon, one would receive 3 artifact-level treasures bestowed by the Demon Lord, the Demon God Staff, which could be split into a wand and a longsword, the Demon God Shield, capable of mitigating certain damage, and the Demon Lord's steed, the Blood Dragon Bolade. Tai Dan was far from secretive. Chu Chang, astonished, observed that although Yang Yi's physique appeared modest, he seemed capable of consuming an astonishing number of buns without bursting his belly, prompting him to hurriedly advise caution. Correspondingly, the more Lu Mingyao struggled to uncover his whereabouts, the deeper her suspicions regarding Professor Li grew. She could not articulate why, yet an inexplicable sense of distrust enveloped her. If necessary, we might resort to simpler means, perhaps utilizing the telephone line. Reflecting on it, she was fortunate to have diligently studied various protocols, network protocols, and routing protocols during her dreams, mastering them all. Subsequently, Ivolitico, Otero, Pamies, and Dean Lind all took flight, leaving only Gray, who hesitated. Upon opening her eyes, Ma Xiaoying's first action was to swiftly rise and scan her surroundings, quickly channeling her energy to assess her physical state. and she was pleasantly surprised to find her internal energy had returned to normal. How would I know? The elder exclaimed, hastily grabbing a nearby tablet to analyze its components. Since the onset of the search, these individuals had displayed an air of indifference, yet when ACE issued the firing command, Shirbao noted Sasha's astonishment, while Ma Shibe remained expressionless, and Luo Min smiled. This indicated a misstep in Yang Shun's actions, but Shirbao failed to perceive it. By the way, the rioter, did you retrieve the items unleashed by that frenzied dragon? Mena suddenly inquired. Chapter 526. Undercurrents of turmoil. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, the extreme Yin patriarch couldn't help but furrow his brow, inwardly cursing the old fox, yet his face betrayed no sign of disturbance. Brother Qi, it seems you have posed this question more than once. I have long asserted that the lad surnamed Han resorted to nefarious deeds within the Void Heaven Palace, covertly harming young Sunday. Thus, I am determined to capture him alive, to extract his soul and refine his spirit. After a moment of stern contemplation, the extreme Yin patriarch coldly replied, when you first arrived 2 years ago, I naturally believed you implicitly. Yet, now that so much time has elapsed, it raises questions. You have remained here, disregarding even Xian Yin Island, seemingly uninterested in the great conflict on your esteemed side. If your sole purpose was to avenge your disciple, do you think I would find it credible? The Taoist shook his head dismissively. Furthermore, in the past 2 years, aside from your unexpected arrival on this island, another elder named Xuanji has quietly made his way from the 10,000 Dharma Gate. In addition, at least 2 or 3 unidentified Yuanian cultivators have infiltrated our island's waters under assumed identities. When did Chiyuan Island possess such a lure that it could attract so many esteemed individuals? Just 2 days ago, I received reliable information that these individuals, like you, were also in pursuit of the lad surnamed Han. Please do not tell me that these fellow Taoists harbor intentions of avenging some vendetta against your disciple. The Qi surnamed Taoist seemed poised to confront the extreme Yin patriarch, gazing intently at him with a smile that hinted at mockery. Startled, the extreme Yin felt a chill run through him, falling into silence. Why must you continue to conceal the truth, Brother Wu, regardless of the great secret that the lad surnamed Han harbors? Now that so many fellow cultivators are aware of this matter, my presence neither adds nor detracts from the situation. Perhaps sharing candidly will prove more advantageous. Moreover, in this maritime region, aside from your disciple appearing in the guise of a bug demon, there are other cultivators masquerading as this individual. Clearly attempting to muddy the waters, the Taoist appeared to perceive the wavering in the extreme Yin's heart and continued to subtly persuade him. I firmly believe that even if Brother Wu is reluctant to disclose the truth, I, Qi, will certainly unravel the matter within the next 6 months at most. However, by that time, it is likely that others beyond just my being sect will be aware of this affair. I am not inclined to witness such a scenario unfold. If that is the case, it would be better for us to join forces and give it a try first. The Taoist of the Qi surname appears to harbor no reservations regarding his intentions. Upon hearing this, Master Jean's expression fluctuated for a considerable while. After bowing his head and pondering for a moment, he finally sighed deeply and, with a wry smile, conceded to the Taoist, "Alas, it is not that I, Wu, wish to deceive, but at that time, to prevent this secret from leaking, my fellow Taoists and I swore an oath upon our own inner demons that we would never divulge this matter to outsiders. However, since the Sioux New Jersey of the Wanfa sect has tracked us here, regardless of how much truth Wan Tianming has revealed, he has already, to some extent, broken that oath. Thus, I have no further reservations. Indeed, does Brother Wu truly care for oaths? I, Qi, have never been one to heed such matters. If inner demons were truly that efficacious, those of us who cultivate esoteric arts and demonic techniques would have perished long ago." The Taoist exclaimed, his face lighting up with glee and laughter. "Though I too do not concern myself with inner demons, should this matter become widely known, we may find ourselves left with naught but the dregs." Master Jean spoke with a hint of resignation. Subsequently, his expression shifted, and he whispered softly. The Taoist of the Qi surname, initially dismissive of Master Jean's caution, found his demeanor changing drastically after just a few words. His eyes alight with a mixture of astonishment and excitement. "What you say is indeed true. That object has truly come into existence." The Taoist's face glowed with exhilaration, his voice trembling slightly. "Were it not for this treasure, do you think so many Yuanying stage cultivators would gather here?" Master Jean replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, it seems Brother Wu's words hold merit. You have concealed this matter quite effectively. This object has been in the world for quite some time. Yet not a single whisper has been heard outside. I must admit, I am rather impressed. However, had you informed me earlier, I would have dispatched more personnel, and perhaps we would have found that fellow by now." In the midst of his wild joy, the Taoist could not help but express a tinge of reproach. "You speak as if this matter could be divulged so easily. Had I not felt that this secret had been kept for so long, and that others might have inadvertently let something slip, I would not have revealed it so readily. The fewer who know of this, the better," Master Jean remarked with irritation. "You do speak truthfully, Brother Wu. Had I been privy to this information, I too would not have wished for an additional person to share in the spoils." The Taoist nodded in agreement, seemingly unfazed. "However, it appears that this news can no longer be concealed for much longer. The tidings of this treasure's emergence will inevitably spread." Master Jean's expression tightened, revealing a trace of reluctance. "Haha, Brother Wu should be well aware that there is no wall so solid that the wind cannot penetrate. I shall take my leave now. I will descend and dispatch more personnel, striving to be the first to locate this individual before others do." The Taoist of the Qi surname offered a brief clarification before rising to take his leave, a hint of excitement flickering across his countenance. The extreme master did not attempt to detain him further. After a respectful fist salute, he watched as the Taoist exited the room, vanishing from sight. It appeared that once profit was at stake, the other party became even more anxious than himself. It seemed prudent to have chosen to disclose the matter of the Su Tianding to him. That scoundrel Han Li was nowhere to be found, his whereabouts remaining elusive. Were it not for the earlier annihilation of the disciples of the Baiyun sect, he would almost suspect that the fellow had pulled off a clever escape. Retreating to another island of monstrous beasts, time was of the essence, and he could only rely on the local influence of the Baiyun sect, taking each step as it came. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the extreme master exhaled deeply, and silence enveloped the room. In a certain expanse of sea, a young man clad in a blue robe and possessing an ordinary appearance was coldly observing several pallid low-tier cultivators before him. Above his head loomed a vast swarm of golden and silver insects, buzzing ominously. One of the middle-aged cultivators among the insect demons, with a ghastly complexion, uttered the identity of the young man. Upon hearing this, the youth let out a chilling laugh, and without further ado, pointed a finger at the individuals before him. In an instant, the swarm above erupted with a thunderous roar, surging forth like a tidal wave. Although the low-tier cultivators desperately wielded their protective spiritual artifacts to fend off the onslaught, they were swiftly engulfed by the flying insects, vanishing from the world in a matter of moments. How foolish to struggle in vain with such meager cultivation. The young man gathered the storage bags left behind by the fallen cultivators, muttering indifferently to himself. Then, with an unintentional glance in a certain direction, he transformed into a streak of azure light and departed the scene. After a brief interval, a flash of white light appeared in the sky, revealing a pale-faced cultivator at the early stage of the core formation realm. His expression one of utmost displeasure. Watching the direction in which the youth had vanished, he ground his teeth in frustration and retreated in the opposite direction, though he had been away for several years. Everything in his cave abode remained intact. This alleviated the anxiety that had lingered in his heart. Han Li spent several days recuperating within the confines of his residence, subsequently organizing the various rare materials and demon cores obtained from his recent voyage at sea, categorizing them meticulously in preparation for future alchemical endeavors. After a fortnight, feeling utterly fatigued and cleansed of all burdens, Han Li finally gathered all the materials and entered the alchemy chamber. In the preceding years, after concocting a batch of elixirs within his cave in Tianqing City, he sensed that he had reached a certain bottleneck in his alchemical skills. As if with a mere nudge, he would ascend to a different realm of alchemy. Thus, he refrained from immediately utilizing the 6th and 7th tier demon cores, instead opting to first take out a batch of 5th tier demon cores and placing them on the ground beside him. Han Li estimated that, while his innate talent for alchemy was rather ordinary, his skills were not far from those of a master alchemist. After all, no one else had the luxury to practice with such an abundance of demon cores. The path of alchemy was fundamentally centered around experience and proficiency. Therefore, he resolved to practice with the 5th tier demon cores first, hoping to achieve a breakthrough in his alchemical journey. Embracing this notion, Han Li gazed at the alchemical furnace before him. With a wave of his hand, a 5th tier demon essence automatically soared to the top of the furnace, while the lid of the furnace shifted aside of its own accord. In the 527th chapter, Uninvited Guest, the door to the alchemy chamber had remained closed for a full 3 years. On a tranquil day, 3 years later, when Han Li emerged from within, the demon essences had transformed into various rare elixirs. In the first 2 years, Hanli devoted his time entirely to refining elixirs, primarily using the fifth-tier demon essence as the main ingredient. Although these elixirs no longer held significant value for him, any single one of them would undoubtedly cause great joy and be the object of desire for a foundation establishment cultivator. Through the process of refining these elixirs, Hanli had managed to elevate his proficiency in alchemy to a new level. After all, even a bona fide master alchemist would seldom have the opportunity to squander such an abundance of demon essences for practice. For an ordinary alchemist, being able to utilize 30 or 40 demon essences throughout their lifetime to concoct elixirs would be considered exceptional, despite the considerable differences in the methods for refining each type of elixir. There were always commonalities that Hanli could draw upon. As a result, through the repeated refinement of these rare elixirs, Hanli had astonishingly enhanced his alchemical skills to a level surpassing that of the rumored master alchemists. Consequently, when he later employed 6th and 7th tier demon essences, his success rate in elixir production naturally improved significantly, filling Hanli with immense satisfaction. Otherwise, given the rarity of 6th and 7th tier elixirs, even Hanli would be reluctant to waste them carelessly. Once the alchemical process concluded, Hanli took a month to rest. During this period, he frequently visited the insect chamber, inspecting the 3-colored gold-devouring insects and the original, unevolved gold-devouring insects. While in the alchemy chamber, he had instructed the puppets to alternate feeding both types of gold-devouring insects with the ethereal grass. However, a rather disheartening revelation surfaced. Although the 3-colored gold-devouring insects consumed the ethereal grass without issue, it seemed that this grass had lost its unique efficacy to excite and stimulate them. After consumption, there were no unusual changes whatsoever. Initially, Hanli attributed this lack of effect to the short duration or the sheer number of gold-devouring insects. Thus, out of suspicion, he isolated several hundred 3-colored gold-devouring insects specifically for feeding on this grass to observe any changes in their behavior. Yet, after several feedings, these insects remained unchanged, exhibiting no peculiar reactions. This left Hanli feeling quite vexed. He could now ascertain that the ethereal grass had indeed lost its miraculous ability to induce rapid reproduction in the evolved gold-devouring insects. Although the underlying reasons remained elusive, he had undoubtedly lost the means to facilitate the swift breeding and advancement of the 3-colored gold-devouring insects. With each passing day, these beetles grew increasingly irritable, indicating that the next breeding cycle was fast approaching. Having resolved these matters, Hanli finally gathered his composure and entered the seclusion chamber. He intended to cultivate the 8th layer of the Azure Origin sword technique with the aid of various elixirs. Aiming to break through to the mid-stage of the core formation realm, sitting cross-legged upon a mat in the secluded chamber, Hanli retrieved a pre-prepared vial of medicine from his storage bag. Continuing, he extracted a pill resembling a longan, glowing with a crimson hue, and with a single hand, he cast it into his mouth. Tilting his head back to swallow it whole, he felt a gentle warmth beginning to radiate within his abdomen from the medicinal power. Hanli silently recited the 8th layer of the sword technique, gradually closing his eyes. Time flew by, and the years passed mercilessly. Within the confines of his cave dwelling, Hanli devoted himself earnestly to the cultivation of the sword technique. And before he knew it, time had slipped away unnoticed. This incessant consumption of pills, followed by the refining and transformation of their potency into spiritual energy, proved to be exceedingly tedious. Fortunately, Hanli's singular focus on mastering the technique, in hopes of acquiring the strength for self-preservation, alleviated any sense of monotony. 15 or 16 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanli finally broke through the bottleneck of the mid-stage of foundation establishment, successfully cultivating the 8th layer of the Qingyuan sword technique. In his excitement, he did not hasten to emerge from his seclusion, for he still had more than half of the pills remaining. And naturally, he was determined to refine them completely. Thus, having just entered the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Hanli forced himself to calm his mind and continued to cultivate the 9th layer of the sword technique. The 9th layer of the sword technique was, of course, a step more difficult, presenting a greater challenge. Seasons changed, spring gave way to winter, autumn passed into summer, and years rolled by one after another. Yet, the door to the meditation chamber remained firmly closed. Within the cave, everything began to gather a thick layer of dust, as if this place had gradually transformed into an ancient tomb. On a tranquil morning near the misty sea, several early rising seabirds circled low over the water, occasionally emitting sharp cries, while the surroundings exuded a serene atmosphere. However, moments later, a flicker of light suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, followed by several streaks of azure and crimson light. racing towards the misty sea with astonishing speed. After a while, the figures within the distant glow became discernible. 3 women and 2 men, several cultivators, were sprinting desperately in this direction. Among them, aside from a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The remaining 4 were all in the chi refining stage, their ages ranging from 17 to 24, exceedingly youthful. As these individuals hurriedly approached, they frequently glanced back, as if something were pursuing them. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near the misty sea. Uncle Son, there's a patch of sea mist ahead. Let us rest inside for a moment. Otherwise, before we can withstand those creatures, we will already be at our limit," said a girl in yellow, around 15 or 16 years old, her breath coming in gasps as she spoke to the middle-aged man. This girl had a round face, large black eyes, and an adorable visage reminiscent of baby fat, making her appear exceedingly charming. Yet at this moment, her face was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale, exhibiting signs of imminent depletion of her magical energy. The middle-aged man paused, glancing at the other 3 young individuals, and noted that while their conditions were somewhat better, they were hardly in good shape. Her words instantly brightened the faces of the young men and women. Their cultivation levels were indeed shallow, and the fact that they could continuously flee to this point was already a tremendous strain. Even though they understood that stopping now was an exceedingly perilous decision, they could not afford to concern themselves with such matters. Changing direction, they headed toward the sea mist. The sea mist here is indeed quite dense. Perhaps if we linger here, we might evade those pursuers, exclaimed a robust young man in his 20s, shortly after entering the misty expanse. The other individuals naturally dared not lag behind and followed closely. Oh, there is an island here. After a moment, the girl in the yellow dress exclaimed in astonishment. Without her prompting, the others also discerned the island shrouded in thick fog. Exchanging glances filled with intrigue. Surely there are no other monstrous beasts here. A rather ordinary-looking young woman in a blue dress expressed her trepidation. Upon witnessing her reaction, the others fell silent, and together they gracefully descended onto the small island. "The spiritual energy here seems quite abundant. Let us meditate there," exclaimed a middle-aged man as he landed, releasing his consciousness to gauge the island's condition, then joyfully gesturing toward the only small mountain range on the island. Upon hearing his words, the spirits of the men and women were instantly lifted. Without further ado, the middle-aged cultivator took the lead and soared toward it, followed hastily by the other 4. Seizing the opportunity to replenish their spiritual power could potentially allow them to escape calamity. They were certainly reluctant to forego such a rare sight rich in spiritual roots that a short while later, they arrived at the verdant hills of the small mountain range. They casually selected a low peak, each grasping a spirit stone in both hands, and eagerly settled into a meditative position to absorb the rich spiritual energy surrounding them. Chapter 528. Qingling Sect. Apart from the slightly briny sea breeze gently wafting from the mountain, the vicinity was enveloped in profound silence, which further put the group atop the small mountain at ease. The middle-aged cultivator opened his eyes, surveyed the state of the others, and decisively instructed, "We must leave. We cannot linger here any longer. Those creatures are likely on our heels." Upon finishing his sentence, he promptly rose to his feet, although the chi refining stage practitioners felt a twinge of reluctance. They dared not hesitate, concluding their meditation and retrieving their magical tools, preparing to ascend into the sky together. However, at that moment, a cacophony of shrill cries erupted from above the island, and portions of the milky white fog churned and boiled ominously. "This is bad." The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed drastically. The faces of the other men and women turned ghostly pale. From the swirling fog above, a dozen enormous grayish monstrous birds suddenly emerged. These creatures, roughly 10 feet in size, sported crimson fleshy crowns atop their heads, with sharp beaks and claws, emanating a faint green glow, presenting a fearsome and grotesque visage. Instead of immediately diving toward the island below, they swiftly circled in the air before scattering, effectively blocking the escape route of the cultivators, displaying a remarkable ability to coordinate their movements. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged cultivator's heart sank to the depths of despair. "Quickly, to that grove," he urged. "We will scatter and escape when the opportunity arises." Having some experience dealing with avian monstrosities, he beckoned the others to hastily retreat toward the nearby grove. The remaining men and women, caught in a state of panic, had no objections and similarly followed suit. At that moment, the monstrous birds emitted a discordant screech, gradually encircling the group from above, centered around them. Witnessing the birds' actions, The expressions of the men and women grew increasingly frantic, and their retreating pace quickened in the blink of an eye. They reached the treetops, suddenly plummeting downward. An unexpected turn of events, however, unfolded at that very moment, as the five individuals soared toward the forest at a low altitude of 3 zhang. A sudden burst of emerald light illuminated their surroundings. Blinded momentarily and disoriented, they soon discovered that the familiar woods had vanished, replaced by an utterly alien mountain range, its ethereal energy enveloping them. "This is an illusion formation," exclaimed the most exquisite of the 3 female cultivators, adorned in azure brocade, her voice tinged with astonishment. "Could there possibly be fellow practitioners here?" the robust young man remarked, his excitement palpable. "Perhaps. Regardless, this presents us with a chance for survival. I hope this illusion can deceive those eagle-like beasts," murmured the middle-aged man, equally taken aback. Upon hearing this, the others instinctively glanced upward at the illusion formation. At that moment, the malevolent birds circling above suddenly lost their target, creating a flurry of agitation. However, after a series of sharp cries, they remained resolute, descending steadily towards the group below. No, it seems the eagle-like beasts are unaffected by these illusions. We must hurry towards that mountain range. There's a sense of restriction emanating from there. Perhaps other companions await us, the middle-aged cultivator declared, his expression serious, and in a flash of escape light, he sped forward. The remaining men and women exchanged anxious glances before following suit, their expressions equally tense. Observing this scene, the middle-aged cultivator felt a surge of hope instead of fear. He swiftly conjured a transmission talisman in his hand, reciting incantations as he raised it. The talisman transformed into a streak of fire, vanishing into the luminous barrier in an instant. The others watched in alarm, refraining from uttering a word. Moments later, the dozen or so monstrous birds finally breached the illusion formation. Upon identifying their targets, they lunged at the group from all directions, their wings stirring up blinding azure light. The middle-aged cultivator's expression darkened as he glanced back at the white barrier. Gritting his teeth and issuing a few quiet commands, the other men and women wore equally grim faces, yet they raised their hands to unleash various beams of light, summoning their magical artifacts. Bracing themselves for the impending confrontation, just as the eagle-like beasts descended upon them, ready for a close-quarters clash, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From within the white barrier, over 100 beams of colorful light suddenly shot forth. Though no thicker than a thumb, they were exceedingly sharp, piercing through the oncoming eagle-like beast with countless holes. The sound of their plummeting bodies echoed like a series of muted thuds. These demonic creatures fell without uttering a single cry of despair. This revelation startled the group momentarily, followed by a bewildered silence. As they peered into the barrier, they beheld a dozen towering giant apes. Initially, they feared another monstrous threat had emerged, sending chills down their spines. However, upon closer inspection, they discerned something unusual. These giant apes, glossy and dark, were merely mechanical puppets. Each puppet raised its arms, the very beams of light having emanated from their hands. A wave of genuine joy washed over the group. Subsequently, the giant apes silently lowered their arms, and in an instant, a cascade of light appeared as the puppets vanished from sight. They were engulfed in uncertainty. The white light curtain before them flickered violently several times, unexpectedly splitting open to reveal a passage approximately 10 feet wide. Upon witnessing this spectacle, they exchanged glances filled with astonishment. "I am currently in seclusion and cannot rise to greet you. My esteemed fellow cultivators may rest briefly within the formation before departing at their leisure." A man's voice emanated from within, calm and unhurried. Yet, the tone suggested that the master of the formation had no intention of meeting them. "Thank you for your life-saving grace, Senior. Since these demonic birds have been vanquished, we shall merely take a moment to recuperate here and will not dare to intrude upon your serene cultivation," the middle-aged cultivator expressed, though he felt the other party bore no ill intent. Nevertheless, he hesitated to enter the formation without knowing their true nature, and thus mustered the courage to speak despite the risk of incurring displeasure. You seem rather cautious, but tell me, what calamity has befallen you that you were pursued so relentlessly by a horde of second-tier demonic beasts?" The man chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned, yet his subsequent words hinted at a tinge of curiosity. "We are disciples of the Qingling sect. We ventured out to sea to gather spiritual herbs, but inadvertently attracted the attention of these eagle-like beasts, which relentlessly pursued us. Had it not been for your intervention, we would surely have faced dire consequences," the middle-aged man recounted, his gratitude palpable. However, the man merely responded with a quiet hum before lapsing into silence. leaving the cultivators feeling a twinge of unease. The middle-aged cultivator felt a surge of anxiety, yet he dared not depart hastily, gesturing for the others to remain calm. Are these all that have emerged from the Qingling sect? Why is there no elder accompanying you? Are you unaware that, given your cultivation levels, venturing out to sea is tantamount to courting death, even if there are no core formation cultivators among you? A few from the Foundation establishment stage could prevent you from being hunted by second-tier demonic beasts, came the man's indifferent inquiry after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator was initially taken aback. But after a moment's hesitation, he forced a bitter smile. Senior, our Qingling sect is but a small and humble faction. Although we once had an elder of the core formation stage, he perished over 20 years ago during the beast tide. Within our sect, there are hardly any cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage. As he spoke, the middle-aged man worried that the other party might be probing for information about their sect with malicious intent. Yet, he soon considered that this individual possessed extraordinary power. Should he wish to annihilate them, he could easily dispatch those puppets without expending much effort. If he were to resort to deceitful words and provoke the individual, it would indeed be a path to self-destruction. Thus, the middle-aged cultivator steeled himself and recounted the truth about his sect's circumstances, convinced that there was nothing of significance for anyone to covet within their meager establishment. The beast tide. In what year did this occur? Is it related to the demon beasts? The man's voice carried a hint of surprise. Yet, the middle-aged cultivator felt a deeper shock at this question. The other young men and women also displayed expressions of bewilderment. Senior, are you unaware of the beast tide? It appears that the senior has undergone many years of seclusion here, completely unaware of the circumstances outside. Correct. The middle-aged cultivator exhaled deeply, and from your tone, it seems the situation outside is rather dire. The man seemed to have developed a flicker of interest. Although his voice remained indifferent, a hint of curiosity tinged his words. The middle-aged cultivator, however, found himself at a loss for words. The state of affairs beyond could scarcely be described as merely dire. It seems the other party is truly an ancient being who has been in seclusion for countless years. Otherwise, how could he remain oblivious to the significant events that transpired over 20 years ago? Yet, this realization brought him a sense of reassurance. Given the other's cultivation level and status, it was unlikely he would lower himself to harm these younger generations. What could they possibly possess that would catch his eye? Senior, the beast tide occurred over 20 years ago. At that time, I was merely a chi refining stage cultivator, although I did not witness it firsthand. I have heard some accounts from the elders in my sect that it is said that thousands of demonic beasts from the abyssal sea surged forth one day without any warning, rushing towards Chiyuan Island and besieging Haishi City with relentless assault. Despite the presence of several grand protective formations and thousands of cultivators, including some Yuaning stage seniors, after several days, the defenses were ultimately breached. Aside from a scant few cultivators who managed to escape amidst the chaos, the rest of the human cultivators perished on the spot. The middle-aged cultivator recounted the tale. A shadow of sorrow crossed his face. Meanwhile, the mysterious man's voice fell into a prolonged silence, seemingly taken aback by the revelation, as if he were striving to digest the gravity of the information. How ironic. It seems that in the outer star sea, we cultivators have become akin to the demonic beasts of old. The targets of everyone's animosity, the man scoffed, finally breaking the silence. However, the sarcasm in his words caught the cultivators by surprise. Yet, the man appeared reluctant to elaborate further, instead posing several questions. There are multiple Yuaning stage old monsters stationed on Chiyuan Island. It is implausible that they all perished during the beast tide. Why have they not emerged to take charge? Furthermore, given the magnitude of the upheaval on Chiyuan Island, has the inner star sea not reacted or dispatched reinforcements? Or has this place been entirely forsaken by those from the inner star sea? It seemed that the surviving cultivators, having endured the beast tide, had unconsciously developed a sense of resentment towards the indifference of the inner star sea. After a moment of silence, the man finally inquired, given such danger, why are you younger generations not staying safely in your residences? Have you come out recklessly with thoughts of self-destruction? Upon hearing the man's words, the middle-aged cultivator wore a troubled expression, yet before he could offer an explanation, the young girl in the yellow dress, who had been quietly standing behind him, suddenly sprang forward with a look of desperation. Senior, my father has suffered a reversal of true essence due to improper cultivation methods, leading to a disruption of his meridians, and now he lies paralyzed and unable to move. Senior, with your vast powers, you must have a way to save him. If you could rescue my father, I would willingly serve you, to repay your great kindness. The girl's delicate face was a portrait of anguish, her expressive black and white eyes shimmering with tears, on the verge of spilling over. Upon hearing these words, the other men and women were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. Only the middle-aged cultivator was stirred within. Yet he could not help but scold. The true essence is reversed, and the meridians are in disarray. It appears we have yet another deluded individual attempting to forcefully elevate their cultivation. Surely, their skills are insufficient. Yet they yearn to practice a higher-level technique, leading to such symptoms. After a derisive snicker, the man languidly continued. This esteemed figure, having not witnessed the situation firsthand, accurately discerned the underlying cause of the symptoms. This elicited a fleeting expression of delight on the middle-aged cultivator's face. Your foresight is indeed remarkable, esteemed senior. My senior brother's predicament stems from his eagerness to cultivate. Might you be aware of any secret methods that could offer salvation? The middle-aged cultivator first paid a compliment, then earnestly inquired. It seemed he shared a close bond with this senior brother of his. Such minor symptoms are hardly noteworthy. But why should I divulge this to you? Do you presume I would intervene without cause? The man appeared to perceive the thoughts of his interlocutor, bluntly mocking him. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator was momentarily taken aback, his face shifting through shades of red and white. After a few moments of lip movement, no words escaped his lips. The young girl in the yellow dress, however, detected a glimmer of hope that a flush crept onto her cheeks, and after a determined bite of her lip, she suddenly knelt before the luminous barrier with a resounding thud. With a countenance resolute, she proclaimed, I, Gongsun Xing, vow here that if you can cure my father, I shall serve you for life, without a trace of disloyalty. If you remain uncertain, I am willing to allow you to place restrictions upon me before you heal my father. Upon uttering these words, the girl bowed deeply towards the barrier, knocking her head thrice in homage. Remaining there motionless, her face a portrait of determination. Despite her youth, the girl exhibited an extraordinary tenacity. Foolish girl, what absurdity are you committing? What manner of esteemed individual would deign to notice a plain child such as yourself? The middle-aged cultivator, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but feel a mix of shock and anger. The other men and women, awakening to the gravity of the situation, also began to voice their objections. Yet, the girl in the yellow dress paid them no heed, resolutely kneeling in place, determined not to rise until she received a response. Uncle, please cease your protest. I am marked by ill fortune. My mother perished during my birth. My father, in his desire to cleanse my essence through the I Ching, recklessly practiced the 6th layer of the Qing Ling Xian Gong, leading to his bedridden state. Now is my time to fulfill my filial duty. If my father can be cured, I pledge to serve you for life, without a hint of complaint. The girl, her complexion pale, shook her head gently, her voice calm. Child, do you presume to threaten me, if I choose not to intervene? Will you remain kneeling indefinitely? The man let out a cold laugh, his voice suddenly chilling. A profound silence enveloped the barrier. Chapter 530. The young girl with a whoosh, a colossal ape materialized amidst the radiant glow. Striding towards the kneeling girl, the expressions of the middle-aged cultivator and the others shifted, a hint of concern shadowing their faces as they regarded the automaton, the girl in the yellow dress. However, gazed up at the towering ape with slightly reddened eyes, a hint of bewilderment reflecting in her gaze. At that moment, the gigantic ape puppet effortlessly lifted one hand, revealing a small, exquisite white jade vial, which it presented before the kneeling maiden. Upon hearing these words, the young girl momentarily froze. Though still in her youth, she was not oblivious to the implications of dual cultivation and the role of a furnace cauldron. A hint of alluring crimson emerged upon her originally pale and delicate visage, yet without hesitation, she immediately acquiesced. The other 4 individuals, upon hearing this, were equally taken aback and hastened to voice their objections. Sai, the middle-aged cultivator, accepting the jade vial, gazed at the girl's youthful, expressionless face, and let out a resigned sigh. Realizing that altering her intent was a daunting task, he could only darken his countenance and open the vial. Spilling forth a pale blue elixir. An extraordinary fragrance instantly permeated the air. All who inhaled this delightful aroma felt invigorated, experiencing a profound sense of comfort. This is a pill concocted from demon essence. The middle-aged man, initially perplexed by the scent, took a couple of sniffs from the elixir before exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this truly crafted from demon essence? Can this Ji Yuan pill genuinely heal my father?" The girl maintained an exceptional composure, calmly inquiring further, While I am uncertain of the specific efficacy of this medicine, it is undoubtedly an exceedingly rare treasure. It is unlikely to be mere deceptive flattery. The middle-aged cultivator's expression was complex, but after a moment of hesitation, he spoke the truth. Observing this, his countenance shifted multiple times, but he remained silent, his grip on the jade vial tightening. Master, are we truly allowing Gongsun Jr.'s sister to serve as another's furnace cauldron? The robust youth, his face etched with anxiety, could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed loudly. The expressions of the other two young women mirrored his distress. Do you not perceive? Your junior sister's resolve is steadfast, and it is beyond our capacity to impede her. Furthermore, this esteemed elder's elixir may indeed possess the potential to cure the sect leader. For the future of Qingling sect, I find myself unable to obstruct this. The middle-aged cultivator spoke in a subdued tone, his expression darkening. But we cannot allow her to become a furnace cauldron. Would that not ruin her life entirely? The youth's face flushed crimson as he passionately contended. Li Shizhi, I understand that you and Xinger have grown up together, akin to siblings. Yet, the situation has become irrevocable. The middle-aged cultivator's lips twitched slightly, revealing the turmoil within him. Master, Gongsun Jr.'s sister has been taken away. Suddenly, the blue-clad woman exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, both the middle-aged cultivator and the robust youth hastily turned their gazes. They beheld a radiant glow emanating from the light curtain, as the figure of the maiden gradually became indistinct within the brilliance. Moments later, the light dissipated, and she vanished without a trace, leaving only a flurry of solitary fallen leaves in her wake. Upon witnessing this scene, the robust youth slumped to the ground, his hands cradling his head. Rendered speechless as if deflated, the middle-aged cultivator silently placed a hand on the youth's shoulder, offering a modicum of comfort. Half an hour later, the group departed the small island, soaring away from the misty sea. Enveloped by the radiant light, the girl felt a wave of dizziness as she was transported by the constraints in place. On either side loomed steep stone walls, while before her stood a towering azure stone door. Several yards high. As she surveyed her surroundings, a surge of uncertainty coursed through her. Just as she pondered her next course of action, a flash of light appeared, and the gigantic ape puppet materialized behind her. The colossal ape paid no heed to the young maiden, instead striding purposefully towards the stone portal. With a stiff push of its hands, the azure stone door effortlessly swung open. Your name is Gongsun Xing. Is it not? Come, follow this puppet into the cave, it beckoned. After the man's voice echoed, it mysteriously faded away. At that moment, the girl in the yellow robe bit her crimson lip and stepped through the azure stone door. Following the giant ape puppet as it twisted and turned, she found herself in a stone chamber several feet in size. This room contained little more than a stone bed draped with an unknown hide, a stone table, and 2 stone chairs. After leading her to this place, the giant ape departed, leaving the bewildered girl standing in a daze. After surveying her surroundings, she gazed out toward the passage. The stone door remained ajar, seemingly allowing for free passage. However, after a moment's contemplation, she slowly seated herself on the edge of the bed, resting her chin on her hands and falling into a reverie, though she had long prepared herself for sacrifice. Thoughts of the dual cultivation and the rumored alchemical furnace life ahead filled her with trepidation. Moreover, being alone in an unfamiliar environment heightened her feelings of desolation. After an hour had passed, the girl ceased her wandering thoughts and glanced toward the corridor outside, wavering in uncertainty. Moments later, she rose and stealthily exited the chamber. One of the paths was the same she had entered through. Yet, she noticed that beside each arched doorway stood a giant ape puppet, motionless as if lifeless. With a flutter of her long eyelashes, she tentatively approached the nearest archway. However, before she could reach it, the nearby giant ape silently shifted its form, expressionless as it blocked her path. With a slight flick of her dark eyes, she advanced once more, only to find the puppet once again obstructing her way. Realizing that the front was not a place she could traverse, Gongsun Xing redirected her course toward another archway. This time, the giant ape puppet remained still, granting her a sense of relief as she passed through. After traversing a quaint little garden, she arrived at another stone door, tightly shut. The girl approached the door and, driven by curiosity, gently pushed it open with her delicate hands, peering inside with her clear gaze. She quickly surveyed the room. In the center stood a stone platform piled with colorful jade slips, accompanied by a low round stone stool and several pots of pale green exotic herbs, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. With a slight pout of her adorably small lips, she stepped inside without further thought. Approaching the stone platform, she casually picked up a red jade slip, immersing her consciousness within it. Next, she grasped a white jade slip, again delving into its contents with her mind. However, the information contained in the two slips differed significantly, sparking a flicker of curiosity within her. She continued to pick up 3 or 4 more. Examining each one in turn, in the 531st chapter, a treasure was bestowed. The preceding jade slips detailed the introduction of demonic beasts and the formulas for certain elixirs. Yet, upon perceiving the final jade slip's contents, she found herself momentarily stunned. Within lay a treatise entitled Jinjin Gong, a cultivation technique that piqued her curiosity. After delving into its contents for a brief while, she found herself utterly captivated. Holding the jade slip in her hands and engrossed for nearly half an hour before she finally withdrew her consciousness, her expression one of sheer astonishment. This Jinjin Gong was indeed a rare and exceptional method of cultivation. Yet, how could such a profound technique be so carelessly displayed upon a stone table without any protective restrictions? After a considerable passage of time, the young woman perused all the jade slips upon the stone table, most of which related to alchemy, formations, and other miscellaneous topics of cultivation. Only a handful contained actual cultivation techniques, yet each one was of the highest caliber. Among them, a method known as Chan Yu Ju stirred her heart profoundly. The Qingling sect was but a modest faction amidst the chaos of the Starry Sea, and its principal cultivation method, Qingling Gong, was merely a steady approach, lacking the formidable power found in the Chan Yu Ju. After absorbing the information from the jade slips, the girl lingered in the room for a moment longer before recalling that there were still other areas yet to explore. The other 3 archways were mostly guarded by the colossal apes, but one remained accessible to her. Consequently, she traversed the archway and entered a spacious stone hall. Upon crossing the threshold, she was rendered speechless, standing motionless for an extended moment. Before her stretched a grand hall exceeding 20 zhang in length. At its center lay a massive formation, approximately 10 zhang in diameter, from which emanated a faint crimson luminescent barrier that flickered and shifted constantly, radiating a breathtaking brilliance. Within this barrier danced a dozen small swords and short blades of various designs, some emitting soft chiming sounds while others engaged in playful collisions and pursuits, each exuding an extraordinary spirit. Surrounding the barrier, along the walls, were several rudimentary double-decker wooden racks, each tier adorned with an array of colorful magical artifacts. While these artifacts lacked the spirited essence of those within the barrier, they nonetheless shimmered with a faint glow, exuding a palpable aura of spiritual energy. Although the girl had never encountered such things before, she understood that only legendary treasures possessed the level of spirit found within the barrier. Alas, despite her long-standing yearning for such treasures, the sheer abundance before her left her in disbelief, her large, dark eyes wide with astonishment. Casually, she picked up a seemingly ordinary iron ruler-like artifact from a wooden rack and examined it closely, only to discover it was indeed a superior-grade item. However, perhaps overwhelmed by the preceding wonders, she could not muster a significant expression of surprise. She proceeded to inspect the others in turn. Among the items on the rack, there were only superior-grade and top-tier artifacts, with no others to be found. Had she once obtained any single artifact from this place, she would have undoubtedly rejoiced. Yet now, gazing at the multitude of treasures and nearly 100 artifacts within the room, the thought of her status as a furnace cauldron cast a shadow over her countenance as she exited the chamber empty-handed. 2 days later, in the stone chamber housing the jade slips, the girl sat upon a round stool, holding a jade slip in her hand, her consciousness intently focused on its contents, her face reflecting deep concentration. As if wholly entranced by what lay within the slip, the Chan Yu Ju was indeed well suited for cultivation by a woman, despite the fact that she had acquired it from a male practitioner. A gentle voice of a man suddenly resonated from the entrance. Upon hearing this, the young girl shuddered slightly, then withdrew her consciousness and hurriedly rose to glance back. There stood a youth clad in a blue robe, of unremarkable appearance, smiling warmly as he regarded her. Are you the senior?" Gong Sun Xing hesitated. Although the voice bore some resemblance, the demeanor of the calm young man before her was far too youthful, lacking any alignment with her preconceived notions. After the earlier shocking events, she had envisioned this senior as a venerable elder, possessing vast powers and profound knowledge, perhaps even unpredictable and eccentric in temperament. "What's the matter? Do I not resemble one?" The young man, who was none other than Han Li, had just emerged from his secluded meditation. He chuckled softly as he stepped into the stone chamber. "Senior, about these techniques, for some reason," the girl stammered, her heart relieved upon realizing that Han Li was indeed the renowned figure she had heard of, yet she still struggled to articulate her thoughts. Fear not, since there is no prohibition against your presence here. I grant you the liberty to select any techniques you desire. Han Li replied with gentle assurance. Thank you, senior. Upon hearing this, the girl's joy was unmistakable, her face lighting up with delight. Observing her exuberance, Han Li's gaze momentarily softened with a hint of tenderness. I have not ventured out in quite some time. Might you know if there are places within this maritime expanse where one can trade goods? Han Li inquired casually, a faint smile gracing his lips. There is a small deserted island half a month's journey to the south, where a market exists. Nearby cultivators frequent it to exchange goods. It is said to have been established collaboratively by several nascent soul seniors, and it is considered relatively safe. Would you require a nautical chart for that location? The girl, recalling something, momentarily subdued her smile, and, after a furtive glance at Han Li, lowered her head to speak softly. That I do intend to visit there. A nautical chart would certainly be beneficial. Han Li replied without pretense. That this. The girl became flustered, finally rummaging through her storage pouch to retrieve a jade slip, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she handed it to Han Li. Han Li chuckled lightly, accepting the slip while casting an appreciative glance at the girl's youthful, blushing face, a peculiar expression fleeting across his features. Suddenly, he reached out a hand and gently stroked her soft hair. Gong Sun Xing trembled slightly, apprehensive yet not retreating, instinctively drawing in her delicate neck. At that moment, Han Li's tender voice whispered in her ear, Do not fear. Come to my chamber tonight. Do not forget. With that, he left the stone chamber without further hesitation. The girl, upon hearing his ambiguous words, felt her heart race, her face ablaze, displaying an adorably flustered expression. As night fell, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, she approached Han Li's residence, biting her lip as she pushed open the stone door. What lay within, however, took her by surprise. The bedroom was empty, devoid of any presence, save for an open silk cloth laid upon the stone table. Gong Sun Xing hesitated for a moment, puzzled, and stepped forward to examine it closely. Commendable filial piety, a gift of residual treasures from the cave. Do not reveal yourself lightly, lest you attract calamity upon yourself. Take heed of your own well-being. These cryptic words left the young girl utterly stunned, her heart enveloped in a haze of bewilderment and an indescribable sense of peculiarity. Meanwhile, Han Li had already distanced himself from the small island by 1,000 miles, transforming into a streak of azure light, soaring high above. Surely, the girl must be utterly perplexed by this unexpected encounter. Anyone who found themselves in such a situation without prior cause would likely remain in shock for quite some time. Han Li mused with a smile as he traversed the skies. Before departing the misty sea, he had intentionally left behind not only the jade slip containing the entangled jade decision and numerous useless magical artifacts, but also several bottles of medicinal pills and 2 previously acquired treasures for the young lady. These provisions should aid her in navigating her path of cultivation with greater ease. Should Han Li reflect on any regrets prior to embarking on his journey of immortality, it would be that he had not been able to serve his elderly parents more dutifully after reaching adulthood. Although he had discreetly arranged everything at home before leaving his hometown, this could not alleviate the profound sense of loss lingering in his heart. Furthermore, the youthful figure of the girl reminded Han Li of his younger sister just before her marriage. Thus, he had intentionally jested about leaving the girl behind, hoping to provide her with some benefits that, of course, the magical artifacts and treasures he bequeathed to her were, to Han Li himself, akin to tasteless scraps, more of a burden than a boon. Rather than carry them uselessly, he deemed it wiser to bestow them upon her, assisting her in her cultivation journey. The girl's spiritual roots were not particularly remarkable either, as for the cave dwelling on the small island. Han Li had already resolved to abandon it before these individuals arrived. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the middle-aged cultivators to depart so easily. Chapter 532. Aiding in the destruction of demons after entering the mid-stage of the core formation. Han Li had not consumed all the medicinal pills he had on hand. A small portion remained in his storage bag. This was not due to an inability to endure solitude, nor was he eager to leave before fully refining the pills. Instead, he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation as he approached the late stage of core formation. Without breaking through this barrier, no matter how many spiritual pills he consumed, his progress would be stymied. The methods for overcoming such bottlenecks depend on personal fortune and the characteristics of one's cultivation technique, with no fixed rules to adhere to. Consequently, Han Li was unwilling to squander time in his secluded chamber and resolved to venture out in search of the rumored companion demon grass. hoping to fortuitously break through his limitations during his expedition. Uncertain of how long it would take to achieve any results, Han Li was reluctant to leave the Nine in his residence for an extended period. Thus, he planned to relinquish the cave on the Misty Island. With Gongsun Xing taking charge, it would be safe there for the time being. However, now that he had entered the mid-stage of core formation, he no longer had any lingering concerns. Han Li was now capable of extracting the essence of soil and stone from the island, infusing it into the body of the spiritual ginseng to ensure its safety. Presently, the direction in which Han Li soared was towards the market the young girl had mentioned. Only in such a bustling hub of cultivators would he have the opportunity to obtain information regarding 8th-level demon beasts. At that time, he would devise another plan to see if he could acquire the companion demon grass.as for the possibility of directly purchasing this spiritual herb from the market. Han Li had never entertained the notion that such fortuitous circumstances awaited him. Han Li's speed of escape was remarkably swift. Although the young girl mentioned that reaching the market island would require half a month's journey, he could traverse it in just a few days at full capacity. 2 days later, while Han Li was expeditiously traversing the sea, a sudden flash of red light appeared in the distance, pursued relentlessly by several swirling grayish-white clouds of energy. Observing this situation, Han Li's brows involuntarily furrowed. Subsequently, with a mere flicker of thought, he murmured an inaudible incantation, followed by a series of faint explosive sounds emanating from his body, rapid and dense. Simultaneously, a green light materialized upon his visage. Moments later, Han Li's form surged upward several inches, the green light dispersing to reveal a slightly yellowish, unfamiliar face. This was indeed one of the secret techniques of the Xianyin Jing that he had deliberately cultivated during his seclusion. The transformation technique. This art not only allowed for the elongation or shortening of various parts of the body at will, but also enabled the control of muscle tension, allowing for instantaneous alteration of skin color. It was undoubtedly the pinnacle of disguise techniques. According to Han Li's estimation, this technique was certainly on par with the other rumored methods of face changing, and even when confronted by cultivators with superior consciousness, it would not be easily discerned. Thus, it was included within the Xianyin Jing. The sole drawback of this technique was that once executed, one's magical power could only be utilized to a maximum of 70%. If one were to engage in combat using more than 70% of their power, the miraculous effects of the transformation technique would dissipate, reverting the individual to their original appearance. However, Han Li cared little for this limitation. Once he decided to conceal his identity, it was largely a matter of not wishing to reveal his true strength, and thus, limiting his cultivation did not significantly affect him. Just after Han Li had altered his appearance, the red light suddenly discovered his location and, as if seizing a lifeline, rushed towards him in a frenzied manner. Witnessing this scene, Han Li simply halted his escape light and sighed lightly in place. This was not due to trouble finding him, but rather because he perceived that the fleeing individual, regardless of whether this passerby possessed the ability to save him, was resolutely intent on dragging him into the fray without a trace of hesitation. Indicating a rather poor character. As for the several swirling grayish-white clouds trailing behind, they were evidently a few demon beasts of the 3rd or 4th rank. This realization caused Han Li, who had recently been contemplating the filial piety of Gongsun Xing, to suddenly recognize the profound complexity of human nature. It truly could not be generalized. Esteemed friend, help me. I, Huang Mingli, shall certainly repay your kindness. Within the red luminescence was a gaunt elder with shifty eyes, who, before even reaching Han Li, was already anxiously pleading for assistance. He was quite astute, although he had yet to discern Han Li's cultivation level. Upon witnessing the latter's calm demeanor, he immediately understood that his life might indeed be spared. Han Li maintained an expression of indifference, and as the elder approached, he lazily raised a hand, unleashing 5 pale blue sword lights that shot forth to intercept the 5 demon beasts trailing behind, entangling them in combat. Upon seeing this, the elder was overjoyed and let out a long sigh of relief, simultaneously deploying a fiery ring artifact to join in the assault against the 5 demon beasts. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at the elder, whose cultivation was nearing the foundational stage of the false Dan realm. It was no wonder he managed to escape with his life amidst the onslaught of numerous 3rd and 4th-tier demonic beasts. Nevertheless, this realization invigorated the elderly man beside him, who urged his fire a tribute magical artifact to fiercely strike at the fallen adversaries. After a brief interval, Han Li deemed the time ripe and began wielding his azure sword light, systematically slaying the remaining demonic beasts. I sincerely thank you for your timely intervention, esteemed senior. Might I inquire if you are headed to the marketplace on Nanli Island? The elderly man, without needing to ascertain Han Li's cultivation level, instinctively recognized him as a cultivator of the core formation stage. Thus, he approached with utmost respect, bowing and inquiring with a smile. "Indeed, I intend to visit the marketplace to procure some items," Han Li replied with a composed nod. "There is no need for you to go there any longer. It would be a fruitless journey," Huang Mingli said with a few blinks and a sudden wry smile. Several days ago, the marketplace on Nanli Island was inadvertently discovered by some low-tier demonic beasts. Although most of the beasts were slain on the spot, those that managed to escape the next day attracted a horde of 4th and 5th-tier high-level beasts. Many cultivators within the marketplace sustained injuries and were compelled to break out in separate directions. I was one of them. However, I did not expect to encounter this pack of demonic beasts en route. Speaking cautiously in front of Han Li, a cultivator of the core formation stage, the elderly man continued. "So, are you suggesting that my trip was in vain?" Han Li furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. "Then if you truly wish to trade for something, I might be able to introduce you to another location. The items there are undoubtedly treasures, accessible only to cultivators above the foundational stage. However, entry to this marketplace requires an introduction from someone familiar, and its location often changes that I, though unworthy, possess the qualification to make such an introduction. If you wish to go, I would gladly guide you, as a means of repaying your life-saving grace." Wang Mingli's eyes glinted as he grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, and spoke with an air of mystery. "Is there such a place? Are you referring to the secret market?" Han Li paused in surprise, pondering the implications. "Are you jesting? In this day and age, what distinction does the marketplace hold? We must tread carefully. Once discovered by demonic beasts, the outcome is always dire." The elderly man, visibly flustered, hurriedly clarified, "Indeed, you speak the truth." Han Li chuckled softly at the remark. "How far is this place you mentioned?" "Very well. I shall accompany you to take a look." Han Li reflected briefly before conceding. "Excellent. Ah, esteemed senior, please hold on for a moment." Huang Mingli, brimming with excitement, did not lead them immediately. Instead, after a brief moment of realization, he swiftly apologized and darted downward, heading straight for the floating corpses of several demonic beasts on the ocean's surface. Han Li observed this scene, initially taken aback, before a faint smile of understanding spread across his face. "Please pardon my amusement, esteemed senior. While these demonic beasts may not hold value in your eyes, for me, they represent a significant gain," Huang Mingli admitted, somewhat sheepishly, realizing that the 5 beasts had been dispatched by Han Li. "Not at all. I have no interest in such beasts. Let us be on our way," Han Li urged, shaking his head lightly, his demeanor unchanged. Chapter 533. The exchange meeting. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the elderly man adjusted the direction of his flying device and darted eastward. Han Li, unperturbed, followed closely behind, his demeanor exceedingly calm. "My surname is Li. I have been in seclusion in my cave dwelling, and I have only recently emerged after successfully forming my core," he stated. "It is only natural that you, Taoist Huang, would not have encountered me before." Han Li, of course, refrained from revealing any truths and casually replied. Huang Mingli detected no flaws in Han Li's words, although a tinge of suspicion lingered in his heart. He could only express his congratulations repeatedly. Subsequently, Huang Mingli, displaying a keen sense of understanding, refrained from pressing Han Li for information and instead took the initiative to recount recent occurrences involving confrontations between cultivators and demon beasts. However, judging by his sighs and lamentations, it seemed he held little hope for humanity's future in this region. Listening to his incessant chatter, Han Li, though not interjecting much, gained a clearer understanding of the current situation in the outer sea. Over the next half-month, nothing unexpected transpired, and Han Li and the elderly man arrived smoothly at an unremarkable small island. This island spanned merely over 100 miles, with its spiritual energy pitifully sparse. Apart from small patches of vegetation, it was merely a barren expanse of gray rocks. Resembling countless desolate islands scattered throughout the outer sea. It appeared that this location was chosen as the most effective concealment for the secret market's existence. However, even so, when they were still half a day's journey from the island, both Han Li and the elderly man began employing concealment techniques, suppressing their escape light. This was, naturally, a request from the master of the secret market. After hearing Huang Mingli's plea, Han Li displayed no signs of impatience and silently complied, which greatly relieved Huang Mingli. After all, some core-forming cultivators could be rather difficult to deal with. At this moment. After soaring around the small island, Huang Mingli descended toward a pile of scattered stones. Observing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed Han Li's face. If he was not mistaken, there seemed to be no restrictions in this area. Could it be? Just as Hanli pondered this, Huang Mingli had already positioned himself next to a massive boulder, skillfully tapping on the stone wall 3 times. Moments later, the boulder suddenly cracked open, revealing a black hole approximately 10 feet wide. "Elderly, this is the place. Let us proceed." Hanli nodded lightly and descended from the air, striding forward. Inside the cave entrance, there lay a sloping stone staircase, beside which stood an elderly man in gray robes with snow-white hair, possessing cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage. "Welcome, esteemed elder, to our market. I hope you may find what you seek within." The elder greeted Hanli with a smile, his demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. "Let us hope so," Hanli replied calmly as he led the way downward. At this point, Hanli understood that, evidently to prevent demon beasts from discovering the anomaly in spiritual energy, no formations or restrictions had been laid out here. It was merely a temporary underground venue that had been opened up. Before them appeared a vast underground world, towering about 5 or 6 zhang high. Its soil solidified through petrification, supported by numerous azure stone pillars that eye in the center. There were numerous square stone houses, each adorned with various signs. Over 100 cultivators were engaged in transactions within these stone houses, exchanging an assortment of items and materials. Seniorly, this level is merely a marketplace for ordinary goods. Should you wish to acquire rare materials, you must proceed to the next floor. Huang Mingli gestured towards a stone staircase leading downward beside a pillar, offering a reminder. "If I seek information regarding high-level demon beast lairs, where might I obtain such knowledge?" Hanli glanced at the staircase but did not approach. Instead, he inquired in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Huang Mingli appeared taken aback, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he responded with an air of familiarity. "That depends on what level of demon beast you require. If it is a 5th or 6th level beast, you can simply seek out the Listening Wind Pavilion below, as they specialize in selling rare materials and information regarding the whereabouts of high-level demon beasts. Each cultivator may rely on their own abilities to procure what they need. However, for beasts of an even higher level, they may not possess such information. You would need to inquire among other core formation seniors to see if they have any leads, as the whereabouts of such beasts are typically not disclosed lightly. You may consider attending the exchange meeting specifically organized for core formation cultivators. There may be opportunities for you to gain relevant information at an exchange meeting." Han Li's expression shifted, revealing a hint of interest. Indeed, typically, only core formation cultivators possess the materials and treasures sought by other core formation practitioners. Therefore, whenever a market is held, the host gathers these seniors together to conduct a private, small-scale exchange meeting, allowing them to acquire what they need while the host also presents numerous rare items for participation. Huang Mingli elaborated with care. "When does this exchange meeting commence?" Hanli inquired slowly, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Maintaining a composed demeanor. It is likely that Senior Li will need to wait several more days. It usually takes place during the midterm of the market, at which point someone will naturally come to invite you to participate. The old man hastily added. Upon hearing this, Hanli narrowed his eyes slightly, a pensive expression crossing his face as if contemplating something. After a brief pause, he glanced at Huang Mingli and stated, "Daoist Huang, I intend to explore below on my own, so we shall part ways here. There is no need for your company." Hanli was not inclined to have anyone accompany him while searching for Qian Yadu, and thus spoke without reservation. The old man, unperturbed by this request, responded with a beaming smile. "Your words align perfectly with my own intentions, Senior. I, too, wish to procure some materials. Then I shall take my leave. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Huang Mingli respectfully bowed to Hanli before hastily departing towards a nearby material shop, evidently intending to attend to the demon beast corpses first. The other party's perceptiveness pleased Hanli. After casting a sweeping glance, he turned and walked towards a shop in the opposite direction, which was filled with a myriad of medicinal herbs. 3 days later, Hanli sat cross-legged within a quiet chamber of the market, eyes closed in meditation. Yet, he felt a lingering sense of frustration. On the very first day of his arrival at this market, he had scoured all the shops from the first to the second floor, only to discover that while companion demon grass was relatively easy to find, none of the establishments carried the 8th level variant. As for the Listening Wind Pavilion, they too lacked information on demon beasts above the 7th level. Thus, he could only await the convening of the exchange meeting, hoping that other cultivators at the foundational stage might possess relevant intelligence. As for the remaining 2 days, he ventured nowhere, instead renting a quiet chamber to refine his qi, seeking a potential breakthrough from his current bottleneck. However, to this point, he had achieved nothing that a couple of knocks echoed from outside the chamber. "What is it?" Han Li inquired coldly, his eyes opening. Though he had anticipated this moment, Senior Li, the younger generation has been entrusted with the task of inviting you to the exchange meeting. Might I inquire if you are interested in attending? A sweet female voice spoke respectfully. Outside stood a woman clad in white, her head bowed in deference. Upon seeing Han Li emerge, she immediately lifted her gaze, revealing a captivatingly beautiful visage. Yet, upon beholding the woman's striking features, Han Li involuntarily shuddered, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. How could it be her? What is she doing here? Han Li pondered, utterly taken aback. "Senior, is there something amiss?" The woman, feeling the intensity of Han Li's gaze, felt her cheeks flush crimson and lowered her head, asking with a hint of unease that "It's nothing. Please lead the way," Han Li responded, swiftly regaining his composure. Although the woman still sensed a lingering discomfort, she obediently acknowledged him and gracefully guided Han Li away from the quiet chamber. As he observed her curvaceous figure, a frown creased Han Li's brow, and his expression grew more perplexed. Traversing the second-floor plaza, the woman led him to a secluded stone wall. She gently pressed her hand against it, and after a ripple of white light, a stone door adorned with runes materialized. "Senior Li, please enter." The woman pushed the stone door open. Han Li nodded silently and stepped inside, followed closely by her. The door then closed automatically, reverting the exterior back to an ordinary wall. Upon entering, Han Li found himself in a passage with a faint white light flickering at its end. Suggesting it was not particularly long, he proceeded quietly until he turned a corner, where a large stone door suddenly appeared before him. Standing outside was a middle-aged cultivator with a somber expression, dressed in elegant blue attire, indicative of the mid-foundation stage. Upon seeing Han Li, the man immediately greeted him with a broad smile and clasped hands. "You must be Taoist Li. I am Yun Tianxiao, the host of this place. Welcome to the exchange meeting. Most of the other participants have already arrived. Miss One, do ensure that Taoist Li is well attended and not neglected." The scholarly man addressed Han Li with extraordinary courtesy before casually instructing the woman. "Miss One." This title naturally unveiled the identity of the woman in white, revealing her to be Wen Siyue, the daughter of Wen Cheng from the Miaoing sect, whom Han Li had encountered by chance. It remained a mystery what circumstances had led her to be here, rendering Han Li utterly astonished at the unexpected reunion that, of course, due to the use of the transformation technique. While Han Li recognized her, she did not recognize him at that moment. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged Confucian scholar, Wen Siyue's countenance suddenly shifted, and she hurriedly responded from behind Han Li that a flicker of unusual expression passed through Han Li's eyes. But after a gentle smile, he casually exchanged a few polite remarks with the scholar before stepping through the door. Inside lay a square hall, dominated by a grand circular table at its center, surrounded sparsely by over a dozen exceptionally broad grand chairs, most of which were already occupied by cultivators. However, as Han Li discerned the situation among the numerous chairs, a peculiar look emerged on his face. Aside from two female cultivators in the core formation stage who sat alone, all the male cultivators in the other chairs were accompanied by a stunningly beautiful female cultivator. Remarkably, these women were all in the 12th or 13th layer of the Qi refinement stage, or even at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Each was youthful and exquisite, radiating remarkable beauty. Just as Han Li was lost in thought, a sudden waft of fragrance enveloped him, and a soft, delicate figure gently pressed against his side. Turning slowly, he found himself gazing at a somewhat dazed yet alluring face. It was Wen Siyue who had taken the initiative to lean closer, enveloping him in her enchanting scent. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly but did not feign decorum by pushing her away. Instead, he cast a knowing glance at the female cultivators beside the other male cultivators, his expression revealing understanding. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his arm to encircle her slender waist and strode confidently to an empty grand chair, settling himself down with assurance. Wen Siyue, mirroring the other female cultivators beside their male counterparts, reluctantly took her seat, her form leaning partially against Han Li's embrace. The warmth and fragrance enveloped him, bestowing upon him a considerable stroke of fortune. Just as Wen Siyue remained silent, her delicate form slightly rigid. The arm encircling her waist unexpectedly loosened a bit. This caught Wen Siyue off guard, and instinctively, she glanced at Han Li, a hint of surprise flickering across her features. Meanwhile, Han Li remained composed, surveying the others in the room. The 7 or 8 core formation cultivators present naturally directed their scrutiny towards Han Li. Though they found his face unfamiliar, None exhibited any peculiar reactions. On the contrary, most offered him friendly smiles. Han Li's expression softened in response, returning their smiles. After a short while, another 5 or 6 core formation cultivators entered the hall, each accompanied by a similarly youthful and beautiful female cultivator. Observing this scene, Han Li maintained his usual demeanor, though a sense of astonishment stirred within him that it appeared that Yun Tianxiao was indeed a formidable figure, capable of attracting such a multitude of youthful and enchanting female cultivators. Even more astonishing was the evident prowess of these women in their magical abilities, indicating their extraordinary backgrounds. As Han Li pondered this, Yun Tianxiao entered from outside, accompanied by a graceful and elegant matron. This lady, though only at the late stage of foundation establishment, held on to Yun Tianxiao's arm with an air of intimate familiarity. Madame Fan. Han Li was taken aback upon recognizing her. The envoy Fan from the Miaoying sect had also appeared here, seemingly with a close connection to the host of this gathering, adding a layer of intrigue to his visit. Han Li expertly concealed the unusual expression on his face, yet his heart churned with unrest. Within his embrace, when Siwa trembled slightly, her fragrant lips parting to emit a soft, almost pained sigh, tinged with a hint of embarrassment and indignation. Han Li was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned his gaze aside. To his astonishment, he beheld Wen Siyu, her face flushed and radiating shyness. As Han Li's peculiar gaze shifted, he suddenly realized that his large hand, which had been wrapped around her, was unknowingly resting upon her ample bosom, and his fingers inadvertently grasped a slightly firm round object nestled within. The soft and delicate sensation sent a subtle tremor through Han Li's very soul, prompting him to instinctively withdraw his hand and avert his eyes. As an unusual feeling began to stir within him, the blush that had crept up when Siyu's neck abruptly halted. Hesitantly, she lifted her delicate head, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and intrigue as they fell upon Han Li's face. Han Li, feeling a hint of discomfort, feigned nonchalance and ignored her, instead loosening his grip around her slender waist. Though he had never aspired to be a paragon of virtue, the fact that she was an old acquaintance rendered him somewhat awkward. Han Li's unusual demeanor, however, went unnoticed by others, save for when Cyue.at that moment, Yun Tianxiao had settled into the main seat, accompanied by the elegantly poised Madame Fan. Naturally, the attention of the other attendees gravitated toward the two of them. This exchange meeting had drawn an unprecedented 13 fellow cultivators, marking a moment of great honor for Yun. Although 2 others had departed prematurely due to other commitments, this gathering was indeed the most populous of its kind in history. Without further ado, I shall refrain from prolonging the discourse. Fellow cultivators, you may now present your items and provide a brief introduction, followed by your proposed prices and intended exchanges, should anyone find something appealing. Deals may be struck. With a smile, Yun Tianxiao concluded his remarks, slightly turning his head to share a knowing smile with a plump elder clad in a blue robe to his left. Indicating for him to commence, the elder, tightly embracing a petite female cultivator, reluctantly released her upon noticing Yun Tianxiao's smile. After a moment, he leisurely began, in that case, allow me to start. I have brought quite a number of fine items today. Whoever can present what I require may take their pick. Upon finishing his statement, the elder retrieved a storage bag from his waist and poured its contents onto the circular table before him. A cascade of radiant light enveloped the table, revealing several items of considerable significance. The aura surrounding them suggested they were far from ordinary. 3 heavenly spirit pearls, 1 tiger shark demon core, and a piece of sea beast hide. With each item he showcased, the elder could not help but boast, eliciting astonishment from several cultivators present. Clearly, these items were indeed rare treasures. However, as Han Li listened to the elder's presentation, a cold smile crept across his face. While these items might hold considerable value for ordinary core formation cultivators, they were of little interest to him. Even the most precious tiger shark demon core was merely a grade 6 core, and Han Li had personally vanquished at least 7 or 8 such beasts. The female cultivator, initially reluctant in the elder's embrace, now gazed at the items with sparkling eyes, her demeanor transforming into one of gentle interest. Beside the portly elder sat a peculiar figure adorned with a red scarf, who, upon noticing the elder's seat, cleared his throat a few times before unsteadily rising to his feet. This individual was alarmingly tall and thin, resembling a frightful bamboo pole. I have brought but 1 item, he declared nonchalantly, an egg from a 5th-tier demon beast known as the Ponley worm. He then rummaged through his garments and produced a yellow beast egg, no larger than a chicken's egg. Upon hearing the stranger's words, The previously seated cultivators brightened with interest, their gazes fixated on the beast egg, many of them revealing fervent expressions. In Chapter 535, The News. The surrounding cultivators began to take turns presenting their items, each one seemingly extraordinary, which explained why this secret market had organized such an exchange event. Hanli observed quietly from the side. Although he found little to admire, the items stirred the emotions of the other cultivators, and the atmosphere gradually intensified. When it was Hanli's turn, he casually selected a few rare materials from his storage bag, each belonging to 6th or 7th tier demon beasts, and displayed them before him, naturally drawing surprised glances from those around him. Soon, it was the turn of the last participant, a middle-aged cultivator with dark skin. One of the only 3 mid-stage core formation cultivators present, the respect in the gazes directed at him was palpable. Unfazed, he slowly retrieved 2 items from his person and carelessly placed them on the table, a palm-sized, dull copper plate and a half-foot-long, grayish-white bone, resembling the spine of some creature. These 2 items momentarily puzzled most of the cultivators, as they could not discern their peculiarities, prompting them to hope for an introduction from this individual. However, the middle-aged cultivator merely stated, "I shall sell these 2 items only to those with discerning eyes. Those without such fortune need not press their luck." He then leaned back nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes, ignoring the beautiful female cultivator seated closely beside him, leaving her visibly embarrassed. The others exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Only Hanli and Yun Tianxiao, having discerned the true nature of the items, exhibited subtle changes in their expressions. A strange look flashed across Han Li's face. Although the items were distant, his formidable spiritual sense allowed him to see them clearly. The bone was unremarkable, not even warranting his attention, yet the copper plate piqued his curiosity. It bore some bizarre ancient inscriptions, which bore a striking resemblance to the text found in a certain ancient scroll containing an unnamed qi refining technique. Could there be a connection between them? As Hanli pondered this, Yun Tianxiao suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! I never expected Brother Sun to possess such an impressive item, managing to present the spiritual bone of an 8th-tier demon beast. I must admit, I am somewhat tempted, he jested, casting a glance at the bone. This revelation caused a stir among the crowd, as it was undoubtedly the most valuable item presented thus far. The existence of an 8th-tier demon beast was something extraordinary, and this spiritual bone was a rare treasure for cultivators at the core formation stage. Hanli's heart stirred further upon hearing this. Could it be that this individual possessed knowledge of the 8th-tier demon beast? The monk with the surname Sun, having discerned the origin of the bone fragment from Yun Tianxiao's revelation, merely chuckled with a knowing smile directed at his words, choosing not to elaborate further at this juncture. The atmosphere of the exchange had truly ignited, with an unmistakable excitement etched upon the faces of all present. The accompanying female cultivators were likewise transfixed by the items adorning the round table, their expressions radiating an uncontainable fervor. Observing this scene, Hanli could not help but glance down at the enchanting Wenxiyu nestled within his embrace, discovering a hint of envy reflected in her gaze. It appeared that these items were an irresistible allure to cultivators, irrespective of gender. At that moment, the corpulent elder began to speak, outlining the items he wished to exchange along with their respective conditions. Tian Lingzi sought a few varieties of spiritual herbs over 500 years old. The demon core necessitated a strand of spiritual sinew from a 7th-level beast in return. However, he added that should anyone offer a sufficient quantity of spirit stones, he would be willing to part with it as well. As the elder's eyes roamed over the rare items presented by the subsequent participants, a considerable portion of his arrogance dissipated. Yet, when he mentioned the need for a spiritual sinew, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Han Li. For among the materials on Han Li's table lay an item that perfectly matched the criteria. Regrettably, Han Li had no desire for a 6th-level demon core and showed no inclination to rise for an exchange. Remaining seated, casually embracing Wenxiyu with an expression as tranquil as ever, I would indeed be interested in a 6th-level demon core. However, without a strand of spiritual sinew, I am at a loss regarding how many spirit stones would suffice for such a sacrifice, inquired another elder with graying hair, an evident curiosity in his tone. As you all know, the current circumstances are not as they were in previous years. Securing demon cores has become increasingly challenging. Naturally, the price for this 6th-level core is correspondingly elevated. Should you be willing to offer 15,000 spirit stones, you are welcome to take it, the corpulent elder declared, seemingly reluctant to part with the demon core for mere currency, thus proposing an exorbitant price. Upon hearing this, the gray-haired elder scoffed and fell silent. clearly deeming the price too steep and abandoning his initial intentions. That I shall take the demon core, announced a white-haired matron. Her expression devoid of emotion as she coldly proclaimed her desire. With that, a storage pouch was propelled towards the corpulent elder. Initially taken aback, he examined the pouch briefly before his face lit up with satisfaction. Only a person of such resolve as Lady Qing could match this. Truly, we impoverished cultivators cannot compare, he mused, recognizing the elderly woman, and he jovially tossed the demon core toward her. The white-haired matron let out a dismissive snort, grasped the demon core for a fleeting inspection, and without further ado, secured the item, displaying no intent to engage in further conversation. Several other items belonging to the corpulent elder were inquired about by various cultivators. And to no one's surprise, the majority were exchanged. When it came time for the red-scarfed figure to present his prized lean worm egg, a fervent contest ensued. The individual's terms were notably lenient. Whoever offered the most valuable item or the greatest quantity of spirit stones would claim the egg. Ultimately, it was a rather unremarkable cultivator clad in red who acquired the egg in exchange for several vials of rare elixirs. After the passage of 5 or 6 more individuals, it was finally Han Li's turn. He surveyed the array of materials before him, yet before he could utter a word, he felt several fervent gazes fixated upon his countenance, including that of the corpulent elder who had expressly sought the spiritual sinew. Han Li simply smiled lightly. He did not rise. Instead, he leaned back slightly, reclining with the delicate Wensi Yu in his arms, and spoke with a tranquil expression. These materials hold no value for me. I merely seek a piece of information. If the intelligence satisfies me, I shall gladly offer up this entire pile. Information? Intelligence. Han Li's words took the others by surprise, yet they were not ordinary individuals. Though some astonishment flickered in their minds, none expressed their shock overtly. Rather, a spark of curiosity ignited within them as they silently awaited Han Li's forthcoming words. Yun Tianxiao's gaze shifted, a hint of doubt momentarily crossing his features. Might I inquire which esteemed friend can provide the location of an 8th-level demon beast's lair? I wish to exchange these materials for that information, Han Li said slowly and deliberately. 8th-level demon beast. Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled sharply, their expressions shifting dramatically. Are you jesting, my friend? Do you truly intend to pursue an 8th-level demon beast? Exclaimed the stout elder, incredulity etched across his face. Of course not. That I have other matters that necessitate this information. The specifics, however, I cannot divulge, Han Li replied, tapping his finger gently against the edge of the round table, his demeanor calm and unhurried. Simultaneously, his gaze swept unceremoniously across the faces of the other cultivators. The expressions of the assembled cultivators were a mix of astonishment and disbelief, which left Han Li feeling a twinge of disappointment. Ultimately, his gaze landed upon the dark-skinned cultivator, surnamed Sunday. Upon meeting Han Li's penetrating gaze, this individual hesitated momentarily, but then seemed to grasp something. Smiling as he said, "Do you suppose that Sun knows the whereabouts of an 8th-level demon beast? Alas, you have mistaken your man." He shook his head in denial. Seeing this, Han Li did not disguise the disappointment etched on his face and let out a deep sigh. Just then, a melodious voice rang in Han Li's ear. "I know where there is an 8th-level demon beast. But I do not want these materials. I have another condition for you to agree to." To Han Li's utter astonishment, the one who spoke was none other than Wensi Yu, whom he held in his embrace. "You know the whereabouts of the 8th-level demon beast." Han Li found it difficult to believe. "Indeed, I know the approximate location of an 8th-level demon beast's lair." At that moment, Wensi Yu appeared remarkably composed. Half reclining in Han Li's arms, her delicate face turned up toward him with an air of calm assurance. "Wensi, what nonsense are you spouting? How could you possibly know about an 8th-level demon beast?" "Do not speak carelessly," exclaimed Madame Fan, initially taken aback, but her expression soon hardened as she admonished her. "Uncle Fan, Wensi truly knows the whereabouts of an 8th-level demon beast. There is no intention to deceive Senior Li." She reassured him sincerely. As Han Li's heart swelled with doubt, he suddenly felt her grip tighten around him, and she resolutely declared, "I assure you of this." Chapter 536. The emergence of sword might wait a moment. "I wish to hear more of this young lady's words as for the truth of the information." Madame Fan furrowed her brow, preparing to speak again, but Han Li's expression darkened as he abruptly interrupted. "Since Miss Wen knows something, it would be prudent to allow Senior Li to inquire further." The cold glint flickered in Yun Tianxiao's eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he broke into a smile and said, "Very well." Madame Fan was momentarily taken aback before reluctantly acquiescing, saying, "I am most grateful." Han Li, not one to indulge in excessive politeness, merely nodded slightly to express his gratitude. This casual demeanor elicited a fleeting shadow of discontent on Yun Tianxiao's face. Though he quickly masked at that moment, Han Li's gaze was fixed upon Wen Cuyu's delicate features as he inquired, "Could you enlighten me on how to locate the lair of an 8th-tier demon beast?" Han Li's tone was cool and composed, devoid of any discernible emotional fluctuations, which prompted a hint of hesitation in Wen Ciyu. However, recalling something fearsome, she resolutely replied, "Indeed. The adult Gale Beast is a genuine 8th-tier demon beast." Han Li remained impassive, yet a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. If what she said were true, the lair would undoubtedly harbor companion grass. He pondered what conditions his ally might propose in exchange for information regarding this demon beast's lair. After a moment of scrutinizing her, Han Li exhaled softly and inquired in a low voice, convinced that the other party would not attempt to deceive a core formation cultivator with falsehoods. "I wish to request that you escort me away from this place and take me as your concubine," Wen Ciyue declared without hesitation, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "What?" Han Li was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying surprise. "Ciyue, what nonsense are you spouting?" Madame Fan exclaimed, unable to contain her agitation. Her beautiful visage was marred by a mixture of astonishment and anger. The other cultivators were similarly astonished, but soon most of them wore expressions of amusement, as if they were witnessing a spectacle that a few could not suppress their laughter. Yin Tianxiao, observing this scene, suddenly grew somber, his countenance darkening ominously. "I did not quite catch the conditions you proposed to Taoist Li. Please repeat them," Yin Tianxiao said, abruptly placing his fair hands on the round table, his expression emotionless as he fixed his gaze on his fingers. The delicate figure clinging to Han Li trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Wen Ciyue's face drained of color. Yet, when her bright eyes met Han Li's calm demeanor, she appeared to summon a modicum of courage. "I wish to become Taoist Li's concubine and withdraw from the Miaoyin sect." Wen Ciyue managed to force out these words, straining every ounce of her strength, before lowering her gaze in fear of further scrutiny. With a sudden burst, gray flames erupted from Yun Tianxiao's hands, engulfing them in a fierce blaze. The eerie gray light cast a sinister pallor over his face, rendering him quite fearsome. "The boning fire," he murmured softly. Instantly, the previously jovial core formation cultivators fell silent, their expressions turning grave. "Taoist Li, it appears this woman has practiced her cultivation improperly and is somewhat delirious. I implore you not to take her previous ramblings to heart. Guards, take Wen Ciyue away. Suppress her powers, and confine her to the wall for half a month before we discuss further." Yun Tianxiao commanded coldly, devoid of any trace of emotion. As soon as the order was given, 2 green-clad cultivators entered through the stone door, both at the late Foundation establishment stage, and made their way directly towards Han Li's. When Ciyue's countenance paled, her gaze toward Han Li brimmed with a plea. Radiating a heart-wrenching fragility, Han Li couldn't help but furrow his brows. "Hold on," he finally spoke. "What? My esteemed friendly has genuinely taken a liking to this female cultivator from our sect." Before Yin Tianxiao could utter a word, Madame Fan, unable to contain herself, interjected coldly. "Perhaps, but I am far more interested in the information about the demonic beast that I kindly ask you, Madam and Brother Yun, to refrain from such impatience. Why not first hear my terms?" Han Li stated, his eyes unwavering. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Yun Tianxiao's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hands, extinguishing the flames. "You may withdraw for now, that I shall entertain your proposition." He replied to Han Li with a tone devoid of warmth. He had decided to grant Han Li a semblance of respect, considering the latter was also a core formation stage cultivator. Furthermore, with a significant undertaking at hand, he required the collective strength of all present core formation cultivators. Thus he was reluctant to offend anyone lightly. "Since you, Taoist one, have voluntarily expressed your willingness to serve as Li's concubine, it would weigh heavily on my conscience to disregard your plight. Moreover, the intelligence regarding the demonic beast you possess is something I covet dearly. How about this? I shall exchange this pile of materials for the lady's freedom. What say you, Brother Yin?" Han Li remarked, his eyelids unflinching as he pushed forth a collection of extraordinarily rare materials, then regarded the other party with a half-smile, remaining silent. "Are you proposing to exchange these items?" Yun Tianxiao said icily, though a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. The materials before him were indeed rare treasures sourced from 6th and 7th level demonic beasts, worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Yet, the other party remained unfazed while offering them in exchange for a Foundation establishment stage female cultivator. Even if the lady was exceptionally enchanting, he found himself somewhat taken aback. Was the information regarding the 8th-level demonic beast truly of such paramount importance to this individual? Whether to seize this opportunity to withdraw or to extort further from the other party, various thoughts raced through Yun Tianxiao's mind, just as he had finally settled on a course of action and was about to speak. Madame Fan, seated beside him, leaned in with a soft murmur. Instantly, Yun Tianxiao's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his hesitation. Esteemed Taoistly, even if you were to present more materials, this lady cannot be taken away. If this precedent were set, anyone could easily whisk away a female cultivator from our sect. Where would that leave the reputation of our Miaoying sect? After a moment of silence, Yun Tianxiao spoke with righteous indignation. His words caused the other cultivators present to exchange glances, first in surprise, then in contemplation. With such a wealth of rare materials, it should have been more than sufficient to secure a foundation establishment stage female cultivator. Yet, Yun Tianxiao's outright rejection hinted at underlying complexities. Observing Han Li's demeanor, it seemed he was equally unwilling to part with the lady. This prompted the others to smirk knowingly, keen to witness the unfolding drama. Miaoying sect. Han Li pressed his lips together, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. What, my esteemed Taoist Li, are you unaware that this secret market is operated by our sect, and I, in my humble capacity, am an elder of the Miaoying sect? Assisting sect leader Fan in its administration, Yun Tianxiao replied coldly, a peculiar gray aura subtly surfacing on his face, his intent to intimidate unmistakable. However, Yun Tianxiao's actions were merely an attempt to intimidate his opponent. The adversary was merely a nascent soul cultivator and was within his own territory. After weighing the stakes, it was likely that he would have no choice but to concede. It was a pity for the materials. Yun Tianxiao thought regretfully, without the slightest concern in his heart. Just then, he noticed a faint smirk on Han Li's lips as he awkwardly uttered the word good. It seemed as though he had raised his right hand, and a radiant white light burst forth, dazzling Yun Tianxiao's vision. As a beam of white brilliance shot forth towards him, a wave of astonishment surged through Yun Tianxiao, and his protective technique activated automatically, conjuring countless gray flames that enveloped him. However, in that instant, the white light mercilessly struck the gray flames, and after a moment of haziness, 12 small swords, each about an inch long, materialized and plunged downwards with ferocity. Ah! Yun Tianxiao was struck with terror, his soul nearly leaving his body, as he hastily opened his mouth to unleash a magical artifact. Yet, under the relentless assault of the 12 flying swords, the protective gray flames were unable to withstand even a moment, dissipating in an instant, leaving him with several gaping wounds. That moment, Yun Tianxiao had just managed to release a gray small trident, but he was already screaming in agony as he collapsed to the ground. The other cultivators stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to close them for quite some time. Chapter 537. Intimidation of the cultivators. Now, can we settle down? Han Li said calmly, lowering one hand. His previous strike had not killed the opponent but had severely injured him, rendering him temporarily incapable of further combat. Moments later, Yun Tianxiao managed to rise again with great difficulty, his body drenched in blood, and his gaze towards Han Li was filled with trepidation. Well, it seems Yun is outmatched. Fellow Taoist, when see you, please feel free to take her. However, let me make one thing clear. A senior has already set his sights on this woman, intending to use her as a furnace. Once you take her away, do not blame me for any ensuing troubles, Yun Tianxiao said, his complexion pale, before producing several talismans and slapping them onto himself. A flash of green light enveloped him, and his wounds vanished at a visible pace. A furnace. Upon hearing this, Han Li suddenly understood why Wen Siyue was so desperate to leave. However, the underlying implication of the latter's words caused his expression to turn cold. Others have their eyes on this woman. It doesn't matter. I must take her with me. As for your threats, it would be wise for you to temper your words, lest my mood take a turn for the worse, and I might just wash this place in blood. Han Li replied, his expression unchanged, as he casually surveyed the surroundings. His words were not merely empty threats. Had it not been for the multitude of nascent soul cultivators present, he would have had the confidence to eliminate them all without leaving a trace. Otherwise, he would have truly taken action to eradicate everyone here once and for all. Nevertheless, the ferocity in his words caused the cultivators present to change their expressions dramatically. If his earlier attack had instilled doubt in their hearts, his current boldness led most to speculate that Han Li was an ancient being of the infant soul stage. They could not help but feel uneasy. Their gazes lowered, as none dared to meet Han Li's eyes any longer. Yun Tianxiao naturally contemplated this possibility, and upon recalling that the opponent was merely at the initial stage of the Jedon realm, yet had nearly taken his life with a single strike, he felt a wave of bitterness wash over him, silently lamenting his misfortune within Han Li's possession, when Siyue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Equally stunned by the scene before her, she would never allow herself to become a furnace for another, which had prompted her previous desperate struggle. Yet, she had never anticipated that this cultivator with the surname Li could possess such terrifying prowess. Single-handedly subduing all the cultivators present, Yun Tianxiao, who had initially instilled fear in her, lay gravely injured, while Madame Fan's face was etched with panic, leaving her speechless. All of this filled her heart with a mixture of shock and joy. As if she were dreaming, observing the cautious demeanor of those around him, Han Li let out a cold snicker and gestured with his hand. The copper piece belonging to the dark-skinned man suddenly floated into the air and swiftly shot into Han Li's palm. Without hesitation, Han Li lowered his head to examine it closely. The dark-skinned cultivator's expression shifted slightly. Although his lips moved as if to voice his dissatisfaction, he dared not utter a word, since the other party could inflict such a severe injury on Yun Tianxiao, who was of similar cultivation. It was evident that he was no match for Han Li either. Nevertheless, his countenance was far from pleasant. That I shall take this item. How many spirit stones does it require? Han Li said, placing the copper piece down and addressing its owner with indifference. He then produced a 5th-level demon core, which landed precisely before the individual. Let us exchange this demon core for the copper piece. Furthermore, do not mention my forceful abduction of your female cultivator. The materials on the table shall serve as the price for her freedom. Han Li turned to Madame Fan and stated. Afterward, he gently patted the shoulder of the woman in his embrace, prompting her to release him before he stood up leisurely and made his way outside. When Siyue, regaining her senses after a moment, hurriedly rose and nervously followed after him. Senior Li, please wait, Madame Fan suddenly called out, her expression shifting. This caused Han Li to pause, turning back with a flicker of intrigue on his face. The fact that this woman dared to stop him piqued his interest, when Siyue, feeling slightly anxious, unconsciously leaned closer to Han Li's side. What is it? Han Li asked calmly, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean by that? He inquired, a frown creasing his brow. He was not inclined to entertain such vague statements. Sensing Han Li's impatience, Madame Fan, not daring to be cryptic, hastily revealed. Upon uttering these words, a stir rippled through the other Jedon cultivators, many of whom displayed expressions of unexpected delight. Is it not true that a teleportation array alone is insufficient without teleportation talismans? Do not tell me that your Miaoyin sect has also mastered the art of crafting teleportation talismans. The white-haired elder interjected coldly after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing these words, the others exhibited thoughtful expressions. To eradicate high-level demon beasts was no trivial matter. They naturally needed to weigh their options carefully. Why seek us Jedon cultivators when you could enlist the assistance of a Yuanying elder for a greater chance of success? The dark-skinned cultivator inquired slowly after a moment of reflection. Oh, you think I have not sought out such individuals, Madame Fan replied. However, since the beast tide, most of those old predecessors have gone missing. I have only managed to contact one esteemed senior. The remarkable Miaohua IT is only with this senior's involvement that I am able to contend with the formidable 7th-level beasts among this horde of monsters. Moreover, Siyue is the furnace companion that this senior has specifically indicated a desire for, Madame Fan remarked with a wry smile, casting a resigned glance towards Han Li. The others, upon hearing this, exchanged bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Han Li stroked his chin, a fleeting expression of contemplation crossing his face. However, he soon succinctly declared, I, Li, have no interest in participating in this matter. You may all attend to your own affairs. With that, he disregarded them and strode out of the door. Wen Siyu, not daring to lag behind, followed closely after him, and no one dared to obstruct Han Li, leaving a congregation of startled cultivators in the hall. Exchanging astonished looks, Madame Fan did not conceal her disappointment. Yet, the previously silent Yun Tianxiao spoke up again. Since fellow Taoist Li is unwilling to assist, our sect shall not impose. Allow me to first introduce some information regarding the beasts near the illusory Dreamstone, after which you may all make your own judgments on the matter. There, it seemed as though Han Li's previous severe injury had never occurred, as Yun Tianxiao continued to speak effortlessly and eloquently. It is not that. When Siyu's voice trailed off, her final words left unspoken. At that moment, Han Li had already led her out of the stone wall, making a beeline for the exit without uttering a word. With their objective accomplished, he naturally had no desire to linger. Han Li, accompanied by Wen Xiyu, exited the secret market through the colossal stone entrance, much to the astonishment of the elder guarding the gate, and then swiftly took to the skies with her enveloped in his light. Along the way, Wen Xiyu fell into silence, refraining from inquiring about their destination, seemingly entrusting everything to Han Li. He, too, offered no explanations, maintaining his silence as they soared through the air. Ultimately, 2 days later, Han Li discovered a desolate island with a trace of spiritual energy and descended. Chapter 538. The words of a concubine. The island boasted several mountains, each rising several hundred feet, adorned with lush greenery. After circling these peaks, Han Li brought Wen Xiyu down to the base of one of them. In her astonished gaze, he summoned his flying sword. A few hours later, he had carved out a small cave dwelling beneath this mountain. Though this dwelling was merely a fraction of the size of the original Misty Sea cave and considerably more rudimentary in structure, it contained all the essentials: a bedroom, a secret chamber, even a refining room, and a medicinal garden. Han Li surveyed the space, feeling reasonably satisfied, and after setting up a few formations at the entrance, he led Wen Xiyu inside. "You shall reside here from now on. I will impart the incantation for the entrance formation to you. This place is relatively secluded, allowing you ample opportunity to cultivate, and you should still have a chance to reach the core formation stage," he said as they entered the bedroom. Sitting on a hastily carved stone chair, he scrutinized her for a moment before speaking leisurely. "Thank you, Senior Li," Wen Xiyu replied, a blush creeping onto her face under Han Li's gaze, her demeanor betraying a hint of nervousness. "Senior Li?" Han Li chuckled lightly. "My apologies. I should refer to you as." Wen Xiyu hurriedly lowered her head, a look of hesitation crossing her features. She truly did not know how to address this person after becoming his concubine. "You may call me Mr. Li," Han Li said casually, rubbing his nose. He did not reveal his true appearance before Wen Xiyu, maintaining the guise of a middle-aged man while conversing with her. "Yes, Mr. Li." Wen Xiyu hesitated for a moment before obediently responding. Han Li nodded in satisfaction, contemplating his words before gently inquiring, "When did you arrive at the Outer Sea, and how did Madame Fan become the leader of the Miaoying sect?" "As far as I am aware, it has always been led by the Purple Spirit Fairy. You seem quite knowledgeable about our sect's past." When Xiyu noticed that Han Li had not rushed to inquire about the beast lair but had instead asked about the Miaoying sect, a flicker of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. After a moment's reflection, she parted her apricot lips to explain, "What brings your esteemed sect leader Fan to this foreign sea? Surely it cannot be just for the sake of establishing a secret market." Han Li's expression shifted slightly, and he asked nonchalantly, "Oh, I am not quite sure about that either. However, Envoy Fan and that demonic cultivator surnamed Yun have been utilizing the secret market to gather various pieces of intelligence, as if they are searching for something," Wen Xiyu said uncertainly, a look of confusion crossing her face. Upon hearing this, Han Li ceased his inquiries and began to ponder. From what this woman had said, it seemed that after she had been rescued by him, a rebellion had occurred within the Miaoying sect that time, the Purple Spirit Fairy, and he had been trapped within the Void Heaven Palace. And once Madame Fan successfully seized power, she had immediately transported a large number of disciples to Chiyuan Island. The Reverse Star Alliance subsequently launched an offensive against Tianqing City, and it appeared that whatever demonic force was scheming against the Miaoying sect possessed considerable influence within the Reverse Star Alliance. Otherwise, the timing would not have been so precise. By the time the Purple Spirit Fairy emerged from the Void Heaven Palace, the sect would have long been deserted. As for what this demonic force sought to uncover using the female cultivators of the Miaoying sect in this maritime region, there was undoubtedly some deeper intrigue at play. Han Li chose to remain uninvolved and was disinclined to pursue the matter further. Moreover, that individual with whom he had a deep-seated grudge, the Miaohan Jinren, seemed to be entangled with the current affairs of the Miaoying sect, making Han Li even less eager to entangle himself further. While this area was indeed rife with demonic beasts, it was not necessarily safe for him, who possessed treasured artifacts. In a brief span, Han Li contemplated Wen Xiyu's words multiple times, finding no discrepancies. Clearly, she had not deceived him. This cautiousness was warranted, as the Void Heaven Cauldron he possessed was exceedingly coveted. Countless Yuaning stage-old monsters were likely searching for him. Throughout history, there had been innumerable instances of individuals falling into traps due to the allure of women, and Han Li did not wish to become one of them due to a moment's carelessness. Overall, the likelihood of this woman being a trap was minimal. After all, no one could predict when he would appear or where, and he had considerable confidence in his transformation technique. Even a Yuan-ing stage cultivator would not necessarily recognize the secrets of his art. At that moment, when Siyue observed Han Li's fluctuating expression and could not help but reveal a hint of unease. Now that I have successfully brought you out of the secret city as promised and settled you here, may I now reveal the location of the beast's lair to you, Mr. Li? Once I am informed of its whereabouts, I shall depart without delay, and we shall owe each other nothing. Are you not considering taking me as your concubine? Esteemed senior, when Siwa momentarily froze, a look of surprise gracing her features, I replied, I have grown accustomed to solitude. There is no need for anyone to accompany me. When Siwa fell silent, and after a brief pause, a complex expression flickered across her delicate visage as she gently shook her head. Thank you for your kind intentions, sir. Since I previously expressed my willingness to be your concubine, I have never contemplated retracting that promise. Please rest assured, I, Siyue, shall honor my word and bear no grievances. A glimmer of something unusual flashed in her bright eyes as she spoke with an extraordinary calmness. Li assured her, I had no intention of testing your thoughts. Esteemed friend, my words were sincere. Yet, should you insist on becoming my concubine, I shall not refuse. However, do not regret your decision later. Han Li, understanding her reservations, spoke with a semblance of a smile. He did not believe that when Siu genuinely desired to be anyone's concubine. Her proposition in the secret city seemed more a matter of necessity than desire. Though Han Li found himself somewhat taken by Wen Siyue's stunning beauty, he was acutely aware that this was a pivotal moment for his own cultivation, and he could not afford to have a foundation establishment female cultivator by his side for an extended period. It would be wiser to simply do her a favor and leave it at that. Wen Siyue, upon hearing Han Li's explanation, felt a mixture of doubt and belief, her face betraying hesitation. Could it be that you truly wish for me to become your concubine? A hint of amusement glimmered in Han Li's eyes as he softly inquired. Not at all. I am immensely grateful to you, sir. Wen Siyue, shall never forget your great kindness, she exclaimed, her heart racing as she quickly denied his suggestion, following a moment of astonishment. She bit her lip and bowed deeply to Han Li, her expression fraught with anxiety. Very well, let us put aside the matter of concubinage. You need not dwell on it any longer, Han Li stated, devoid of any intention to complicate matters. Thank you for your understanding. When Siyue's heart brimmed with joy, once her tension eased, her beauty radiated, captivating all who beheld her. Such a sight stirred something within Han Li, but he quickly buried those feelings beneath the weight of reason. Now, dear friend, let us discuss the matter of the Riftwind Beast, Han Li said, regaining his composure as he inquired calmly. Mr. Li, the lair of the Riftwind Beast appears to be rather perilous now. It is situated perilously close to the edge of the abyss. I implore you to consider carefully before deciding whether to venture into the beast's den, Wen Siyue replied, her smile fading as concern crept into her tone. The edge of the abyss? Han Li furrowed his brow. It indeed sounded rather troublesome. The abyss was currently fraught with danger. Chapter 539, 3 Heads and 6 Arms. After inquiring about the Riftwind Beast's lair, Wen Siyue felt immense gratitude and eagerly immersed herself in seclusion to refine her medicinal powers. As Han Li entered another secret chamber, he prepared to study the newly acquired copper plate. Now, he sat cross-legged within the dim confines of the room, scrutinizing the object in his hand. The copper plate bore inscriptions on only one side, while the reverse featured an exceedingly peculiar illustration depicting a monstrous entity with 3 heads and 6 arms. The creature's 3 heads glared fiercely, and its 6 arms were raised skyward, leaving Han Li puzzled about its significance. After furrowing his brows for a moment, he retrieved a scroll made of beast hide. Comparing the inscriptions on both items, it soon became apparent that the characters on the copper plate shared a structural resemblance with those in the scroll. Yet subtle differences suggested they might have originated from a common source, evolving into distinct scripts. Unable to discern any further meaning from mere appearances, Han Li resolutely infused the copper plate with his spiritual energy. As the energy flowed into the plate, it emitted a soft, melodic hum and began to tremble autonomously. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, casting a hazy golden beam from half of the plate, which shot forth to illuminate the opposite stone wall. An animated ancient mural materialized before him. Initially filled with delight, Han Li's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon closer inspection. A humanoid beast, covered in scales and adorned with a single horn atop its head, emerged from the painting. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the 3-headed, 6-armed monster etched on the back of the copper plate, albeit at this moment, it possessed only one head. As Han Li pondered this bewildering sight, A flash of light revealed the beast seated on the ground, forming an intricate hand seal with its hands, while its body contorted slightly, striking an unusual pose. Han Li's astonishment deepened. Moments later, the beast's hand seal transformed, and its body twisted again, adopting an even more peculiar seated position. After what felt like an eternity, the radiance of the copper plate dimmed, and the mural vanished. Han Li diligently counted and found that the creature had assumed a total of 36 distinct poses. Rubbing his nose, he glanced at the object in his hand, his face etched with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment, although he could not comprehend the precise meaning of the inscriptions on the copper plate. It was evident from the illustration that this object was far from the realm of human cultivators. It recorded the cultivation techniques of demonic beasts. He had previously been unaware that high-ranking demonic beasts possessed their own methods of cultivation. Did not these creatures inherently absorb spiritual energy and cultivate on their own? Given that these techniques could enable a beast to assume a human form, their significance was undoubtedly profound. However, as Han Li gazed at the copper plate, a wry smile spread across his face. Even if he could decipher the text, would he dare to practice the techniques of demonic cultivators? Moreover, he had no shortage of advanced cultivation methods at his disposal. The complete set of the Xianin scripture lay safely within his storage pouch. Reflecting on this, he understood why that dark-skinned cultivator had presented this item in such an elaborate manner for trade. It was, in fact, a worthless trinket. Han Li felt as though he had been duped to a certain extent, leaving him somewhat disheartened, since the inscriptions on the copper plate were an exclusive inheritance of demonic cultivators. No amount of searching through human text would yield any clues. Thus, it seemed unnecessary to expend any effort deciphering the contents of the beast hide scroll, which likely contained similar demonic cultivation techniques. With a long sigh, Han Li, his expression clouded with disappointment, tossed both items into his storage pouch and exited the stone chamber. Naturally, he felt a tinge of disappointment as his hopes had been dashed. However, he swiftly adjusted his mood, preparing to depart from this place and venture into the abyssal sea. The matter concerning the companion demon grass was of paramount importance to him, as it directly influenced his prospects of advancing further along the path of cultivation. After consuming the five-color pearl, he felt that his cultivation aptitude had been progressively improving over the years. Although he could not yet compare himself to those with extraordinary talents, such as the heavenly spirit root or other rare roots, he found that his ability to absorb spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual power was now akin to that of a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots. The celestial restoration pill truly lived up to its reputation, instilling in Han Li an additional glimmer of hope regarding his own ability to condense the nascent soul. When Han Li emerged, when Siyue remained within her secluded chamber, refining the potency of her elixir, it was unlikely that she would emerge before 2 or 3 months had passed. Han Li did not wish to disturb her. After some contemplation, he left several magical artifacts and the incantations to control the cave dwelling's formation in her bedroom before departing alone. In the skies above the island, Han Li scanned his surroundings to ascertain his bearings and then transformed into a streak of azure light, heading toward the abyss. Along the way, Han Li encountered several demon beasts, which he dispatched without hesitation. Occasionally, he passed by human cultivators, but he chose to ignore them, flying past without a second thought. After a month, Han Li finally approached the vicinity of the strange abyssal sea. At this juncture, he began to conceal his aura and obscure his presence. This region was the lair of high-level demon beasts, and Han Li was exceedingly cautious, not daring to entertain even the slightest notion of carelessness. As anticipated, he frequently encountered various demon beasts on the path below. However, his camouflage techniques proved sufficiently profound, allowing him to approach this maritime domain without incident. Days later, Han Li halted his advance, gazing at a distant small island that was faintly discernible, a serious expression adorning his face. The lair of the 8th-level demon beast that when Siyue had mentioned was situated upon that very island. Han Li dared not brazenly intrude. If the adult Riftwind beast resided in its lair upon the island, it would mean certain death for him. Similarly, he was loath to release his consciousness for a cursory scan of the island. Thus, Han Li sought out a rocky outcrop that jutted above the water's surface at a distance from the island. Setting up a small illusionary formation nearby, he sat in meditation on the rock, patiently monitoring the direction of the island. Uncertain of the movements of the 8th-level demon beast, he refrained from taking any rash actions. Regrettably, the rainbow grass held little allure for demon beasts above the 8th level. Otherwise, he could have utilized it to lure the adult Riftwind beast and spared himself this arduous endeavor. Now, he could only endure in silence. As days turned into months, Hanli remained on the rocky outcrop, keeping a watchful eye on the island, enduring for several months without witnessing any demon beast surface. Despite his patience, Hanli began to feel a sense of impatience. Could it be that the adult demon beast was not on the island? Or had the rift wind beast abandoned its lair? The island appeared utterly deserted, and Hanli found himself beset by doubts. After yet another month passed without any developments, he reluctantly resolved to enter the island and uncover the truth. He could not possibly linger on this rocky perch for years on end. On the second day, just as dawn broke and the first light of day began to emerge, Hanli gathered his spiritual energy, ensuring that not a trace remained, and silently descended upon the small island. Having observed it meticulously for several months, after flying to the mid-slope of a rocky mountain, Hanli, as when you had previously indicated, beheld a dark cave entrance concealed by several massive boulders. Measuring several zhang in size, Hanli's gaze narrowed slightly. After casting several auxiliary spells upon himself, he suddenly vanished into thin air. Now invisible, he cautiously stepped inside, gradually extending his consciousness to probe the surroundings. The cave was profoundly deep, descending directly downward, and the further he ventured, the more pronounced the dampness became. After a tea's worth of time, Hanli arrived at a turn, halting his steps, a hint of tension evident on his face. He slowly closed his eyes, sweeping his consciousness ahead. Moments later, a peculiar expression crossed his features. Hanli pressed his lips together, hesitated briefly, and then, steeling himself, rounded the corner. Suddenly, the scene before him brightened, revealing a vast natural cavern. Spanning over 100 zhang and towering more than 10 zhang high, the stone walls and ceiling shimmered with a faint green light, while a steaming azure pond lay at its center. Surrounded by some bizarre flora, Hanli's gaze immediately fell upon a few strands of pitch-black grass, mere inches long, nestled among the plants, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was the companion demon grass he had been searching for. Only the companion demon grass near level 8 demon beasts was black. Those below level 8 were grade A. As Hanli's attention shifted to the central pond, the joy on his face flickered and was replaced by a serious expression. He licked his lips, no longer hesitating. With a flash, he appeared by the pond, then lightly patted his storage bag, summoning a jade box into his hand, while his other hand swiftly reached out to grasp the ground. With a crisp sound, Hanli deftly closed the jade box, a glimmer of delight gracing his features. Acquiring the companion demon grass so effortlessly was truly unexpected. He had lingered in the vicinity for so long solely for these few plants. How peculiar human cultivators could be. These words came from an unfamiliar man. Hanli's expression changed drastically, his countenance darkening immensely. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. With a grim expression, he turned to face the source of the voice. Before him stood a green-robed demon cultivator, gazing at him with a curious demeanor. Upon clearly discerning the other's appearance, Hanli felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. The demon cultivator sported a silver crown atop his head and wore hemp shoes. Apart from his small, green eyes and a sharply pointed nose, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a human man. Hanli's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Such a creature, almost entirely transformed into human form, could hardly be an ordinary level 8 demon beast. Could it possibly be a legendary level 9 or 10 demon beast? Hanli's body stiffened, though he clutched the 5-element ring and a spiritual beast pouch in his hand. He dared not act rashly. "You have already discovered my presence," he managed to utter, his voice hoarse and unappealing. However, the demon cultivator's expression shifted slightly before he chuckled softly. "Indeed, I noticed you on the very day you arrived. Initially, I thought you were merely a passing human cultivator and paid you no mind. Who would have thought that in the days to come, you would linger upon the nearby reef and refuse to depart?" This piqued some curiosity in Foam. The figure draped in a green robe narrowed his eyes, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Hanli felt that the sharpness of those teeth was somewhat alarming. Glinting ominously with a chilling light. A being named Fong. This implies that he truly is that adult lion beast. Hanli's heart sank further at this realization. If that were the case, why had he not acted sooner? Hanli managed a forced smile and inquired. "I had indeed wished to meet you sooner, my friend. However, I have just undergone the second stage of transformation and am currently in the process of solidifying my form, making it ill-advised for me to venture out. Now that I have just completed this process, I was intending to go out, but little did I expect that you would venture into my lair." This truly took me by surprise, the Liwen beast remarked with a strange smile. "The second stage of transformation? Could it be that you have just entered the 9th tier?" Han Li's face paled slightly, and he felt beads of cold sweat form on the hand gripping the five elements ring. Upon hearing the other party's candid admission, Han Li fell silent. Yet, after a moment, he managed a bitter smile. If it were an 8th tier beast, he might still have a sliver of hope for survival. Yet, in the face of a 9th tier beast, he had nearly extinguished any notion of escape. It seemed his demise was truly inevitable. With this thought, Han Li chose to remain silent. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and unleashed a dozen azure beams of light that circled around him. Then, with a swift gesture, he prepared to summon his spirit beast pouch. But in that instant, the opposing beast moved. Han Li's vision blurred, and his hand felt light as the spirit beast pouch was snatched away. After the initial shock, Han Li's countenance turned ashen. How could he have forgotten that the Liwind beast was renowned for its speed? The speed of a 9th tier Liwind beast at such close proximity was likely akin to teleportation. How could he possibly harm it? In that fleeting moment, a torrent of chaotic thoughts surged through his mind. A peculiar flush of color rose on Han Li's otherwise pale face. He pressed a hand against his storage pouch, and a brilliant golden sphere materialized in his grasp. In a swift motion, Han Li raised it to his lips and swallowed the sphere whole, then fixed an icy stare upon the azure-robed beast. Remaining utterly silent, he had resolved that, before meeting his end, he would detonate the Qianlan pearl within him using the exorcising divine thunder. In doing so, even if he could not perish alongside his foe, he would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon it. The Liwind beast regarded Han Li's peculiar actions with a hint of surprise, but soon chuckled nonchalantly. "Why the haste, my friend? I never claimed to harbor ill intentions towards you." Grasping the spirit beast pouch, he tossed it casually, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "What do you mean? Are not your kind engaged in the extermination of human cultivators?" Han Li furrowed his brow, his voice cold as ice. He had no desire to be toyed with in his final moments. "Currently, the conflict with your kind is merely a matter concerning the nearby sea tribes. Feng is not under their jurisdiction, but I simply enjoy the phosphorescent waters here and have chosen to reside temporarily," the Liwind beast said, shaking his head dismissively. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, recalling that the Liwind beast was a creature straddling the line between sea creatures and avian beasts. Indeed, it cannot be entirely classified as a marine monstrosity. Moreover, judging by the tone of the other party, it appears they are not a local demon cultivator. Could it be that they harbor no intentions of killing me? A myriad of emotions played across Han Li's face. Since the flying sword proved ineffective against this adversary, it would be wiser for him to adopt a more solitary approach. Should they deceive him, he could simply resort to self-detonating the Qianlan ice pearl. "I prefer to engage with intelligent beings." This sentiment was expressed as the individual, without even discerning the contents of the spirit beast pouch, casually tossed it back to Han Li. Han Li caught it with his hand, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. "Would you care to visit my true cave dwelling? This is the first time I, Feng, have invited a human cultivator." The demon cultivator fixed its gaze upon Han Li, uttering a remark that greatly exceeded his expectations. Though the Liwind beast spoke with such courtesy, Han Li dared not refuse and could only manage a wry smile and nod. Upon seeing Han Li acquiesce, the Liwind beast's face brightened with delight. Without further ado, it raised a hand, conjuring a green orb of light that rapidly expanded, enveloping Han Li within its confines. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's face. Yet he made no attempt to resist. As the green light flickered, he found himself transported beside the Liwind beast. With a resounding splash, the orb of light plunged them directly into the water pool. Descending swiftly, thanks to the faint azure glow emitted by the orb, Han Li was able to discern the underwater realm around him. Strangely, aside from a peculiar white fish the size of a palm, he encountered no other aquatic life, not even small shrimp or seaweed. Noticing Han Li's evident curiosity about the underwater scenery, the Liwind beast smiled faintly but chose to remain silent, after what felt like a meal's duration. The light shield ceased its descent, gently vibrating before veering to the side. In an instant, a colossal black stone door materialized before them. The door shimmered with white light, indicating the presence of some form of restriction. "Here we are. This is Feng's humble abode. I hope you do not find it laughable," the Liwind beast remarked, gesturing toward the stone door with remarkable politeness. Han Li mustered a forced smile, opting not to comment. As the light shield collided with the stone door, it opened of its own accord, allowing the shield to pass through a layer of white mist, transporting them into a dry passageway. This passage was resplendent with vibrant colors. The stone walls adorned with variously hued dragon eye pearls that shimmered in concert, resembling broad daylight. "Please, After you, the Liwind beast noted Han Li's astonishment and could not help but feel a sense of pride. These orbs were no ordinary pearls. They were treasures painstakingly sourced from deep beneath the sea, procured from sentient mollusks that had lived for over a millennium, each possessing unique properties for repelling water and fire. Han Li glanced down the passageway, filled with an overwhelming reluctance to proceed. Yet, under the watchful gaze of this ninth-grade demon beast, he steeled himself and took the first step forward. The azure-robed Liwind beast followed leisurely behind. The passage was not excessively long, and soon Han Li arrived at a splendid hall adorned with an array of corals. At the center of the hall stood a pristine jade table, accompanied by several chairs intricately carved from the same exquisite material. In each corner rested an antique small cauldron, each containing a black candle, roughly the thickness of a finger, from which a subtle fragrance wafted.